Today is the first day of freshman registration at Suzhou University. By the roadside, a handsome young man in a white shirt and dark blue jeans stands with a suitcase waiting. Why can't I get a car yet? My whole body is going numb. Lin Shin stared at his phone speechless as the wait time on his Piggy Ride app had already reached 10 minutes. Lin Shin canceled all the higher-priced options, leaving only the cheapest one. Logically, in such a prosperous city like Tianfu, there shouldn't be no cars available, he muttered to himself. He stared at the message suggesting he raised the price to get a car, more quickly, his finger hovering over the options for a long moment. Just as he steeled himself to tap a few of them, a series of chime-like notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System successfully bound. Issuing newbie rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Ferrari SF90. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the standalone Villa No. 1 at Yulan Shinting. Would you like to claim the system rewards now, eh? What on earth is this? The sudden system prompts startled Lin Shin badly, yet as a young man of the 21st century, he was no stranger to the concept of a system. A system? Could it be that the days of Lin Shin, the ultimate salted fish finally turning his life around, have arrived? He was overwhelmed with excitement. A Ferrari SF90. That has to be several million, right? And that standalone villa in a place like Tianfu City would be at least 10 or 20 million. No. Would you like to claim the system rewards, eh? Yes. Hurry up and let me claim them. Congratulations to the host. Ferrari SF90 has been successfully claimed. It is currently being driven by staff to the host's current location. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to the host. Villa No. 1 at Yulan Shunting has been successfully claimed. System rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. Please feel at ease when using them. Lin Shin practically leapt with joy. Had this overwhelming fortune really descended upon him? A fashionably dressed young woman with heavy makeup walked past him, startled by his sudden movements. She glanced in disdain at his plain clothing, then noticed that right beside them was the high-speed rail station. Country bumpkin coming to Tianfu City gets you this excited, she sneered. Lin Shin's expression turned slightly awkward. After all, he had indeed gotten overly excited and moved a bit too much. Miss, it really was my fault. Sorry, he said with a wry smile. Who are you calling miss? Do you have no manners? You uncultured country bumpkin with parents who never raised you properly, she exploded. The moment she heard him call her miss, the woman bristled like a cat, with its fur standing on end. Lin Shin's face darkened at once. His parents had lost their jobs during the environmental restructuring in 2018. For the sake of his education and the mortgage, they had no choice but to work in an electronics factory. Every day they toiled to pay his tuition and living expenses, and even bought the apartment solely for his future, saying it would make it easier for him to marry someday. So although his family was poor, he had never envied anyone. His family was Lin Shin's reverse scale, something that must never be touched. Could you at least show some kindness with that mouth of yours? Is it filthy because you ate something foul this morning and forgot to brush? Truly, it's like a small knife cutting into my backside. Eye-opening in the worst way, he retorted. You're a grown man bullying a weak woman. Seeing how fierce Lin Shin's counterattack was, the young woman rolled her eyes and immediately played the moral card, raising her fists like a righteous victim. Because they were near the high-speed rail station, there were many people around. True to their love of spectacle, the crowd, seeing so many people flock over the young woman, grew even more arrogant. After cursing me like that, you're not leaving today unless you apologize, she shouted. Me apologize to you? On what basis? Because the pockmarks on your face outnumber my hairs. Lin Shin replied with disdain. Under the gaze of so many people, the young woman was so furious she could no longer form words. Young man, resorting to insults is where you're in the wrong. A middle-aged auntie finally spoke up, unable to bear it anymore. With someone taking the lead, others in the crowd began to chide Lin Shin as well. As a child, Lin Shin had grown up with his grandmother. He had often watched her stand alone in the village, verbally overpowering 3 people at once without ever losing ground. From that time on, Lin Shin had learned how to handle situations like this. It was simple: focus all your firepower on a single target. Auntie, didn't you see that she was the one who insulted me first? He asked. So what? You're a man, can't you yield a little to a woman? She snapped back. Very well, he had intended to spare her some dignity, but if this was how she wanted it, he could hardly be blamed for disregarding the traditional virtues of Huaxia. I'm not her father. Why should I be obliged to yield to her? He said coolly. That single sentence left the auntie utterly speechless. She shrank back into the crowd and vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing even the auntie retreat, the onlookers quickly dispersed. At that moment, a flatbed truck pulled up by the roadside. Everyone's eyes turned toward it. Lin Shin focused his gaze and saw that on the truck stood a red Ferrari SF90. Several staff members climbed down from the truck after the Ferrari SF90 was parked. They looked around for a moment and quickly spotted Lin Shin surrounded in the middle of the remnants of the crowd. They immediately started walking toward him. The young woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that someone among them had bought this Ferrari SF90? Then she saw the staff walk straight up to Lin Shun. Impossible. Could it be that this guy bought the Ferrari? The thought flashed through her mind. She immediately rejected the idea. This was just a penniless bumpkin. How could he possibly afford it? Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Shun? One of the men asked respectfully. Yes, that's me. You're here to deliver my car, right? Lin Shun replied calmly, fully aware that the young woman was standing just behind the man. The moment the bystanders heard this, the way they looked at Lin Shun changed completely. Some eyes burned with excitement, some with admiration, and others with envy. Yes, sir, but for safety's sake, we'd like to see your ID card, the man said. He sounded a bit nervous. He did not want to offend someone of this level. If the other party grew angry, his career might be over. Anything that can prove your identity will do, the man added. As if some country bumpkin like him could ever afford a Ferrari, the young woman muttered under her breath. Her voice was low, but Lin Shun and those nearby still heard it. How do I need to prove to you whether I can afford it? Who do you think you are? Lin Shun said, exasperated. People like her hadn't been taught properly by their school's parents or society. Realizing her comment had been overheard, the woman's expression changed at once. With so many people watching, she simply could not bring herself to slink away. Forced to bite the bullet, she said stiffly, if it really is yours, I'll transfer you. I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. Excellent. Everyone heard that, right? Lin Shun suddenly raised his voice and looked around at the people nearby. The crowd, always delighted by more drama, eagerly agreed. We heard. Bro, hurry up and slap her face with the truth. I want to see her doing a handstand. I think you just want to see. Lin Shun smiled faintly and handed his ID card to the man. The man received it with both hands, glanced at it, then returned the card to Lin Shun. Mr. Lin Shun, hello. According to your request, the car has been brought over. Here are your keys. The man produced a luxurious-looking box and offered it to Lin Shun. The gazes of the people nearby all converged on that box. The young woman's face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on Lin Shun, she tried to slip into the crowd and sneak away. But the onlookers were having none of it. Several older men and women subtly shifted to fill every gap, leaving the young woman with nowhere to squeeze through. If she ran, what would they have left to watch? Lin Shun was inwardly exhilarated, yet his face remained composed as he accepted the box, opened it, and took out the key, pinching it between his fingers. He had to admit the Ferrari key felt wonderfully pleasant in his hand. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Ferrari owner. If you have any further needs, you can call me. Here is my business card. As he spoke, the man handed Lin Shun a card. Lin Shun took it, glanced at it, and slipped it into his pocket. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lin, I'll be taking my leave. Please go ahead, Lin Shun replied. The man nodded. The onlookers immediately parted to open a path, and he took the chance to walk out through the crowd. Seeing an opening, the young woman also tried to squeeze her way out, but within seconds the gap closed again around her. Beauty, isn't it time to honor your promise? Lin Shun toyed with the car, he speaking teasingly to the despairing young woman. Please, you're magnanimous, just let me go, she pleaded, her former arrogance utterly gone. I actually prefer watching you in your arrogant state, Lin Shun said. Everyone, don't you agree? Lin Shun showed her no mercy, as if she could simply have it her way. We agree. Hurry up and do that handstand hair wash, voices around them jeered. Want me to buy you some shampoo, someone called out. I'll go by the water, another chimed in, sending the crowd into raucous laughter. Just then, several urban management officers in uniform forced their way in. What's going on here? Break it up, the officers shouted. Seeing them arrive, the crowd understood the show was over and scattered in all directions like startled birds. Soon only Lin Shun, the young woman, and the officers remained. What exactly is happening here? Asked one officer who appeared a bit older. The young woman naturally felt too embarrassed to recount her own humiliation. After Lin Shun briefly explained what had happened, the officers looked at her with unmistakable disdain in their eyes. Little brother, you really are accomplished at such a young age, the leading officer sighed. His gaze drifted to the Ferrari parked not far away, a car that had once been his youthful dream. Lin Shun smiled without replying. In truth, the only thing separating them from a Ferrari was a system. Little brother, why not just let this matter go? After all, in such a public place, it doesn't look good, the officer suggested. Fine, then I'll be on my way, Lin Shun said. All right, the officer replied. Without sparing the young woman a single glance, Lin Shun dragged his suitcase toward the Ferrari. All right, you should go too, the officer said, casting the young woman a brief glance before losing interest. She fled as if granted amnesty, head lowered, walking away as fast as she could. When Lin Shun reached the Ferrari, his face finally blossomed into a radiant smile. It felt incredible. That moment when everyone's eyes were filled with envy and admiration fixed on him had been indescribably exhilarating. Lin Shun opened the Ferrari's front trunk only to discover that his suitcase wouldn't fit at all. What a useless car, he cursed, forced to place the suitcase on the passenger seat instead. With the unique roar of the Ferrari supercar engine, Lin Shun drove away under a trail of envious gazes. Following the navigation, he arrived at the gate of Shuzhou University. It was the first day of freshman registration, and the road was almost completely jammed. The moment Lin Chen drove in, the effect was immediate. Every car around him kept a wide distance, afraid to get too close to his. Even the car in front, upon noticing a Ferrari supercar behind, instantly pulled aside to yield a lane, without a word. Lin Chen was baffled. Was he really that intimidating? As Lin Chen's car passed through the main gate into campus, the eyes of many students, parents, and teachers were involuntarily drawn toward it. Lin Chen stopped in front of the security checkpoint. "Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive the car inside?" "There's no space to park outside," he said as he lowered the window, revealing his handsome face. "What? A freshman? A freshman coming to register in a Ferrari SF90. That's some personality. A Ferrari, the aristocrat among cars. I'm honestly jealous." Voices erupted around him. Some busybodies even snapped photos of Lin Chen's face and car, posting them to the campus forum and group chats. "You can drive in, but after the freshman registration period ends, you'll have to move the car back to the parking lot. And remember to park in a proper spot later," the guard instructed. Although the security uncle didn't know exactly how much the car cost, judging from the shocked, envious looks around, he understood it was expensive, and his attitude was very amiable. After thanking the guard, Lin Chen drove the Ferrari into the campus and casually chose an empty spot where he wouldn't be in the way. He got out, walked to the passenger side, and took out his suitcase. There were quite a few people on campus at this time. Seeing a young man with a suitcase climb out of a Ferrari, they immediately guessed he was a freshman. Lin Chen was a bit tired. Ever since he had started driving the Ferrari, everyone's eyes had been on him, as if he were a monkey in a zoo. Once the initial rush of excitement faded, it all felt rather dull. "Classmate, can I ask you for a favor?" Lin Chen was dragging his suitcase toward his dorm building when a voice called out to stop him. Lin Chen sized up the girl in front of him. She was tall and slender with graceful curves, her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Her features were delicate, her eyes bright like stars. As her jet black hair fluttered in the breeze, Lin Chen could even catch the fragrance of her shampoo. "Jiang Xuewei." Lin Chen was thoroughly stunned by her beauty. "Tell me first what favor you're asking," he said. Lin Chen would not be swayed by a pretty face. After all, he was now a man with a system. At that moment, Jiang Xuewei truly felt at a loss. Her close friend Tang Weiner wanted to start a Hanfu club, but when they recruited new members last year, they couldn't even gather 10 people. Including the two of them, there had only been 18. The school required at least 20 members to found a club, so their application had been revoked. This year she was determined to revive the club. So she had begged Jiang Xuewei to help recruit a few freshmen so that when the official club recruitment began, they could sign up directly for the Hanfu club. They had just come down from the dorm not long ago. Tang Weiner had gone to the gate, while Jiang Xuewei stayed on campus to look for people. "Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu?" Jiang Xuewei blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a face full of expectation. Lin Chen stared blankly at the beautiful girl before him, a faint flutter stirring in his heart. Ding. Detected host's inner desire. Initiating system task. In progressive task. As a qualified host, how can one possibly lack a girlfriend? In task 1 unlocked, successfully obtained Xiao Huajiang Zuwei's supertext contact. Task failure, no penalty. In task success, 100% equity stake in Dihao Hotel. In a sudden system notification jolted Lin Chen from his reverie. 100% equity in Dihao Hotel. At that moment, Lin Chen gazed anew at Jiang Xuewei, the campus beauty standing before him. Campus beauty. And no wonder she was so stunning. Of course she was the campus beauty. Well then, all was clear. "Classmate, are you listening?" Jiang Xuewei's enthusiasm waned slightly. This junior seemed distinctly uninterested. "Senior sister, the Hanfu Society. Is that right? Fine, I'll join." Snapping back to awareness, Lin Chen lifted the corner of his lips into a faint smile. "And if you're unwilling, it's fine." "Wait, what? You agreed?" Jiang Xuewei beamed with delight, dimples blooming like daisies in full bloom. "Then junior brother, shall we exchange supertext contacts? I'll reach out to you during the club's recruitment period. You just come by and sign up." Jiang Xuewei opened her supertext profile QR code and gestured for Lin Chen to scan it. Was this task truly this easy to complete? Quiet elation swelled within Lin Chen as he prepared to add her contact, and then search her profile immediately afterward. "Xuewei, what are you doing here?" Just as Lin Chen tapped open supertext, a tall, handsome young man in casual attire approached with gentle warmth radiating from his smile. The instant Jiang Xuewei saw him, her expression darkened. She swiftly tucked away her phone. Lin Chen's face stiffened, his gaze narrowing coldly at the newcomer. "What brings you here?" Jiang Xuewei asked coolly. "Well, I'm on the student council too, so I arrived early. Happened to spot you, and thought I'd say hello." Having finished speaking, the man turned toward Lin Chen, eyes glinting with curiosity. And who might this be? Oh, I'm." Before Lin Chen could reply, Jiang Xuewei slipped her arm through his. Her face lit with radiant, blissful warmth. "You young, meet my boyfriend." and she had nearly introduced his name, but realized belatedly she hadn't yet asked it. Yu Yang's smile froze instantly upon hearing her words. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Jiang Shuawei, whose pleading gaze shimmered with quiet desperation. His heart softened. Fine. Pretending to be the campus beauty's boyfriend wasn't such a hardship after all. I'm Lin Chun, Shuawei's boyfriend, he declared, extending his hand with effortless poise. Yu Yang ignored the gesture entirely, fixing his gaze solely on Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, are you serious about this? Serious about what? He stands right here, my boyfriend. What more proof do you need? And please, don't call me Shuawei. We're not nearly close enough for that. Her tone had grown icy sharp with unapologetic finality. Fine. Excellent. You'd rather choose this penniless boy than accept me. Jiang Shuawei, you will regret this. Yu Yang's eyes swept dismissively over Lin Chen's modest attire, anger blazing beneath his calm veneer, before he spun on his heel and strode away. Lin Chun watched his retreating figure, his own gaze turning glacial. How audacious. Failing to win her favor, yet daring to sneer at him. Ding. New system task issued. In command Yu Yang to bark like a dog. Reward 2% equity in Penguin Computer Systems Co. Ltd. And the system had issued another task. Clearly Yu Yang was now unavoidable. No choice. The Penguin equity was simply too tempting. Yet why must Yu Yang bark like a dog? Was the system's sense of humor truly this eccentric? Once Yu Yang vanished from sight, Jiang Shuawei exhaled softly in relief, then suddenly recalled she still held Lin Chen's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she gently withdrew her hand. Sorry, I used you as a shield today. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner as an apology. Absolutely. No problem at all, senior sister. Though first, shall we finalize that super text exchange? Lin Chen couldn't help but linger on the vision of Dihao Hotel. Oh, right. Hastily retrieving her phone, Jiang Shuawei illuminated the QR code once more. Shueho Chuqing, first snow clear sky, a lovely name. Na fleeting thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the progressive task. In reward 100% equity in Dihao Hotel. The contract has been automatically executed. Please proceed with confidence. In progressive task 2 issued, share a private meal with Jiang Shuawei. Reward Lamborghini Veneno. Noli, holy hell. Lamborghini Veneno. This was the car of Lin Chen's deepest dreams, its prestige eclipsing even many billion yuan vehicles in his estimation. Why? Simple, its breathtaking aesthetics were utterly unmatched. And now, astonishingly, it had been bestowed upon him outright, valued at 70 million yuan. Say, system, is this perhaps a romance guidance system? Lin Chen queried, inwardly puzzled. Ding. This is an ordinary standard issue task system. When the system refused to confess, Lin Chen had no recourse. I'm Jiang Shuawei. You may call me senior sister Jiang, she said, blinking those luminous eyes at him. May I call you Shuawei? Na subtle knowing curve tugged at Lin Chen's lips. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks bloomed crimson, a warmth rose to her face. Call me senior sister Jiang. By the way, you're looking for your dormitory. I'll guide you. Which building? Building 6. Building 6 lies this way. I'll take you there. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei stride ahead, urging him to hurry, and felt a powerful, undeniable surge of attraction rise within him. Senior sister, which department are you in? Computer science. And you? Same. I'm in computer science too. What a coincidence. Lin Chen's spirits lifted. She was in his very department. Indeed, a delightful coincidence. Feel free to ask me anything anytime. Here we are, this is it. I'll take my leave now. Let's continue via supertext if anything comes up. Yes, goodbye senior sister Jiang. Don't forget, you owe me dinner. Noted. Lin Chen watched her graceful silhouette recede into the distance before stepping into the dormitory building. After registering with the dorm supervisor and collecting his key, he hoisted his suitcase and climbed the stairs. Room 515. This is it. He opened the door and surveyed the dormitory, 4 beds each with an upper bunk and lower desk. Not bad at all. And all 4 roommates were already present. One was tall and slender, wearing glasses, refined and scholarly in bearing. Another possessed striking, almost peerless handsomeness, evidently affluent judging by his attire. Na third appeared powerfully built, clearly the dorm's resident fitness enthusiast and physical anchor. Lin Chun carried few belongings. He'd already paid for betting upon enrollment, so only clothes and daily essentials filled his bag. The others were similarly light-packed, except the exceptionally handsome roommate, who'd brought an astonishing arrayed desktop tower monitor, mechanical keyboard, and most impressively an esports racing chair shipped directly to campus. Lin Chen could hardly contain his envy. After they tidied up, they chatted for a while, getting to know one another. The thin, tall one with glasses was Chun Xiao from Minzhou. His family was moderately well off and ran a seafood business. The more burly fellow was Xiao Wei from Dian province, a country boy who claimed that every muscle on his body had been forged by farm labor. Finally, the very handsome one was Xiao Fei from Shanjing. He kept silent about his family's circumstances, but Lin Shun could tell he was likely quite formidable. They also arranged themselves by age. Lin Shun was the eldest, Chen Xiao the second, Xiao Wei the third, and Xiao Fei the fourth. Since this is our first time meeting, why don't we go out and eat something nice? Chen Xiao's stomach was already growling, so he blurted out the suggestion. I have no objection, Xiao Fei said casually. He had originally intended to go clubbing in Tianfu City, but since it was the roommates' first gathering, he decided to join them. I don't mind either, Lin Shun added. All eyes turned to Xiao Wei. Their intense stares made him feel distinctly uneasy. Come on, you pick the place, I don't know where to eat. Lin Shun, aren't you from Tiandu? You choose. Xiao Wei sighed and reluctantly agreed. Xiao Wei came from a poorer household. From what they'd learned, Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao were probably better off. Lin Shun's family seemed similar to Xiao Wei's, so any restaurant he recommended likely would not be overly expensive. Find a place. Coincidentally, the system had granted access to the Dihao Hotel today, so they decided to eat there. No expense, and they could take a look around. Lin Shun's phone suddenly rang. Hello. Yes, this is Lin Shun. Alright, I'll bring my friends over for the meal. They'll let you know when we arrive. It was the general manager of the Dihao Hotel calling. With a new owner in place, one ought not neglect a polite greeting. Let's go. They set off from the dorm together. Summer in Tianfu City was unbearable. Though it was past 6 and the sun was already low, the heat remained oppressive. Without the Ferrari, Lin Shun and Xiao Fei walking across campus still drew many admiring glances from the girls. No surprise, the two were exceptionally good-looking. Lin Shun rather liked summer for that reason. Scant clothing beneath the blazing sun. Especially on a university campus, those pale long legs could make one feel faint. And they had not even left the school yet. Two girls came running toward them, skirts fluttering, revealing fair, shapely legs. They looked sweet. Could we add you on, Xiaoxin? The two pretty girls asked shyly of Lin Shun and Xiao Fei. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were left speechless. Lin Shun studied the girl before him. She was very beautiful, at least a class belle. Her face was softly rounded without the slightest heaviness, and beneath the white skirt a pair of straight, well-proportioned calves appeared. Could Suzhou University really be of such high quality? Of course. Lin Shun smiled faintly and opened his phone to show his QR code. Xiao Fei did the same. Thank you. When the girls saw the confirmation on their phones, their faces blossomed with youthful delight. By then, handsome sir. The two girls left satisfied, having secured the contact information. Xiao Wei and I are the real suckers. Chen Xiao complained plaintively as Xiao Fei and Lin Shun browsed other people's social feeds. Exactly. So what if they're handsome? Xiao Wei agreed indignantly. Poor him, single for 18 years and never having had a girlfriend. The thought made him even more dejected. Enough of that. To soothe your wounded hearts, the eldest will treat tonight. How generous the eldest is. Hail the eldest. At Lin Shun's promise to pay, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao instantly lit up. But how shall we get there? Chen Xiao, starving, only wanted to eat as soon as possible. I have a car that can take one passenger, Lin Shun said after a moment's hesitation. He wondered whether driving the Ferrari might come off as showy. Hearing it could only take one passenger, the others guessed it must be a scooter. No problem, big bro. We'll take a taxi. 4 of us can fit in one. Besides, you don't drink and drive. When the brothers gather, we should bring a few bottles, right? Chen Xiao said cheerfully. Chen Xiao's personality was nothing like Lin Shun had imagined. The glasses and slim height had suggested a mild scholar, but he turned out to be remarkably boisterous. Lin Shun gave up insisting and hailed a car to the Dihao Hotel. Big bro, why does this person look so much like you? Chen Xiao asked, showing the others a photo posted on the campus forum. The photo depicted a student driving a Ferrari. Impressive. A freshman arriving in a Ferrari instantly secures 4 years of priority in picking a partner. Sisters, I'm going for him. He's mine, don't you dare compete. Isn't that a bit too flashy? If a college student isn't bold, then what is a college student? Hey, you know, he really does look a bit like our big bro, Xiao Wei said, studying the photo several times and glancing at Lin Shun with growing doubt. Am I the only pauper here? Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Fei's expression toward Lin Shun shifted subtly. It seemed their eldest was not ordinary after all. It's me, Lin Shun admitted, rubbing his nose. Big bro, are you really that wealthy? So when you said your car only fit 2 people, you meant that Ferrari? Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Under their gazes, Lin Shun nodded slightly. Exactly. What a missed opportunity. I've never ridden in a Ferrari. If I'd known, I would have taken your car. Chen Xiao immediately regretted it. The taxi driver up front gave a subtle smirk. Driving a Ferrari and still taking a taxi. That was quite the boast. After more than 10 minutes, the rideshare stopped by the curb. They hurried out of the car. The Dihao Hotel presented a European classical exterior, a tall stone facade inset, with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, each detail imparting a sense of historical gravitas. Big bro, don't tell me you're treating us to dinner here. Xiao Wei asked, taking in the hotel's grandeur. Big bro, let's just find a modest place to eat, no need for this. It looks expensive, Chun Xiao said, uneasy at the idea of spending so much on someone they just met. Xiao Fei, having dined in such hotels while in Shangjing, felt no surprise. Just eat without worry, don't concern yourselves with anything else, Lin Shun said. Lin Shun led a few people to the front desk. Tell Dong Fong that Lin Shun has arrived, he said casually to the front desk lady. Hello, Director Lin. Just a short while ago, Dong Fong had informed her that the new boss of the company was bringing friends over for a meal named Lin Shun. Director Lin, President Dong, instructed me to take you directly to box no. 1, the front desk lady said respectfully as she stepped out. Lin Shun nodded gently. Let's go. Lin Shun turned to Chun Xiao and the others. Boss, what did she call you? Director Lin, is this hotel yours? Chun Xiao's mouth dropped in disbelief. Xiao Wei also stared blankly at Lin Shun, astonished that such a large hotel actually belonged to his roommate. While others at 18 or 19 drive Ferraris and become bosses, can I at the same age disregard risks and install? The two found it hard to accept. Xiao Fei, however, remained calm, growing increasingly curious about Lin Shen's background. That's right, the entire hotel belongs to Director Lin. The front desk lady smiled and explained to Lin Shen. She was stunned when she first learned this news. One must know that the Dihao Hotel is one of the top hotels in Tianfu City. To be able to directly acquire all the shareholders' stakes, this is not just any wealthy person. This is simply a tycoon. Come on, stop dawdling. Chun Xiao, aren't you hungry? Lin Shen's lips curled slightly, feeling immensely pleased inside. The front desk lady also understood the signal and quickly walked ahead to lead the way for the group. Let's go. Didn't you see the boss has already left? Xiao Fei patted the still-dazed Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei on the shoulders. Wait for me, boss. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei hurriedly followed. As Lin Shen walked, he observed the hotel's internal layout. The entire lobby's design impressed him. It was luxurious and grand. It was truly magnificent. He had never dined in such a hotel before, but now not only could he treat his roommates here, the entire hotel was his. System, thank you. Lin Shen couldn't help but express his gratitude to the system in his heart. You're too kind, host. This system exists for you, but's what I should do. Detected heartfelt gratitude from the host towards the system, sending a little surprise. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 million renminbi. The funds have been deposited into your bank card. Your bank card has been upgraded to a Huaxiao Bank Platinum card. Lin Shen paused, quickly took out his phone, and indeed a text message arrived. Your bank card, ending in. Received a transfer of 500 RMB on September 7th at 1923 from the payment institution. What? System, are you serious? System, do I get rewards every time? I sincerely thank you. Lin Shen's heart burned even brighter with excitement. This welfare is only available once. Lin Shen felt a bit disappointed. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Chun Xiao waved his hand in front of Lin Shen. Just thinking about something, let's go. Lin Shen didn't explain further, signaling the front desk to continue leading the way. Just as he was about to move forward, a woman's voice called out from behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen. Upon hearing someone call him, Lin Shen turned around. Zhao Jia. Lin Shen furrowed his brows slightly. He did not wish to see this woman. Zhao Jia was a girlfriend he had dated in high school, and at first they were very affectionate. However, Lin Shen later discovered her flirty chat records with other men. He broke up with Zhao Jia, who cried and pleaded for him not to, promising never to act like that again, begging Lin Shen for another chance. Lin Shen softened his heart and agreed. This was the first time. The second time was after Lin Shen finished the college entrance examination and took a part-time job. Right after getting off work, a classmate messaged him asking if he had broken up with Zhao Jia, saying they saw Zhao Jia buying milk tea with a guy, and that guy had his hand on her shoulder. They even sent a photo. Upon seeing it, Lin Shen confirmed it was indeed her. But when he confronted her, she stubbornly denied it, only explaining that the guy was her cousin, saying she said that to avoid misunderstandings. Lin Shen, of course, did not believe such nonsense and broke up with her again. Zhao Jia then begged him again. Lin Shen softened his heart and relented. The last time was about a month before school started, when he saw her playing games with a guy in a duo. When he asked Zhao Jia, surprisingly, she confessed and broke up with him. She claimed she only wanted to be with him because she thought he was handsome and wanted to experience what it was like to have a school hunk as a boyfriend. Lin Shen bitterly smiled as he looked at the chat records on his phone and deleted her from his contacts. What a complete clown. Lin Shen later thought back to how he had forgiven her several times and felt embarrassed, not daring to mention it to his close friends from high school. Brothers, take a look in the mirror. Don't be a simp, be a Sigma male. This was simply his biggest dark. Lin Shen, it really is you. I didn't expect to see you here again. Zhao Jia approached with a man of ordinary looks, but an arrogant demeanor, smiling as she spoke. I didn't expect it either. Lin Shen just wanted to leave quickly. He didn't want the others to know about this embarrassing Your friend. The arrogant man glanced at Lin Shen and the others before asking Zhao Jia. My ex-boyfriend, don't you remember? I told you about him before, darling. Zhao Jie threw a flirtatious glance at the man and pressed his arm closer. Oh, I remember now, he's that good for-nothing ex-boyfriend of yours who's useless aside from his looks. The man finally realized and provocatively glanced at Lin Chun. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the front desk lady quickly took out her phone, stepped aside, and quietly called, "President Dong, this is Lu Jing from the front desk. Director Lin has arrived at the hotel, but it seems that young Master Li has some conflict with Director Lin and the atmosphere is a bit tense. It's the son of shareholder Li Shangyu. Yes, he's right here in the lobby." After finishing the call, Lu Jing finally sighed in relief and returned to Lin Chun and the others. "Who do you think you are flaunting your old boss worn-out shoes here?" Chun Shao valued loyalty above all, and upon hearing the man mocking his boss, he immediately retorted, "Exactly who do you think you are?" As someone raised in the Southwest F4, Xiao Wei couldn't back down either. Xiao Fei's gaze toward the man also turned cold. "It's fine, I'll handle this." Lin Chun sighed internally. He originally didn't want any entanglement with this woman, but since her boyfriend was mocking him, he had no choice. The others fell silent upon hearing this. They now knew that this hotel belonged to Lin Chun. "Lin Chun, you are still the same piece of trash. Even your friends are so uncouth," Zhao Jie said with a darkened face upon hearing Chun Shao's words. The man, instead of getting angry, just laughed. "Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can make it so that you can't even leave this hotel? Oh, are you some thug? In this day and age, someone who can say such things, Zhao Jie, your boyfriend, must be lacking in brains, right?" Lin Chun couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the man's words. The man's fists tightened, suddenly noticing Lu Jing. "Hey, I remember you are from the front desk, right? Tell them who I am. This is Li Ming, the son of the former company shareholder Li Shangyu." Seeing Li Ming looking at her, the receptionist turned pale, only managing to stammer out a response. Neither of these two were people she could provoke. "Why am I caught up in this conflict between deities? I'm just a worker." Lu Jing lamented inwardly. "Did you hear that? My dad is a shareholder here." Li Ming, unaware of Lu Jing's earlier comment, was quite smug. "You're a Zhao Jie praised with a flirtatious smile, drawing circles on the man's chest with her finger. The man felt a surge of heat inside and couldn't help but pinch Zhao Jie's voluptuous figure. "Look at the two of you. If it weren't for the people here, you'd probably be at it already, right?" "Ha ha." Chun Shao laughed heartily at their unabashed display. Lu Jing turned her head slightly, her face flushed. "You truly don't see the coffin until you shed tears. I'm going to call the general manager of Dihao and have you all thrown out." Li Ming was nearly at his breaking point from the mockery, realizing Chun Shao's combativeness was too strong. Could the fighting spirit in Minzhou be this fierce? Chun Shao knew Lin Chun was the only director of Dihao and naturally wasn't intimidated by Li Ming. Realizing he couldn't win the argument, Li Ming took out his phone to call Dong Fong. Zhao Jie watched the scene coldly from the side. "Boss, is he the son of your hotel shareholder?" Xiao Wei leaned in to ask. "Didn't you hear the receptionist say he was a former shareholder? But don't let it slip. Oh, I still want to have some fun with him." Lin Chun smirked slightly. "Boss, you really know how to play." Xiao Wei admired Lin Chun, giving him a thumbs up. Initially, Xiao Fei thought Li Ming had a significant background given his arrogance, but it turned out to be nothing. Since the boss can handle it, there's no need to trouble Uncle Chun. Xiao Fei relaxed his grip on the phone in his pocket and quietly watched. "Young Master Li, no need to call me, I've just arrived." Dong Fong stepped out of the elevator and heard Li Ming's arrogance. Several customers around were already watching the excitement. "Dong Fong, you're just in time. Hurry and throw these people out. They'll have a word with my dad." However, Dong Fong ignored him, merely glancing at Li Ming before respectfully addressing Lin Chun. "Director Lin, I am Dong Fong. You can just call me Xiao Dong." Lu Jing usually felt a bit awkward when she saw Dong Fong, fearing she might make a mistake. Now, seeing Dong Fong so respectful to someone who seemed even younger than herself, she felt a strange sense of respect. Her gaze toward Lin Chun grew increasingly respectful. She didn't even have the thought of feeling jealous. She considered her own looks average, and surely someone of his status must have seen far more beautiful women. "Yes, they are my friends. I brought them here to eat." Lin Chun nodded lightly, and then spoke. Dong Fong, smiling amiably, nodded at Chun Shao and the others as a greeting. "Dong Fong, are you out of your mind? I never heard my dad mention that the hotel has such a young shareholder. And Director Lin, you wouldn't know him, and be trying to embarrass me, would you? Do you believe I'll call my dad right now and have you pack up and leave?" Li Ming said with an unfriendly tone. His father Li Shangyu was the second largest shareholder of Dihao Hotel. Such a big matter couldn't possibly be unknown to him. "This Li Ming is quite the character, huh? He keeps threatening to throw me out." Dong Fong quickly understood Lin Chun's implication upon hearing his words. To climb to the position of general manager in a top-tier hotel in a first-tier city, one must not only have capability, but also be adept at reading people. "Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel, Mr. Lin Chun has acquired all the shares from the shareholders. Thus you have no authority to dismiss me, nor can you demand that I evict hotel guests, especially since he is the sole shareholder of our hotel." Moreover, you have disrupted the normal operations of the hotel. I ask you, and this lady beside you to leave." Dongfang turned his head, speaking sternly to the disbelieving Li Ming. Li Ming's expression turned ugly as he took out his phone, preparing to call his father. Zhao Jia also couldn't believe that Lin Shun was the sole shareholder of Dihao Hotel. Previously, she had spent almost 2 years with Lin Shun and knew his family background inside out. "Don't worry, dear, he can't possibly be a shareholder of Dihao Hotel. His parents are just ordinary factory workers. How could they afford to buy all the shares of Dihao?" Zhao Jia looked at Li Ming with certainty. Seeing her confidence, Li Ming felt a bit relieved. His gaze toward the others also became increasingly mocking. "Hello? What's up, son?" Upon answering, Li Shengyi's cheerful voice came through. "Dad, why are you so happy? Today a big figure spent a huge sum to acquire all the shares of our Dihao. I was planning to retire early, and this was the perfect opportunity to sell all my shares to this person." Hearing his father's words, Li Ming's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Lin Shun and the others, feeling a bad premonition rising within him. "Dad, that big figure you're talking about, it wouldn't be Lin Shun, would it?" Li Ming asked cautiously, silently praying. "It must not be him." Seeing Li Ming's face change, Zhao Jia immediately sensed something was off and felt anxious. "How do you know?" Li Shangyu asked in surprise. "I think I might have offended him," Li Ming said in a low voice, his tone trembling. "Someone who can acquire all the shares of Dihao is definitely not someone he could offend, especially since he is so young. His background must be substantial." His gaze turned unfriendly towards Zhao Jia. "What? You offended Lin Shun? Hurry and go apologize to him. If you don't win his forgiveness, our family is finished. How did I raise such a useless brat like you?" Li Shangyu said angrily before hanging up. Li Ming stared blankly at the phone. He had just hung up, unsure of what to do. Inside the hotel, the air conditioning was running, yet beads of sweat formed on Li Ming's forehead. "What's wrong, young Master Li? Did you finish the call?" Lin Chen's mocking voice pulled Li Ming back to reality. "What's wrong, dear?" Zhao Jia tightly clung to Li Ming's arm, asking. "Get off me." Li Ming forcefully shook off his hand, causing Zhao Jia to stumble and fall to the ground. He then walked over to Lin Shun under Zhao Jia's incredulous gaze. "Director Lin, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai, though I hope you can forgive me." Li Ming bowed in apology, his attitude extremely humble. Zhao Jia felt an immense regret in her heart. Had she known that Lin Shun was so wealthy, she would never have broken up with him. Everything she had just done probably appeared to Lin Shun as nothing more than a performance of a clown. She now felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been dealt a heavy slap. Standing up, at this moment, she just wanted to escape this place, but she also didn't want to give up on Li Ming, her ATM. Lin Shun looked at the now humble Li Ming and suddenly felt quite bored. A fool who had been played around by a woman just like he once was. "All right, get lost. If I see you again, it won't just be a mere apology. Thank you. I promise I will never appear before you again." Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, joy written all over his face as he headed towards the door. "Honey, wait for me." Zhao Jia hurriedly chased after him, linking her arm with Li Ming's. "Damn it, don't bother me. Don't come to annoy me again. Get lost." Li Ming swung his arm, casting a disgusted glance at Zhao Jia before stepping out of the door. He now harbored a deep hatred for this woman. Without her, he wouldn't have had a conflict with Lin Shun. He wouldn't have lost face, and now he might even have to face his father's wrath. Zhao Jia stared blankly at the figure of Li Ming leaving. "Boss, are we really just letting him go like that?" Chen Xiao was somewhat unwilling, for Li Ming's earlier arrogance had annoyed him. "It's nothing, just a clown." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Aiken, is there still a chance for us? I've always loved you. Can we give our relationship another chance for 2 more years? Zhao Jia suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, gazing at him with deep affection. "Do you think that's possible? 2 more years of love? I feel nauseated just seeing you now." Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jia with disdain, suddenly feeling a bit grateful towards Li Ming. Otherwise, he might still be dating this woman, a thought that made him feel uneasy. "Lin Chen, you must still love me, right? These are just your angry words. It doesn't matter. I can prove my feelings for you with my actions. Do you not understand human language, or are you just being foolish? The boss told you to get lost." Chen Xiao and the others genuinely did not expect this woman to have the audacity she did. "I don't want to say anything more. Hurry up and get out, or I'll have security throw you out," Lin Chen said to Zhao Jia in a calm tone. Zhao Jia looked at Lin Chen's cold gaze, and a chill unexpectedly crept into her heart. "If you are still willing to accept me, just approve my friend request, and I'll leave first." Without giving Lin Chen a chance to respond, Zhao Jia turned around and walked out of the Imperial Hotel in her high heels. "Boss, your ex-girlfriend is quite a peculiar one." Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain after Zhao Jia left. This was the first time he had encountered such a shameless and bizarre woman. "What can we do? I had poor judgment in the past. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shall we go eat?" Lin Chen suggested. Xiao Fei subtly signaled to Chen Xiao and Xia Wei to drop the subject. "Mister, Lin'll take you to your table." Lu Qian, you can head back to work now. Okay, director. Lu Qian glanced back at Lin Shun with a hint of reluctance before leaving. Upon entering the VIP room, all the dishes were already served. Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you and your friends while you eat. If you need anything, just press that button and he'll come over. Dongfang said, pointing to a button on the wall. All right, you can get back to your work. Dongfang nodded and left. Boss, today we are truly enjoying your glory. I've never eaten in such a luxurious room in my life. What are you being polite about with me? Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. Lin Chen smiled. The four of them enjoyed their meal, drank, and chatted, unknowingly drawing closer. Boss, you are my boss for life. Xiao Wei hadn't finished his sentence when he closed his eyes and slumped over asleep. Young people are great, they can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Xiao Wei, true to his background, could really drink. He nearly drank enough for all three of them. Exactly. Boss, I will cling to you for life. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Xiao clasped his fists and struck a heroic pose. After saying that, he also slumped onto the table. Chen Xiao was purely there for the food. Lin Shun had hardly seen him drink, yet in the midst of their conversation, he got drunk. Lin Shun and Xiao Fei had also drunk quite a bit, but thanks to their control they weren't drunk. What should we do with these two drunks? Xiao Fei looked at the inebriated Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao with a bit of a headache. The Imperial Hotel has accommodations. We won't return to the dormitory tonight. Besides, the freshmen won't check the dorms in these few days. All right, that's the only way. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Shun pressed the button on the wall, and soon Mr. Lin, what do you need? Get a few people to take care of my friends. We'll rest here in the Imperial Hotel tonight. Understood. Dongfang said as he gestured for two female attendants to come in. The two female attendants were quite pretty, dressed in professional attire that complemented their lovely faces. Take these two esteemed guests to the presidential suite. Dongfang instructed. Mr. Lin, do you need me to arrange a few? After the two female attendants helped Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei out, Dongfang quietly inquired. He had noticed that Lin Chen's gaze had lingered on the two female attendants for a moment. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Fei with a questioning look. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. Just add me on Super Chat for better communication. Lin Chen. All right. Dongfang was somewhat surprised that adding someone like Lin Chen on Super Chat was not something one could do easily. Mr. Lin, would you like me to have the attendants bring you breakfast tomorrow morning? Dongfang asked after escorting Lin Chen and the others to the presidential suite. No need, I'll send you a message when I wake up tomorrow, and you can have the attendants bring breakfast to the same room as yesterday. All right, Mr. Lin, then I won't disturb your rest. After Dongfang left, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei checked on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, and then returned to their own room to rest. After finishing his wash, Lin Chen lay on the comfortable mattress of the presidential suite. As a five-star hotel, the amenities were among the best in the industry. Lin Chen felt the benefits brought by power and wealth, and his ambitions continued to grow. 2% of Penguin's shares. I truly look forward to it. Lin Shun poured a glass of red wine wrapped in a bath towel and stood by the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. Lin Shun took out his phone and transferred 1 million to his parents. He then sent a message. Mom, I transferred 1 million to your account. I rest assured the source is clean, and it's not from any illegal activities. Not long after sending the message, Lin Chen's mother's call came through just as he had anticipated. Hello, son, where did you get 1 million from? You mustn't lie to me. Even though our family is poor, we absolutely cannot engage in illegal activities. Lin Chen's mother's anxious voice came through the moment the call connected. Mom, don't worry. I bought a few thousand virtual coins when I had nothing to do, and recently their prices skyrocketed. They've risen to 20 to 30,000 each. Then I sold 200. Lin Chen helplessly concocted an explanation. Are you serious? Lin Chen's mother still felt a bit suspicious. Really, Mom? Have you ever seen anything illegal that could earn 1 million in a few days? All right, then, your dad and I won't touch this money. If your virtual coins drop back down, at least we can still earn a few 100,000. Lin Chen's mother eased her anxiety slightly. No need, Mama, I still have money here. This virtual coin is bound to rise further. I'm sure it'll earn even more than just a few 100,000. You and Dad should spend this million however you like. Don't be stingy. You should quit that job at the electronics factory. It's tiring and doesn't pay well. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Don't worry about me and Dad. Just take care of yourself. By the way, how are you and that girl named Zhao? Lin Chen chatted with his mother for a long time before hanging up. The next morning, there was a knock on Lin Chen's room door. Boss, wake up. The sun is already up. Chen Xiao's voice rang from outside. Lin Chen picked up his phone to message Dongfang, asking him to notify the attendants to bring breakfast. After getting dressed, he opened the door. Senior brother, where shall we go for breakfast? Last night's meal came right back up. I woke up this morning starving enough to turn green. Chen Xiao grimaced as he spoke. Second brother, I must say your alcohol tolerance is truly abysmal. From now on, you'd best sit at the kids' table and stick to pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't resist teasing. Exactly. Second brother, you're genuinely low tier. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chun Zhao's face flushed. He'd never held his liquor well since childhood and usually avoided drinking entirely with friends terrified of embarrassing himself. Yet last night he'd succumbed to temptation after learning the bottle cost tens of thousands. Just a small sip, at first harmless enough, until the intoxication crept in, swirling his head with dizziness. Chen Xiao strained in silence, unable to muster even one retort. Enough banter. Same private room as yesterday. I've already asked the staff to deliver breakfast there. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Still the most thoughtful senior brother. These two only exist to mock me. Chen Xiao chuckled sheepishly. After breakfast, the four arranged with Dongfang for a car to take them to campus. Back in the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei collapsed onto their beds and fell fast asleep, claiming with unblushing irony that they'd slept poorly the previous night. Junior brother, are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to that meal I owe you. A message from Jiang Shuowei appeared on Chaoxin. Yes, I'm free. But senior sister, would you have time this morning to accompany me on a small errand? Lin Shun had already planned to purchase new clothes and shoes, and Jiang Shuowei's message arrived just in time. Having a campus beauty as his shopping companion was unquestionably an upgrade. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yue stared at her phone, torn. Should she go? Though intrigued by this handsome junior meeting him alone so soon, only their second day of acquaintance, felt uncomfortably forward. Would he think her frivolous? Yet refusing him felt equally unbearable. What should she do? Shuowei, you mentioned at noon you're taking me to lunch with a junior. So who exactly is he? You don't even have male friends, do you? Tang Wanner asked, casually stretching on her yoga mat. After a few silent seconds, seeing Jiang Shuowei still lost in thought, eyes fixed on her screen, Tang Wanner settled into her chair. Tang Wanner tiptoed behind Jiang Yue and glimpsed the chat history between her and Lin Shun. Whoa, Shuowei, he's asking you to accompany him shopping, she exclaimed. Jiang Shuowei jumped, snatching the phone to her chest. Turning to Tang Wanner, who'd materialized behind her, she protested, Wanner, what are you doing? Sneaking peeks at my messages? Well, you ignored me. Tang Wanner pouted, then instantly brightened with glee. So who is this junior? Lin Shun. Why have I never heard you mention him before? And why ask you specifically to shop for clothes with him? Because he's clearly taken with you. Does Lin Jr. really feel that way about me? Jiang Shuowei murmured inwardly. Wanner, your barrage of questions has given me a splitting headache. Which one do I answer first? He added me only yesterday to help recruit for my Hanfu society. When Yu Yang saw us together, I jokingly said Lin Shun was my boyfriend, and he walked away immediately. I'm treating him to repay that favor, Jiang Shuowei explained. You used him as a decoy? What if Yu Yang retaliates against him? Tang Wanner's expression darkened upon hearing the full story. Surely not. He can't be that petty. Jiang Shuowei, suddenly alarmed by the warning, tensed. I've heard Yu Yang always repays every slight, without exception. What do I do now? Oh no, I've endangered him. Panic surged. Jiang Shuowei sprang up and paced frantically across the dorm room. Shuowei, could it be you've developed feelings for this junior? Tang Wanner observed suspiciously. Jiang Shuowei froze, then shook her head vigorously. Impossible. How could I possibly feel anything for someone I've met only once, barely a day ago? It's only because I put him at risk. That's why I'm so anxious. Her words sounded less like reassurance to Tang Wanner, and more like quiet self-persuasion. You're absolutely right. So, will you accept his invitation to shop? I don't know. I think you should go. Just warn him discreetly that Yu Yang may try something behind his back. Even in this law-governed society, Yu Yang wields both wealth and influence. Crushing an ordinary person would be effortless. Tang Wanner urged gently. Unmet junior Lin Shun. I've done all I can for you, little brother. Jiang Yue blushed, faintly paused, and finally nodded. All right, I'll go. No need to invite me to lunch. I have other plans. Since when do you have plans at noon? Oh, just decided a moment ago. Lin Shun, receiving no reply, assumed his invitation had been declined. Then instantly a notification lit up. Okay, give me half an hour. Fine, I'll wait downstairs. Which building? No need. It's fine. All right, I'm in dormitory building 3. Jiang Shuowei set down her phone and felt inexplicably a quiet thrill flutter within her chest. Tang Wanner watched Jiang Shuowei spin before the mirror, changing outfits again and again, suppressing a knowing grin. So much for denying any interest in that junior. Wanner, I'm off. Go ahead, just don't let Junior Lin spirit you away. Hush you. Lin Shun wore a relaxed white t-shirt, deep blue jeans, and spotless white canvas sneakers. His extraordinary good looks drew lingering glances from several girls. Hey big brother, could I get your chow? Two girls approached, cheeks flushed. Just then Jiang Shuowei emerged from the dormitory and caught the scene. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. She hurried over. Junior Lin, over here. Waving, she called out. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, stunned by Jiang Shuowei's elegance. She wore a flowing white dress, her features softly enhanced with delicate makeup The gentle upward curve of her lips betrayed quiet delight at seeing him. Sorry, classmates, Lin Chen apologized politely, then turned toward Jiang Shuawei with a warm smile. Look, there's Jiang Shuawei. Ugh, this guy's got zero chance now. As if we needed telling. He's clearly campus royalty, and royalty belongs with royalty, doesn't he? Mola. Jiang Shuawei's rejected dozens of guys. Why spare this one whose features match my ideal boyfriend exactly? The two girls watched crestfallen as Lin Chen strode toward Jiang Shuawei. Sigh already taken. Sister Jiang, you look beautiful today, Lin Chen sincerely praised. Thank you. For some reason, being stared at so intensely by others made her feel quite uncomfortable. But why did she feel a hint of joy when Lin Shuawei looked at her? Could it really be true, as Weiner said, that she had feelings for this younger student? Let's go, sister. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Shuawei's thoughts. Oh, okay. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei noticed that Lin Chen was not heading toward the school gate, and asked in confusion, are we driving? You have a car. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. It seems the younger student comes from a wealthy family to afford a car in his freshman year. Yes, let's go take sister for a drive. Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked towards his Ferrari. Could it be? Lin Shuawei drives a Ferrari as a freshman. Jiang Shuawei couldn't believe it. Lin Chen's attire didn't suggest he came from a particularly rich family. Jiang Shuawei mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car. As Lin Chen started the engine, the intoxicating roar of the Ferrari filled the air. Virum. Jiang Shuawei finally snapped back to reality. Lin Shuawei, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, she marveled at the futuristic interior. It's nothing special, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. He leaned slightly towards Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue was startled. Could the younger student be trying to kiss her? I am not that easygoing. Just as Jiang Yue intended to stop Lin Chen's movement, she realized he was merely adjusting her seat to find the most comfortable position. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed with a faint pink hue. Thank you, she murmured, lowering her head. It's nothing, sister. Why are you blushing? It's nothing. Shall we hurry up? Don't we still need to buy clothes? Jiang Shuawei quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen's lips curled upward slightly. The sight of his sister being shy was truly adorable, making him like her even more. Virum. The roar of the Ferrari echoed through the campus. Hey, look, isn't that Jiang Das campus beauty in the passenger seat? Wow, it really is. Driving a Ferrari is great. He even managed to win over Jiang Xiaohua. Isn't that the guy who was waiting for Jiang Xiaohua at the girls' dorm? I didn't expect him to be so rich. Had I known, I would have tried to get his contact information. You can say that a place you can't enter a Ferrari helps you get in. This is the charm that money brings. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus amidst the students' gasps of astonishment and envy. Sister, is there a large shopping mall near the school? After leaving the school, Lin Chen asked Jiang Shuawei. There's a large shopping center called Edu City that's quite nice. My friends and I usually shop there. Let's go there, Lin Chen nodded. I have to say, the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand is indeed extraordinary. Lin Shuawei looked incredibly cool driving the Ferrari with one hand. Jiang Shuawei stared at Lin Chen's perfect profile entranced. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Yue's gaze was fixed on him. Is there something on my face? Sister, why are you staring at me? Lin Chen tilted his head slightly and teased Jiang Shuawei. I'm not staring at you, don't misunderstand. Jiang Zuwei's face turned red, and she quickly looked forward. The advantage of driving a supercar was fully manifested as all the cars on the road kept their distance, allowing them to reach Edu City smoothly. We've arrived, Jiang Shuawei reminded. Lin Chen saw a car leaving just in time to free up a parking space, and he smoothly parked the Ferrari. As the crowd noticed the Ferrari pulling up, they all turned to stare. Once Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, they immediately became the center of attention. Let's hurry inside. Jiang Shuawei didn't like being watched like this, feeling like a monkey in a zoo. Sure. Lin Chen nodded and followed Jiang Shuawei into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Yue led Lin Chen up to the second floor. Lin Chen looked around and saw that many of the stores were luxury brands, many of which he had never even heard of. Jiang Shuawei initially planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but after seeing that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari, she realized he must be wealthy and may not even be interested in these mid-range brands. Younger student, do you want to buy casual wear or a suit? Jiang Shuawei blinked her attractive eyes at Lin Chen. I need to buy a suit, then a few sets of casual clothes. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, after all, he was the owner of a 5-star hotel now. He couldn't possibly attend some high-end gatherings dressed casually, could he? That would be too disrespectful. Then let's first check out Givenchy. Givenchy is quite renowned in the high-end luxury. Although Jiang Zuwei's family conditions are considered good, they are not wealthy enough to wear high-end luxury brands. Therefore, she appeared quite excited at the moment. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm and headed towards the Givenchy store. Once inside, Lin Chen took a quick glance. He found many of the styles here to be quite appealing. Welcome. A female store clerk greeted them with a This couple is so good-looking. The female store clerk thought to herself. Although she often saw many handsome men and beautiful women, those with such high attractiveness were quite rare. But when she noticed that their attire didn't seem like they could afford Givenchy, she felt slightly disheartened. However, those who work at such high-end brands are trained not to let their feelings show and wouldn't tarnish their own reputation even if it's just browsing. May I ask if you are looking for men's or women's items? Mensy, I'd like to help him pick out some clothes, buy a suit, and some casual outfits. Sure, let me recommend this new arrival. It would look great on your boyfriend. The female clerk's expression brightened. She realized she had misjudged. The girl mentioned buying a suit instead of just browsing, indicating that they at least had some purchasing power. Thinking this, the clerk's smile became even more radiant. She then led them to a suit. No, he isn't. Jiang Shuowei blushed and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Shun. Can I try this on? I think it looks good. Lin Shun smiled slightly. Jiang Shuowei was taken aback, but didn't explain further, her heart growing more certain of her friend's guess. The younger student must like me. Jiang Shuowei then glanced at the price tag under the clothing. Goodness. Jiang Shuowei couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Certainly, sir. The female clerk said as she took the suit down and handed it to Lin Shun. Sir, the fitting room. The clerk pointed to a side. Thank you. Lin Shun politely replied, and then looked at Jiang Shuowei. I'll go change now. Oh, okay. Once Lin Shun emerged from the fitting room, both Lin Shun and the female clerk were left speechless. Lin Shun's impeccably tailored suit perfectly fitted his physique, with every detail exuding unparalleled taste and style. Jiang Shuowei widened her eyes upon seeing Lin Shun in the suit. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The sight of her junior brother in a suit was simply too handsome. Little stars sparkled in Jiang Shuowei's eyes. The female shop assistant was also captivated by Lin Shun's aura in the suit, glancing at Jiang Shuowei with a hint of envy. Your boyfriend looks stunning in that suit. The shop assistant generously offered her praise, assuring that she was speaking nothing but the truth. Lin Shun smiled slightly at their astonished expressions. He walked over to the mirror and asked, Senior sister, do I look good? You look great. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed excitedly. Since meeting Lin Shun, her aloof school beauty persona felt like it was about to crumble. Hey, don't mess it up. Just try it on. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it. At that moment, a young couple entered. Yu Yang, what are you doing here? Jiang Shuowei frowned as she looked at the speaker. Yu Yang. It seems unrelated to the school beauty, Lin, doesn't it? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuowei, who, although he no longer had feelings for her, he couldn't deny that she was among the most beautiful he had ever seen. Darling, who is this? The attractive woman beside him, dressed in a fishnet outfit, affectionately asked, while Jiang Shuowei secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, she hadn't accepted his pursuit. What she saw was just the side of Yu Yang he was willing to show her. It's nothing, just the school beauty from our school, Yu Yang said, pinching the girl's nose with a smile. Whether I can afford this outfit seems unrelated to you, senior brother. Lin Shun pulled Jiang Shuowei behind him and spoke to Yu Yang in a calm tone. Senior brother, this is for your own good. If you ruin this outfit, how long will it take your parents to earn that money? Yu Yang feigned a look of deep concern, igniting a flare of anger in Jiang Shuowei behind Lin Shun. You were so eager when pursuing me, and now that you know I have a boyfriend, you change your tune. Jiang Shuowei retorted mockingly. I didn't expect you to have this side, senior sister. Lin Shun joked. If it's just to help you vent your frustrations, Jiang Shuowei replied, pouting at Lin Shun's teasing. Jiang Shuowei, you only have a bit of beauty. Oh, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I could easily take your little boyfriend down? Yu Yang laughed instead of getting angry, teasing Jiang Shuowei. The woman next to him was unfazed by Jiang Shuowei's words, as she knew her place and recognized that she was merely a plaything of Yu Yang. There were always many women willing to replace her. Jiang Shuowei glanced worriedly at Lin Shun and fell silent. She knew Li Ming's family had considerable power and had hinted at it when pursuing her. Although she understood Lin Shun's family was also not simple, she didn't want to bring trouble to him. Lin Shun's expression remained calm, but upon hearing this, his face suddenly turned cold. Didn't senior you say I couldn't afford this suit? Want to bet on whether I can buy it? Yu Yang hesitated. Although Lin Shun had dressed plainly that day, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. But this suit only cost tens of thousands. He dared to say that he should have just enough cash. If you can buy a few more items here, spending 50,000, then he'll bet with you. Yu Yang was sure that Lin Shun had at most a little over 100,000. Fine, but since it's a bet, there should be some stake. Seeing Lin Shun agree so readily, Yu Yang felt an uneasy sensation rise in him. But at that moment, for the sake of face, he could only grit his teeth and agree. All right, you propose the stakes. How about this? If I can afford it, you bark like a dog 3 times. Conversely, if I can't, you bark like a dog 3 times. What do you think? Lin Shun said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei knew Lin Shun was wealthy, and at this moment, she felt more relaxed, quietly preparing to watch the show. Yu Yang was conflicted. He couldn't afford to lose. If he really had to bark like a dog, what would he do when that spread around school? Baby, how about we just forget it? The woman beside Yu Yang said, fearing he would take out his anger on her if he lost. Hearing her words, Yu Yang instead decided to take the risk. All right, I'm in. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Senior, you shows great courage. Wait a moment while I and my girlfriend gather the 50,000. Lin Chen clapped his hands with a smile. At this moment, the female shop assistant felt like a windfall had come. 50,000. She could earn a good commission from this. Soon Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen picked several more outfits. The female salesperson quickly calculated the total. Sir, it comes to 645,000. Lin Chen stepped aside and picked up a bag. Include this bag as well. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback. Why is her junior brother buying a women's bag? And it happened to be the one she liked earlier. Is he planning to give it to me? Jiang Zuwei's heart raced as she wanted to say she didn't want it, but feared it was for someone else, which would make her feel foolish. All right, sir, that comes to 680,000 in total. Seeing Lin Chen so composed, Yu Yang realized he was likely doomed, his face turning ashen as he pondered his next move. The woman beside him looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes. With good looks and wealth, if she could get close to him. Lin Chen nodded and placed his bank card on the payment terminal. Yu Yang stared intensely at the machine, praying it wouldn't process successfully. But the outcome was disappointing. Thank you, sir. Welcome back to our store. The salesperson beamed upon seeing the successful payment and then produced a VIP card. This is our store's VIP card. You can enjoy a 10% discount here in the future. Thank you, Lin Chen replied before turning to the despairing Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Chen reminded with a smile. Yu Yang forced a smile, feeling a pinch in his heart as he spoke. Lin, how about this? I can give you 70,000 and we can forget this matter. 70,000 was all the money he had left at that moment. The woman beside him was shocked. 70,000 just like that. He might as well keep it for himself. Oh, at least it would make for a more comfortable night. Jiang Shuawei looked at Yu Yang with disdain, yet felt some joy. With that, it was equivalent to buying a bunch of luxury items while still making a 2,000 profit. She had initially felt guilty about letting Lin Chen spend nearly 70,000, but now there was no psychological burden. Should we agree to it? Jiang Shuawei asked Lin Chen, testing the waters. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior, I don't lack money. I still want to hear you bark like a dog. Lin Chen said teasingly to Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile stiffened and his face darkened. Are you sure you want to go to the end with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, just take the money. It's better for everyone. The woman also advised. Jiang Shuawei remained silent, trusting Lin Chen to make his own judgment. 70,000. Can 70,000 compare to 2% of Penguin's shares? I wouldn't take 10 billion. No need, senior. You hurry up and bark. Don't be a sore loser. I've recorded it, Lin Chen said, while shaking the phone in his hand. Of course, Lin Chen hadn't recorded a video. He was just scaring Yu Yang to prevent him from being dishonest. If he really did try to cheat, then the immense wealth within reach would go down the drain. Yu Yang's face turned pale, fluctuating between green and white. After much hesitation. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Chen, wait for me. Yu Yang dropped a harsh remark and left directly. The woman twitched her expression and took a few deep breaths before chasing after him. Ding. Task: make Yu Yang bark like a dog complete. Ding. 2% of Penguin's shares have been successfully issued. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately picked up Jiang Shuawei. This is Penguin, a company valued at trillions of RMB. After Lin Chen calmed down, he realized what he hurriedly set Jiang Shuawei down. I'm sorry, senior, I just thought of something and got too excited, couldn't help. Lin Chen apologized to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed red enough to drip water. It's fine, what are we going to do next? Let's go eat. He'll treat you, Lin Chen hurriedly said. Okay, welcome next time. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed the bag he just got to Jiang Shuawei. This bag is a gift for you, senior, Lin Chen said with a smile. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Jiang Shuawei waved her hands repeatedly. Could this junior be trying to support me? It's fine, just accept it as thanks for helping me scold Yu Yang earlier. You were targeted by Yu Yang because of me. Before Jiang Shuawei finished speaking, she noticed Lin Chen's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Then, should I accept it? Jiang Shuawei weakly said as she took the Givenchy bag. That's more like it. Lin Chen's frown lifted, his face returning to a smile. What should I do if this junior treats me so well? How should I repay him? Waiting online, urgent. Jiang Shuawei looked at the bag in her arms, truly feeling as if she was being spoiled by a charming junior. Jiang Zuwei's mind again recalled the scene of the junior picking her up. It doesn't seem so bad. Lin Chen drove towards the Dihao. Lin Chen was driving the Ferrari when a phone call came in. Lin Chen took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Senior, please answer this for me. Oh, okay. Jiang Shuawei replied and accepted the phone, turning on the speaker mode and holding it to Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, Director Lin. I am Lu Shu, the board secretary of Tencent. You have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Co., Ltd. and a transfer agreement has been signed. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. Hearing the confirmation, the woman's voice on the other end said respectfully, "Okay, I understand now. Director Lin, there will be a shareholders meeting at the company tomorrow morning to announce your official status as a shareholder. Do you have time?" "I don't have time to attend. Please express my apologies to the other shareholders." "All right, Director Lin, is this mobile number registered on Xiaoxian? May I add you on Xiaoxian? I will notify you in case of emergencies." "Yes, go ahead." "Thank you, Director Lin. I won't disturb you any longer. Wishing you a pleasant day." Beep. Beep. After the call ended, Lin Shen's face showed evident joy. The scale of Dihao Hotel is not at all comparable to that of Penguin. Even the entire Dihao does not match even 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Shen turned to look at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Zui's hand holding the phone was still frozen in the air, her eyes filled with shock, staring at Lin Shen speechless. What did she just hear? A shareholder of Penguin. What does that even mean? Penguin is valued at nearly 30 trillion RMB, the top private enterprise in China, and a supersized international company in the top 10 in the world. This junior in front of her is actually a shareholder of Penguin. The most unbelievable part is, he just entered his freshman year. Jiang Zui's mind was in a whirl. "Senior, what's wrong?" Lin Shen looked at Jiang Shuawei with a half smile. "No, nothing. Junior, you are really low-key." Jiang Shuawei squeezed out a sentence. "No, it seems I need to take the initiative. After all, I have some feelings for him too. I can't let go of such a high-quality, such a top-notch junior. After all, we both have feelings for each other." Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, and her gaze towards Lin Shen grew softer. "We've arrived." Lin Shen parked the Ferrari in front of the Dihao parking lot. Oh. Jiang Shuawei, still in shock, followed Lin Shen out of the car with a dazed expression. "Such a large hotel has private chefs. We will have lunch at this time." Lin Shen explained, mainly because he was afraid Jiang Shuawei might misunderstand that he was here to book a room. Jiang Shuawei then realized that Lin Shen had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk noticed Lin Shen entering with a very beautiful girl. She enviously glanced at Jiang Shuawei. "Director Lin, you've come." Lin Shen nodded. "I brought a friend to eat. Do you need to inform Director Dong?" "No, I just came to have a meal, see which private room is still available, and we'll go to that one to eat." Lu Jing checked. "Director Lin, the Tianzi private rooms are all available." "Then let's go to the one from yesterday." "All right, Director Lin." After Lin Shen and Jiang Shuawei headed towards the Tianzi No. 1 private room, Lu Jing spoke into the intercom. "Director Lin is heading to Tianzi No. 1 private room. Prepare the reception service." "Junior, is this hotel also yours?" "Yes." Jiang Shuawei was not too surprised. After all, what's strange about a shareholder of Penguin owning a super 5-star hotel? When Lin Shen brought Jiang Shuawei to the entrance of the Tianzi No. 1 private room, several waiters bowed and exclaimed, "Welcome, Director Lin." "No need to make such a big fuss. Just leave one waiter to take the order. The others can leave." Lin Shen looked at these people helplessly. They must have been informed by Lu Jing. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth and chuckled. The two entered the private room, and Lin Shen handed her the menu. "Order whatever you want." Jiang Shuawei obediently nodded and took the menu. Upon seeing the menu, she found it hard to make a choice. It was too expensive. Looking at the prices on the menu ranging from hundreds to thousands, she felt dizzy. Even the cucumber salad costs over 300, and a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork is over 1,000. Seeing Jiang Shuawei struggle to make a choice, Lin Shen smiled slightly and gestured for her to hand over the menu. Lin Shen took the menu, ordered several signature dishes, added some desserts for after the meal, and finally selected a bottle of red wine. "Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to eat." Lin Shen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei glanced at the items Lin Shen had chosen. Stewed lion head goose from Chaoshan, New Zealand, lobster paired with bluefin tuna, belly albino sturgeon, caviar old style, steamed sumei fish with ginger strips, and a bottle of red wine, a 2009 vintage from Lu Huajiao Winery's top vineyard. The price was eye-watering. Adding those dishes, this meal costs at least over 2,000, spending the price of a car on a single meal. Is this the life of the wealthy? The corruption of capitalism, Jiang Shuawei sighed. "That's enough, there's two. If we can't finish it, we can just leave it. Who says we must eat everything?" All right, let's settle for this." Lin Shen helplessly handed the menu to the waiter. "Sure, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." The waiter respectfully replied, and then turned to leave. While waiting for the dishes, the two chatted about the amusing incident of Yu Yang barking like a dog earlier. After a while, the waiter pushed the cart in bringing all the dishes. The waiter, being perceptive, opened the red wine and then left. He didn't linger in the private room, which pleased Lin Shen. Mainly, he still had to complete the task assigned by the system, which required him to have a meal alone with Jiang Shuawei. If there was another waiter in the room, the system wouldn't recognize it, and that would be troublesome. "I've never eaten such expensive things before," Jiang Shuawei remarked, looking at the table full of delicacies. "Then eat more. We can come often in the future." Lin Shun poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed one to Jiang Shuawei, and smiled. Jiang Shuawei enjoyed her meal, tasting every dish. Finally, she leaned back in her chair satisfied and rubbed her belly. How many months has it been, senior sister? Lin Shun joked, wiping his mouth. It's been 2 months. Senior sister, do you want me to take you out to play this afternoon? Forget it, I have things to do at school. In the student council and the school leaders asked us to go to the conference room. Jiang Shuawei really wanted to spend more time with Lin Shun, but couldn't spare the time. Okay, then next time I'll take you out to play. Lin Shun was not disappointed, as there would be plenty of time in the future. Ding. Task: have a meal alone with the campus beauty. Jiang Shuawei completed. The Lamborghini Veneno has been parked in the garage of the System Reward Villa at Yulan Xingting No. 1. Starting the final phase of the task. Successfully confessed to the campus beauty Jiang Shuawei. Reward: 3 shares in Penguin Computer Systems Co. Ltd. Lin Shun felt a rush of excitement. He often saw supercars in videos, and his favorite was the Lamborghini Veneno. Its futuristic design and exhilarating roar made Lin Shun fall in love with the car instantly. Unfortunately, he could only dream at that time, but now it was different. It was his. There were only 13 of them globally, and now one was parked in his garage. Thinking of this, Lin Shun could hardly contain his excitement. He even overlooked the 3 shares in Penguin that were the reward for the final phase of the task. Senior sister, can you accompany me home for a moment? I need to change my car. Isn't your Ferrari good enough? Why do you need to change it? Jiang Shuawei was a bit puzzled. I bought a car earlier, and it just arrived home. I want to go take a look, Lin Shun explained. Alright, but we can't take too long. I need to be in the office by 2:30. Jiang Shuawei checked the time. It was 1 o'clock, and there was still an hour and a half, so they should have enough time. Okay, I'll change my car and head straight to school. Lin Shun nodded. Then he stood up and took Jiang Shuawei out of. Mr. Lin, take care. Lin Shun drove his Ferrari to Yulan Xingting. I am the owner of Yulan No. 1. Lin Shun stopped outside the railing, rolled down the window, and spoke to the security guard. Yulan No. 1. The security guard was taken aback. He had heard that a new resident had moved into Yulan No. 1 yesterday. People who worked in high-end residences like theirs, whether it was cleaning, property management, or security, earned high salaries, but the corresponding risks were also significant. If they inadvertently offended a resident inside, it would be over for them. So generally they remembered each resident's appearance, name, and what car they drove. Since this was Lin Shun's first visit, and the security guard had not seen him before, he did not directly open the barrier. The guard was sweating. Fortunately, driving a Ferrari made him cautious, and he spoke carefully. The security guard looked at Lin Shun's appearance and found it matched. Sorry, Mr. Lin, this is the first time I've seen your car. He'll open it for you right away. The security guard said this as he raised the barrier. It's fine. Being responsible is a good thing. Lin Shun smiled and didn't mind. He had come from humble beginnings, and besides, it was their job responsibility, so there was no need to make it difficult for them. Lin Shun started the car and drove towards Yulan No. 1. Junior Lin, is this your home? Jiang Shuawei looked at the villa in front of her, resembling a small manor with her mouth slightly agape. The environment is quite nice, right? This was Lin Shun's first visit, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still excited. This is one of the most upscale villa districts in Tianfu City. Previously, he had thought too simply. He thought that the system casually gifted a villa, thinking it would be worth a few $100,000 to several million. Only later did he understand. The worst in Yulan Xingting costs several million per house. Not to mention Yulan No. 1 of the king of buildings. It is worth at least 1 or 200 million. Lin Shun opened the door with the password given by the system, and then recorded his facial recognition and fingerprint. Senior sister, do you want to record yours? Me? Why would I record my facial recognition at your house? Although Jiang Shuawei said this, Lin Shun's request indicated his feelings for her. This was a blatant hint. After recording his facial recognition, Lin Shun drove the car into the garage. As the garage door opened, a car filled with technology and power came into view. Junior, this car is so cool. Is this your new car? It's absolutely amazing. It looks like the best car in racing games I've seen in videos. Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Shun stroked the front of the Veneno. It is indeed very cool. I bought it because it is cool. Jiang Shuawei felt she had been shocked more times today than in her entire life. The mysterious Junior beside her filled her with intense curiosity. Junior, how much did this car cost? It must not be cheap. Jiang Shuawei was somewhat curious. She felt that even that Ferrari couldn't compare to this car's coolness. It's not particularly expensive, around 80 to 90 million, but there are very few of them, only a dozen globally. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Over 100 million. Only a dozen in the world. Impressive. Jiang Shuawei felt somewhat numb. At that moment, she thought that even if Lin Shun said he was an alien, she wouldn't doubt him. Get in, senior sister. They'll drive you back to campus. Lin Shun suppressed his inner excitement and smiled warmly at Jiang Shuawei. Sure. A supercar worth nearly 100 million. Perfect chance to experience it. Jiang Shuowei lit up with exhilaration at the prospect of riding such an extraordinary vehicle. As the scissor doors glided open, the interior, dominated by sleek black surfaces accented with vibrant luminous lines, delivered a powerful visual impact. After Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei settled inside and closed the doors, they immediately felt the commanding presence of a world-class supercar. Vroom. Lin Chun ignited the engine. The venomous roar of the Lamborghini Veneno sent their blood surging. He guided the car out of the garage, its entrance gates slowly sealing behind him. At the exit, the security guard hurriedly raised the barrier as the supercar approached. As it passed through the gate, he recognized Lin Chun. Good heavens! No wonder he's the master of Tower 1, another supercar. How much could this beast possibly cost? The guard murmured in awe, watching the Lamborghini Veneno vanish into the distance. Whoa, a Lamborghini Veneno. Here, in Yulon Xingting. This is a legendary hypercar. Only a dozen units ever produced worldwide. You couldn't buy one even with money. Lin Chun narrowly passed a Porsche Cayenne. Its driver stared eyes wide with disbelief. Who on earth had moved into Yulon Xingting? Along the road, a sleek black supercar thundered past, its deafening roar drawing countless gazes. Wow, Mommy, what kind of car is that? So cool. A little boy pointed excitedly. I've never seen anything so beautiful. The young woman glanced toward the car and sighed in admiration. When I grow up, I'll buy one and get you one. The boy watched the receding supercar, his eyes shimmering with quiet yearning. You're such a good boy, Shaoan. Then Mommy's counting on you, okay? The young woman laughed softly and ruffled his hair. The boy nodded resolutely. It's a Lamborghini Veneno. I actually got to see it. This legendary machine. An avid car enthusiast exclaimed, thrilled. Senior sister, how does it feel? Jiang Shuowei sat rigidly upright, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. It feels incredible. No wonder everyone loves supercars. This sensation is utterly intoxicating. Relax, senior sister. Why sit so stiffly? Lin Chun chuckled. I'm afraid I'll dent it. I can't possibly afford to repair a 100 million yuan car. Jiang Shuowei replied, half tearful, half helpless. It was thrilling, but perilous too. Though she knew Lin Chun would never make her pay, her conscience simply wouldn't allow. I can afford it. I don't even have 50,000 yuan to my name. I'd never be able to cover it. Jiang Shuowei shook her head emphatically. Then just give yourself to me instead, eh? Lin Chun teased, his smile enigmatic. Well yes, if you truly want me, senior brother. Jiang Shuowei's face burned crimson. How bold he is. She hadn't prepared herself emotionally, but surrendering to him didn't seem so unwelcome after all. Her thoughts flickered mischievously, scanning for something easily broken. Lin Chun hadn't expected such a Of course I do, why wouldn't I? Hearing him, Jiang Shuowei made a quiet but decisive choice. She found being with Lin Chun deeply comforting. Even as a top-tier tycoon, he spoke with restraint and treated her with sincere respect. And who wouldn't be drawn to a young, wealthy, strikingly handsome man? If she already felt drawn to him, why hesitate? Should she wait until school reopened, until other girls noticed this golden boy and began competing for his attention? With newfound resolve, Jiang Shuowei met Lin Chun's gaze steadily. Senior brother, may I have the chance to pursue you? She'd never been in love before. As a child, her grandmother had told her, a girl must be brave when she finds someone she likes. Never regret trying. Even if you're turned down, at least you dared. Lin Chun was taken aback by her words. He quickly pulled over to the roadside. Senior sister, are you serious? He'd planned to confess himself once their bond deepened, perhaps in a few days' time. He hadn't expected her to declare her feelings so boldly, only on their second day together. Was this the irresistible allure of wealth? Even Jiang Shuowei, courted by countless affluent heirs, couldn't resist. Of course, senior brother. A young, handsome, wealthy junior like you. I'd be foolish not to seize the moment. Should I let someone else have you? She said, half joking, half serious. Yet fearing he might think she valued only his fortune, she added hastily. I liked you even before I knew how wealthy you were. Today's revelation only sealed my resolve. I simply can't let you go. Lin Chun believed her. Yesterday, dressed plainly, he'd still received her warm, genuine attention. He didn't mind women drawn by wealth, but it would affect how highly he regarded them. Senior sister, I adore you too, but confessions should come from the man. It shouldn't fall to you. Lin Chun gazed at Jiang Shuowei tenderly. Her heart swelled with overwhelming joy. Will you be my girlfriend? Holding the Ferrari key fob, he looked at her with soft, unwavering affection. Yes, I'll be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuowei covered her mouth, nodding vigorously, her eyes brimming with unmistakable love. But, let's skip the Ferrari key, okay? What? Do you mean to reject my proposal? That key is no different than a bouquet of flowers. Refuse it, and you refuse me. Fine. Weighing Lin Chun's staggering wealth, Jiang Shuowei accepted, reaching out to take the Ferrari key. That's more like it, senior sister. Lin Chun smiled. Still calling me senior brother? Jiang Shuowei pouted, feigning displeasure. My mistake, it's Shuowei. Lin Chen murmured, gazing at her adorable pout, and those vivid tempting. An irresistible impulse surged within him. He leaned in, closing the distance. Chen, what are you, MMPH? Jiang Shuawei felt sudden warmth envelop her. His tongue slipped past her teeth, tangling with hers, her first kiss. Awkward at first, she soon responded instinctively. Lin Chen savored her taste, delightfully sweet, like strawberries. Minutes passed. Jiang Shuawei tapped gently on his back. Only then did he release her. Their eyes locked. Her cheeks burned crimson, she gasped for breath, dazed, as if she'd nearly forgotten how to breathe. Lin Chen pressed his nose against Jiang Zuwei's, their gazes locked with strands of saliva connecting them. Jiang Zuwei's charming face flushed red, yet she stubbornly maintained eye contact with Lin Chen. After a few more seconds, Lin Chen could not hold back any longer. Indeed, couples looking at each other like this for no more than 10 seconds would inevitably give in. Not again. Jiang Shuawei pleaded repeatedly. Chen, please take me back to school first. There will be plenty of time later. Alright, I'll let you off the hook today. Lin Chen said this and kissed Jiang Zuwei's lips again, playfully brushing her nose with his hand. Jiang Shuawei lay weakly in the passenger seat, unable to muster any strength. Jiang Shuawei, a school beauty who had never been in a relationship, was left dazed by Lin Chen's teasing. Ding. System task confessed to the school beauty exceeded completion. Congratulations, host. You received an 8 stake in Penguin. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Was there really such a mechanism? The 3 had directly turned into 8. So does this mean he now holds a 10 stake in Penguin Holdings? He had directly become the second largest shareholder under South African media. Lin Chen now controlled 10, which was below the 29. 3 held by South African media, but above the 8. 5 held by Matung. He didn't know the specifics. This was still information he had learned on the fly. He also didn't know whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can I ask whose shares you acquired? Ding. Acquired shares from the shareholders. Lin Chen realized that the shareholders held 50, and including Lin Chen, the major shareholders accounted for 50. Now Lin Chen had become the second largest shareholder, and he was an individual stakeholder. His decisions would greatly influence Penguin Company. Old Ma must be getting anxious. Lin Chen thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Suzhou University. Because of the new students reporting in these days, many freshmen and their parents were at the school gate. As a result, the school gate appeared quite congested. However, when Lin Chen's car approached the gate, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. What car is that? I've never seen one like it. It's too cool. It looks just like Batman's vehicle. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? It's globally limited to just a few dozen. It can't be a modified version, right? Someone said in disbelief. No way a modified Veneno is recognizable. This is the real deal. Although it's not one of the 3 hardtops, how could it be here at Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo murmured, looking at the Veneno preparing to enter the school behind him. He was a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast, having loved Lamborghini supercars since childhood. His name was Wang Shijia, the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Suzhou Lanjiu Group. He worked hard during his senior year to buy this Lamborghini Gallardo worth over 4 million, which his grandfather bought for him after he got into Suzhou University. This scene was fervently photographed by his classmates and posted on the campus forum. Lamborghini supercar gathering. Shocking. Suzhou University witnesses the 2013 Geneva top-tier supercar. Suzhou University enrolls top-tier super-rich. Instantly, the forum was flooded with over 99 notifications. Many people rushed out of their dorms just to get a glimpse of this top-tier supercar. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, all other luxury cars in the Lamborghini family had to take a back seat. Of course, except for the 6th element. Classmate, can you move along? Don't block the people behind. Wang Shijia was still admiring the Veneno and didn't even notice it was his turn to go. Alright. Wang Shijia finally reacted, stepping on the gas and roaring into the campus. While that car in front is nice too, still a Gallardo, it seems there are quite a few wealthy people at school. Lin Chen said with great interest. Jiang Shuawei glanced at the car in front, curiously asking, what car is it? How much is it? Lamborghini Gallardo, probably over 4 million. Lin Chen said casually. Over 4 million. Then how much is your Ferrari? It's not my Ferrari, it's your Ferrari. Lin Chen smiled and corrected her mistake. Over 7 million. You just gave it to me like that. Don't you? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the car in front into the campus, appearing nonchalant. What do I have to worry about giving my woman something? Besides, I'm not lacking in that little bit of money. Jiang Shuawei looked at the calm Lin Chen and recalled that he was also a shareholder in Penguin, immediately closing her mouth. Lin Chen found a parking space right next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, Wang Shijia excitedly got out and walked over. Bro, is this car yours? It's so cool. Wang Shijia said as his eyes kept glancing at the Veneno beside him. Your car is pretty cool too. Lin Chen smiled faintly. My car can't compare to yours. Your car could buy dozens of mine. I've loved Lamborghini supercars since I was a child. Today, I finally got to see the authentic Veneno, not a replica. Lin Shen looked at the overly excited and talkative Wang Shijia with some annoyance. He still needed to take Jiang Shu away to a meeting. Classmate, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Alright bro, can we exchange contact info? In a few days there's a supercar club meeting in Tianfu City. Oh, let's go check it out together. Lin Shen thought for a moment. Expanding his horizons would be good, otherwise he would just be a suddenly wealthy local tycoon. But this tycoon was not an ordinary one. Shuowei, do you want to check it out? Lin Shen asked Jiang Shuowei. You decide, I'll follow your lead, Jiang Shuowei said, obediently being led by Lin Shen. Alright then. Lin Shen opened the super messaging app and revealed his QR code to Wang Shijia. Great bro. Wang Shijia smiled with delight upon seeing Lin Shen's agreement. In reality, Wang Ziji's reason for adding Lin Shen on the super messaging app wasn't solely for the Lamborghini Veneno. It was also to expand his network. Someone like Lin Shen who drives a Veneno to university must come from a very powerful family in the country. He would inevitably take over his grandfather's position in the future, although he still had to go through his father first. Alright, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend any longer, Wang Shijia said with a smile after adding Lin Shen on the super messaging app. Hearing the word girlfriend, Jiang Shuowei felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart, and her impression of Wang Shijia improved. Okay, let's connect on the super messaging app. We'll take our leave now. Lin Shen was also pleased with Wang Ziji's address. Wang Shijia watched the two of them walk away. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the man driving a Veneno has such a beautiful girlfriend. He then took out his phone to message Lin Shen. Bro, my name is Wang Shijia, and I'm also a freshman in the computer science department. Lin Shen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and saw it was a message from Wang Shijia. Lin Shen, also a freshman in the computer science department. After replying to the message, he tucked his phone back. Lin Shen walked alongside Jiang Shuowei under the shade of the trees on campus. The deafening chirps of cicadas echoed from the branches while the overlapping leaves shimmered in the sunlight, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The two soon arrived at the conference room of the administration building. It's right here, you can go back now. The meeting will start in a few minutes. Jiang Shuowei reluctantly looked at Lin Shen and said, oh, Shuowei, you're here. Just as Lin Shen was about to speak, a surprised voice from behind them interrupted. Weiner, I thought you were inside. Lin Shen turned around to see a girl with short hair and a striking appearance. Jiang Shuowei released Lin Shen's hand and walked over to Tang Weiner, happily saying, this is... Hello, I am Zuwei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Shen. Ah, Zuwei's boyfriend. Tang Weiner was taken aback by this statement. She considered herself quite beautiful, but in front of her best friend, she felt inferior. Due to her outstanding appearance, she had been ranked first on the campus beauty list right after starting her freshman year. She was truly the belle of Shu University. As a result, she had countless admirers, including several wealthy heirs. However, Jiang Shuowei showed no interest. What had changed today? Was she dating a junior she had only known for 2 days? She gave Jiang Shuowei a look that said she would need to explain later, then smiled and said, hello, I'm Tang Weiner, Shuowei's best friend. At that moment, a few teachers walked by chatting. The teachers are, the meeting is about to start, Aiken, you should head back now. After Jiang Shuowei finished speaking, she pulled Tang Weiner into the conference room. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the administration building. After bringing up all the things he bought from the car, he realized that he had forgotten the bag he bought for Jiang Shuowei. Never mind, I'll just leave it in the car for now. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he heard Xia Wei's voice from inside. Chen Xiao, are you an idiot? You got stuck by Dong Huang and still expanded. I threw a set at him, and he just happened to absorb it. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come help me guard the jungle. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Shen opened the door and tossed his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back. Want to play some games? Forget it, you guys play. I want join in. Lin Shen shook his head. His gaming talent was poor, and he often ended up being eliminated quickly. The three of them did not insist. Before long, Lin Shen's phone rang. If he guessed correctly, it should be Lu Shu. Lin Shen thought to himself. Sure enough. Chairman Lin, sorry to bother you. I sent you a friend request, but you didn't accept it, so I called you. Lu Shu's apologetic voice sounded. The three who were playing games fell silent as they heard Lin Shen talking on the phone. It's alright, is there something you need? Lin Shen asked knowingly. Chairman Lin, since you have acquired 8 of Penguin's shares, you now hold a total of 10. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you didn't accept my friend request, I called to remind you that I will send you a meeting link via Chao Xian. Lu Shu explained. Alright, I will accept it right away. Lin Shen nodded in response. Okay, then I won't disturb you further, Chairman Lin. After the call ended, Lu Shu rubbed her temples in the office. This Chairman Lin sounded very young, yet he managed to acquire 10 of Penguin's shares in just one day, becoming the second largest shareholder. Ma Tong was the second largest shareholder, and along with several agreements signed with South African newspapers, he had the highest decision-making power over Penguin. Thus, in comparison to other shareholders, the amount of shares directly affected the dividends. Now that Lin Chun had become the second largest shareholder, although it would not impact Ma Teng's authority, disagreements could still lead to trouble. Therefore, Ma Teng issued a strict order that Lin Chun must attend this online meeting so they could communicate. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chun opened Chao Xian and accepted Lu Shu's friend request. Then he noticed that the junior he had added that day had not yet accepted his request. However, after thinking it over, Lin Chun decided to let it go. Now that he had a senior sister, he needed to focus. With money comes responsibility. Although he envied a lifestyle of having multiple partners, what guy wouldn't want that? But he could not let Jiang Shu edge it down. After finishing the call, Lin Chun tried on the clothes and pants he had bought. Not bad, boss, this outfit looks great. What brand is it? Xiao Wei asked Lin Chun, who was in front of the mirror. Givenchy, Lin Chun replied. Xiao Wei looked puzzled. Givenchy? Boss, how much does this outfit cost? Less than 70,000, Lin Chun said casually. Actually, he wanted to hire top designers to create a few outfits for him, as he still had millions in his account. Less than 70,000. Xiao Wei's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Chun's attire, speechless. One could only say that poverty limited her imagination. Xiao Wei initially thought that anything around 10,000 would be extraordinary. By the way, boss, the counselor just notified in the class group that there will be a meeting at 330 in classroom 305 of the first teaching building to discuss some matters. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chun looked at the time and saw that it was already 3 o'clock. Then it's about time. Oh, let's get ready and head over. All right. Which one is the first teaching building? The group realized they had no idea which building it was when they reached the teaching area. They only saw buildings named Li Shui Building, Chu Shui Building, and so on. The four stood under the shade of a tree exchanging glances. Lin Chun helplessly sent a message to Jiang Shuowei. Which building is the first teaching building? Jiang Shuowei replied immediately, the Chu Shui Building. Haha, Aiken, you are just like I was back then. Lin Chun was surprised. Aren't you in a meeting? Still on your phone? I was just about to message you. The vice president of the student union has been pursuing me, and today, I feel like the atmosphere is a bit different. Can you come pick me up later? Seeing Jiang Zuwei's message, Lin Chun's expression turned slightly grim. Okay, when will you finish the meeting? I'll come pick you up. Around 4:30. All right, Jiang Shuowei felt a bit relieved as she looked at the chat history with Lin Chun on. Jiang Shuowei noticed that since the meeting started, Zhao Lei, the vice president of the student union, had been whispering with his friends and occasionally glancing at her. Recalling how he had been relentlessly pursuing her since she joined the student union and met Hu Jiaqing, even after being rejected many times, she felt quite helpless. Shuowei, is he going to confess to you again? Tang Weiner quietly leaned over and asked Jiang Shuowei. The first teaching building is the learning building. Lin Chun put away his phone and spoke to Chen Xiao and the others who were about to ask something else. How do you know that, boss? The group asked as they walked toward the classroom. I asked my girlfriend, Lin Chun replied calmly without a hint of embarrassment. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days, and you already have a girlfriend. The three of them looked at Lin Chun in shock. Yeah, isn't that normal, eh? Who is it? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chun's nonchalant demeanor, suddenly feeling an urge to punch him. So quickly you've captured our boss. Xiao Fei said with a laugh. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei. I know her. What? Jiang Shuowei? Xiao Fei, usually calm, looked completely flustered for the first time. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Who is Jiang Shuowei? Boss, you managed to win over Jiang Shuowei. After the shock, Xiao Fei clutched his chest in despair. You know her? Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. She's the campus beauty of Suzhou University. How could I? As a veteran in the dating scene, I knew about this aloof campus beauty even before coming to school, who has rejected everyone pursuing her. Originally, Xiao Fei's target was Jiang Shuowei, but he didn't expect their boss to have claimed her. Seeing Xiao Fei's despair, Lin Chun felt a bit alert. Old four, don't you dare have designs on my girlfriend. How could I? A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. By the way, boss, how did you win over the aloof campus beauty? Xiao Fei asked shamelessly. If I can learn that my college life would be colorful. Aloof. I didn't. Lin Chun carefully recalled. No more talking, we're at the classroom now. Xiao Fei wanted to ask more, but could only fall silent reluctantly. After the four entered the classroom and found seats together, they felt many girls were looking at them, particularly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chun. Soon a somewhat short female teacher in her 30s wearing glasses walked in. After counting the number of students and seeing that everyone was present, she nodded in satisfaction. Now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point, so as not to waste your time. Tomorrow is the day for military training. The training uniforms have already been placed on your beds before school started. Now we come to the last segment of today, selecting class committee members. Are there any volunteers? Lin Chun and the others showed no interest, merely watching a few classmates introduce themselves and make campaign vows on stage with boredom. As time passed, Lin Chun grew anxious. It would soon be 4:30. Boss, do you have something on your mind? Chen Xiao and the others noticed Lin Chun frequently checking the time and asked with concern. I have to pick up my girlfriend, Lin Chun explained. The three rolled their eyes and ignored him. Class monitor, find a few classmates to clean this classroom, the rest can leave on their own. After the counselor finished speaking, he hurried out of the classroom. Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It was 5:20, and he could make it. You all go ahead, I'll leave first. Lin Chun was about to leave when a boy, Zhao Fei, the newly elected class monitor, called out, classmate, can you stay behind to help clean up? I have something to do, can I find someone else? Everyone has things to do, brother. Cleaning won't take much time. Just you and this brother here. Zhao Fei then pointed at Xiao Fei. Zhao Fei was quite handsome, and before Lin Chun and Xiao Fei entered the classroom, the girls' attention had been on him. But once Lin Chun and Xiao Fei came in, those girls shifted their gazes to the two of them, which made Zhao Fei feel a bit unhappy. No worries, boss, you go do what you need to, we'll help you with this. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei chimed in. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up at this. Lin Chun then looked at Zhao Fei again. Is it okay now? It can be, but someone like you who doesn't listen to the class committee should be labeled as a troublemaker. I think it's necessary to inform the counselor. Zhao Fei felt a bit unwilling as someone helped him out, and in a moment of impulse he blurted that out. He regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Sure enough, the gazes of the classmates who hadn't left yet turned strangely toward Zhao Fei. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I say, brother, are you enough of a jerk? Although Chun Xiao looked slender and wore glasses, he had a violent temper. Xiao Fei was somewhat confused. Why was he targeting him and the boss for no reason? It couldn't be that he was jealous of how handsome he and the boss were, could it? Lin Chun shook his head, signaling Chun Xiao and the others not to mind. He then turned to Zhao Fei, his expression very calm. Do as you wish. After saying this, he turned and left the classroom, heading toward the office where Jiang Shuowei was meeting. Ding. System task issued. Make Zhao Fei apologize. Reward by Jade 5961p. Lin Chun was taken aback and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. This is exactly what I wanted. But is Zhao Lei so worthless? This must be the worst system reward ever, right? Alright, let's end it here for today. Thank you all for your hard work. Meeting dismissed. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei approached with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Weiner protectively stood behind Jiang Shuowei, watching the boys warily. I just want to say a few words to Shuowei. Seeing the two of them on guard, Zhao Lei forced a smile. If it's about the student union, then go ahead. Jiang Shuowei replied flatly. It's not about the student union. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to take you out for dinner. No, I have plans tonight. Jiang Shuowei shook her head in displeasure. Shuowei. Zhao Lei wanted to say something, but Jiang Shuowei interrupted him. President Zhao, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Shuowei. Please just call me by my name instead. And I have plans tonight. I'm going out to dinner with my boyfriend. So I kindly ask President Zhao not to disturb me anymore in the future. After finishing, Jiang Shuowei grabbed Tang Weiner and prepared to leave, but was blocked by several other boys. Shuowei, you don't have to use your boyfriend as an excuse to deceive me. I'm about to graduate, and during these last moments on campus, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhao Lei spoke with deep affection. Tang Weiner was a bit angry. I say, do you still have any shame? Shuowei already said she has a boyfriend, yet you're still shamelessly pursuing her. And you guys, what do you mean by blocking our way? Is this campus violence? Do you believe I'll report you to the teachers right now? The furious Tang Weiner resembled a protective mother tiger. Zhao Lei's expression darkened at this, and the other boys hesitated before stepping aside. Sister Tang, you're so fierce. Lin Chen's voice came from the door. Jiang Shuowei immediately ran over in delight and took Lin Chen's hand. Ah Chen, you're here. Lin Chen gently tucked the messy strands of hair from Jiang Zuwei's forehead. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Tang Weiner also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her bravery moments ago, facing several big guys still made her a bit apprehensive. Shuowei, is this your boyfriend? Zhao Lei glared with a cold expression, his tone unfriendly as he looked at Lin Chen. I've told you before, don't call me Shuowei. Please watch your words in front of my boyfriend, Senior Zhao. Jiang Shuowei cast a cold glance at Zhao Lei. Junior, I see you must be a freshman, right? Can you provide a good life for Shuowei? If you have any sense, I hope you can leave Shuowei on your own. Zhao Lei ignored Jiang Shuowei and instead spoke, you're Zhao, right? First of all, Shuowei is my girlfriend, so please do not harass her. Secondly, what conditions do you have that can provide my girlfriend with a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. At least you must be able to match my standards, right? Do you know how much a house costs in my family? You might not be able to afford it in your lifetime. Talking about this topic seemed to give Zhao Lei a great deal of confidence, and he spoke with assurance. The housing prices in Tianfu are high, nearly around 20,000, but the income is quite low. It's a typical city with high consumption and low income. Buying a house here would require at least 2 to 3 million. Many people choose to leave Tianfu to pursue their dreams. It's simple, they just want to have a home. My family has 5 houses, each worth 2 to 3 million. My parents said they would give me one as a wedding house when I get married. As Zhao Lei spoke, he glanced at Jiang Zuwei's reaction. To his disappointment, Jiang Shuowei merely clung to Lin Chen's arm, not even looking at him. At this moment, the gaze Lin Chen gave was filled with jealousy. Just a few days ago, I bought a Wrangler. Do you have one? Impressive, Brother Lei. You're already driving a car worth 50 to 60,000 before even graduating from university. Yes, Brother Lei will need to rely on you more in the future. Zhao Lei, who was being praised by those around him, felt quite proud, and even threw a teasing glance at Lin Chen. Tang Weiner looked at Lin Chen with some concern, then glanced at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei slightly shook her head. Is this it? Just this? A Wrangler worth 50 to 60,000. It doesn't even compare to one of my car wheels. Lin Chen chuckled disdainfully. Ding. System task released. Slap Zhao Lei in the face. Task reward all storefronts in the Greater Bay Area. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is the system releasing tasks this frequently? Kid, get a clue and leave Shuowei alone, as she's not someone a poor boy like you can associate with. Noticing Lin Chen's expression, Zhao Lei said coldly. How many houses does your family have? Driving a car worth tens of thousands. Is that your capital? Lin Chen's tone turned slightly cold. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? I originally planned to take Shuowei to the Dihao Hotel's top suite for dinner tonight. Do you know what it means to dine in the top suite of Dihao Hotel? It means you've already stepped into another echelon of Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of Dihao Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei boasted arrogantly. The general manager of Dihao Hotel is my dad's childhood friend. It's because of him that I can dine in the top suite. Can you achieve that? You probably haven't even heard of it, right? The respectful looks from those around him made Zhao Lei feel like he had reached a peak. At this moment, Jiang Shuowei looked at Zhao Lei with an increasingly strange expression. She had only just dined in the top suite of Dihao today, while Lin Chen was the behind-the-scenes boss of Dihao Hotel. Is Zhao Lei really here to make a fool of himself? The general manager of Dihao Hotel? Are you saying Dong Fong is your dad's childhood friend? Lin Chen didn't expect it to be related to Dong Fong, but this made things easier, and he could complete the system task as well. Moi. You even know the name of the general manager of Dihao Hotel. It seems you have some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is indeed my dad's childhood friend. Zhao Lei looked slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also understand the difference in our timelines. How about this, you give Uncle Dong a call and ask him if he knows someone named Lin Chen. I'm giving you a chance. As long as you apologize to me in half an hour to my girlfriend and senior sister Tang, I won't pursue any responsibility. Lin Chen said calmly. Ha, you want me to call my Uncle Dong? You want me to apologize? Zhao Lei seemed to have heard a joke, then his expression turned cold. Who do you think you are? You think I should apologize to you? Exactly, Junior, how boastful. What do you, a first-year student who knows nothing about society, think you're barking about? Those beside Zhao Lei also shouted in agreement. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner's expressions turned icy at this moment. They didn't expect that a student who usually performed well and was liked by teachers would be so disgusting. It was repulsive. However, Jiang Shuowei was not worried at all. Lin Chen's background was probably unmatched by anyone in Suzhou University, right? Tang Weiner, seeing that her best friend was not worried, didn't doubt Lin Chen's words, but was just curious about what background he had. Very well, you're not calling, right? Then I will. But if I call, you won't have any chance to recover, understood? Lin Chen initially thought they were all students and would give in letting them apologize. He didn't expect them to be so aggressive. You're still pretending to be a big shot here. Go ahead. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zhao Lei was very dismissive. What kind of person is Dong Fong? The general manager of Dihao Hotel, one of the top 5-star international hotels in Tianfu City, integrating dining, accommodation, and entertainment. Considering the connections he has made over the years in this position, would he know a freshman like you? Even if he did know you, would he give up his own nephew for a freshman? All right. Lin Chen nodded calmly. He took out his phone and called Dong Fong. In just a few seconds, hello, Director Lin, how may I assist you? Dong Fong's respectful voice came through. Do you know someone named He's from Suzhou University and says he's your childhood friend's son. Dong Fong, sensing something off in Lin Chen's tone, felt a sinking feeling. Did this kid offend this esteemed gentleman? I know him, Director Lin, he's the son of my friend, Dong Fong said somewhat anxiously. He had already cursed Zhao Lei and his dad 1,000 times in his heart. He's leveraging your reputation to act arrogantly, which greatly impacts our hotel's reputation. What do you think? Lin Chen said flatly. Meanwhile, Dong Fong on the other end of the line was already sweating profusely. Director Lin is right, Zhao Lei's dad is just someone I have a general relationship with. We can't really call ourselves childhood friends. If he offended you, I'll take care of it for you. Zhao Lei watched Lin Chen act as if it were a serious matter and felt a vague sense of unease. At this moment, he noticed Lin Chen was wearing Givenchy. This outfit must have cost several thousand. It indicated Lin Chen was not a poor student. Could he really know Uncle Dong? But it didn't matter, he was Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei reassured himself, dismissing any negative thoughts. Okay, you handle it yourself. This kid doesn't believe I know you thinks I'm just a poor student. Lin Shen slightly raised the corners of his mouth. All right, Director Lin, I'll call this kid right now. Lin Shen hung up the phone, looking at Zhao Lei with a teasing expression. Is that it? That's all there is. When Zhao Lei saw Lin Shen hang up and nothing seemed to happen, he became even more convinced Lin Shen was just bluffing. Not in a hurry, Lin Shen said with a smile. Before he could finish, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Look, someone's call. Zhao Lei's face suddenly darkened as he looked at the call from Uncle Dong in his phone. Did he really provoke someone? Zhao Lei anxiously answered the phone. Uncle Dong, what do you need from me? Don't you know what you did? From now on, stop using my name to cause trouble. Don't call me Uncle Dong anymore, and don't contact me again. Uncle Dong's furious voice echoed. Huh? Why Uncle Dong? Is it just because of Lin Shen? Zhao Lei said in a panic. Their small company was doing well largely due to the business introduced by Dongfang. If Dongfang stopped helping them because of this. At home, he was waiting for his father's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Why? Do you know who Lin Shen is? Who is he? He is the owner of our Dihao Hotel. The sole owner. Dongfang hung up directly after saying that. Zhao Lei felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. He trembled as he put his phone back in his pocket, looking at Lin Shen, who had a smile on his face, feeling like crying. Bro, you have such a powerful background, why didn't you say anything? Zhao Ge, how's it going? Is this kid just putting on an act? Those beside him, oblivious to Zhao Lei's pale face, continued to mock Lin Shen. Zhao Lei ignored them and walked directly up to Lin Shen. Brother Lin, please forgive me for my past mistakes. Zhao Lei lowered his head, humbly pleading for Lin Shen's forgiveness. He understood clearly that someone like Lin Shen at such a young age could become the owner of Dihao, and he was not a small character that could offend. Even if he had only the identity of Dihao's owner, that was enough to deal with him. It could even mean the end for his family. Therefore, apologizing was the only solution he could think of. Zhao Lei's action stunned everyone who followed him except for Jiang Xuewei, who remained calm. Her gaze at Lin Shen was filled with admiration and affection. Tang Weiner stared in disbelief at the now humble Zhao Lei, then at Lin Shen. It seemed her best friend had found a boyfriend with an extraordinary background. At this moment, Zhao Lei's friends realized that Lin Shen's background must be remarkable and quickly fled the office. What if they were remembered by Lin Shen for staying? They had just mocked Lin Shen. No, Zhao Xuezhang, how could I dare to accept your apology? Lin Shen had already given him an opportunity. If he didn't cherish it, he couldn't blame anyone else. Brother Lin, I didn't know you were the owner of Dihao Hotel. If I had known, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of you. Zhao Lei bitterly said. At that moment, he felt like a clown for his previous behavior. Lin Shen was the owner of Dihao Hotel. Tang Weiner looked at the calm Lin Shen in shock. She was aware of Dihao Hotel. A wealthy second-generation suitor had taken her there for meals before. Such an outstanding junior. No. This is Xuewei's boyfriend. How could I steal him from Xuewei? Tang Weiner shook off her impure thoughts. What's wrong? Does Zhao Xuezhang enjoy bullying those without a background? If I were an ordinary person, what would you do? Lin Shen's smile gradually faded. This. Zhao Lei was covered in sweat, unable to speak. He could only look at Jiang Xuewei with a pleading gaze, hoping she would say something for him. Jiang Xuewei noticed Zhao Lei's gaze, but ignored it. When Zhao Lei mocked Lin Shen earlier, she had been furious enough to want to spray him with soda. Now he wanted her to help him speak well. Dream on. Kneel and apologize, admit your mistake, and you can leave, Lin Shen said flatly. Zhao Lei stood still, hesitating internally. He understood that if Lin Shen targeted his family, everything he was proud of would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I'm sorry, Jiang Xuemei and Tang Xuemei. I was wrong in this matter. Please forgive me. Zhao Lei trembled as he knelt on the ground, humbly lowering his head. At this moment, he was grateful that his friends had run away. Otherwise, if they saw such an embarrassing scene, how would he survive at Suzhou University for a year? Jiang Xuewei and Tang Weiner turned their heads away, feeling a bit pained. The anger in their hearts had dissipated significantly. All right, you can go now. Let's consider this matter settled. Lin Shen had a bit of appreciation for Zhao Lei. Being able to bend and stretch, losing some face to protect his family's interests was a worthwhile trade. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the heavy stone in Zhao Lei's heart finally fell. He quickly got up and exited the meeting room. Aiken, you're amazing. Jiang Xuewei happily hugged Lin. Tang Weiner was astonished. Was this still the Jiang Xuewei she knew? What happened to her previous aloof temperament? Lin Shen affectionately rubbed Jiang Xuewei's small, delicate nose. All right, stop showing off your affection. Ooh, I'm almost full. Tang Weiner complained. Jiang Xuewei stuck her tongue out at Tang Weiner before releasing her hold on Lin Shen. You little girl, just wait until we get back to the dorm. Tang Weiner cursed silently. Thank you, Tang Xuejia, for protecting Xuewei. Lin Shen smiled gratefully at Tang Weiner. No worries. Xuewei is also my good friend. This is what I should do. How about this? He'll treat you to dinner tonight. No need. Oh, I won't be a third wheel. I'm heading back to the dorm now. Bye. After refusing, Tang Weiner waved her hand and left. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, slapping Zhao Lei in the face. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been reasonably rewarded to the host. The previous owner of the commercial space has added Yuan Chao Xian. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Aiken, where are we going next? Jiang Shuwei, seeing Tang Weiner leave, hugged Lin Chen's arm, with both hands, her beautiful eyes blinking. How about we stroll around the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside the school and grab a bite? Lin Chen suggested after thinking. Mainly, Lin Chen wanted to see what the newly rewarded commercial street was like and sign the transfer contract. Sure. Lin Chen opened Chao Xian and sent a message to the representative indicating he would be there shortly to sign the contract before returning to the car with Jiang Shuwei. You forgot your bag when you got out of the car. Do you not like it? Lin Chen said with a smile. No, I really like the bag you gave me. I love it so much. Jiang Shuwei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was caught off guard, and a spark ignited. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen, without further ado, pulled Jiang Shuwei closer and kissed her cherry lips in her startled gaze. The two of them continued to kiss for several minutes before stopping at Jiang Shuwei's pleading gaze. Aiken, will you have trouble breathing? Jiang Shuwei, her face flushed and body limp in the passenger seat, gasped and asked. Not at all. Why would I have trouble breathing? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shuwei was at a loss for words. Okay, I don't know why either. After a while, Jiang Shuwei finally calmed down and pouted, complaining, You've almost broken me. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, starting the engine and leaving campus under the envious gazes of his classmates. Arriving at the commercial street in the Greater Bay Area, Lin Chen found a parking spot and parked the car amidst the admiring looks of the security staff, then joined Jiang Shuwei as they entered the shopping district. This commercial street has around 200 to 300 shops. A 1,200 square meter shop costs about 8 million and the monthly rent alone is around 40 to 50,000. The sizes of the shops along the street vary, and Lin Chen estimated that he could collect nearly 10 million just from rent each month. What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuwei asked. I'm going to sign a contract. After that, I'll accompany you to shop and buy you some things, then we can go eat. How does that sound? Eating is fine, but let's skip the shopping. You just bought me an expensive bag worth several tens of thousands today. Jiang Shuwei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was wealthy, she didn't want to be a leech. But I'm your boyfriend, it's only right for me to spend some money on you. Don't feel burdened about it. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Besides, Senior Tang helped you today, shouldn't we buy her something to show our gratitude? Alright, but you can't spend too much money. Jiang Shuwei lightly bit her finger, considered it for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. What kind of contract are you signing? I'm buying a street. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei found a cafe, and Lin Chen ordered an Americano, and Jiang Shuwei ordered a cappuccino. He took out his phone to send a location to the original shop owner. At that moment, a waitress brought over a macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this drink. Jiang Shuwei looked puzzled at the coffee in front of her. This is a gift from our boss. He hopes to be friends with you. The waitress wore a flirtatious smile. Jiang Shuwei and Lin Chen turned to see a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants smiling at them from the bar. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What a femme fatale. No thanks, my boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuwei politely declined while handing the coffee back to the waitress. The waitress' smile froze. She hadn't wanted to come over in the first place. That was just a man and a woman, but her boss insisted she do so. She glanced back at her boss. Although he looked displeased, he nodded slightly, and she accepted the coffee. The waitress bowed in apology and then left. Achin, wasn't I great? Jiang Shuwei lifted her face, looking like she wanted praise. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuwei's hair. Of course you were amazing. Hee. Jiang Shuwei was as happy as a kindergarten child receiving a little red flower. The boss of the cafe looked even more displeased. He had noticed Jiang Shuwei the moment she entered. His first impression was one of astonishment. She was very beautiful and pure. Her demeanor was more refined than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but feel attracted. Even if she might have a boyfriend, he still wanted to give it a shot. As long as the pickaxe is used well, what corner couldn't be dug? Miss, could I have your contact information? After much contemplation, the boss decided to be shameless. Jiang Shuwei looked up at the boss in surprise. Did that waitress not make things clear? I have a boyfriend, so you should be a college student nearby, right? In this society, being handsome is useless. What's important is whether you have the capability. I'm 26 this year and own a cafe over 200 square meters on this commercial street. The monthly turnover is about 150,000 with a net profit of about 70 to 80,000. Would you add me on Super Chat? You could make an even better choice. The boss shot a provocative glance at Lin Chen after finishing his sentence. He was confident that when this girl heard he made 70 to 80,000 a month, she would definitely agree to add him. No thanks, I've already said I have a boyfriend. How much you make in a month is none of my business. Please don't disturb me and my boyfriend. Jiang Shuwei's tone had become somewhat impatient. 70 to 80,000 a month. Does that even compare to what my Chun earns in a minute? In 2023, Xia could earn over 700,000 a minute. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chun, who merely scoffed lightly without speaking. The boss was already a bit annoyed by the rejection, and Lin Chun's scoff made him even angrier. Hey little brother, do you look down on someone who makes 70 to 80,000 a month? Can a college student like you earn 70 to 80,000 in a month? The boss looked at Lin Chun with disdain and some jealousy. He was indeed handsome. No wonder he could charm such a beautiful girl. Isn't that none of your business? Lin Chun took a sip of his coffee and said lightly. The boss choked, unsure of how to respond. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? At that moment, the original shop owner rushed over based on Lin Chun's description. So young. He must be only 21 or 22. How could he afford to buy all the shops on this commercial street worth over 10 billion? I am. Lin Chun looked over the well-dressed, middle-aged man in front of him. Uncle Sun. What brings... The shop owner looked surprised and flattering upon seeing Sun Young. Wasn't Uncle Sun supposed to be going to sign the transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's Xiao Wei. Mr. Lin booked the place at your cafe, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract. Sun Young glanced at the cafe owner and recalled that his surname was Wei. Sign a contract? Mr. Lin. Could it be? Wei Chao looked at Lin Chun in shock. The owner of the commercial street, is this college student? Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? He's just a college student. How could he possibly be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked reluctantly. He had just offended Lin Chun, digging a hole for himself in front of him. How could there be a mistake? Mr. Lin and I agreed to meet at table 43 in your cafe, Sun Young said, then looked at Wei Chao with some suspicion. You didn't offend Mr. Lin, did you? Not really, but Mr. Wei, it's not appropriate for you to shamelessly ask for my girlfriend's contact information. Lin Chun leisurely took a sip of coffee and slowly said. Hearing this, Sun Young subtly distanced himself from Wei Chao. Buying this commercial street at such a young age suggests a powerful background. He didn't want to get involved. Wei Chaos' face turned pale upon hearing this. If Lin Chun didn't rent the shop to him, all his efforts would be in vain. Finding a shop on a commercial street like Luan Street, which gathers students from multiple nearby universities, is especially difficult. College students are the easiest to make money from, that's common sense. Where else could he find such a good location? Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I deeply offended both you and your girlfriend. Allow me to treat you both to coffee today. Do I need you to pay for a few cups of coffee? Jiang Chun regarded Wei Chao with faint amusement. Wei Chao's face paled. He could not utter a word. Fine then. Henceforth my girlfriend and I shall enjoy complimentary coffee here. No objections. Yes, absolutely. From now on, all coffee from Mr. Lin and your guest is on the house. Wei Chao froze for a moment, then broke into overwhelming relief. He had not expected Jiang Chun to spare him. As for free coffee, could a few cups possibly compare to the value of this entire storefront? Truly, the magnanimity of the genuinely wealthy was incomparable. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you may return to your duties. He and I still have matters to discuss. Sun Young smiled. Understood. Please do carry on your conversation. I'll take my leave now. Wei Chao bowed low in deference. Patrons throughout the cafe had overheard fragments of the exchange. Realizing two formidable figures were engaged in serious discussion, they instinctively lowered their voices. In truth, Jiang Chun had chosen leniency primarily because Wei Chao's transgression had not been egregious. His girlfriend's extraordinary beauty naturally drew attention from other men, a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Were he to confront every minor indiscretion, exhaustion would surely follow. Measured mercy instead revealed true breadth of character. Sun Young, ever attentive, instructed a server to bring an assortment of pastries. He produced 2 contracts. Jiang Chun, unhesitating, scanned them briefly before signing without reservation. After all, these were system-granted rewards. How could they possibly be forged? Mr. Lin, it's been a genuine pleasure cooperating with you. This entire commercial street is now yours. Sun Young rose satisfied, holding his copy of the contract as he extended his hand toward Jiang Chun. A pleasure indeed. Jiang Chun stood, as well shaking his hand with a calm, faint smile. Once Sun Young departed, Jiang Chun and Jiang Shuowei also rose and left the cafe, relieving Wei Chao, who had been watching them intently. Aiken, is this entire street truly yours now? Jiang Shuowei surveyed the bustling Luan street, her gaze flickering with quiet bewilderment. Suddenly she felt profoundly unworthy of Jiang Chun, even as campus queen. For someone of his stature, what was a campus queen but a passing diversion? No, it belongs to us. Jiang Chun noticed Jiang Shuowei's subdued mood and gently slipped his arm around her shoulders. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair, a soft smile curving his lips. Cradled in his warmth, Jiang Shuowei felt an unexpected sense of peace, and her attachment to him deepened yet again. She turned and embraced him tightly. Grandmother, I think I've found the one you spoke of, she murmured, voice barely audible even to herself. Isn't that Jiang Shuawei, the campus queen from our university? Why is she embracing a man? Where? It really is her. My wife is hugging another man. My youth has ended. Luwan Street lay adjacent to campus, making such encounters inevitable, especially given Jiang Shuawei's status as Suzhou University's reigning campus queen. The couple heard the startled exclamations clearly. Jiang Shuawei flushed, releasing him and busying herself with smoothing her hair to mask her embarrassment. Let's visit that pet shop over there. Aiken, do you like cats or dogs? She pointed cheerfully toward a store named Wheat Pet Shop. She adored felines and canines alike. Each time she strolled Luwan Street with Tang Wan, she invariably stopped by, never purchasing, yet always delighting in the visit. Let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. It was evident how deeply Jiang Shuawei cherished small animals. He imagined relocating soon to Yulan Shengting No. 1, and perhaps welcoming cats or dogs Jiang Shuawei loved into their shared home, perhaps even coaxing her to cohabit with him. Hand in hand, she led him briskly toward Wheat Pet Shop, while those bystanders, now out of sight, quietly snapped a photo and posted it to the campus forum. Shocking. Jiang Shuawei, the woman who rejected countless suitors, has finally. Within seconds, the thread surged to the top of trending topics. Is that truly Jiang Shuawei? Her profile and silhouette match perfectly. I haven't even started dating, and already my heart is broken. Seconded. Where have I seen this guy before? Wait, I remember. He's the freshman who drove a Ferrari SF90 onto campus on enrollment day. But wasn't Jiang campus queen famously dismissive of wealthy heirs? This guy is so handsome. I'm utterly smitten. Enough daydreaming, everyone. The posters stared stunned as the thread exploded in popularity. Truly, only the campus queen of Suzhou University could ignite such fervor. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, having just completed his counselor-assigned tasks, idly browsed the campus forum. Why does this face look uncannily like our exceptionally handsome class president? Zhao Fei scrutinized the photo in the post, disbelief warring with dawning dread. Strolling with the campus queen, embracing her, arriving on campus in a Ferrari SF90 on freshman orientation day. His face slowly drained of color. Arriving in a million-yuan Ferrari as a freshman implied formidable backing. And he himself had antagonized that very man this afternoon. The thought tightened a cold knot of anxiety in his chest. Unaware of the storm unfolding online, the pair remained blissfully immersed inside the pet shop. Aiken, look at this ragdoll cat. So adorable. Jiang Shuawei gazed at the pure white feline adorned with delicate gray markings and sapphire blue eyes, her own eyes sparkling with uncontainable wonder. Sensing her attention, the ragdoll, previously lounging lazily in its enclosure, reached a tiny paw through the bars, as if yearning to touch her cheek. That single gesture of endearing vulnerability instantly captured Jiang Shuawei's heart. Wow, she's so cute, and she wants to touch me. Did you see that, Aiken? She shook Jiang Chen's arm excitedly, her eyes never leaving the cat. If you love her, let's adopt her. Jiang Chen gently stroked her hair, his eyes tender. Really? But keeping a cat on campus seems complicated. Jiang Shuawei's heart leapt at the offer, yet hesitation lingered in her voice. That's trivial, I'll handle it. And this little one belongs equally to both of us, making her profoundly meaningful. Jiang Shuawei's gaze softened further, lingering on the ragdoll with newfound tenderness. Owner, we'll take this ragdoll. Jiang Chen smiled, faintly addressing the shop's female proprietor, as Jiang Shuawei voiced no objection. The proprietor hurried over upon hearing a sale, but before she could respond, another woman's voice rang out beside them. We'll take this ragdoll. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Lately it seemed he kept encountering those bent on provocation. The woman who spoke looked quite pleased with herself. Shuawei, I'm sorry, but I also want this ragdoll cat. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, do you know her? Jiang Shuawei looked at the woman in front of her, whose expression was unpleasant, and nodded at Lin Chen. Her name is Han Qiqi, she is my roommate, but our relationship is not very good. Lin Chen understood, so that's how it is. He thought he had a protagonist halo that everyone wanted to come and stir things up, only to be slapped back by himself. It turned out to be because of Shuawei. Han Qiqi always felt that Jiang Shuawei was pretending to be aloof, disregarding the many rich second-generation suitors pursuing her. Also, why was she the flower of the department, while Jiang Shuawei was the campus flower? She would never admit to being jealous of Jiang Shuawei. She saw the man beside Jiang Shuawei dressed like a wealthy individual, but so what? Her boyfriend was related to the chairman of the Longzhou group, and his status was not something an ordinary rich second generation could compare with. Yet the man's gaze towards Jiang Shuawei carried a hint of greed, and then he looked at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei with some jealousy. I'm sorry, but my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat, so I must ask both of you to let it go. The man hid the greed in his eyes and looked at Lin Chen with arrogance. Things should be prioritized, right? Jiang Zui's expression turned cold. Indeed, these two wanted this ragdoll cat first, and there's another cute ragdoll cat over there. The female shopkeeper said apologetically to Han Chi-Chi and the others, but was interrupted by Han Chi-Chi before she could finish. But they haven't paid yet, right? Since they haven't paid, why can't I compete? The shopkeeper appeared. This ragdoll cat is priced at $8,999. How about this ill offer $12,000 to buy it? The man smiled as he looked at the female shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was clearly tempted. Who wouldn't want to make more money? Thank you, darling. Han Chi-Chi happily kissed the man, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Shuwei. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed with anger. She wanted to give up, but felt reluctant to let go of the cat that seemed to have a spirit, as she felt that this little cat really liked her. Seeing Jiang Shuwei unhappy, Lin Chen also felt a bit angry. He originally didn't want to interfere too much in the matters of their dormitory, but since that man insisted on getting involved, then he shouldn't blame him. Competing in wealth. Lin Chen was truly unafraid. I bid 20,000. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent. At this moment, those around noticed the bidding. Is this ragdoll cat really worth so much? 20,000 for one. Didn't you see the marked price of 8,999? This is clearly a deliberate price increase with contradictions. The discussions around them made the man's face darken. A young man in his 20s cared greatly about his image. If he lost to the boyfriend of his girlfriend's rival, now wouldn't he lose face completely? How could he hold his head up in front of Han Chi-Chi? He'll bid 50,000. The man gritted his teeth and raised his offer to 50,000. Then he leaned close to Lin Chen and whispered a threat. I am a relative of the chairman of the Longzhou Group. My name is Wang Haoran. Please give me some face. He wasn't unable to afford this money, but he was afraid that this matter would escalate and have bad repercussions. If his uncle found out that he did this for a woman in public, Lin Chen became intrigued upon hearing this. Longzhou Group, a top 500 company in Huaxia. This background was indeed not small, but it wasn't enough. 100,000. Lin Chen ignored him and continued to raise the bid. Ding. System task issued. Make Wang Haoran apologize. Reward license plate number Shu 888888. Because the task limit has been reached today, the reward will be issued tomorrow. There is actually a task limit. Wang Haoran's face darkened further upon hearing this. Haoran, why is it you? A person squeezed in from the crowd, looking at Wang Haoran in surprise. Wang Haoran turned his head to take a look, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Bro, why are you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but this couple insisted on competing with me, so I had no choice but to raise the bid. Wang Shijie frowned and glanced at Han Chi-Chi after hearing this. Han Kiki's arrogance faded immediately upon realizing Wang Haoran's brother was here, and she felt increasingly nervous under Wang Ziji's scrutiny. She had heard Wang Haoran mention that his older brother Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of the Longzhou Group, was also studying at Suzhou University. Isn't he the one who drove that supercar worth over 4 million the other day? Jiang Shuwei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. So Wang Shijie was Wang Haoran's brother, meaning he was also from the Wang family of the Longzhou Group. Wang Shijie noticed the commotion and came over, discovering it was Wang Haoran. His grandfather despised. He had always adhered to the principle of being low-key in life and high-profile in work. Wang Haoran was merely a distant relative of his family who had received some benefits after his grandfather became successful, and only then did his life improve. At this moment, Wang Shijie noticed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei. Lin Gu, sister-in-law. Wang Shijie greeted them. Wang Haoran and Han Kiki's hearts sank. They actually knew Wang Shijie. Moreover, judging by Wang Ziji's tone and demeanor, he was being very respectful. Jiang Zuwei's background was known to Han Chi-Chi, ruling her out as the person. That left the one called Lin Gu. Could it be that Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend was of a higher status than the grandson of the chairman of the Longzhou Group? Han Chi-Chi began to regret thinking she shouldn't have provoked Jiang Shuwei. Wang Haoran looked nervously at Wang Shijie and the others. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoran. Is this your brother? He's a distant cousin of mine. Wang Shijie explained. Is there a misunderstanding? Lin Chen must have an extraordinary background, owning a Lamborghini Veneno valued at nearly 100 million, and he wouldn't easily offend anyone. Unless Lin Chen had done something excessive. You can ask your brother. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Jiang Shuwei also looked angrily at Wang Haoran and the others. The two, knowing Lin Chen's background was likely extraordinary, suddenly felt anxious. Wang Shijie, observing their attitudes and having some understanding of his distant cousin, began to piece things together. Wang Ziji's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Wang Haoran. What exactly is going on? Wang Haoran, knowing that the two knew each other, dared not embellish and could only explain the situation. After hearing this, Wang Shijie glared fiercely at Wang Haoran and then shot a cold glance at Han Chi-Chi. Han Chi-Chi unconsciously clung to Wang Haoran even tighter. Linga's sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry, this matter is indeed Haoran's fault. Wang Shijie said apologetically to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei. Aren't you going to apologize? Wang Shijie turned and looked at Wang Haoran, his tone somewhat stern. I'm sorry, Lin Gu. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I acted inappropriately today. Wang Haoran saw Wang Ziji's signals and hurried to apologize, increasingly curious about Lin Chen's background. But Han Qiqi remained frozen in place, not moving at all. Wang Haoran saw his cousin's face darken and quickly pulled Han Qiqi, signaling her to apologize quickly. However, Han Qiqi shrugged off Wang Haoran's hand and turned to leave the pet shop. Want me to apologize to Jiang Shuowei? Dream on. If I apologize, how can I face Jiang Shuowei every day in the dorm without feeling embarrassed? I can always find another boyfriend. After all, I'm not bad looking. Wang Haoran stared blankly at Han Qiqi, who had already walked far away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijia looked at his disappointing cousin. Take a look at what kind of person you found. Wang Haoran lowered his head in despair. Since getting together with Han Qiqi, he had spent quite a bit on her, and Han Qiqi had acted very lovingly towards him. Unexpectedly today, to help her, he got into trouble, and she just walked away after asking for an apology. Buzz buzz. Wang Haoran's phone vibrated. Opening it, he saw the message, "Let's break up." He felt neither anger, nor did he question her why she was doing this. Lin Go, I'm really sorry for interrupting your and your sister-in-law's enjoyment over such a woman. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. His attitude was obviously much more sincere than before. It's fine since you are Wang Shijia's brother, let's just leave it at that. Lin Chen smiled. Ding. The task to have Wang Haoran apologize has been completed. Due to the reward for today's task being capped, the reward will be distributed tomorrow. Lin Go, are you free tonight? I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to a meal as a form of apology. Wang Shijia looked at Wang Haoran's performance with satisfaction. He finally looked somewhat like a member of the Wang family. He needed to learn to read the room to know what to provoke and what not to. I'm fine with that, it mainly depends on my girlfriend. Lin Chen looked gently at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei felt warm inside. Sure, no problem. She knew that the Wang family brothers were not ordinary people. Improving her relationship with her boyfriend would definitely be beneficial. What is the most important thing in this society? Of course, it's connections. Then thank you, Lin Go, and your sister-in-law for your kindness. Wang Haoran was naturally very happy when both agreed. From his cousin's attitude, it was clear that Lin Chen had an extraordinary background. If he could get to know someone like him, it would only bring him benefits. Cousin, are you going too? Of course. I want to chat more with Lin Go. What? You don't want me to go? Wang Shijia teased. No, of course not. Wang Haoran shrank his neck. Lin Go, did you drive? If not, you can take my car. My brother definitely drives a supercar only fitting for one. Oh, I'm driving a hatchback Mercedes, which is just right to take you and your sister-in-law over. Wang Haoran spoke cautiously. No need, I have my own car, just send me the location and we'll go by ourselves. Lin Chen declined. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got in the car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijia. Another Dihao. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Oh, from yesterday to today, including tonight's meal, they were dining at Dihao. Going to your territory again, Jiang Shuowei joked. Lin Chen smiled silently. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Dihao, Wang Shijia and Wang Haoran were already waiting at the door. Cousin, look. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Wow, how wealthy do you have to be to drive such a car? Wang Haoran was very envious. There are indeed many people who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno, but those who can let their descendants drive one are exceptionally wealthy. Seeing Wang Haoran's astonished and envious expression, Wang Shijia secretly chuckled. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoran's face when he discovered that it was Lin Chen's car. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got out of the car, Wang Haoran's eyes widened. Is this car Lin Guess? Wang Haoran stuttered with excitement. His resolve to befriend Lin Chen was even stronger now. He didn't expect to meet such a top-tier rich second generation through a misfortune. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile as he approached Jiang Shuowei. Not long, Lin Gu, your car is really cool. Wang Haoran's eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Chen's Veneno, his gaze filled with desire. Alright, let's go up. Okay. Hello, Mr. Lin. When Lin Chen and his group walked into the hall, the receptionist Lu Jing lit up upon seeing Lin Chen. However, when she noticed Jiang Shuowei next to Lin Chen, the light in her eyes dimmed again. Lin Chen nodded at Lu Jing. Huh, Mr. Lin. Lin Gu, is this Dihao your property? Wang Shijia and Wang Haoran looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dihao was quite famous in the circles of the influential in Tianfu City. Anyone who could dine in the Tianzi No. 1 private room in Dihao was considered a prominent figure in all of Tianfu City. This illustrates how significant Dihao is. Yes, I just acquired it a few days ago. It's just a small enterprise, nothing worth mentioning. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive. Even Wang Shijia couldn't help but exclaim. It is known that the total market value of the entire Longjiu Group is only over 80 billion, while Dihao Hotel is estimated to be worth at least tens of billions to acquire right. A small enterprise not worth mentioning. If a hotel valued in the tens of billions is merely a small enterprise in Lin Chen's eyes, it shows the profound background Lin Chen possesses. Wang Haoran deeply realized the kind of person he almost provoked and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Lin Chen felt like he was almost treating Dihao as his home. He had been running there for the past few days. Thanks to Wang Shijia, Wang Haoran managed to book the Tianzi number 5 private room. Mr. Lin, do you need me to move you and your friends to the Tianzi number 1 private room? No need, let's just stay in the number 5 room. Oh, and tell Dongfang that the Tianzi number 1 private room will no longer be open to the public. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Shen and his group walked towards the elevator. Lu Jing looked at Jiang Shuowei's back and couldn't help but sigh. Only a woman as beautiful as her deserves to be with Mr. Lin. After several people ordered their dishes, they chatted. Wang Shijia are you and Wang Haoran both from the Longzhou group. Linga, you can call me Shijia, and him Haoran, and my sister-in-law can call me that too. Right, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. Wang Shijia said this with great pride. He had always idolized his grandfather, who founded a company worth 80 to 90 billion, proving his capability. Jiang Shuowei suppressed her inner shock. Her face remained calm. I must not act like someone who has never seen the world. I can't embarrass a chun. Jiang Shuowei felt as if the first 20 years of her life were wasted. Only by interacting with the true upper class did she realize how narrow her previous world was. So you are the son of the Longzhou group. Lin Shen teased, and he couldn't help but think of forming connections. Even with a system, one shouldn't always fight alone, right? Linga, you're joking. Wang Shijia waved his hand. By the way, Linga, what does your family do? You must be quite remarkable to afford a veneno, right? Wang Shijia asked curiously. Jiang Shuowei and Wang Shijia also listened attentively. My parents are just ordinary workers, nothing much to say. Lin Shen said lightly. The others looked skeptical, thinking Lin Shen was reluctant to disclose more, so they didn't press further. As for me, I have a little bit of assets. I have a street front shop, a hotel, and a bit of shares in Chia. Penguin shares. The two Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, are you talking about that Penguin Corporation ranked among the top 20 of the global 500? Wang Haoran looked utterly stunned. Penguin's scale was immense, ranked 17th in the world, a true even if Lin Shen owned only a tiny fraction of a percent of Penguin, it would be remarkable. Who else could it? Lin Shen smiled at Wang Haoran. Brother Lin, I haven't heard of any new shareholder in Penguin recently. Wang Shijia asked with some puzzlement. He knew many of Penguin's shareholders, and Lin Shen was not among them. You should know in a few days, Lin Shen replied coolly as the waiter brought the dishes. Dongfang arrived shortly, 2 young masters of the Wang family. How could they be with Director Lin? Dongfang entered and immediately noticed Wang Shijia and Wang Haoran. Director Lin. Miss Jiang. Director Lin, I came because I know what you want to say later. I'm dining with friends now. Lin Shen picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of duck he found delicious, and offered one to Jiang Shuowei. All right, Director Lin. I won't disturb you and the 2 young masters of the Wang family. Hearing this, Dongfang had no choice but to withdraw. After they had eaten their fill, they prepared to return to school. Dongfang, however, was already waiting by the door. Shijia, you and Haoran go on ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, Lin Shen said to the Wang brothers. Okay, Brother Lin, well, go ahead then. After the 2 left, Lin Shen looked at the general manager of Dihao before him. Dongfang, do you still want to keep this position? Dongfang broke out in a cold sweat. This post was vital to him. Through it, he had forged many connections and earned an annual income in the millions. Director Lin, I want to keep working. Please give me this chance. Jiang Shuowei tugged at Lin Shen's sleeve with concern. She had a favorable impression of Dongfang. Lin Shen squeezed Jiang Shuowei's delicate hand. Considering you've worked at the hotel all these years, if not for great merit, then for your toil, I will give you this chance. Do you know why I'm somewhat displeased with you? Lin Shen asked calmly, watching Dongfang breathe a sigh of relief. Is it because of my friend's child? Dongfang watched Lin Shen's face and tentatively asked. Lin Shen shook his head. That wasn't your fault. Your mistake was making an exception because he is your nephew and seating him in a private family box. Why has Dihao become the gathering place for the powerful? Aside from the hotel's own excellence, I won't belabor the other reasons. I understand, Director Lin. That will never happen again. Dongfang immediately promised. Good. Work well, and I will not treat you unfairly. Who says Dihao can only be in Tianfu? Is that not so? Lin Shen said with pointed implication. Dongfang felt a thrill at the suggestion. Hearing Director Lin imply expansion, Dongfang imagined Dihao opening nationwide and his own prospects rising. Director Lin, I will work hard. I will not disappoint you. The 40-something man felt as if he had returned to his 20s, filled with renewed vigor. Jiang Shuowei held Lin Shen's hand with pride. This is my man, she thought. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Shen looked unsatisfied with Dongfang's state of mind. A reprimand followed by a reward, a promise of a bright future, such as the art of managing subordinates. Director Lin, please accept this card. Dongfang produced a black card and handed it to Lin Shen. This is Dihao Hotel's supreme card. There is only one, Dongfang explained. The card signified status. Originally, there had only been silver, gold, and diamond tiers. The supreme card had been produced temporarily. Lin Shen took the card and appraised it. It felt fine to the touch. Entirely black, a brilliant diamond set in the upper right corner, flashing dazzling light. The diamond was not mere ornament, but an anti-counterfeit mark for the black card guaranteeing its uniqueness. The entire card exuded a mysterious noble air. Jiang Shuowei clearly liked the card's design, and she took it from Lin Chun and toyed with it in her hand. Lin Chun nodded with satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. He escorted Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory entrance. Aiken, shall I go up now? She asked softly. Jiang Shuowei looked reluctant to part. Lin Chun gently wrapped an arm around her slim waist, lowered his head, and kissed her. After a while their lips parted. Go up then. Lin Chun's mouth curved as he watched Jiang Shuowei's flushed face. You rascal, she cried, then turned and entered the dormitory building. Only when Jiang Shuowei's silhouette disappeared from view did Lin Chun turn and leave. Back at the dormitory, someone burst out, Boss, do you know you're on the campus forum's hot list? As soon as Lin Chun stepped through the door, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei crowded around him excitedly. What? Lin Chun asked, bewildered. Chen Xiao opened the campus forum and showed him the viral post. When you were out shopping with Jiang University's campus belle, today someone secretly photographed you and posted it on the forum. Boss, you've become the public enemy of every boy on campus. And another thing, your arrival by Ferrari when you enrolled was dug up and circulated. Now everyone says the campus belle has hooked up with a rich heir. Xiao Wei chimed in. Lin Chun looked closely. Indeed, it was the intimate moment with Shuowei on Lulang Street that afternoon. The campus paparazzi truly were everywhere. Lin Chun quickly took out his phone and called Jiang Shuowei. What's up, Aiken? Missing me? Her playful voice came through the line. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei danced and gestured excitedly in the dorm, but dared not speak, which made Lin Chun laugh. Of course I miss you. Did you see the campus forum? Lin Chun's tender voice made Jiang Shuowei melt on the other end. I saw it. Wainer told me as soon as I got back to the dorm. Don't mind what people say on the forum, they're just jealous you found such an excellent boyfriend. Hearing this, the two in the dorm pretended to be overwhelmed and went out to the balcony, out of sight, out of mind. Ha ha, Aiken, how cute you are. Yes, my boyfriend is the most outstanding person in the world. They chatted a few more minutes before hanging up. I definitely miss you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei mimicked a girlish tone and tossed Lin Chun a flirtatious look. Get lost, you two are disgusting. Lin Chun laughed and scolded. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dorm? Lin Chun asked, noticing Xiao Fei was still out. Number 4 seems to have gone out to meet some junior. Alas, it's just the two of us left to lean on one another. Chen Xiao sighed. Hey boss, does Jiang University's campus belle have any single friends? Introduce them to number 2 and me, Lin Chun said, picturing Tang Wainer fiercely defending her friends and Han Chichi coyly calling Wang Haran baby. He felt a chill at the thought. Forget it. You two couldn't handle them. Uffed. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went to play games. Lin Chun shook his head helplessly at the two lively rascals. Have the military training uniforms been distributed? He asked, looking at the olive green garments on the table. Yes, the class cadres brought them over, Chen Xiao replied. At that moment, Lu Shu sent a meeting link. Sure, I will attend. Lin Chun thought that tomorrow was the military training for new students, but asking for leave to explain the situation shouldn't be a big issue, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chun was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was the alarm set by Xiao Wei indicating that today was the start of military training. Lin Chun looked at his phone. It was only 7:30. He sent Jiang Shuowei a good morning message and got out of bed to wash up. It seems that the fourth hasn't returned yet. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed with a hint of envy. Yes, we have to gather soon. I wonder if the fourth will make it. Xiao Fei suddenly burst in, urging the three, who were still washing up. Hurry up. I see many people in military uniforms heading toward the playground downstairs. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform, while urging the others. Fourth, you know you have to come back, right? Our dorm 515 can't accommodate you anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei with jealousy. You're just jealous that I can spend the night outside with my sister. Xiao Fei quickly rebutted after changing his clothes. Chen Xiao, caught in his thoughts, smiled awkwardly. After changing into their military uniforms, the group arrived at the playground, which was already crowded. Based on the messages from their class group, it took them a while to find their class formation. After the leaders on stage passionately delivered a long speech, the instructor finally led a neatly aligned formation into the playground. The entire class was separated into male and female groups and mixed with members from other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's formation looked very robust, clearly someone who was hard to talk to. My name is Zhang Daju. For the next 7 days you will all be under my supervision. Zhang Daju looked seriously at the students while inspecting their uniforms. You? Step forward. Zhang Daju pointed at a student. The student nervously stepped out. Why are you wearing flip-flops for military training? I didn't have time to change. From now on, when answering questions, start with report, instructor. Start over. Report, instructor. I didn't have time to change. Is that an excuse? You have 10 minutes to change and come back. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why should I have to run 3 laps? The boy was a bit indignant. Just because I am your instructor. If you are unwilling, you can go and talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to return to the dorm to change his shoes. After that display of power, the formation became noticeably more obedient, standing straight. Now let's practice military posture. Let's try for an hour to see how you do. After Zhang Dezhu finished speaking, he sat down under the shade of a tree, watching everyone. After about 40 minutes. Boss, I feel like I'm going to die. Chun Xiao, who was already quite thin, swayed unsteadily after standing in military posture for over 40 minutes. Hang in there, it should be over soon. Lin Chun was sweating profusely under the sun. He hadn't exercised much, and felt his body wasn't as good as it was in middle school. Back then he could run 1,000 meters in just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but now, ding! System task issued. Maintain military posture for 1 hour. Reward strengthened physique. Ding! Yesterday's reward has been issued. The leopard number shoe A88888 has been replaced with a Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chun was delighted. The system was indeed a wonderful thing. After another 10 minutes. Sit down and rest on the spot. Everyone seemed to hear celestial music, and all sat down at once. Ding! The task of maintaining military posture for 1 hour has been completed. System rewards have been... The system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind, followed by a warm current flowing through his body. This pleasant sensation almost made Lin Chen cry out. Even his legs, which had been weak after an hour in military posture, felt strong again. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm almost dying of thirst. Chun Xiao sat on the ground, rubbing his legs. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Dezhu, chatting with other instructors in the shade. Forget it. Chun Xiao recalled the scene of that boy running 3 laps before returning to stand in military posture. Since it was the first day of military training, many students were unprepared. Only a few had brought water. Still, someone ran to ask the instructor if they could go out to buy water. Everyone's gaze focused on him, filled with admiration and anticipation. But when they saw that boy return dejectedly, everyone knew the answer. At that moment, a girl approached their formation, looking quite pretty and holding 2 bottles of water. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. This girl was clearly here to deliver water. Over here. I scold. Zhao Fei joyfully stood up and called out to her. The girl immediately walked over to Zhao Fei. No need to say, she must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei got the water, the girl chatted with him for a few moments before leaving. She was a student from a nearby vocational school, and her military training would not start for a few days. Zhao Fei had deliberately sent her to deliver water today to show off. At that moment, Zhao Fei felt extremely pleased as he looked at the envious and jealous gazes from his classmates. After all, many people had come from other places to study, and finding a girlfriend just 3 days into freshman year was indeed rare. At this time, Zhao Fei handed the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up in surprise at Zhao Fei, wondering if he had taken some wrong medicine. Water for me. Classmate, I was a bit excessive yesterday, and I apologize to you. I hope we can still be good classmates in the future. Consider this bottle of water as my peace offering. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen sincerely. Some classmates who knew what happened yesterday looked at Zhao Fei's friendly attitude and felt a bit more approval for him as the class monitor. Ding! The task of having Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. Task rewards have been placed on the host's dorm bed. Wow! Isn't that the campus beauty Jiang Shuowei? I heard she is dating a freshman. Could it be that Jiang Shuowei came to deliver water to her boyfriend? Definitely. Oh, my heart is broken. At the entrance of the playground stood a girl in a white long dress, looking stunningly beautiful, like a fairy descended to earth. The students on the playground were discussing Jiang Shuowei, curious about who her boyfriend was. The previously listless boy suddenly looked revitalized. Boss, Jiang, the campus beauty, wouldn't be coming to deliver water to you, right? Chun Xiao leaned over to Lin Chun and asked. Lin Chun watched Jiang Shuowei searching around for his figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This girl. I accept your apology, but I don't need the water. My girlfriend has already brought it for me. Zhao Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Lin Chun accepted his apology. Whether or not Lin Chun wanted his water was not important, or as long as he didn't hold a grudge against him. Don't, boss. You need it. Chun Xiao took the water from Zhao Fei, opened it, and started gulping it down. Lin Chun waved to Jiang Shuowei. What is Lin Chun doing? Trying to attract the campus bowtie's attention. What a pity. If Jiang, the campus beauty, weren't dating. Based on Lin Chen's looks, he might really have a chance. The classmates whispered among themselves as they observed Lin Chen's actions. Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen waving at her, her eyes brightening as she walked toward him. No way. Jiang Shuowei really came here. Lin Chen can't be Jiang Zuiwa's boyfriend, right? Everyone was astonished as they watched Jiang Shuowei approach. Chen, drink some water. Jiang Shuowei walked up to Lin Chen, handing him a glass of lemon water playfully. She wanted to publicly declare in front of so many people that Lin Chen was her Jiang Zui's boyfriend, and no one could take him away. Lin Chen smiled gently as he accepted the glass of lemon water from Jiang Shuowei. The commotion caused by Jiang Shuwei also drew the attention of many girls towards Lin Chun and Xiao Fei beside him. Wow, I just realized that there are actually two handsome guys in our class. What a pity the school beauty got a head start. How could anyone compete with her? But there's still another one. The girls looked at Lin Chun and Xiao Fei with sparkling eyes. Jiang Shuwei noticed the gazes from the girls and protectively held on to Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen smiled slightly at Jiang Shuwei's little action, tightening his grip on her hand. Lin Chen's classmates were in awe. Compared to Jiang Shuwei, Xiao Fei's girlfriend was utterly unimpressive. They had previously mocked Lin Chen for being self-indulgent, but little did they know that Jiang Shuhua was truly his girlfriend. Wait, I heard Jiang Zuehua's boyfriend even entered school driving a Ferrari SF90. Am I the fool here? Everyone felt their faces turning red with embarrassment. All right, break's over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Dezhu cast a stunning glance at Jiang Shuwei before shouting at the students sitting under the sun. Can't we rest a few more minutes? My feet are about to give up. Exactly, we are the future flowers of the nation. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the complaints around him. I'm leaving now. Train well. Jiang Shuwei patted Lin Chen's head, looking like a little adult as she earnestly said, "Got it, Lady Jiang." Jiang Shuwei pinched Lin Chen's cheek and then turned to leave the playground. "Instructor, I need to take a leave of absence." Leave of absence? For what? Zhang Daz's expression darkened at the mention. He despised students who slacked off. The company is holding a shareholders meeting and they require my online attendance. Lin Chen said while showing Zhang Dazhu the chat record with Lu Shu. A shareholders meeting. Isn't he just a rich second generation? A freshman being a shareholder of a company. How does that sound so fake? I think so too. Could it be a lame excuse to skip training? That shouldn't be the case, and after all he did enter school driving a Ferrari. The classmates whispered among themselves about Lin Chun. They were already jealous of him having a school beauty girlfriend bringing him water, and now they had found an outlet for their frustration. Lin Chun ignored his classmates' comments. But Chen Xiao and the others were not pleased. Just because you're incapable, does that mean others are too? Our boss is the owner of Dihao. If you don't know, just don't talk nonsense, alright? The owner of Dihao. If you said his dad was the owner, I might believe it, but him. Besides, I know who the owner of Dihao is. I'm a regular at Dihao. A boy said disdainfully. His name was Lin Tianyo from another class. His father often took him to Dihao for meals, and he knew several. His father Lin Xiangdong had a great relationship with Li Xiangyu from Dihao. Would the owner be him? Ridiculous. Everyone looked at Lin Tianyo, who was confident with some suspicion towards the three. They felt the three were just bragging. Indeed, Dihao is a high-end hotel frequently visited by the powerful in Tianfu City, worth at least several billion. Would the owner be a freshman? Another person chimed in, further cementing the belief that the three were just boasting. Lin Tianyu became even more pleased. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were about to refute, but Xiao Fei stopped them. Will they believe your explanations? It's better to see how our boss handles it. The two then ceased their rebuttal, but their gazes towards Lin Tianyu became somewhat cold. Zhang Dazhu glanced at Lin Chun and Lu Shu's chat records. Who is she? She is the board secretary from our company. Lin Chen explained briefly. Zhang Dazhu appeared confused. Board secretary? What does that do? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Co. Ltd. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. Xiao Fei and the others stared wide-eyed at the calm Lin Chun. Our boss is a shareholder of Penguin Company. This must be a joke. It can't be right. Do you think someone with his character would be so foolish in front of so many people? Chen Xiao found it a bit surreal, but chose to believe Lin Chun. Xiao Fei remained silent. He knew Lin Chen's background was extraordinary, but never expected he was a shareholder of Penguin. But when did Penguin Company gain another shareholder? Xiao Fei was puzzled. Huh. He claims to be a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say I'm Little Ma. Im Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. Does he really think he can be a shareholder just because he drives a Ferrari SF90? He looks decent yet loves to brag. Lin Chun ignored these clowns and anxiously looked at Zhang Dazhu. It was already 9:56. The shareholders' meeting was set for 10. Zhang Dazhu was holding back laughter as he looked at the handsome young man before him. All right, you go. Make sure to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen had told such a lie just to skip out. If he didn't agree, it would seem unkind. Lin Chen nodded and put on his headphones, sitting in the shade as he entered the Penguin meeting. I told you those three were just bragging, right? Dihao was one thing, but now even Penguin is involved. Why doesn't he claim to be the president of beautiful country? Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei and the others disdainfully, causing the classmates to burst into laughter. You? Chen Xiao, with a fiery temper, couldn't hold back and was fortunately stopped by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. If a fight broke out during military training, they would probably be expelled from school. Of course, except for Xiao Fei. Everyone is here, so let's officially begin this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen recognized the speaker, Mai Ting, shown on the microphone, and knew who it was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder Lin Chun. Shareholder Lin acquired 10% of our Penguin shares, which means he is our second largest shareholder. Does shareholder Lin want to say a few words? Lin Chun took a deep breath. All those attending the Penguin shareholders meeting were internationally renowned companies and individuals. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just a freshman who suddenly became wealthy thanks to the system. Lin Chun turned on the microphone. Then he'll say a few words. I have great confidence in the future of Penguin, so I joined Penguin. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to Penguin Company. Others also turned on their microphones to greet Lin Chun. Lin Chun could only think that if it weren't for the English it might have been awkward. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference later. Should your information be disclosed? Ma Teng was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chun's identity information. The data showed that Lin Chun was a freshman at Suzhou University and his parents were ordinary workers. Where did he get such a huge amount of terrifying funds to acquire shares in Penguin? Thus he concluded that Lin Chun was certainly not simple, and at the same time he worried that Lin Chun would affect his decision-making power in the company. Everyone who invested signed an agreement with Ma Teng stating that they would not participate in the company's decision-making and would only enjoy the dividends. This way, even if Ma Teng's shares were less than 10%, he could still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he needed to get Lin Chun to sign this agreement by any means necessary. Just hint at it subtly. I don't want to disturb my normal life, Lin Chun said nonchalantly. He didn't like being low-key. With power and strength, he should enjoy it. It seemed nice to play dumb and eat the tiger, but he didn't like it. However, he also didn't want his beautiful university life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Chun received a friend request on his Super XIN account, and when he opened it, it was from Ma Teng. Lin Chun thought for a moment and chose to accept. Mr. Lin, I have something I want to discuss with you. Lin Chun had a general idea. He probably wanted Lin Chun to sign an action agreement, right? Director Ma, I know what you want to say, but what can you offer? Although they had the same interests and both wanted Penguin to develop, it was clearly impossible to make Lin Chun sign the agreement with just a word. How about this? I will come to Tianfu City tomorrow to discuss in detail. Is that okay? Sure, but I have military training. How about we meet at the Dihao Hotel in the evening for detailed talks? Great. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lin Chun put away his phone and stood up to walk towards the formation. Hey, is the major shareholder of Penguin back? How was the meeting? Ha 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 XSWL. Lin Tianyu mocked Lin Chun with a strange tone. The one speaking stepped out. Zhang Daz's face turned dark. Don't you know to report before speaking? Go. Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile froze on his face. After glaring at Lin Chun fiercely, he began to run around the playground. You fall in line. Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Chun again. Lin Chun nodded and returned to his position. They were currently teaching how to march in place, and Chun Xiao was kicking his legs while whispering. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin Company? Lin Chun nodded slightly as a response. Sit down and rest for 10 minutes. Just then Zhang Dazhu blew the whistle for a break. Chun Xiao and the others eagerly rushed over to sit down. I'm really a shareholder of Penguin, and do you think I'm that stupid? I wouldn't use this to fool you. Lin Chun explained with a bitter smile. It's not that we don't believe you, we just find it too unbelievable and want to confirm it. Boss, you are a shareholder of Penguin. Can you change the matching mechanism for the game? It's really disgusting. Chun Xiao complained. It's not something I can just change with a word. Lin Chun was a bit speechless. His friends thought there was something they needed help with, but instead they wanted him to change the matching mechanism. By the time lunch arrived, they could finally take a break. Boss, by the way, when did you acquire shares in Penguin? How much? Xiao Fei finally managed to say what he had been holding back for a long time. There was no way. Penguin's status was indeed a bit high. It was one of the top 20 companies in the world, one of the top companies in Huaxia. His university roommate was a shareholder of Penguin. I just acquired it a couple of days ago, holding 10% of the shares, Lin Chun said nonchalantly. 10%. The three exclaimed in unison, especially Xiao Fei, whose family was powerful in Shangjing, and thus understood what 10% of shares in Penguin meant. Boss, Penguin's official website just published a statement. It says a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiao had just pulled out his phone to search for Penguin shareholders, and the first trending topic was this. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei quickly leaned over to take a look. Wow, it's true. Moreover, Director Ma even said it's a young man who just entered university, holding 10% of the shares. Xiao Wei also exclaimed. The three were dumbfounded, looking at Lin Chun, who appeared utterly calm. They could now be 100% sure that this person was indeed their dormitory leader. Boss, you are truly my idol. Chun Xiao hugged Lin Chun. Get off me. How disgusting. I'm not big. Lin Chun pushed Chun Xiao away with disdain. Xiao Wei, who was eager to move, withdrew his hands awkwardly and rubbed them together. Ah Chun. Just as the three walked out of the playground, Jiang Xuewei quietly sneaked up behind Lin Chun and patted him on the shoulder. Xuewei, have you been waiting for me long? Lin Chun gently held Jiang Xuewei's hand. Jiang Xuewei felt a bit shy as she noticed the glances from those around them, but she still allowed Lin Chen to hold her hand. Not really, I just arrived. Jiang Shuawei stood beside Lin Chen observing Chen Xiao and the others. This one is quite handsome, but unfortunately he can't compare to my odd Shan. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's looks. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Fei were quite striking, and even wearing military training uniforms couldn't hide that. They were the kind of people who could catch one's eye in a crowd. With Jiang Shuawei there, the gazes of those around were naturally drawn. Seeing Jiang Shuawei observing Xiao Fei and the others, Lin Chen smiled slightly and introduced, "This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and that one whose looks are only slightly inferior to mine is Xiao Fei." "Hello. I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend," Jiang Shuawei said generously without feeling nervous just because she was Lin Chen's friend. "Hello, sister-in-law," the three said in unison. "Hello, boss, both me and the third one are also walking the handsome route, okay?" Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses and said flamboyantly, MHM, all right. Lin Chen responded perfunctorily. "Boss, you and the school flower Jiang should go eat, don't worry about us three." After greeting, Xiao Fei only glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Although he was a flirt, it didn't mean he would covet his friend's woman, even if he had had thoughts about Jiang Shuawei in the past. Unlike some animals. Yes. Boss, we three will leave. First, you accompany sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao said to Lin Chen with a wink, then pulled Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei toward the cafeteria. "Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you boss?" Jiang Shuawei smiled and curiously looked, "Because I'm older than them. So casual." The two chatted and laughed all the way, envying the numerous classes. "If I could make school flower Jiang my girlfriend, allowing me to drive luxury cars and live in mansions, I'd be willing." "You? Just go take a nap. You'll have everything in your dreams." It is already the third day at school, and Lin Chen has not eaten a meal here yet. Bacon, that Huangmin chicken is especially delicious. "I'll take you there." Jiang Shuawei excitedly pointed at the long line at the window. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "Fortunately, we managed to get the last few servings." Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen found a seat with their trays, and Jiang Shuawei said with a hint of anxiety, "It's normal for new students to face such things." Lin Chen said softly, "I'll take a phone call." Just as they were enjoying their meal, Jiang Shuawei's phone rang. Lin Chen nodded. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" "I'm in the middle of eating." Jiang Shuawei answered the call in a delicate tone. "What? Okay, he'll be right back." After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei's expression turned a bit grim. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Shuawei. "Something happened at home, I need to go back. You should train well this afternoon." Jiang Shuawei stood up to pick up her tray while saying, "Do you need my help?" No, it's just a small matter." "All right, then be careful on your way back." "Got it." Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei leave without thinking too much. While eating, Lin Chen pondered whether he should find a personal secretary. After all, with the increasing company matters, he could not handle them alone. After making the decision, Lin Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Shu. "Secretary Lu, do you know any good personal secretaries? I want to hire a personal secretary." After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up to refill his meal and returned to his dorm. Lu Shu was busy, and upon hearing the notification sound saw it was Lin Chen's message and immediately became attentive. "Looking for a personal secretary. Do you really need to consult me for this?" According to him, he should already have a top-notch personal secretary assigned to him, right? Lu Shu thought to herself as she read Lin Chen's message. However, this could work out well. Her nephew had just terminated his contract with the previous employer, and his abilities should catch Lin Chen's eye. Moreover, if he could establish a connection with Lin Chen, it would be beneficial for both her and her nephew. "May I ask what requirements Director Lin has for a personal secretary?" "No specific requirements, just outstanding abilities will do. Compensation can be discussed later. I have a nephew who is very capable and is well known in the industry as a top secretary. Would you like to know more about him?" "Sure, send over the information." Lu Shu thought to herself. Success. She was quite confident in her nephew's abilities. She then sent Lin Chen her nephew's information. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was lying in bed while Chen Xiao and the others had already fallen asleep. Thanks to the system's rewards, he still felt quite energetic. Lu Hai graduated from the finance department of Beijing University of Economics. Worked as the personal secretary of the chairman of Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen looked at the resume and was quite satisfied. He searched for Jiangbei Sunshine Group and found it was among the top 500 companies in the country. Although it was ranked lower, it still proved that Lu Hai's abilities should be quite impressive. "All right, let's go with him." "Okay, Director Lin, I will have him contact you right away." Lu Shu was a bit excited and quickly called her nephew. "Do you know about the new shareholder of Penguin Company?" Lu Shu got straight to the point. "I know, Aunt, what's up?" Lu Hai, puzzled after hearing Lu Shu's question, thought for a moment, could it be? "He asked me to help introduce a personal secretary, so I sent your information to him." "What did Director Lin say?" Lu Hai asked nervously. This was a tremendously valuable opportunity for him, and even if he ended up parting ways with Lin Chen, he wouldn't worry about the future with this resume. "Director Lin seems quite satisfied. I sent you his number via super chat so you can add him." Lu Shu said with, "Thank you, Aunt. I'll add him right away." Lu Hai replied excitedly. He was initially prepared to accept an invitation from a municipal company, but unexpectedly thanks to his aunt's connections, he took such a big step. Director Lin's background is not ordinary, so you need to be cautious while working beside him. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Lu Shu still reminded Lu Hai. "Don't worry, Aunt, you know my abilities." Lu Hai replied confidently. "All right, you handle your things while hang up now." "Okay, and I'll come visit you when I have time." Lu Hai hung up the phone, trying to calm his excited heart as he began to learn about Lin Chen's information and the situation with Penguin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had started afternoon military training. "Boss, why do you seem like a different person? How come your stamina has improved so much?" After finishing the warm-up exercise that Zhang Dezhu had instructed, Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen, who barely broke a sweat with confusion. "Eat more kidney treasure pills," Lin Chen said casually. "What?" This one line left Chen Xiao Xiaowei and Xiao Fei all stunned. Lin Tianyu felt a bit anxious. Lin Chen had just claimed to be a shareholder of Penguin, and by noon, the official announcement from Penguin confirmed that a young shareholder had just entered the university. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? During the break, Lin Tianyu could no longer hold back and approached. "Do you have any evidence to prove that you are indeed a shareholder of Penguin?" Lin Chen and the others were chatting and felt a bit bemused upon hearing this. "Why should I prove anything to you?" Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said lightly. Lin Tianyu, hearing this, felt that Lin Chen must have received information early and was just making a big fuss. "Are you afraid I will expose your lies?" Lin Tianyu sneered. Other students gathered around to join in on the excitement. "I say, Lin Tianyu, are you sick? Does our boss need to prove anything to you about being a shareholder of Penguin? What do you want to flatter him?" "Huh?" Laughter erupted around them. Chen Xiao's remarks were as sharp as ever, causing Lin Tianyu to flare up. "You're Chen Xiao, right? You wait. You'd better not leave the school gate these days, or I'll make you kneel and call me daddy." Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Xiao with a stern expression. "You think I'm afraid of threats, you little brat?" Chen Xiao was completely unfazed and continued to taunt. Lin Chen and the others stood up abruptly. Lin Tianyu's followers also moved closer, clearly ready to fight at any moment. Lin Tianyu. Lin Chen noted this name, knowing that once the personal secretary arrived, he could leave these matters to him. "Hey, look over there, isn't that squad about to fight? So bold. Freshmen are fighting during military training. Aren't they afraid of getting punished?" Other squads noticed as well and watched the commotion. "What are you all doing? Get away from here." Zhang Dezhu never expected that just stepping out to use the restroom would nearly lead to such a big incident in his squad. If the chief instructor found out, he would surely face punishment. Thinking of this, Zhang Dezhu felt a surge of anger. "All of you who are ready to fight, step forward. The rest stand in military posture for half an hour." With a stern expression, Zhang Dezhu called Lin Chen and a few others along with Lin Tianyu out of the squad. After understanding the situation, he looked at Lin Tianyu. "From your tone, are you planning to find someone to deal with them after school?" "No, it's just a joke among classmates." Lin Tianyu replied with a forced smile. He did not want to be punished for this incident. After all, there were quite a few rich kids at Suzhou University, and it wouldn't look good if word got out. What kind of society are we living in now? Do you really think it's like back in our day where a fight would solve everything? We're all adults now, think twice before taking action. Zhang Dezhu sighed. "Don't worry, instructor, we won't say anything foolish," Chen Xiao said with a smile, almost making Lin Chen and the others laugh out loud. Lin Tianyu and his group gritted their teeth in frustration, but dared not argue back. To be honest, Zhang Dezhu did not want to deal with these troubled youths. He figured they would become honest after experiencing the harsh realities of society. As long as they didn't cause trouble this week, they could do as they pleased. Return to formation. Back at the dormitory, Xiao Fei and his companions rushed to the bathroom to shower. Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei. Later, he began to feel that something was off. "Shuawei, what did your uncle and aunt want you to come back for?" After sending the message, he saw a friend request in his notifications, which should be Lu Hai, so Lin Chen chose to accept it. "Director Lin, I am Lu Hai. You can just call me Xiao Hai from now on." Lin Chen smiled slightly at this message. As expected of a personal secretary, the message felt very pleasant. "All right, Xiao Hai, bring the contract over tomorrow morning. Also, Ma Teng will come to talk to me about something. You should come along too." Lu Hai was taken aback by this message. He had prepared himself to answer all of Lin Chen's questions, and yet this request was approved so quickly. Without further thought, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. They finally agreed to meet at the Dihao Hotel to sign the contract at 8:30 the next morning. Ma Teng would also come by between 9 and 10. Lin Chen and Lu Hai discussed the specifics of the contract, and Lin Chen asked him to review the information about Penguin Company, ending their conversation there. Looking at the chat page with Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen felt a bad premonition seeing that he had sent the last message. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Shuawei. Hearing the busy tone, Lin Chen started to panic. Just as he was about to call Dong Fong to help check Jiang Shuawei's address, her phone call came back. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Aiken? Lin Shen could hear that Jiang Shuowei sounded very tired. Shuowei, is something wrong? Lin Shen tried to keep his tone gentle. It's nothing. Aiken, don't worry, I'll be back at school in a few days. I won't be able to accompany you these days, so you'd better not look for other girls outside. Jiang Shuowei said fiercely, but Lin Shen felt that she was hiding something. Alright, please give me the contact information for Senior Sister Tang. Just in case I can't reach you, I can at least ask Senior Sister Tang. Fine, I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Lin Shen heard a commotion on Jiang Zuwei's side before she hurriedly hung up. After a while, Jiang Shuowei sent a contact recommendation. Who are you? Senior Sister Tang, I am Lin Shen. Tang Weiner was somewhat confused. Why is Zuwei's boyfriend adding me? Is it to introduce me to a guy? Lin Shen felt a bit embarrassed. Do you know where Zuwei's family is? It seems something happened at her home, and she won't tell me. I want to go check on her. Jiang Shuowei left in a hurry, and when Tang Weiner asked her what happened, she only vaguely said there was something going on at home. Hearing Lin Shen mention it now, it indeed seemed something was off. After thinking for a moment, Tang Weiner sent Lin Shen an address. This is Zuwei's home address. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, Senior Sister, I can go alone. Alright. Lin Shen looked at the address on his phone. Jintang Ha. Lin Shen informed Ma Teng and Lu Hai about the situation, setting the time for the third day, then changed his clothes and prepared to head out. Boss, are you going out to find the campus flower, Jiang? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Shen with a teasing expression. Yeah, there's something to take care of. We'll be back tomorrow night. You need to ask the counselor and the instructor for leave, right? Chen Xiao reminded him, although surprised he didn't pry further. Lin Shen felt a headache at this. Indeed, he couldn't find a good reason to ask for leave. Forget it, he decided to skip class directly. Lin Shen made up his mind and drove his Lamborghini Poison out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Shen arrived at the residential area where Jiang Shuowei lived. Their residential area consisted of only a couple of 1- or 2-story buildings, likely housing allocated by the government after land acquisition. As soon as Lin Shen's car entered the area, it attracted many gazes. Being a small place, they had never seen such luxury cars before. After Lin Shen got out of the car, several attractive girls approached him with flushed faces, wanting to add him on social media. Lin Shen politely declined one by one. I already have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend doesn't mean you can only have one. One of the girls said something shocking. Lin Shen was left speechless. Forget it, do you know where Jiang Zuwei's family lives? Jiang Shuowei. I know her. You can't be her boyfriend, can you? The girls felt a bit disappointed. If it were Jiang Yue, she wouldn't compare to Jiang. Yes, could you please tell me where her home is? Lin Shen asked politely. Although Tang Weiner had given him the address, the house number was indeed hard to find. I know where it is, but you probably won't find her, as she should be in the hospital, one of the girls said. Huh, didn't she go to the city for school? Why is she in the hospital again? The other girls asked in confusion. I heard from my dad that her father seems to be sick and needs a large sum of money. The girl shook her head with a hint of pity. Could you tell me which hospital? Lin Shen asked anxiously. It's at the Jintang County First People's Hospital. Lin Shen thanked her and got back in his car, using navigation to drive toward the hospital. It's great to have a pretty girlfriend. Having such a wealthy boyfriend must be nice. This car must be worth several million, right? The girl who had informed Lin Shen sighed as she watched the Poison drive away. Indeed, with her boyfriend around, her family won't have to worry about medical expenses at least. Lin Shen hurriedly followed the navigation to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Shuowei, I've come to find you. After parking the car, Lin Shen sent a message to Jiang Shuowei. Huh, how did you know where I am? Senior Sister Tang told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital, come down. Okay, they'll be right there. After sending the message, Lin Shen waited at the hospital entrance. Before long, Jiang Shuowei came down. Upon seeing Lin Shen, her eyes turned red. She rushed over and hugged Lin Shen tightly. Lin Shen gently stroked Jiang Zuwei's head, feeling a pang of heartache. Why didn't you tell me about such a big event? Jiang Shuowei looked up, her nose twitching with grievance. I didn't want to trouble you, especially since you have military training. Why don't you have military training tomorrow? It's okay, I took a leave of absence. To avoid worrying Jiang Shuowei, Lin Shen told a little lie. Let's go, take me to see Uncle's condition. Lin Shen quickly changed the subject. The two of them attracted many people's attention, as their intimate actions could easily lead others to ask for contact information. My dad is still in the intensive care unit receiving a blood transfusion. My mom called me today. It turned out that Jiang Haitao was Jiang Zuwei's father. He was a contractor, but only had a dozen workers under him. Today there was a problem at the construction site, and Jiang Haitao rushed to the site without having breakfast. He remained busy until noon and ate 2 or 3 popsicles due to the hot weather. After a while, he began to vomit blood, continuously frightening the workers, who quickly called 120 and Jiang Zuwei's mother, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Jiang Haitao covered in blood, unconscious. Jiang Min collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. She then called Jiang Shuowei. Because Jiang Zuwei's grandparents were old, Jiang Min didn't dare to tell them. How is uncle now? Lin Chun felt a tightening in his heart. Although he didn't understand medicine, he could tell from the blood that it was a critical situation. Jiang Zuwei's voice choked up and her red-rimmed eyes made Lin Chen's heart ache. The doctor said they couldn't find the bleeding point and the hospital's blood bank is already in crisis. They are currently meeting to discuss performing surgery to fight for a chance. Jiang Xuewei couldn't continue holding on to Lin Chun as tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin Chen, what should I do if my dad doesn't make it? Lin Chen kept patting Jiang Zuwei's back. Don't worry, Xuewei, uncle will be fine. We need to trust the doctors. Jiang Xuewei took a while to calm down. She had been holding back her tears, putting on a brave face. Her mother was in a daze, and now she was her mother's pillar. In that moment with Lin Chun by her side, Jiang Xuewei finally let it all out. She wiped her tears, not wanting her mother to know she had cried. Let's go, I'll take you to see my mom. Jiang Xuewei forced a smile at Lin Chun. Lin Chun took Jiang M.M. At that moment, Jiang Min was outside the intensive care unit looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was continuously vomiting blood and receiving blood transfusions. Her tears were nearly dried up. Because Jiang Haitao was very devoted to his family, doing everything himself, now that he was gone, Jiang Min felt as if the sky had fallen. Mom, this is my boyfriend. He rushed over when he heard about my dad's situation. Jiang Xuewei placed her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder, forcing a smile as she introduced. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Chen. Uncle will definitely be fine. Lin Chen bowed to Jiang Min. Jiang Min merely nodded at Lin Chen before looking back toward Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At that moment, several doctors in white coats approached. Jiang Xuewei and Jiang Min rushed over. Lin Chen followed suit. Doctor, how is it? Will my husband be saved? Jiang Min looked at the doctors in front of her with some agitation. After meeting and discussing, we have decided to take a final chance, but we cannot guarantee that we can save him. As family members, you need to be mentally prepared for this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min felt as if all her strength had been drained, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen supported her in time. Doctor, please, you must save my dad. Jiang Xuewei choked up. We will do our utmost. The leading doctor nodded. Please sign this form, otherwise we cannot proceed with the surgery. The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to them. Informed consent for surgery. The three of them glanced at it and understood what it was. Jiang Min looked at the paper, trying to hold back her pain as she prepared to sign, but Jiang Xuewei jumped in first. Mom, I'm an adult too. Let me do it. Jiang Xuewei said with red-rimmed eyes. Okay. The leading doctor took the signed form and instructed the other doctors and nurses. Prepare for surgery. The doctors and nurses immediately sprang into action upon hearing this. Director Zhou, this is bad. There's only one operating room available, but the patient with kidney stones insists on immediate surgery. A female nurse quickly rushed over, anxiously reporting. There's only one operating room available. The leading doctor's expression darkened upon hearing this. Jiang Haitao's condition was already extremely critical. Every second was a race against death. How long until the other operating rooms are available? The fastest will take about 20 minutes. Then tell the patient with kidney stones to wait 20 minutes. I will communicate. You all directly take this patient to the operating room. The director made a decisive decision. Every doctor should understand the urgency of the situation. A kidney stone surgery can be delayed for a while without affecting the patient's condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you. Jiang Min's tears welled up upon hearing this, and she almost wanted to kneel to the doctor on the spot. Jiang Xuewei felt the same. Director Lin hurriedly helped the two up. This is what I should do. Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. Please wait outside for now. After Director Lin finished speaking, the doctors were ready and pushed the stretcher towards the operating room. The three hurried to follow. I don't care. I must have the surgery first. I lose hundreds of thousands every minute. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying my company's matters? Just as they exited the intensive care unit, they heard a man's arrogant voice. Lin Chen looked at a middle-aged man in a hospital gown, angrily scolding a young nurse. At that moment, the uncle also noticed them. You can't leave. I must have the surgery first. The uncle rushed over to block the hospital bed, preventing them from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. Why should others cut in line ahead of me? Don't you understand the order of arrival? The uncle shouted at the doctors like an agitated cat. While speaking, he cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Chun and the others. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Xuewei and his eyes widened with surprise. Jiang Xuewei sensed the uncle's unabashed gaze and with disgust hid behind Lin Chun. The uncle looked at Lin Chun with a mix of disdain and envy. Mr. Chow, we have already explained the situation. This patient's condition is extremely critical, and we hope you can understand. Director Lin stepped forward and said apologetically to the uncle named Chow. I can't understand. Is my time not worth anything? Chao Jinlong was the owner of a large local building materials company, and in recent years, he had profited significantly due to the rapid development of Jintang. Recently, a real estate company was preparing to order building materials, and having received the news, he planned to negotiate in a few days. This was a big deal he couldn't afford to miss. The sooner the better, otherwise other companies might snatch it away. Director Lin. The patient has vomited blood again. Several doctors hurriedly began to change the blood bags for transfusion. Brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. My husband is on the brink of death. Jiang Min looked at Jiang Haitao, who was vomiting blood again, and felt a bit overwhelmed, crying as she wanted to kowtow to Chao Jinlong. Mom, don't do this. Lin Shun and Jiang Shuawei with reddened eyes pulled Jiang Min up. It's not that we can't let you have the surgery. Chao Jinlong rubbed his chin, looking at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of suggestion. Everyone immediately understood Chao Jinlong's intention. Directly send the patient to the operating room. Mr. Chao, if you want to sue me, feel free to do so. Director Lin knew that Jiang Haitao had no time to waste, and the urgent task was to operate immediately to find the source of the bleeding. Several doctors and nurses complied and pushed the hospital bed toward the operating room. Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Min followed suit. Lin Shen, worried that Chao Jinlong might do something outrageous to the young Director Lin, decided to stay behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital. Reward 30% shares of Rongtou Real Estate Company. The system never issues tasks randomly indicating that this Chao Jinlong must be related to Rongtou Real Estate. Chao Jinlong, seeing this, was not angry, but instead smiled. He walked up to Director Lin and looked at his name tag. Director Lin E. Right. Just you wait. Chao Jinlong looked at Lin E. with a somewhat cold expression. A dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. All right, Mr. Chao, if there's nothing else, he'll go for the surgery now. Lin E. was not afraid of Chao Jinlong's threat. After politely saying a few words, he hurried to the operating. Lin Shun found a young nurse and asked where the director was. After learning the reason for his visit, the nurse looked at Lin Shun with some suspicion, but still led him there. Chao Jinlong spat on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. Yes, get some media over here. I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he coldly gazed in the direction of the operating room before returning to his ward. When he reached the director's office, the young nurse knocked on the door a few times. A strong voice came from inside. Come in. The young nurse opened the door quietly and walked in with Lin. Director, this gentleman says he wants to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to see you, the young nurse explained. The director looked up from the computer and turned to Lin Chen. So young, could it be just an excuse to meet me? Although somewhat suspicious, he still wanted to confirm. Xiaofang, you can go back to work now. The nurse named Xiaofang nodded and left the office. May I ask how much you wish to donate to our hospital, sir? Not much, I just want to donate 10 million. Lin Chen said casually. Oh, 10 million. The director, looking at Lin Chen's calm expression, instinctively spoke. What? 10 million. The director stood up excitedly. Their Jintang County First People's Hospital had always wanted to acquire an MRI machine, but each one costs several million or even tens of millions. If this young man in front of him was really willing to donate 10 million, it would solve a significant problem for them. Yes, 10 million. Lin Chen affirmed. Do you have any conditions, sir? The director asked tentatively. Such situations were not uncommon. Many donors came with conditions. While it was termed a donation, to put it plainly, it was an exchange of benefits. I have no conditions, Lin Chen shook. The director took out a letter of intent for Lin Chen to fill out. After Lin Chen filled it out quickly, he transferred 10 million to the hospital's finance department, as the director had said. When the finance department called the director to say that a sudden 10 million had arrived, the director finally believed it. Thank you so much. On behalf of Jintang County First People's Hospital, I express my gratitude to Mr. Lin. System task: donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital completed. System reward has been distributed. The director excitedly bowed to Lin Shun. Lin Shun, unable to accept such a deep bow from a respected and esteemed hospital director, quickly stepped back to avoid it. It's nothing, director. This is just a small support from me to our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to accompany her, Lin Shin said after helping the director up. Oh, may I ask the name of the patient? The director hurriedly inquired, not knowing how to thank Lin Shun. His name is Jiang Haitao. We were just discussing this patient in our meeting. His condition is very serious. How about this? I'll accompany you to see him, Mr. Lin. All right. The director then led Lin Shun toward the operating room. The doctors and nurses along the way looked curiously at Lin Shun beside the director. Who is this person? To have the director accompany him, and he's so young too. He must have a high social status. Several young nurses whispered among themselves. When Lin Shun and the director reached the operating room door, they saw Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Min sitting at the entrance with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Zuwei's shoulder. The two clasped their hands together, continuously praying for the surgery to go smoothly. The prayers in the hospital were more sincere than those in the church. Auntie Shuowei. Lin Shan walked over and called out. The two looked up at Lin Shan with a hint of concern on Jiang Zuwei's face. Let me introduce, this is the director of the hospital. Lin Shan smiled apologetically at Jiang Shuowei, then introduced the director. Both Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei fixed their gazes on the director. Hello, please rest assured Director Lin is one of our hospital's most skilled doctors, and this surgery will surely be a success. The director looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei, offering a comforting smile. That's good, that's good. Jiang Min murmured to herself, feeling somewhat relieved. Jiang Shuowei cast a grateful glance at Lin Shan and the director. She knew the director's visit was certainly due to Lin Shan. Director, may I ask why you are here? Jiang Min began to inquire. Oh, I heard that Lin's girlfriend's father is undergoing surgery, so I came to check on him. The director smiled kindly. Meanwhile, the operating room was in a state of intense tension. Director Lin, we can't find the bleeding point. One assistant was sweating profusely. The camera was filled with red, and after rinsing more red rushed in completely untraceable. Open the abdomen. Director Lin gritted his teeth. At the moment the stomach was cut open, blood pressure plummeted. Blood pressure is now over 50. A bit low. Quickly expand. Accelerate the blood transfusion. Reluctantly, another doctor had to resort to squeezing to expedite the blood transfusion. A few minutes later, Jiang Haitao's blood pressure finally stabilized. After more than 10 minutes, Director Lin said excitedly, found it. Finally, a roughly 1 centimeter ulcer was discovered at the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the 3 glowing words in the operating room dimmed. The surgery is over. The 3 immediately stood up, anxiously waiting for news at the door. Meanwhile, the director had already returned to handle matters, after all, as the director managing such a large hospital. Before long, the door opened. Director Lin walked out, with a weary expression, removing his mask. The surgery was very successful. He is no longer in life-threatening danger, and should be able to transfer to a regular ward in a few days. Director Lin said with a smile. He relished the feeling of having saved a life. That sense of being able to defy even the king of hell was utterly captivating. Upon hearing this, the 3 let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Min kept thanking Director Lin, pulling Jiang Shuowei along. Since such a major surgery had just been completed, he would still need to stay in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before being transferred to a regular ward. However, family members were not allowed to visit outside of designated times in the intensive care unit. The 3 prepared to leave after watching through the glass for a while. Due to this incident, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei hadn't had lunch. Jiang Shuowei hadn't even finished her lunch. Now it was dinner time. Mom, shall we go eat? I'm about to starve. After the heavy stone in her heart was lifted, Jiang Zuwei's tone became noticeably more cheerful. She had been in torment for these hours, fearing her father wouldn't make it. It was only then that Jiang Min had the time and mood to appraise Lin Shan. After all, her daughter had never mentioned having a boyfriend at this age. At this moment, she felt like the prized cabbage she had nurtured had been pushed around by a pig. Lin Shan was handsome, and judging by the director's earlier attitude, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. She began to feel somewhat satisfied with Lin Shan, but assessing a son-in-law shouldn't rely solely on appearance, and background. Character also needed to be evaluated. Further investigation was necessary. Jiang Min couldn't help but think, why is this prospective mother-in-law staring at me? Lin Shan felt a bit anxious under Jiang Min's gaze. Even though his identity was unusual now, the innate pressure from a future mother-in-law made him feel somewhat suffocated. You must be Xiao Lin, right? Haven't had dinner yet. How about coming to my place for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Sure, thank you, Auntie. Lin Shan replied. At this moment, Jiang Min, who had returned to normal, made Lin Shan feel somewhat awkward. Mom, how about I go with Aiken to buy groceries? We will cook dinner for you. Jiang Shuowei had previously learned from chatting with Lin Shan that he could cook, and that his culinary skills were quite good. That's why she suggested this, hoping Lin Shan would show off. Alright, then let's taste Xiao Lin's cooking tonight. I'll head back now, but you must take good care of Xiao Lin. Jiang Min said with a smile, nodding in admonition. Got it, Mom. How are you getting back, Auntie? Should I give you a ride? Lin Shan hurriedly asked. My mom drove here. Besides, with your 2 supercars, how are you going to take 3 people back? Jiang Shuowei shot Lin Shan a glance. Lin Shan awkwardly scratched his head. It seemed that was true. Jiang Min had indeed zeroed in on the supercars, and 2 of them. That indicated a very good family condition, able to provide Shuowei with a good material life. The only thing left to assess was his character. The 3 headed to the parking lot, and when Jiang Min saw Lin Shan's car, she couldn't help but be taken aback. It was simply because the looks were too stunning. Jiang Min felt like she had only seen such a car opening in short videos. It seemed to be called a butterfly door. Such a car must cost at least several million. Just then a security guard walked over with a troubled expression. Little brother, is this car yours? This car is too expensive. A car worth nearly 100 million is just parked here. Don't worry, we wouldn't dare let anything happen. Originally, the security guard had seen a sports car parked here and was curious enough to check. As a result, he found out it was worth nearly 100 million. There were only a dozen of them globally. He was startled. If someone bumped into it, and the perpetrator wasn't found, wouldn't he be responsible as a security guard? Helpless, he could only guard the car like a bodyguard. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Lin Shin smiled apologetically, handing a pack of cigarettes to the security guard. These cigarettes were bought at the supermarket before he came. He didn't know if Jiang Haitao smoked, but just in case he bought a few packs. Only then did the security guard's face lighten up. It's no problem, I'll get back to my duties. Little Lin, how much is this car? Jiang Min swallowed hard, uncertainly asking. Lin Shin felt a bit helpless. Had he known, he would have just bought a Mercedes worth several $100,000. Saying this in front of Jiang Shuowei's mother, that this car was originally priced over 90 million and now exceeds 100 million, felt particularly ostentatious. He could only cautiously glance at Jiang Shuowei. Seeing Jiang Shuowei nod, Lin Shin finally spoke. Annie, this car should be worth over 100 million now. What? Over 100 million? Jiang Min was dumbfounded, unable to help but mentally calculate how many zeros that was. 1 0. 2 zeros. At this moment in the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, the public opinion online is very unfavorable for our hospital, with accusations that we use connections to jump the queue. The director sitting at his desk rubbed his temples in frustration while looking at Director Lin standing in front of him. Director, emergency services are not about who arrives first, but about assessing the situation. I believe I did nothing wrong in this matter. Lin Yi said with a serious expression. That Chao Jinlong specifically sought out the media to slander our hospital. We just need to clarify the situation. It's easy for you to say. In today's internet age, the first to report is the one who is believed. Do you think they will trust what we say? They will only think we are making excuses. Forget it, I will send someone to negotiate with Chao Jinlong to see if we can settle this privately. We cannot allow public opinion to escalate further. Since Chao Jinlong has already transferred hospitals, you can leave work for now. The director waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to leave the office. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, but could only exit the office. Lin, how did it go? That Chao Jinlong is too despicable. That old man is clearly in a critical condition, yet he still causes a scene. Several young doctors and nurses gathered at the door, and as Lin Yi walked out, they hurriedly inquired. The director said he would discuss some compensation to see if we could settle this privately. Lin Yi felt very defeated at that moment. Lin Shun and Jiang Shuowei arrived at a market in a Lamborghini. The market was open air, not particularly clean, but it was quite crowded. Lin Shun searched for a long time before finding a parking spot. Chun, this place is quite remote. Large shopping malls are only found in the county center. Jiang Shuowei said a bit shyly. She thought that since Lin Shun was so wealthy, he would surely be unaccustomed to such small places. It's fine, I used to be a poor kid. I'm not as pretentious as you think. Lin Shun playfully pinched Jiang Shuowei's nose. Let's go. Jiang Shuowei took Lin Shin's hand and bounced toward the market. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Shun and Jiang Shuowei returned to the car with several bags of groceries, chatting and laughing. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic sprouts, Irjing peppers. Jiang Shuowei counted on her fingers. Is there anything else we need to buy? That should be about it. Do you want to tire your man out? Lin Shin glanced at the large bags of groceries and said with a bitter smile. TCH. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed at Lin Shin's words. Why am I asking? Lin Shin's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Who is it? Jiang Shuowei curiously leaned over. The hospital director. Then answer it quickly. Jiang Shuowei became a bit nervous, fearing it was news about her father. Lin Shin nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin. I hope I'm not disturbing you. The director spoke cautiously from the other end of the line. Not at all, director. Please go ahead with what you need to say. The situation is this: I'm sure you know about the incident with Director Lin being blocked from performing surgery by Chao Jinlong. He has sought the media to distort the truth about our hospital, claiming we use connections to jump the queue for surgeries. This issue is rapidly escalating online, and our superiors have mandated that we handle the public opinion effectively, so I'm hoping you can assist in resolving this matter through any connections you might have. Lin Shin's expression darkened upon hearing this. He didn't expect Chao Jinlong to be so troublesome and petty. What is wrong with this person? Since it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuowei also heard and pouted in annoyance. Chun, if you can help, please do so, since this is all for my dad's surgery. Jiang Shuowei said tentatively. Lin Shin gave Jiang Shuowei a reassuring look. Director, I'll give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that I can help. I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow noon at the latest. Lin Shin thought for a moment. He also couldn't guarantee that the system had issued a 30% share of the Rongtou real estate company, specifically targeting Chao Jinlong. Lin Shin specifically looked into Rongtou Real Estate, which is among the top real estate companies in Tianfu City and the entire Suzhou. All right. Whether you can help or not, thank you, Mr. Lin. After saying a few more words, the director hung up and slumped into his chair. Running a hospital is truly challenging. It was much better when I was a director. I had someone to lean on when the sky fell. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hung up the phone. There's no rush on this matter. Let's go home and cook first, and we can discuss it after dinner. Lin Chen comforted Jiang Shuawei as he stroked her delicate hand. Jiang Shuawei nodded confident in her man's abilities. Lin Chen then started the engine and drove away amid the envious gazes of onlookers. Mom, we're back. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and joyfully called out into the house. Lin Chen followed her inside. The interior was quite luxurious, as Jiang Zuowei's family was not poor. Jiang Haitao, who worked construction, could earn around 8,000 to 9,000 a year, though it was exhausting. At this moment, Jiang Min walked out of the room dressed in a different outfit, talking on the phone. Jiang Shuawei saw Jiang Min was on a call and didn't interrupt. What? You've already arrived at the airport. Your dad is fine now. How did you find out? After finishing her call, Jiang Min said, Shuawei, your brother just got on the plane and will be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Min said to Jiang Shuawei with a sense of relief. My brother. Didn't we say not to tell him? Jiang Shuawei complained a bit. I didn't tell him it was your uncle who did. He was worried something might happen to your dad and that your brother wouldn't get to see him one last time. Jiang Min's eyes turned red as she spoke. It's all right. Mom, my dad is fine now. We should be happy. Jiang Shuawei fought back tears and walked over to hug Jiang Min softly. Yes, your dad is fine now. Jiang Min forced a smile and then looked at Lin Chen. Shaolin, you've really helped us this time. You came all the way here. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. Shuawei is my girlfriend. This is what I should do, Lin Chen quickly replied. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuawei explained to Jiang Min about how Chao Jinlong used the media to slander the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. The main reason was to let Jiang Min know about Lin Chen's actions, hoping it would improve her impression of him. Lin Chen felt a bit touched, understanding Jiang Zuowei's intentions. After hearing this, Jiang Min's face also showed some anger. That Chao Jinlong is truly a self-righteous scoundrel. Shaolin, if you have the ability, please help the hospital, as this incident is for old Jiang's sake. Consider this Annie asking you for a favor. Auntie, you flatter me. I will definitely help with this. Lin Chen said earnestly. If I can't deal with him, I can leverage my connections with Kiki. I refuse to believe I can't handle such a trivial matter. This is the first favor from my future mother-in-law. All right. Aunt Jiang Min's gaze toward Lin Chen grew increasingly approving. Not only was he wealthy, but he was handsome as well, and kind to Shuawei. By the way, Auntie, I brought some tonics. Lin Chen said as he produced the supplements he had bought before coming to Jintang, along with a few small packages. I wonder if Uncle smokes. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh child, you come and still bring things. Aunt Jiang Min feigned a hint of reproach, but was inwardly quite pleased. Jiang Shuawei was delighted too. Though they had only been seeing each other a few days, she had already set her heart on Lin Chen. Having won Aunt Jiang Min's favor, Lin Chen had cleared an important hurdle. The opinions of her father and younger brother mattered less. It meant Lin Chen was already virtually the Jiang family's prospective son-in-law. It's fine, Andy, you'll go start the cooking. Hey, can let me help you. Jiang Shuawei cried, cheerfully dragging Lin Chen toward the kitchen. Jiang Min watched the young couple's intimacy and shook her head helplessly. She had long worried because Shuawei had shown little interest in boys as she grew up. Yet unexpectedly a boyfriend had appeared out of nowhere, and he was right there in her home. Aiken, you can tell my mother really likes you. Jiang Shuawei said to Lin Chen, her bright eyes smiling like crest. Lin Chen patted Jiang Zuowei's head. Of course, your boyfriend is adored by everyone. He raised his head with a self-satisfied air. You narcissist. Jiang Shuawei laughed and tapped his arm. After the teasing, it was time for work. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and began to cook. Jiang Shuawei assisted from the sidelines. Having rarely been in a kitchen, she nearly turned the chives into juice when washing them and almost scraped the flesh off a potato while peeling it. Startled, Lin Chen ushered Jiang Shuawei out of the kitchen. She stuck out her tongue and made a face at him from the doorway. Left alone, Lin Chen took a deep breath and set about displaying his skill. Over an hour later, the three sat at the dining table. Wow, Aiken, you're something else. It looks so appetizing. Don't you think so, Mom? Jiang Shuawei stared at the spread, mouth watering. It's really good. Lin, you must cook at home often, right? Aunt Jiang Min smiled benignly at Lin Chen. She felt her daughter had found a treasure. A man who could cook well was a rare prize. In the past, Jiang Shuawei had frequently tried to help in the kitchen, only to be scolded out by her stern parents every time. The girl could wreck a kitchen in minutes. Thus, the couple had one firm demand of any future son-in-law: he must know how to cook. You can't live on takeout forever. I learned from my grandparents back in the countryside, Lin Chen said. Annie, try it, and see if it suits your taste, Lin Chen said with a smile. All right. Jiang Min picked up a slice of boiled pork. Not bad. Lin, your cooking could rival the chefs outside. Jiang Min praised enthusiastically. As long as you like it, Annie. Relieved by the compliment, Lin Chen relaxed. Mom, is it really that good? Jiang Shuawei asked skeptically and took a bite. Wow. Incredible, Aiken. I hereby appoint you my personal chef. Jiang Shuawei declared abandoning any ladylike pretense as she ate with gusto. Aunt Jiangmin tapped Jiang Zuwei's head. Mind your image. Jiang Shuawei straightened up obediently. Lin Shen chuckled quietly and earned a fierce glare from her. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated but decided to speak up. Lin Auntie is very pleased with you, but your family's situation is uncommon. Have you told your parents about our Shuawei? Jiang Min had pondered before raising the issue. After all, Lin Shen's family seemed to be well-to-do. If his parents did not approve of her daughter marrying, it might bring hardship. Jiang Shuawei set down her chopsticks as she had thought about this question too. Auntie, our family isn't as wealthy as you imagine. My parents are ordinary workers and very reasonable. Because Shuawei and I have only been together a short while, I haven't told my parents yet, Lin Shen said. But I'll tell them in a few days. He added one more thing. No way. Isn't the car you drive nearly worth 100 million? Aunt Jiang Min asked skeptically. Honestly, Auntie, I earned these things through my own efforts. I can't go into details, but my parents don't yet know I'm wealthy, Lin Shen explained. Aiken has mentioned that to me. Jiang Shuawei nodded toward Jiang Min. Still, Jiang Min remained doubtful. Lin Shen looked about the same age as her daughter. Could someone his age by his own means afford a car worth 100 million? Not to mention other assets. It sounded like a story from science fiction. Rest assured, Auntie, I will take care of Shuawei and never let her suffer, Lin Shen said. He glanced at Jiang Shuawei, tenderly took her small hand, and then looked at Jiang Min with resolute eyes. Jiang Min could only nod. Oh, everything would be decided after Lin Shen spoke with his parents. She rose to No, Auntie, let me do it. Lin Shen quickly stood and blocked her. How could you? You're our guest. Asking you to cook was already embarrassing. It's fine, Mom, let Lin Shen do it. Otherwise he won't feel at ease, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Shen nodded repeatedly. All right then, thank you, little Lin. Jiang Min thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. After Lin Shen and Jiang Shuawei finished washing up. Lin, you can stay in Zuwei's younger brother's room. I've changed the sheets and duvet to new ones, Jiang Min said, holding the dirty bedding as the two emerged from the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Shen said as Jiang Min waved with a smile. Mom, you should go rest. It's been a long day, Jiang Shuawei urged, concerned for her mother's health. She had indeed been busy all day. Her mood had felt like a roller coaster, leaving both mind and body exhausted. Jiang Shuawei felt the same fatigue. All right, take good care of Lin. We'll go rest now. Jiang Min gave Jiang Shuawei a warning look as she spoke. She was signaling for no improper behavior. Worried that Shuawei might not understand, she even called her. Lin Shen felt a little puzzled, but mother-daughter whispers were normal. He sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Boss, what's your situation over there? What happened? Do you need our help? Tell us if anything comes up. Those were messages from Chen Xiao and the others. Lin Shen's heart warmed as he replied to each in turn. Director Lin, I've compiled all the information on Xie for your review. That was from Lu Haiyu, others were from Ma Teng and Lu Shu. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter in the other room continued their private conversation. Mom, why did you call me in? Do things have to be said in whispers? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min pressed a hand to her forehead. Her silly daughter, it seemed, excelled only in her studies. I think Lin is a fine young man, but when you two are dating, you must mind your boundaries, Biff. You must take precautions, Jiang Min said. She was candid. Young people these days sleeping together might be normal, but they must avoid unintended consequences. Becoming pregnant before marriage is extremely irresponsible. Mom, what are you saying? Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her heated face with both hands. Aiken and I haven't come that far yet. In any case, you must remember to take proper precautions, Jiang Min said. And with that, she ushered Jiang Shuawei out of the bedroom. What's the matter with you? Lin Shen asked, puzzled by Jiang Zuwei's rosy complexion and the odd look she shot him. Nothing. I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Shuawei fled with her head bowed, too embarrassed to meet Lin Shen's eyes. Lin Shen was left feeling baffled. Listening to the water in the bathroom, Lin Shen's thoughts began to wander. He pretended to study the file Lu Hai had sent on his phone, yet his gaze kept drifting toward the bathroom. At last the water stopped and the bathroom door opened. I can come in, and he'll tell you which face towel is mine. Jiang Shuawei stepped out in a pink nightgown, that luminous just stepped from bath radiance that sent a restless heat through Lin Shen. He scolded himself inwardly. Keep calm, little Lin. Compose yourself. This is your future mother-in-law's house. Lin Shen drew a few deep breaths, rose, and walked toward the bathroom. Aiken, this pink towel is mine. The one below is for drying feet. Jiang Zuwei's voice faltered as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Aiken, are you listening to me? Only then did Lin Shen tear his eyes away from Jiang Zuwei's pale thigh. He swallowed. I'm listening. Jiang Zuwei's heart leapt. She knew he had been stealing glances. I'll go back. I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my younger brother. As she tried to leave, Lin Shen suddenly pulled her back. Jiang Shuawei shut her eyes tight, knowing what was coming, and sealing her lips. After a long moment, their lips parted. My mother is home. What if she catches us? Jiang Shuawei panted, flushed and indignant. It's okay, mother already knows we're dating. Lin Shun brushed a stray lock of hair from Jiang Zuwei's cheek and smiled softly. Who even counts her as your mother? Our story hasn't even begun. You'll be mine sooner or later. Lin Shun pulled her close possessively, his hands betraying a restless eagerness. We'll go back to sleep now. Just as his hand neared a forbidden peak, Jiang Shuwei panicked and slipped free from Lin Shun's grasp. As she hurried away, worried he might be upset, she hesitated and called back, Aiken, when I'm ready you'll give it to you. Having said that, she fled. Lin Shun lingered, savoring the memory of that fleeting softness beneath his hand, then shook his head, stopped dwelling on it, took a shower, and returned to Jiang Zuwei's younger brother's room. They lay in bed and chatted until drowsiness claimed them. Early the next morning, still half asleep, Lin Shun felt a pair of delicate hands playing across his face. He opened his eyes to find Jiang Zuwei's exquisite face leaning over him. She had somehow slipped into the room unnoticed. You're awake. Startled, Jiang Shuwei awkwardly put some distance between them. Lin Shun nodded slightly. Then hurry and wash up. After breakfast, come with me to pick up your younger brother. Jiang Shuwei planted a light kiss on Lin Shun's cheek and laughed as she left the room. Lin Shun could only shake his head, helplessly fold the quilt and follow. Little Lin is awake. Go wash up. Annie made some porridge. After you eat, go pick up Zuwei's brother. He'll go to the hospital first, Jiang Min said with a smile. All right, Annie. Lin Shun washed up, finished breakfast, and then departed with Jiang Shuwei. Aiken, how will the three of us fit when we go pick up Jiang Lei? Jiang Shuwei asked. Jiang Lei was her younger brother. He had been studying abroad, but had hurried home overnight when he learned about Jiang Haitao's situation. Indeed, Jiang Min would need a car to get to the hospital, and his Duyao was only a two-seater. Lin Shun rubbed his temples. He wished had chosen a vehicle with a bit more room. Just then a call came through. Is this Mr. Lin Shun? Yes, this is he. Director Lin, hello. This is Rongto Jidi. Call me Xiao Huang. Since you acquired 30% of Rongto yesterday, when might you be able to come by the office? I should have time to stop by today. I have something here, so we'll hang up for now. Very well, sorry to trouble you, Director Lin. After the call ended, Jiang Shuwei kept staring at Lin Shun. You bought 30% of Rongto Jidi? Yes. Do you know the company? Lin Shun asked with curiosity. Yes, my father frequently takes contracts from Rongto Jidi, Jiang Shuwei explained. Her father led an engineering crew, so she had some insight into such matters. What a coincidence. Once Uncle Jiang recovers, he'll speak to Rongto Jidi on your behalf. Although Lin Shun did not state it outright, Jiang Shuwei understood his meaning. She hugged him happily and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Thank you, Aiken. Let's go pick up your brother first. The plane is almost in. Lin Shun decided they could discuss the rest at the airport. All right. Lin Shun drove Jiang Shuwei for more than an hour before they reached Suzhou Airport. As one of the nation's busiest airports, its forecourt was crowded with luxury cars. He saw Maseratis, Porsches, Lamborghinis, many high-end sports cars. Yet when his own car pulled up outside the terminal, it caused a minor stir among onlookers. This was not some outlying town where people only know such things as sports cars without grasping their value. Suzhou Airport had no shortage of wealthy heirs. No way am I seeing this right. That's a Duyao. Incredible. The soft-top version, there are only about 9 in the world, I think. The decadence of capitalism. After parking the crowds, awe did not faze the two of them. As Lin Shun and Jiang Shuwei stepped out, several security guards trotted over. So I'll keep an eye on your car. Thank you. Lin Shun nodded and led Jiang Shuwei into the airport. Inside Suzhou International Airport, the flow of people surged. After waiting a moment, Jiang Shuwei pointed to a young man in a pristine white shirt pulling a suitcase, his air earnest and unpretentious. My brother's here. Jiang Shuwei cried, waving happily at him. The young man noticed her and walked straight. He glanced at Lin Shun beside Jiang Shuwei with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Sis, how's Dad? Jiang Lei asked urgently as he approached. Dad is fine now. Don't worry, Jiang Shuwei said with a smile. Jiang Lei visibly relaxed. After 11 or 12 hours on the plane, the matter had weighed on him, and he had hardly rested. Then he turned toward Lin Shun. And you are? Lin Shun generously extended his hand, a smile gracing his face. Hello, my name is Lin Shun, and I am your future brother-in-law. Jiang Lei reached out to shake Lin Shun's hand upon hearing this. I am Jiang Lei. It won't be easy for you to become my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei sized up Lin Shun, his first impression being quite favorable. Lin Shun's attire and demeanor clearly indicated wealth. Having passed the family scrutiny, the next thing to assess was character. What if he turned out to be one of those charming playboys? Wouldn't that put his sister in danger? All right, let's hurry up. Jiang Shuwei urged. She wanted to rush to the hospital to check on her father. Jiang Lei, also concerned about his father, inquired, How are we getting back? Lin Shun was momentarily at a loss, but then a bright idea struck him. Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't admitted that you are my brother-in-law yet. Just call me Jiang Lei. I do have a driver's license, what's it to you? Jiang Lei was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Lin Shun was asking him about his driver's license. Do you have your license with you? I do have it. Jiang Lei was still confused. Even Zhang Shuoei wore a perplexed expression. "Achin, why are you asking this? Isn't my car only capable of seating 2 people? I could just buy another car, right? It's also a way to give my little brother-in-law a welcome gift," Lin Shun said with a smile. Zhang Lei was stunned into silence by this revelation. The first gift from a brother-in-law he just met is a car. No need who gives a car as a welcome gift. Zhang Shuoei hurriedly interjected. Having money doesn't mean one should spend it recklessly. Zhang Lei had some doubts about Lin Shen boasting, but hearing his sister's words confirmed Lin Shen's capability. He understood his sister well. "It's no big deal. How much can a car cost?" Lin Shen replied nonchalantly, and then turned to Zhang Lei. "Zhang Lei, what kind of car do you like?" Seeing she could not dissuade Lin Shen, Zhang Shuoei relented. Brother-in-law, just call me Xiao Lei, I quite like Mercedes." At this moment Zhang Lei was extremely pleased with his brother-in-law. His sister was impressive, she went to college and returned with such a wealthy brother-in-law. Lin Shen smiled slightly, this little brother-in-law was quite amusing. "Alright then, pull out your phone, and see if there are any nearby Mercedes dealerships, then add me as a friend to share the location. We'll head over directly. But you'll have to take a taxi, and my car can only seat 2 people." Lin Shen said, while pulling out his phone to add Zhang Lei on WeChat. "Sure thing, brother-in-law." Zhang Lei happily replied, then eagerly took out his phone to start searching. Soon he found a nearby Mercedes dealership and shared the location with Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at the address displayed on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then the 3 of them walked out of Suzhou Airport together. Once outside the airport, Lin Shen looked at the neatly parked taxis and turned to Zhang Lei saying, "Xiao Lei, you should take a taxi first, and your sister will go to the parking lot to get the car." Zhang Lei readily accepted, excitedly responding, "Sure thing, brother-in-law." A smile he couldn't suppress spread across Zhang Lei's face. His first car in life. Watching Zhang Lei so happy, Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle, while Zhang Shuoei silently followed Lin Shen toward the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was specifically assigned to watch over Lin Shen's vehicle, ensuring that no one accidentally scratched it. Lin Shen handed the guard a pack of cigarettes as a token of thanks. After receiving the cigarettes, the guard quickly expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Lin Shen and Zhang Shuoei got into the car and drove toward the agreed Mercedes dealership. "Little brother, are you planning to buy a car?" The taxi driver enthusiastically chatted with Zhang Lei as he sat in the taxi. "Yes. I envy you. You don't seem very old, you must still be in college, right? At such a young age to be driving a Mercedes, you must be lucky in love." The driver couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei smiled slightly upon hearing the driver's words, but did not respond. Before long they arrived at the designated Mercedes dealership. After paying, Zhang Lei waited by the roadside for Zhang Shuoei and Lin Shen. Not long after, a Lamborghini Veneno rolled up. "Wow, a Lamborghini. This car must be worth at least tens of millions," Zhang Lei exclaimed, while he was still marveling. The car parked right in front of him. Looking inside the car, Zhang Lei saw none other than Lin Shen and Zhang Shuoei seated inside. He couldn't resist stepping forward to caress the supercar, his eyes filled with envy. All his last doubts vanished. If one could afford a multi-million supercar, what was wrong with gifting his little brother-in-law a Mercedes? Was there something wrong? No, there wasn't. Lin Shen parked the car inside the dealership, and immediately several Mercedes salespeople emerged. They greeted the 3 with beaming smiles. What a joke. Arriving at a Mercedes dealership in a Lamborghini, this is undoubtedly a major customer. As Lin Shen and the others watched so many salespeople swarm around, they felt quite helpless. "You don't need to worry about us. We'll look around on our own," Lin Shen stated directly. The salespeople dared not say anything more and could only disperse. Upon hearing that a few Lamborghini drivers were there to look at cars, the dealership manager hurriedly came over to greet them. "Hello, I am the manager here. Do any of you have specific models in mind?" The man wore a smile full of servility. Lin Shen looked at Zhang Lei. "Xiao Lei, which car do you like?" Zhang Shuoei quickly looked at Zhang Lei, her eyes full of threat. "If you dare to mention a car worth hundreds of thousands, just wait until I deal with you." At this moment, Zhang Lei's attention was completely on the various cars displayed in the store. "I saw the Mercedes E300 online, and I think it's quite nice, so I like the interior." Although Zhang Lei liked supercars as well, since it was a car gifted by Lin Shen, he hesitated to say he liked the supercar, fearing that his brother-in-law might think he was greedy. Lin Shen nodded. He had previously seen both the Mercedes C260 and E300 in short videos, and liked both. Perhaps due to good filming, the lights in the interior looked quite appealing. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately led the 3 to a Mercedes E300. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mercedes E300, part of our Mercedes-Benz's 3-pointed star lineup, symbolizing excellence in land, sea, and air." The manager then launched into an enthusiastic introduction. Zhang Lei walked around the car a few times, took a look at the interior, and asked a few questions. "Xiao Lei, what do you think?" Lin Shen inquired. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was getting late. "Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L. Oh, I really like it." Zhang Lei nodded excitedly. "Then let's make the payment. full payment by card, the highest configuration. Lin Shun took out his platinum card from Huaxiao Bank and addressed the manager. The manager's smile grew even broader as he hurriedly led Lin Shun to complete the payment procedures. Before long, everything was settled. It amounted to just over 600,000. He even spent a bit more to have the dealership expedite the license plate processing. Zhang Lei looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz E300L, excitedly dancing with joy. He never expected to actually own a luxury car today. Brother-in-law, this is too unexpected for me. I don't even know what to say. Zhang Lei exclaimed, overwhelmed. Lin Shun patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and smiled. Shall Lei work hard in the future and come work for my company after graduation? This is just the beginning. Zhang Shuowei watched from the side, feeling both touched and somewhat helpless. She was moved by Lin Shen's generosity and care for her family, but helpless at the speed at which money was being spent. Soon the temporary license plate was expedited and delivered. All right, let's hurry to the hospital to see Dad, Zhang Shuowei said. Zhang Lei eagerly jumped into the driver's seat. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll be off now, so I won't disturb your moment together. After saying that, Zhang Lei drove away in his beloved car from the dealership. Zhang Zuwei's face turned slightly red. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be teased by her younger brother. Lin Shen affectionately pinched Zhang Zuwei's cheek. Let's go too. Zhang Shuowei happily nodded and got into the Lamborghini. As the engine of the Lamborghini roared to life, Lin Shen drove away from the Mercedes dealership. Hey, do you know what that Lamborghini was just now? One of the female sales representatives, filled with excitement, pointed at Zhou Wei and said, it's a Lamborghini supercar. It must cost several million at least. But looking at that one, it must be in the tens of millions range. Right? What kind of wealthy person can afford a car? We wouldn't be able to buy even a wheel of that car with what we earn in a year. Wrong. I just searched, and that car is called Lamborghini Poison. There are only a little over 10 units globally. This one is a soft top valued at nearly 100 million, but I estimate it would take at least several hundred million to buy one. What? Are you crazy? Even Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to shoot like this. It's too exaggerated. The sales representatives were all astonished. The manager, who stepped out from the side, regretted deeply. If he had known, he would have thickened his face to ask for a contact number. After arriving in Jintang County, Lin Shun and Zhang Shuowei went to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and supplements. Upon arriving at the hospital, they saw Zhang Lei's Mercedes parked in the lot. After parking, Zhang Shuowei took Lin Shen's hand and headed to Zhang's father's hospital room. Zhang's father had a very successful surgery yesterday and was transferred to a regular ward after more than 10 hours of observation. At this moment, Zhang's father had already woken up, lying on the hospital bed and listening to Zhang Lei talk about his life and studies abroad, a smile on his face. Zhang Min was cutting apples for Zhang's father nearby. By the way, Dad and Mom, brother-in-law bought me a car. It's a Mercedes, Zhang Lei said excitedly. Regarding the brother-in-law mentioned by Zhang Lei, Zhang Haitao had already learned about him from his wife. He was very wealthy, very handsome, and treated Shuowei well. This was Zhang Min's evaluation of Lin Shun. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law appreciates her son-in-law more the more she sees him. However, Zhang Haitao was different. He felt a vague sense of hostility towards this guy who had taken his daughter, whom he had raised for over 20 years. If he wants to marry my daughter, he still has to get past me. But I heard that Lin Shun put in a lot of effort for this matter and even called the principal over. Then I'll ease up a bit. However, when Zhang Haitao heard Zhang Lei's words, his face immediately darkened. You just met him for the first time, and you already took a car from him. Zhang Min hurriedly said, Old Zhang, don't get excited. He's in the recovery period after surgery. She then furrowed her brows and looked at Zhang Lei. What's wrong with you? Even if you just met Lin, you shouldn't accept something so valuable from someone. Tell me honestly, how much was that car? Zhang Lei saw that his parents were somewhat angry and panicked. This is something brother-in-law wants to buy for me, right? Zhang Lei said weakly. Brother-in-law also said that after I graduate I can work at his company, so I won't need a salary in the future, okay? Zhang Lei said timidly. Lin Shun and Zhang Shuowei had just arrived at the door of the hospital room when they overheard this conversation. Lin Shun felt quite satisfied, or at least he wasn't dealing with an ingrate. In the past, when reading novels, he would frown at the sight of the female lead's family sucking the protagonist dry. Zhang Lei's character was also quite good, or at least he wouldn't misuse Lin Shen's name to do reckless things in the future. Lin Shun and Zhang Shuowei pushed the door open. Ah, Xiao Lin is here. Why did you buy so many things again? Didn't we already buy some yesterday? Zhang Min hurriedly put on a smile and walked forward to take the things from Lin Shen's hands. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Lin Shen smiled. At this moment, Zhang Haitao was carefully examining Lin Shen. I have to say, this kid gives a very good impression. Zhang Haitao was quite satisfied. Hello uncle, my name is Lin Shun and I'm Zoe's boyfriend. At this moment, Lin Shun had lost his previous demeanor and stood obediently in front of Zhang Haitao, looking at him. This young man is quite talented. Come, sit. Zhang Haitao smiled and pointed to a nearby chair. Lin Shun hurriedly walked over to sit down. Dad, have you forgotten about your daughter? Jiang Shuawei squatted down in front of the hospital bed, acting cute, towards Jiang Haitao. Oh dear, my mistake, my mistake. How could I forget my precious daughter? At this moment Jiang Haitao was beaming. A daughter's slave. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. Why wasn't he like this when I came back? The father and daughter chatted for a while before they finally remembered Lin Shun. Dad, what do you think of the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad, right? Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Shun straightened his body upon hearing this. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. By the way, Shaolin, why did you buy Jiang Lei a car? This is really too expensive. We should pay you back instead, Jiang Min asked at this time. Their family could be considered middle class, earning about 8 to 900,000 a year, so taking out 600,000 was still quite easy. It's no problem, uncle, and Aunt Xiao Lei is Zouwei's brother, which means he's my brother. What's wrong with me buying my brother a car? Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me, Lin Shen quickly replied. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao fell silent. It must be said that Lin Shen's words were quite clever. If he refused, it would imply that Jiang Lei wasn't his brother, meaning he and their daughter wouldn't end up together. Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to give in. Mr. Lin, I heard you were here. I rushed over at once. The hospital director suddenly appeared in the doorway, smiling warmly into the room. Director, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Jiang Min hastily stood and fetched a stool. No. I've only dropped by to check on the patient's condition and speak with Mr. Lin about something urgent. The director quickly waved his hand in polite refusal. Lin Shen instantly understood the so-called patient checkup was merely a pretext. He had come seeking help. The director briefly examined Jiang Haitao's condition, exchanging perfunctory pleasantries, then turned his gaze squarely toward Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, do you happen to have some time? Perhaps we could step into my office for a brief discussion. He looked at Lin Shen with hopeful anticipation. Lin Shen nodded calmly. Uncle Andy, if the director needs me, I'll head over now. He spoke with a gentle smile. Of course, Shaolin, go ahead. Matters of importance come first. Jiang Min chimed in immediately. Jiang Haitao too gestured encouragingly for Lin Shen to go. Lin Shen cast one last glance toward Jiang Shuawei before following the director out of the ward. No sooner had they stepped outside than Jiang Haitao couldn't help but ask, what does the director want with Shaolin? Jiang Min sighed deeply, then recounted the full sequence of events to Jiang Haitao and Jiang Lei. Such audacity exists in this world. How shameless can this Chao Jinlong be, daring even to file a false complaint, and twisting facts to smear the hospital's reputation. Jiang Lei flared up instantly, youthful temper burning hot, as if he'd rush out that very moment to confront Chao Jinlong and strike him down. Jiang Haitao's face darkened, gripped by both dread and profound relief. Had it not been for Dr. Lin, he might well have bled out before receiving aid. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had already entered the director's office. Where's Dr. Lin? I haven't seen him today, Lin Shen asked, his eyes sharp with quiet inquiry. Well, as you know, the online backlash has grown overwhelming, so regrettably we've had no choice but to place Dr. Lin on temporary suspension. The director faltered, visibly embarrassed. A shadow crossed Lin Shen's face. He had saved his father-in-law's life. His conduct had been beyond reproach, yet he now bore the penalty. Lin Shen's gaze hardened with faint disdain. This director lacked backbone. His initial impression had been favorable, yet reality delivered a stark reversal. I'll make a call first. His tone remained utterly calm. Understood, Mr. Lin. Lin Shen took out his phone and dialed the number from that day. Hello, I'm Lin Shen. Director Lin, greetings. This is Xiao Huang. Are you coming in today? A young woman's deferential voice answered. Not just yet. Tell me, is Rongto Jidi currently engaged in business with a construction materials supplier named Chao Jinlong? Please hold, Director Lin. I'll look it up right away. Keys clattered urgently in the background. Yes, Director Lin. We do work with Jinlong Construction Materials, a local firm in Jintang County. Is this the individual you mean? Lin Shun mused inwardly, so it was true. Patterns within the system were beginning to reveal themselves. Correct. Do I hold authority to terminate all dealings with Jinlong Construction? Absolutely, Director Lin. It's a minor enterprise contributing negligible value to our portfolio. Then inform him directly, tell him it comes from me, that if he wishes to resume cooperation, he must know I am the son-in-law of the patient at the county hospital. Understood, Director Lin. I'll arrange it immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Wait here. The apology will arrive swiftly. For now, I'll return to the ward. With that, Lin Shen turned toward the door. Oh, and reinstate Lin effective immediately. He left without another word. Relief washed over the director as the matter resolved itself. Lighter of heart, he promptly dialed Lin. Linny, you may resume your duties. As for Chao Jinlong, he had transferred hospitals the moment yesterday's incident unfolded. Having undergone surgery late last night, he now lay recovering. Xiao Jinlong scrolled through the comments section beneath a viral short video, flooding with vitriolic attacks against Jintang County's First People's Hospital, and a smug grin curled his lips. He thinks a mere doctor can stand against me. Watch me crush him utterly, truly worthy of being our boss. Such brilliance is unmatched. His underlings seated beside him lavished praise, flattery swelling his ego until he floated half-dazed in self-satisfaction. Shame about that woman, though. I never got to enjoy such quality before. As he spoke, he licked his lips, saliva. His loathing for Lin Yi, who'd ruined his plans, burned fiercer still. Just then his bedside phone rang. He banished his fantasies and answered. Is this Mr. Xiao Jinlong of Jinlong Construction Materials? Yes, I am. Who's calling? Huang Wei, general manager of Rongtou Jidi. Xiao Jinlong's voice instantly sharpened with deference, his spine straightened instinctively. General Manager Huang, what an honor. Is this regarding our partnership? Indeed, but I'm calling to inform you the collaboration is cancelled. Panic flickered across Xiao Jinlong's face. Why, General Manager Huang? How can it be revoked so abruptly? Weren't we to meet soon? That meeting is no longer possible. Might I ask, did you offend someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's words struck like thunder. Xiao Jinlong froze speechless. Offended someone at the county hospital. The patient scheduled for surgery. Unlikely. The woman had nearly knelt before him, clearly powerless and unconnected. The hospital director. Equally implausible. A county-level administrator holding sway over Rongtou Jidi's general manager. And Huang Wei's tone suggested the unseen force commanded even her reverence. Well, perhaps I did offend someone. Flustered Xiao Jinlong could recall no name. Only offered a hesitant. Had this deal not been vital, and had Rongtou Jidi not dominated the construction industry across Tianfu City, even all of Shu province, he might have walked away then and there. Then you understand. If cooperation is to continue, approach the very patient you offended that day. Xiao Jinlong's mind went blank. Trembling, he dared whisper, General Manager Huang. May I inquire who this person is? Huang Wei paused, then replied flatly, Rongtou Jidi's newly appointed principal shareholder. The line went dead. Xiao Jinlong's face drained of all color. He had angered Rongtou Jidi's top investor. Xiao Jinlong wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard. One could say that as long as that person said a few words, Xiao Jinlong would have no choice but to quietly await the bankruptcy of his company. Is everything all right, big brother? One of the younger brothers asked with concern. Should I call a doctor? The younger brothers, confused by the scolding, promptly proceeded to follow Xiao Jinlong's orders. A few minutes after they left, several doctors hurried over. Mr. Xiao, you just had surgery last night, and you cannot be discharged yet, one of the doctors advised. I must be discharged today, Xiao Jinlong replied rudely. No matter how much the doctors tried to persuade him, it was of no avail, and they ended up receiving a scolding from him. In desperation, they had no choice but to let Xiao Jinlong sign a liability waiver and arrange for his discharge. Soon the younger brothers took Xiao Jinlong to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the doctors and nurses, surprised to see him, turned away with disdain. Xiao Jinlong felt embarrassed. Fortunately, the younger brothers quickly found out where the director's office was located, and they pushed Xiao Jinlong toward the office. Monkey, knock on the door. Xiao Jinlong gestured at the office in front of him. The younger brother, nicknamed Monkey, grinned and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the office door swung open. The director, who was working inside, was startled, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see Xiao Jinlong. There were also a few burly men behind him. The director trembled in fear and picked up the phone to call security. There's someone causing trouble in the director's office. Send more people to handle it. The director's voice trembled. Wasn't Mr. Lin supposed to have taken care of everything? Why was Xiao Jinlong here with a few younger brothers? Xiao Jinlong stared in astonishment at Monkey's strange actions and kicked him hard. This caused pain to his wound, rendering him speechless. Monkey, confused by the kick, saw the boss bend down and thought he hadn't done well enough. Who told you to call? Monkey glared and approached the director menacingly. No, don't come any closer. What you're doing is illegal. Let's resolve this properly, or don't resort to violence. The director, terrified, slumped back in his chair. Meanwhile, the younger brothers behind Xiao Jinlong were laughing heartily. Seeing that things had escalated, Xiao Jinlong, gritting his teeth, shouted, Monkey, are you really that stupid? I told you to knock and you kicked the door. What do you think you're doing now? The younger brothers instantly stopped laughing. Monkey was momentarily stunned by the scolding. He quickly reacted. I'm sorry, director, I was too... He then awkwardly smiled and backed out, even being considerate enough to close the door behind him. Xiao Jinlong and his younger brothers were dumbfounded by Monkey's series of actions. What are you doing? Xiao Jinlong, suppressing his anger, asked through clenched teeth. Boss, didn't you... At that moment, Xiao Jinlong regretted ever bringing this foolish guy along. Forget it, I'll handle it myself, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Knock, knock, knock. Director, I need to talk to you about something important. The director, who had just relaxed, felt his heart sink again upon hearing the knocking. Fortunately, the security team had also arrived along with numerous curious doctors and nurses. "What are you doing?" Several security personnel dressed in protective gear questioned the four men. They had just seen on the surveillance that someone had kicked the director's office door open. It was strange that after coming inside, these men were now patiently knocking on the door. Hearing the voices of the security personnel outside, the director finally felt truly relieved, sweat beading on his forehead. "We're not doing anything. We just want to talk to the director." Xiao Jinlong at this moment had mentally cursed Monkey's ancestors multiple times. The younger brothers nodded in agreement. "Hey, isn't that the guy who smeared our hospital online? It really seems like him. He's definitely here to—" I think I indeed heard a loud bang earlier. Hearing the surrounding doctors and nurses, the expressions of several security personnel turned unfriendly. At this moment, the director regained his composure and stepped out. "Mr. Chow, do you realize that you're causing a disturbance and could end up in jail?" The director angrily scolded the person holding the security equipment next to him. "I'm truly sorry, Director. I came here with no ill intentions. I wanted to resolve the negative opinions online. But my brother here isn't very bright and bumped into the director, so I apologize on his behalf," Xiao Jinlong said, lowering his head in his wheelchair. The younger brothers, seeing their boss apologize, quickly bowed. "Sorry." The people around were surprised by the attitude of Xiao Jinlong and his group. Could it be that they were genuinely here to resolve the issues? After a moment of hesitation, the director felt it was more urgent to address the hospital's reputation, so he nodded and said, "All right, but only you can come in and have your friends wait outside the hospital." The director thought safety was the priority. "Did you hear the director? You guys wait for me downstairs," Xiao Jinlong said to the younger brothers in a harsh tone. "But boss, you just had surgery, are you okay?" Monkey pointed at Xiao Jinlong's abdomen. "I'll have the hospital staff bring you to the entrance later," the director quickly replied. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and go down," Xiao Jinlong urged, feeling like a spectacle with so many people watching him like a monkey in a zoo. Just thinking about it caused him a toothache. Damn monkey. The younger brothers had no choice but to leave the hospital and wait downstairs while several security personnel kept a close watch on them. The surrounding doctors and nurses were also dispatched by the director. "Mr. Chow, go ahead and tell me how to handle this matter." "Director, I'm going to record a clarification video immediately to explain the situation clearly. I absolutely won't cause any trouble for the hospital. But Director, may I ask which ward the family of the person who had surgery yesterday is in?" Indeed, it was Mr. Lin who intervened. The director couldn't help but admire him quietly. To be able to control someone like Xiao Jinlong, who had considerable influence, showed the depth of his background. The director hesitated for a moment and said, "In room 302. But make sure you don't cause any—" The director looked at him with skepticism, but still said, "All right, record your clarification video quickly, and then head over. Don't take too long." Xiao Jinlong agreed, and soon recorded the clarification video, which he posted online. Then a nurse arranged by the director pushed him to the door of room 302. Xiao Jinlong took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and wheeled himself inside. In the room, Lin Shun was currently being interrogated by Jiang Haitao with questions about his relationship status and whether he was sincere towards their daughter Xuewei. Lin Chun was at a loss for words as the questions came one after another. He couldn't answer them all, it was simply impossible. Just then Xiao Jinlong wheeled himself in. Jiang Haitao was taken aback, and just as he was about to ask what was going on, Jiang Min spoke up fiercely. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get out. Don't you know that if you delay any longer, my husband might not be saved?" Jiang Min shouted angrily at Xiao Jinlong, her expression extremely agitated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei instantly recognized who he was, and blood rushed to his head as he clenched his fists ready to punch Xiao Jinlong, cursing under his breath. "You bastard, how dare you come here? He'll make sure you won't survive this." This scene startled Xiao Jinlong, and he instinctively raised his hand to protect himself. Jiang Xuewei quickly pulled Jiang Lei back. "Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. If you hit him, you could end up in jail." Lin Shen hurried over to stop the somewhat out-of-control Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei harbored deep hatred for the person who almost caused him to lose his father. "Enough," Jiang Haitao scolded. Hearing his father, Jiang Lei finally calmed down. However, he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Jinlong. Jiang Lei was particularly skilled in fights, all trained to protect Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei was exceptionally beautiful even as a child, attracting many admirers and catching the attention of many useless boys in school. One year he was in the first year of junior high, while Jiang Xuewei was in the third year. He waited after school to walk home with her, but when he arrived at her classroom, he saw several boys surrounding her, hurling dirty words. Jiang Xuewei was curled up in a corner crying. This scene made Jiang Lei's blood boil, and he shouted, "How dare you bully my sister?" He rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The other boys quickly reacted and tried to pull Jiang Lei back, but he fought like a madman, taking down multiple boys using whatever he could find as a weapon. The boys who were beaten finally became frightened and fled in a panic, bruised and battered. Jiang lay covered in injuries and with many bruises on his face, smiled broadly at Jiang Shuowei. Sister, I drove those bad guys away. Jiang Shuowei rushed over and hugged Jiang Lei, crying like a little child. Later, when they got home, Jiang Shuowei broke down in tears upon seeing Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei was frantically trying to comfort his sister. After learning about what had happened, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms, her eyes red, as she stroked her son's bruised head. Jiang Haitao remained silent for a long time. Son, you did great. People like that deserve a good beating. Whatever happens, your dad will take care of it. My son did well. Those worthless scum should be taught a lesson. How much medical fee he will cover, he'll take care of it. After that, no one dared to provoke the siblings again. This is a hospital. What kind of noise is this? Jiang Haitao scolded in a low voice, then coldly looked at Chao Jinlong. What are you doing here? Only then did Chao Jinlong realize and hurriedly explained. I came to apologize today. My behavior yesterday was indeed terrible, and I have recognized my mistakes. I hope to seek your forgiveness. Everyone in the room looked surprised except for Lin Shen. Jiang Haitao immediately realized the cause. Shaolin, you handle this. Lin Shen nodded upon hearing this, and then looked at Chao Jinlong. Do you know who I am? Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him dressed in Givenchy and realized who he was. This must be the main person, but he looks too young, appearing to be only 18 or 19. Chao Jinlong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I understand. I am truly sorry. I have really realized my mistakes. Please forgive me this once, as you are magnanimous to overlook a small offense. Lin Shen smiled faintly, just looking at Chao Jinlong. At this moment, Chao Jinlong's brain was racing. Slap yourself 10 times, and this matter will be settled. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Lin Shen said as he turned to look at Jiang Haitao. I think it's a good idea. Jiang Haitao agreed wholeheartedly, and at the same time his impression of Lin Shen rose significantly. Being tough on enemies is a good trait. Without means, even talent won't take you far. However, Jiang Min felt a bit reluctant, and was about to advise when Jiang Lei tugged at her shirt, making her swallow her words. To Jiang Lei it felt like too much of a concession. Jiang Shuowei also merely observed coldly, not saying a word. Hearing this, Chao Jinlong's expression turned grim as he hesitated for a long time before making his decision. Smack! 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 After slapping himself 10 times in succession, his face had swollen a bit. Is this satisfactory? Chao Jinlong said in a low voice. That's enough, you can leave now. As for cooperation, as long as your building materials meet the standards I want, make things difficult for you. Lin Shen said blandly. Thank you. Chao Jinlong bowed his head, while sitting in the wheelchair, and then exited the ward. If I still think it was too lenient for him. Jiang Lei was still somewhat discontented. Enough, this is a society governed by law. Do you want to chop off a few of his fingers? Jiang Haitao glared, and Jiang Lei's momentum immediately softened. We should thank Shaolin for this. If it weren't for him, we would have brought a lot of trouble to the hospital. Jiang, you're too kind, Andy. This is what I should do, Lin Shen said quickly. Yes, Mom. Lin Shen is your future son-in-law. Why are you being so polite with him? Jiang Shuowei said boldly, her face slightly flushed. Lin Shen was stunned. Could such words be said now? Exactly, don't be polite with my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei laughed. Haha, you are right. What do you think, old Jiang? Jiang Haitao, lying on the hospital bed, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Min's question, his face flashing with hesitation, before he forced a smile, and replied, Ah, yes, yes, yes. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuwei's face instantly brightened, her smile blooming like spring flowers, illuminating the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze turned towards Lin Shen, filled with unmasked love. Lin Shen was also taken aback, secretly amazed at how easily he had succeeded in winning her over. This isn't difficult at all. Just then the door of the ward was slowly pushed open. Entering was Lin Yi. Oh, Dr. Lin, it's great to see you. We were just thinking of thanking you in person. Lin Yi smiled as he spoke, subtly assessing Lin Shen without revealing it. Jiang Haitao, upon hearing this, thought, this is the lifesaver. Dr. Lin, you saved my life. Oh, I cannot thank you enough. Jiang Haitao's voice was filled with gratitude as he tightly grasped Dr. Lin's hand, his eyes slightly reddening. While checking on Jiang Haitao's recovery, Lin Yi said, this is what I should do. As a doctor, I cannot just watch a life fade away before my eyes. His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with admiration. Indeed, he was a good doctor. Dr. Lin, once my dad recovers, we will treat you to a meal. I know doctors can't accept red envelopes, so we can only repay you this way. Jiang Shuowei said with a grateful expression. Meals are not acceptable either, but I appreciate your kindness. The best repayment for a doctor is simply to say thank you, and to see the patient discharged in good health. Dr. Lin said with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. The others could only regretfully refrain from inviting him again, looking at Lin Yi with great respect. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not just a skilled doctor, but also a model of high moral integrity. Just then Lin Shen's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the ward. Looking at his phone, Lin Shen saw it was a call from Chen Xiao. Oh no, I forgot about that issue at school. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Min, and the others then rushed out of the ward to the corridor to answer Chen Xiao's call. Damn it, boss, the instructor and the counselor are going crazy. When are you coming back? As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, his urgent tone seeming to penetrate the phone screen. Don't worry about me. They'll have someone from the company call the counselor to explain, and then I will just talk to him myself. Lin Shun was surprisingly unflustered. To him, military training. What is that compared to matters concerning the... On the other end, there was a sudden silence, and after a while Chen Xiao's voice came back. Shareholders of listed companies are really willful. Alright, I won't keep you. I have other matters to attend to. After saying that, Lin Shen hung up the phone. Immediately after hanging up, Lin Shen called Lu Shu. Director Lin, may I ask what instructions you have? Lu Shu's respectful voice came from the other end. Please contact my counselor on behalf of Penguin Company and say that I need to take 2 days off due to an urgent matter at the company, and I will return to military training the day after tomorrow. Lu Shu's expression was peculiar. She almost forgot that this Director Lin, who held 10% of Penguin shares, was also just a freshman in college. Understood, Director Lin. Lu Shu replied. Lin Shan then felt relieved, and after hanging up he took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and returned to the ward. At this moment Lin Yi had already left, and only Zhang Haitao's family remained in the ward. Compared to when Xiao Jinlong had come earlier, everyone's mood had lightened considerably. Xiao Chen, I have no issues now. You and Xuewei should go back to class. I heard Xuewei say you're just a freshman and you're also in military training, right? Seeing Lin Shen return, Zhang Haitao asked. Lin Shen nodded. Then you should go back to school with Xuewei this afternoon. Your aunt will take care of me, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Lin Shen looked at Zhang Xuewei, and seeing her nod, he finally agreed. All right, uncle. What about? Zhang Xuewei asked. I took a week off so I can play a bit longer. I haven't had enough fun driving the Mercedes-Benz E300L my brother-in-law bought for me yet. Zhang Lei casually replied, patting his belly. Dad, it's getting late, and it's already meal time. You rest in bed, we will go out for a meal. Zhang Haitao couldn't help but scold. You little rascal. You know I can't eat, and you're deliberately teasing me. They'll go buy you some kanji. At this moment, the public opinion online was also gradually shifting. Everyone was furious at this astonishing reversal. I thought you were the victim, but it turns out you are the perpetrator. Thankfully, I didn't express any opinions before. I almost got fooled by this. The internet is not a lawless land. Everyone should be careful with their words. I heard it almost cost a righteous doctor his job, that damned beast. The internet was filled with curses. Everyone was fiercely criticizing Xiao Jinlong. Various accusations and insults flooded every corner of the internet. At this time, Xiao Jinlong was being driven back to that private hospital by a few of his subordinates. All the way his face was terrifyingly dark, the swollen cheeks appearing even more hideous under the dim light in the car. Boss, are you really okay? I see your face is all swollen. Did you get beaten up? I'll go get revenge for you. The monkey, looking at Xiao Jinlong's red and swollen face, couldn't help but express concern. I just tripped while walking. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. From now on, if you say another word, get out of the car. Xiao Jinlong, already filled with anger, erupted completely. His roar echoed in the car, startling the monkey. Seeing Xiao Jinlong lose his temper, the monkey immediately shut up, not daring to utter another word. The car fell silent. As he was scrolling through videos out of boredom, he couldn't help but speak again. Boss, there are people online calling you a beast. If I catch them, I will definitely. Just then a Mercedes-Benz business car slowly stopped by the roadside, and after kicking out a muscular man, it drove away. The monkey looked at the departing business car, his face full of confusion. Did I say something wrong again? At this moment, Tang Jelly, who is Lin Shen's counselor, was still racking her brain trying to contact him. Throughout the morning, she had sent countless messages to Lin Shen, yet they seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no replies. When she dialed his phone, the same shutdown prompt echoed back. With a sigh of helplessness, she was just about to get up for lunch when an email arrived in her inbox. Moreover, this email was surprisingly sent by the renowned Penguin Company. Tang Jelly was filled with confusion, pondering, I haven't subscribed to any video memberships recently, nor have I purchased anything from Penguin. What do they want to email me for? With a curious mind, Tang Jelly gently clicked open the email and immediately rubbed her eyes, reading the content again with great care. Hello, Teacher Tang, I am from Penguin Computer Systems Company. Tang Jelly read it aloud, each word filled. Lin Shun is a major shareholder of Penguin Company. Tang Jelly muttered to herself in disbelief. How is that possible? He just started his freshman year. Just then, Tang Jelly's phone suddenly rang. She dazedly answered the call. Hello, how can I assist you? Hello, may I speak with Teacher Tang Jelly? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hi, who is this? Oh, I am the board secretary of Penguin Company. My name is Lu Shu. Did you see the email I just sent you? Tang Jelly's expression became serious as she quickly replied, "Hello. I am Tang Jelly. I have seen the email you sent. Rest assured, I will definitely approve Lin Chen's. No Lin Dong's leave request. Alright, thank you, Teacher Tang. By the way, our boss prefers to keep a low profile, so we hope this matter won't be widely publicized." Lu Shu's light laughter came from the other end of the line. "It's no trouble at all, this is my responsibility. I won't mention this to anyone except for the school's leadership." After hanging up, Tang Jelly realized she was drenched in cold sweat from excessive nervousness. After all, this was a high-ranking official from Penguin Company. She felt a sense of tension speaking to someone of such a different status. What was most unbelievable was that the student she was guiding was actually a major shareholder of Penguin Company. Tang Jelly felt a pang of worry, fearing that Lin Chun had specially hired someone to deceive her in order to get a leave. Therefore, she specifically searched the website, and upon opening it, she confirmed it was indeed Penguin Company. Tang Jelly's heart raced uncontrollably. This young master must be treated with utmost care. She absolutely could not offend him. With this thought, she picked up her phone and detailed the situation to the instructor and the school leadership. The school even sent someone over to verify the matter, and without a second thought, they directly approved the leave request that Tang Jelly submitted for Lin Chen. At this moment, the leadership of Suzhou University was almost entirely aware that one of this year's freshmen was a shareholder of Penguin, though they weren't quite sure of the exact name. Tang Jelly opened her private message, carefully choosing her words and making revisions for a long time before finally sending a message to Lin Chen. "Student Lin Chen, I have learned about your situation, and the school has already approved your leave request. Please rest assured." Looking at the successfully sent message, Tang Jelly leaned back in her office chair with relief, exhaling a sigh. This was even more mentally taxing than writing a thesis. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate, took it out, and saw the message from Tang Jelly, smiling faintly. It seemed Lu Shu had already taken care of the matters. "Thank you for your help, Teacher Tang. It's no trouble at all, it's what I should do." After having a casual lunch near the hospital, Lin Chen, thinking about visiting Rongtou Jidi, bid farewell to Jiang Min, and the others then left with Jiang Xuewei. The two of them got into the car. "Aiken, my parents are very satisfied with you. My little brother too." Jiang Xuewei's face was beaming with happiness. "I think your uncle seems a bit unhappy," Lin Chen said with a wry smile. "Don't mind my dado, as long as my mom is satisfied with you, that's enough. Besides, my dad is also pleased with you, he just feels a bit dissatisfied that you stole his little cabbage." Jiang Xuewei teased, her big eyes sparkling, causing Lin Chen to unconsciously swallow hard. "Is that so? Then I must savor the taste of the little cabbage." He then leaned in and kissed her soft red lip. This time was different from before. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Xuewei surprisingly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's head and fiercely counterattacked. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, but soon stopped being polite, thoroughly enjoying Jiang Xuewei's initiative. The two kissed, passionately reluctant to part, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. After a long while, they finally reluctantly released each other, their lips slightly swollen, their eyes filled with deep affection and longing. "Xuewei." Lin Chen softly called her name, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Jiang Xuewei's cheeks flushed shyly, lowering her head, but her lips radiated an impossibly happy smile. "Aiken." The two exchanged smiles, their love and sweetness evident. "Aiken, how did you get leave for military training?" Jiang Xuewei suddenly asked with curiosity. "I had Penguin help me request a leave from the teacher, saying there was an urgent matter at the company that required my personal attention." As Lin Chen spoke, he started the sports car, slowly driving away. "That excuse is unbeatable. Who would dare deny you a leave?" Jiang Xuewei burst out laughing. Lin Chen opened the navigation app, searched for the location of Rongtou Jidi, and headed towards their destination with Jiang Xuewei. After driving for nearly an hour, Lin Chen finally arrived at the entrance of Rongtou Jidi. After finding a parking space and parking the car, they stepped out, greeted by astonished gazes as they walked towards the large building. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei entered the Rongtou Jidi building and approached the front desk. "I am here to see." The young woman at the front desk, dressed in professional attire, initially lit up upon seeing Lin Chen, but her expression dimmed slightly upon noticing Jiang Xuewei. "Are you looking for our general manager Huang? May I ask if you have an appointment?" The front desk lady politely inquired. "An appointment? I suppose I do." Lin Chen pondered before responding. "May I ask your name, sir?" "My name is Lin Chen." The front desk lady checked her computer, but found no appointment information. "I'm sorry, sir." The front desk lady was about to say there was no appointment information when her eyes suddenly widened. "Are you Lin Chen, Mr. Lin?" the young lady asked somewhat uncertainly. "If there is no other shareholder named Lin Chen in the company, then it should be me." Lin Chen smiled lightly, his expression radiating calmness and confidence. "I apologize, Mr. Lin, I didn't react right away. President Huang is already waiting for you in the office. I'll take you there." The receptionist spoke respectfully, glancing enviously at Jiang Xuewei, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Jiang Xuewei being able to stay by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen nodded slightly and followed the receptionist towards Huang Wei's office, accompanied by Jiang Xuewei. At that moment a young man wearing glasses approached with a measured pace. Lin Shun. The man called out uncertainly, his voice tinged with confusion and surprise. Hearing his name, Lin Shun turned in the direction of the voice, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Uncle. Lin Shun was taken aback at first, then called out nonchalantly, his expression remaining quite calm. Jiang Yue and the receptionist also looked over curiously. Lin Shun held no fondness for this uncle. His parents had worked in his mother's uncle's small company when they were young. Though it was called a company, it was merely a small workshop with fewer than 10 people producing spring parts. It had been running for over a decade, and as time passed, only Lin Shun's parents remained. As a result of the environmental reforms in 2018, the small workshop went bankrupt. That uncle had merely suggested that Lin Shun's parents look for new jobs, and that was the last they heard from him. The various scraps and machines from the workshop sold for $1 million or $2 million, yet they never received any unemployment benefits. This infuriated Lin Shun's father, who said he would have sued him long ago if he weren't his wife's uncle. Since then the two families had lost contact altogether. The young man was named Yuan Lu, and upon recognizing Lin Shun, he approached with a hint of curiosity. Yuan Lu turned out to be Mr. Lin's uncle. It seemed Yuan Lu was about to receive a promotion. The receptionist looked at Yuan Lu with some envy. Lin Shun, what are you doing here? I'm here to see Huang Wei. Lin Shun replied coolly, his tone unruffled. You're looking for President Huang. What business could a student like you have with her? Yuan Lu spoke in a tone that seemed to be looking out for Lin Shun, yet it contained an underlying contempt. This isn't a place for someone like you. Jiang Shuowei frowned at this. Initially planning to greet Lin Shun for calling him uncle, it was now evident that their relationship wasn't good. Even the receptionist looked surprised at Yuan Lu's attitude. You needn't worry about it, uncle. You can go back to your business. Lin Shun remained calm, his tone steady, though it seemed to conceal a barely perceptible tension. Yuan Lu was somewhat irritated by Lin Shun's response, his expression changing slightly, and then he turned to the receptionist, dropping the pretense. Are you really going to take this kid to see President Huang just because he says he has business with her? You're too easily deceived. He's just a fresh college student. If he gets President Huang upset, you'll be the one who gets reprimanded. Yuan Lu raised his voice, clearly accusing. Just as the receptionist was about to speak, Lin Shun interrupted. Uncle, it seems like my matters are none of your concern, right? Lin Shun's face darkened and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, as if the surrounding air had frozen. Originally, the Yuan family owed the Lin family, and this Yuan Lu, who was at least a relative, was instead being antagonistic. Yuan Lu scoffed. What serious business could a kid like you possibly have? Don't come here causing trouble. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. This is our new major shareholder at Ronto GD, Mr. Lin Shun, the receptionist, reminded Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's smile became increasingly mocking. I said you were deceived, right? Do you really think a freshman in college could be the major shareholder of the company? Besides, I know their family's situation better than anyone. His parents work at an electronics factory. His voice was sharp and piercing, each word striking Lin Shun. Lin Shun's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burning with flames of rage. He could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his parents. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Drive that despicable Yuan Lu out. Reward 500 million renminbi. Lin Shun took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and spoke coldly. Yuan Lu, do you think you know me well? Do you believe that with a single word today, I could have you dismissed? Yuan Lu, however, remained unconcerned and continued to mock. Hey, you're still pretending at this point. At this point, their argument had attracted the attention of many onlookers. The receptionist, sensing the situation escalating, hurried to the front desk to make a call. President Huang, Mr. Lin has arrived, but there's been a bit of a situation. Please come down and take a look. It's on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was urgent and tense, and she quickly ran back, fearing something might go wrong. Everyone listen. He claims to be a major shareholder of Ronto GD. Do you think that's possible? Huh? Yuan Lu laughed loudly, pointing at Lin Shun, his laughter echoing painfully in the spacious hall. Laughter erupted from the crowd as well. No one would believe that a boy who looked to be 18 or 19 could possibly be a major shareholder of Ronto GD. How can you act like this as an elder? It's too much. Jiang Shuowei was furious, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, filled with anger. Isn't he wearing a full outfit from Givenchy? Suddenly one onlooker exclaimed in surprise, a hint of uncertainty in their voice. No way. Are you sure you didn't miss-see? Givenchy clothes cost at least a few thousand each, right? A full set would be over 10,000. Another person said incredulously. Really, there's no mistake. The person replied with certainty. It can't be fake. Someone raised a doubt. At this moment, the discussions around began to reach Yuan Lu's ears. I didn't expect Lin Shun to like wearing fakes too. Yuan Lu scoffed again, his gaze filled with disdain. He was 100% sure that Lin Shun's clothes were definitely fake. He knew Lin Shun's family very well. A family that barely earned 10,000 a month couldn't afford to buy their son an outfit worth over 10,000. He absolutely did not believe it. What are you all doing? Are you all free? A woman in professional attire exuding charisma and elegance walked over with purposeful strides. Her exquisite makeup and sharp gaze evoked a sense of awe. What the hell? Why is General Huang here? Quick, get out of here. Wait a moment. Let me assess the situation first. The crowd dispersed quickly, leaving only a few stragglers craning their necks to watch the excitement. The woman noticed that the onlookers had mostly left and directed her keen gaze toward Lin Chun and his companions. General Huang. The receptionist timidly called out. General Huang, this guy came to stir up trouble, so I stopped him, but he insisted on coming to see you, claiming he had business. Yuan Lu, seeing Huang Wei had arrived, felt a bit nervous and hurriedly spoke. However, Huang Wei didn't even glance at him and walked straight to Lin Chun. Director Lin, you should have told me in advance that you were coming so I could come down to greet you. Huang Wei said with a smile, extending her hand toward Lin Chun, her tone filled with respect. It's fine, no need for such formalities. Lin Chun replied with a faint smile before shaking hands with Huang Wei. This is my girlfriend, named Jiang Shuowei. Huang Wei quickly shook hands with Jiang Shuowei again. This little sister is truly beautiful. Huang Wei couldn't help but compliment her. General Huang, you are the one with such charm. On the side, Yuan Lu was stunned by this scene, feeling an overwhelming panic. How is this possible? Isn't my cousin working in an electronics factory right now? How could Lin Chun possibly be a major shareholder of Rongtou GD? Could it be that my brother-in-law is hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out that possibility. He couldn't have been working under his father for nearly 20 years while hiding his identity. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So it turns out Xiao Chun is really a major shareholder of the company. Ha ha, it seems my uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu awkwardly chuckled. That smile was more painful than crying, appearing quite forced. It was only at this moment that Huang Wei sized up Yuan Lu. Is this person really a relative of Director Lin? Then why make things difficult for him? Lin Chen's indifferent gaze shifted to Yuan Lu, who immediately felt a surge of tension. Don't say that I can't afford to associate with your family. Xiao Chen uncle was just worried you might be deceived by others, and spoke those words impulsively. Don't take it to heart. Yuan Lu said with a fawning smile. That smile was full of flattery, starkly contrasting with his previous arrogant demeanor. Forget it, it's best for our families to go on our separate ways from now on, Lin Chun said, turning his gaze to General Huang. I believe our company's hiring process should be stricter, as skills can be developed later, but we must ensure character is thoroughly vetted. Lin Chen's voice carried an undeniable authority. Yes, Director Lin is right. I will draft a specific policy regarding hiring in the company. Huang Wei immediately assured him. Yuan Lu's cold sweat began to pour down, soaking a large patch of his back. He understood what Lin Chen's words represented. He absolutely could not lose this job. After enduring for some time, he could achieve the position of department manager. If he were fired now, it would mean all his efforts over the years would go to waste. Achin, we are still relatives by blood. Oh, we shouldn't be so absolute. Can't uncle apologize to you again? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Chun with a pleading expression. Relatives? Now you realize we are blood relatives. Let me tell you. It's too late. Lin Chun maintained a faint smile, speaking each word deliberately. His gaze toward Yuan Lu was like that of a clown, filled with disdain and mockery. Yuan Lu's legs gave way, nearly collapsing to the ground. He knew this time he was truly finished. Huang Wei stepped forward and glanced at the name tag on Yuan Lu's chest. Your name is Yuan Lu, right? You are to immediately go to finance to settle your salary, and then proceed to handle your resignation. Yuan Lu's face turned ashen, yet he was still unwilling to accept it. Xiao Chen, this time uncle overstepped. Please give uncle another chance. But Lin Chun didn't even want to look at him. General Huang, can you show me around the company? Sure, Director Lin, please follow me. Huang Wei hurriedly said, sending the receptionist back to work while leading Lin Chun upstairs. Left behind, Yuan Lu saw that the situation was settled, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at. Then, under Huang Wei's guidance, Lin Chun and Zhang Yue toured Rongtou GD, and she introduced some details about the company and its future plans. Ding. Task: make the malicious relative Yuan Lu leave the premises. Task completed. Ding. 500 million renminbi has been credited to the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding. Additional reward 1 billion Douyin diamonds has been issued to the host's Douyin account. It seemed Yuan Lu's resignation procedures had already been completed. But what the hell are these Douyin diamonds? System, can I exchange this for 100 million renminbi? Lin Chun called out to the system in his mind. Ding. Not possible, host, this reward is a bonus. Lin Chun thought for a moment. Since it was a bonus, it was better to take it than to leave it. Moreover, would a man with a system like me lack such small goals? Lin Chun checked the time and realized it was getting late, so he prepared to take his leave with Jiang Shuowei. General Huang, this is it for today. Oh, I can see that Rongtou GD is thriving under your management. Director Lin, you flatter me. This is the result of the hard work of all the employees at Rongtou GD. Let me see you off, Director Lin. Jiang Shuawei was already tired, yawning repeatedly. Hearing that they were about to leave, she suddenly felt wide awake. Who is this? So young yet so highly regarded by General Huang. Don't you know? That boy is our new major shareholder at Rongtou. You mean the one from the second generation? He doesn't look that old, does he? Well, there's nothing we can do. He was born with a silver spoon, while we were born as cattle and horses. Lin Chen smiled faintly at the discussions around him. Just a few days ago, he was in a worse position than them. Following that, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei left under Huang Wei's watchful gaze. Which wealthy family is Director Lin from after all? Huang Wei murmured to herself as she watched the departing Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu was on his way home, filled with resentment. All those years of effort were in vain. He only received a few months of compensation. This is all because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I will make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought fiercely in his heart. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mom and Dad. Shuawei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen softly asked Jiang Shuawei, who was in the front passenger seat. I almost forgot to tell you, today is Weiner's birthday. She reserved a private room at the Jean Show restaurant near the school. Will you come with me? Jiang Shuawei said, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen hesitated. Isn't it mostly girls at Weiner's birthday party? Is it inappropriate for me to go? No, a lot of classmates from several classes will be there. Weiner specifically invited you to join us. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Why would Tang Weiner specifically invite me? All right, Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But Chen, I want to eat a sundae. Jiang Shuawei looked at a little girl by the roadside happily eating a strawberry sundae and suddenly felt a craving. The one by the roadside, the Mi Shui shop. Jiang Shuawei pointed to the nearby dessert shop excitedly. Lin Chen followed her finger and indeed saw a Mi Shui shop. Just then he found a parking space by the roadside and parked the car directly. After getting out, many passers-by turned to look at them. A prince and princess came shopping in a Lamborghini. This car is really cool. The two driving the Lamborghini are so good-looking. Are rich people all? Why did you see the license plate? Unbelievable. Shu A88888. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his composure making him stand out even more. Only Jiang Shuawei curiously walked around to the back of the car to look at the license plate. Then she looked at Lin Chen in surprise and asked, Chun, when did you change your license plate? And it's a special license plate. That must have cost a lot. I just changed it a few days ago. It cost several million, not too expensive. Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuawei's hair and said indulgently, several million isn't expensive. No wonder you're a major shareholder of Penguin. Jiang Shuawei, shocked, playfully stuck her tongue out at Lin Chen, looking incredibly cute. The two walked hand in hand to the Mi Shui shop. Chun, what do you want to eat? Whatever you eat, I will eat. Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment. Hello, could I please have 2 large strawberry sundaes? Sure, that will be 12 yuan. Please scan here. The staff said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei opened her WeChat payment code and scanned it. After a few minutes, the sundaes were ready. Jiang Shuawei enjoyed her sundae, her face beaming with a satisfaction. At that moment, a fashionable woman hurriedly walked by, one hand on the phone and the other holding a milk tea, completely oblivious to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei ahead of her. The woman, walking in high heels, made hurried and chaotic sounds as if her world only contained the voice on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the woman accidentally bumped into Jiang Shuawei, spilling her milk tea, which landed perfectly on Jiang Shuawei's clothes. The liquid from the milk tea quickly spread across Jiang Shuawei's clothes, forming a dirty stain with droplets even falling onto her hair. "Ah!" Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, almost dropping her sundae. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, her previously joyful mood instantly shattered. Lin Chen quickly took out a tissue to wipe the milk tea off Jiang Shuawei's hair. His movements were gentle, filled with concern. "Can't you walk a bit faster? Why are you walking so slowly?" Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei both didn't expect the woman to dare say such a thing. Her tone was filled with impatience and blame, as if everything was their fault. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red with anger, forgetting to even wipe the milk tea from her clothes. "You clearly weren't watching where you were going, and now you're blaming us," Jiang Shuawei angrily retorted. "Apologize and we can let this matter go." Lin Chen, while wiping the milk tea off Jiang Shuawei, looked at the woman and said. His voice was deep and powerful, straining to suppress his inner fury. "Apologize? It's just a ruined piece of clothing. I'm not broke." The woman scoffed as she opened her face was filled with disdain and contempt. "Come on, how much is this outfit? Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Lin Chen shook his head. "It's not just this outfit. You also have to compensate for the bag she's holding," Lin Chen said, pointing at the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand, which he had bought for her from the Givenchy store. Only then did Jiang Shuawei realize that the bag had also been splashed with milk tea. "Oh, my bag." She quickly used her sleeve to wipe the milk tea off. This bag was the first gift Lin Chen had given her, holding significant sentimental value. "Trying to get more money, huh?" For the clothes and the bag 1,000 yuan should be enough, right? The woman snickered. Lin Shen looked at her, as if she were foolish. That bag is Givenchy originally priced at 28,000. I just bought it a few days ago, you can just compensate me 20,000. The woman widened her eyes in shock and yelled, what? 20,000? Do you think I'm a fool? Two broke people who can only afford me shui could buy a bag worth over 20,000. Are you trying to scam me? Upon hearing this, many onlookers were instantly displeased. So what if we're poor? Did I spend your money? A young man couldn't help but shout. Exactly, I'm just eating a sundae, and now I'm being called poor. A young woman with a child chimed in. Xiao Yuan never become someone like that, do you understand? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mom, what kind of person? She's trash, baby, the woman said, patting the little girl on the head with a smile. The little girl nodded somewhat. This woman has no manners. The crowd began to criticize. The woman's face turned various shades of pale and red. If you think I'm going to compensate 2,000 for a fake. Lin Shen, however, was not angry, only smiling sarcastically. Don't want to compensate? Then fine, let's just call the police. Lin Shen said as he took out his phone. Sure. Whoever doesn't report is a fool. Let's see how well you scammers fare in the police station. The woman became somewhat flustered upon hearing that he would call the police, but she steadied herself and continued to shout. Jiang Shui didn't speak, leaving such matters to her boyfriend. She didn't believe that the bag could be worth 28,000. Lin Shen smiled, non-committally pressed the call button, and dialed. Hello, this is the police station. Hello, someone damaged my bag worth 28,000 and refuses to compensate. I'm currently in the Linjiang district. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen looked at the now somewhat flustered woman and said calmly, the police will be here soon. The woman kept her lips tightly sealed, avoiding his gaze and not uttering a single word. Before long, the piercing siren of the police car approached from a distance. Several police officers got out of the car ready to assess the situation. Officer, just because I accidentally spilled milk tea on that girl, they're demanding 2,000 yuan from me. I suspect they are attempting to extort me. The woman surprisingly calmed down quickly and urgently explained to the police, attempting to defend herself with a look of indignation on her face. The police furrowed their brows slightly at her words, their eyes scanning the scene before they turned directly to Lin Shen and asked sternly, You called the police, didn't you? Lin Shen nodded without hesitation, his expression calm as he replied, Yes, I reported it. This woman damaged my girlfriend's bag, which I bought for 28,000 yuan a few days ago. I have the payment receipt on my phone. I also have the invoice. At that moment, Jiang Shui was grateful she had kept the receipt, as Lin Shen had only glanced at it earlier without further inquiry. Jiang Shui felt that such an expensive bag couldn't be simply replaced, so she kept the invoice in the bag. I believe this bag is just dirty, a wipe should suffice, right? The police officer looked at the bag in Jiang Shui's hands, asking with slight confusion, Is that so? Exactly. Officer, regardless of whether this bag is genuine or not, it just has milk tea on it. Is there any damage? Why should I pay so much? Hearing the officer's words, the woman immediately perked up, her voice unconsciously raised, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Officer, leather bags should not come into contact with water. Once what they can discolor and penetrate the interior, leading to corrosion, staining, or damage to the leather. Jiang Shui hurriedly interjected, explaining as she valued this bag greatly and had researched it before. After hearing Jiang Shui's words, the police officer took out his phone to search, then said sternly to the woman, In that case, you indeed need to compensate. The woman's face turned even paler, her brows knitting tightly together, yet she stubbornly retorted, Who knows if they are trying to scam me? Lin Shen scoffed lightly, his eyes revealing anger and disdain. We only asked you to compensate for reasonable losses from start to finish, yet not only did you refuse to apologize, but you also kept hurling insults. At this moment, another police officer examined the payment receipt provided by Lin Shen and confirmed the value of the bag. Ma'am, the evidence is conclusive, you need to compensate them. If you refuse to compensate, we will proceed according to the relevant legal procedures. The officer's voice was firm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally stopped being obstinate, her voice dropping. I will pay, is that okay? But I can't just pay whatever they say, right? We can go to the store where this bag was purchased to get it appraised, Lin Shen said casually. For him, this amount of money was nothing. If the woman had just spoken nicely and apologized, the matter could have been resolved. But the woman didn't seem to understand her own fault and continued to shout wildly. If she didn't receive a lesson, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. We have a car, please take her with us. The police officer nodded and then escorted the woman into the police car. Lin Shen and Jiang Shui walked up to the luxury car and directly opened the door to enter. No wonder they can afford a bag worth tens of thousands. A look at this car and its license plate. Wow, wealthy people are indeed different. This couple is so rich, do they really lack this little money? Can't they let others off the hook? So what if they are wealthy? Does having money mean they can't defend their rights? Besides, look at that woman's attitude. If I were her, I would act the same way. People around them began to discuss animatedly. Meanwhile, the woman in the police car saw Lin Chun and Jiang Shuawei driving a supercar and felt an overwhelming regret. If I had known, I would have just apologized properly earlier. I really am fed up. Driving a supercar to buy milk tea, who does she think she is? Soon they arrived at the shopping mall. Upon arriving at the Givenchy store, the previous staff saw Lin Chun and Jiang Shuawei and immediately became extremely enthusiastic. These two are big spenders. Just as they were about to greet them, seeing the police officers following behind made them nervous. Could it be that there was some issue leading to a demand for compensation? Can this bag help me with the appraisal? I bought it here, Lin Chun said without wasting words, taking the bag from Jiang Shuawei and placing it on the counter. The items in the bag had already been organized by Jiang Shuawei while they were in the car. The staff, relieved, cautiously took the bag, examined it carefully, and then said, "Sir, madam, this bag has indeed suffered irreparable damage due to the milk tea staining it. Moreover, this bag is a limited edition and we no longer have the same model in stock." The woman's face turned ashen upon hearing this. The police officer looked at the woman and said, "Ma'am, the facts are already very clear." The woman bit her lip, helplessly nodded, and prepared to transfer the money using her phone. After Jiang Shuawei received the compensation, Lin Chun said, "Are you behaving now? If you had just apologized, this would have been resolved without issue. You insisted on being rude." The woman lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance she had before, and just seeing that license plate made her extremely anxious. After resolving the matter, several police officers directly left. The woman also left in a dejected manner. The staff suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Would you like to take a look at our other bags? We just received some new styles yesterday." The staff asked with a warm. Jiang Shuawei initially thought to let it go, but Lin Chun spoke up. "Oh, let me take a look." The staff's smile grew even brighter. "These styles just arrived yesterday. Your girlfriend would definitely look great with this bag." Lin Chun glanced at the bags the staff pointed to and felt they weren't particularly appealing. But Jiang Shuawei's opinion was certainly the most important. "Shuawei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuawei immediately shook her head. "I don't really like them." The staff suddenly became a bit anxious. "We have other styles in the store. There must be one that suits you." "No need, thank you," Jiang Shuawei said, quickly pulling Lin Chun out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's about time. Let's buy the bag another day. Wayner's birthday is more important," Jiang Shuawei said. However, Lin Chun shook his head. "If you don't like the Givenchy bag, he'll take you to see other stores." Seeing Jiang Shuawei about to say something, Lin Chun directly said, "You are my girlfriend now. If others find out that I, Lin Chun, can't even buy an expensive bag, how will they look at me?" Jiang Shuawei was momentarily speechless and could only respond helplessly, "All right." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of compromise. Lin Chun gently ruffled Jiang Shuawei's hair. "I know you are reluctant to let me spend so much money, but isn't earning money meant for spending? As long as you are happy, I am willing to spend any amount." Jiang Shuawei's eyes slightly reddened. She lifted her head and looked deeply at Lin Chun, her voice a bit choked as she said, "Ah Chun, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. It's not that I am reluctant to let you spend money. I just hope our relationship isn't measured by these material things." But your words truly moved me. Having said that, she tightly embraced Lin Chun, resting her head against his chest, and continued, "I won't reject your intentions anymore. I believe we can create more beautiful memories together, not just through these expensive gifts." Lin Chun felt Jiang Shuawei's genuine emotions and was filled with warmth in his heart. He embraced her even tighter and softly said, "I will always treat you well, trust me." Just as their lips were drawing closer, an old man walked by. Wow, this young couple. Only then did they realize they were still in the mall. "You are so naughty." Jiang Shuawei's face turned crimson as she broke free from Lin Chun's embrace. Lin Chun smiled slightly and took her hand. "Let's go, we'll take you to buy a bag." Hand in hand, they strolled through the mall, their glances at each other filled with sweetness and affection. After browsing for a while, they entered the Hermes store. There were two elegantly dressed men standing guard at the "Hello, welcome to Hermes." A female staff member greeted them with a warm smile. "We are here to..." Lin Chun smiled and said while holding Jiang Shuawei's hand, "Yes, we are here to look at bags." The staff member led them to a section filled with women's bags. A dazzling array of bags in various styles, colors, and materials overwhelmed the senses. "May I ask what your budget is?" the staff member inquired. "Money is not an issue, as long as my girlfriend likes it, that's all that matters," Lin Chun replied with a smile, glancing at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei felt a bit shy. "Your girlfriend is really lucky," the staff member said enviously. "My boyfriend treats me very well." Jiang Shuawei smiled and was then captivated by the dazzling array of bags. "Could you bring that bag to me to have a look?" Her eyes were suddenly drawn to a creamy white bag displayed on the top shelf. "The one on the top?" "Yes," Jiang Shuawei nodded. "This is currently one of our popular models from the Birkin series. The price for the standard material is around 90,000. This bag is made of ostrich leather, priced at around 200,000. I need to put on some gloves, please wait a moment." While explaining, the staff member took out a pair of white gloves from a lower drawer and put them on. She then took the bag down. Upon hearing the price of 200,000, Jiang Shuwei hesitated for a moment, but remembered Lin Chen's earlier words and decided to go for it. She truly liked it. Jiang Shuwei tried it on, her eyes sparkling with undisguised affection. The bag complemented her aura perfectly, as if it were tailor-made for her. "He'll take this one. Oh, please wrap it up for me," Lin Chen said directly to the staff member. "I'm sorry, sir, but this bag is a display item and not for sale. Currently we have no stock, but we do have crocodile leather bags available for 459,000. If you want the ostrich leather one, you may have to wait a few days," the staff member explained apologetically. "Is the crocodile leather bag the same in style, color, and material as this one?" Lin Chen didn't mind. It's just a few $100,000. He had billions in Douyin diamonds. Jiang Shuwei didn't say she wouldn't buy it. After all, she was Lin Chen's girlfriend, and carrying it would also give him face. "Yes, right? That's correct, sir," the staff member said with a delighted expression. "Then please bring out the crocodile leather bag for me to see. If my girlfriend likes it, he'll buy it," Lin Chen said casually. "Of course, sir." Before long, the staff member carefully walked over with the packaging. Upon opening it, Jiang Shuwei was immediately captivated. Expensive items have their advantages. Even Lin Chen felt that the crocodile leather's appearance exuded a sense of luxury. The delicate texture and exquisite workmanship showcased nothing but luxury and quality. "Do you like it, eh?" Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuwei's hair, asking indulgently. "I love it." Jiang Shuwei nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Please wrap this bag for me. I'll pay with my card." Lin Chen smiled at the staff member. The staff member was beaming with joy. "Of course, sir." Then the staff member brought over the card machine. Lin Chen took out his Huaxiao Bank Platinum card and swiped it. The staff member's gaze towards Lin Chen suddenly carried a hint of respect. She had worked at Hermes for several years and had never seen a card like this. It was clear that it was not something an ordinary person could possess. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuwei couldn't wait to hold the bag in her hands. "Thank you, Ah-chun." Her face radiated a happy smile. "As long as you like it, Shuwei," Lin Chen smiled and gently tapped her nose. The staff member looked at Jiang Shuwei with envy in her eyes. "Do you two need any packaging?" "No, I can carry it just fine." Jiang Shuwei shook her head in refusal. The two then wandered around the store before heading out. "Take care, you two." As they exited the mall, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuwei's phone rang. "Shuwei, where are you?" The voice of Tang Weiner came from the phone. "I just finished shopping with Ah-chun. What's up?" "Oh dear, have you brought Ah-chun along? Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" Tang Weiner teased. What do you know? You should hurry up and find a boyfriend." Jiang Shuwei replied a bit unhappily. "All right, enough chit-chat. We are already out of school, so hurry over. They'll send you the box number shortly." Upon hearing Jiang Shuwei mention this, Tang Weiner quickly changed the subject. "Got it." After hanging up, Jiang Shuwei looked at Lin Chen. "Let's go. Weiner and the others have already left." Lin Chen nodded and then walked towards the parking lot with Jiang Shuwei. "Family, guess what I discovered?" Lin Xiaoyu said to her phone, her face brimming with uncontrolled. As usual, she was live streaming her stroll, and when she reached the parking lot, she unexpectedly found a super cool sports car. "What did you find?" Could it be two dogs in the middle of a romantic moment? "The taste upstairs is truly unique. Stop teasing us." Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the barrage of messages popping up in the live stream, smiled slightly, and then steadied the camera on the stunning Lamborghini. The host discovered a really cool sports car. "What do you think? Isn't it awesome?" Lin Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of pride. "Wow, it's indeed handsome. This design is unbeatable. This sports car must be expensive, right? Damn, isn't this a Lamborghini Veneno? There's even one in Tianfu City. What a super divine car." At that moment, a user named G Boda comment, "Veneno? What car is that? I've never heard of it." "Me neither. Please explain." Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly flashy Veneno before her feeling a surge of strong curiosity. She only knew that this car was very cool, but she was completely unaware of any other information. "G Boda, could you introduce it to everyone? Let's broaden our horizons," Lin Xiaoyu said with curiosity. After a while, G Boda sent the Lamborghini Veneno was unveiled at the Geneva Motor Show in 2013, with only 13 units produced worldwide, including 3 hardtops and 9 convertibles. At that time, the hardtop was priced at 3.1 million euros, or equivalent to about 25.4 million yuan, while the convertible was priced at 3 million euros, around 26.9 million yuan. Currently, this convertible's value is roughly equivalent to a small fortune, definitely a super divine car. As this news broke, the entire live stream fell silent for several seconds before erupting into a frenzy of messages. "Wow, a car worth $1 billion. What kind of extraordinary person can afford that? My useless knowledge just increased. This is terrifying, right? I wouldn't even earn $1 billion in my entire life working in an electronics factory." Lin Xiaoyu was deeply shocked by these words and looked at the car in front of her again, her eyes filled with intent. Suddenly, she unintentionally glanced at the live stream and was surprised to find that the viewer count had skyrocketed from hundreds to thousands. She had a flash of inspiration and quickly turned the camera towards herself. Dear family, today is truly a lucky day. I unexpectedly stumbled upon a super sports car worth $1 billion. What the heck? I want to see the Veneno. Why did so many people suddenly join this live stream? I don't think this female host is that impressive. Is she selecting a master? Turn the camera back. The host is amazing. Facing these sharp or unkind comments, Lin Xiaoyu was not angry at all, always wearing her signature smile. To all the new family members joining the live stream, please give likes and follow. For those who can send some gifts. Today we've encountered a super sports car worth $1 billion. Let's take a good look later. This is so disgusting. If you didn't know better, you'd think that car is yours. Just shamelessly asking. For those who can send gifts. I just entered the live stream and haven't even seen what $1 billion car looks like. What's so great about it? It has 4 wheels. Silly host. Watch me report you. But soon people started sending gifts one after another. Thank you to DJ First Person for the sports car. Thank you Eightfold Mirror for the carnival. Thank you Chime Wangliang for the carnival. Thank you Beast King for the 5 carnivals. Do you want to add a green bubble, big brother? Lin Xiaoyu was so excited looking at the continuous stream of gift notifications that her face was about to split into a smile. Hurry up. You've sent gifts, let me see the car. With your looks you think you can get a green bubble. Go look in the mirror. Host, hurry up. Otherwise I'll report you. Lin Xiaoyu still wore a smile, completely unaffected by those. Since everyone in the live stream wants to see, I won't disturb your excitement. Lin Xiaoyu said as she turned the camera back to the Lamborghini Veneno. So cool, bro. Is this a small goal? No wonder it's the Veneno. It's rare to see such a divine car. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Veneno, her inner impulse uncontrollable, and couldn't help but step forward to gently touch it. Host, don't touch it. If your nail scratches it, you'll be in trouble. People like this are just too reckless. If you dare sit on it, I'll immediately send you 10 carnivals. Did you see that, host? Our Beast King has spoken. Let's see if you're brave enough to earn that money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages from Beast King in the live stream and began to feel somewhat tempted. After all, this person had just sent 4 carnivals, and it seemed he was wealthy and kept his promises. That's a total of 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. This car is worth $1 billion. If I really break it, I probably wouldn't be able to pay it back even if I went bankrupt. Host, what are you hesitating for? Just dare to do it, and I'll send you 20. Beast King spoke again. Big boss, you're so generous. Do you need a son? I want to support you. Count me in. Count me in. 20 carnivals. That's a total of 60,000. This time Lin Xiaoyu only hesitated for a moment before making her decision. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and slowly walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, carefully sitting on its hood. Then Lin Xiaoyu aimed the camera at herself, changing angles multiple times to prove that she was indeed sitting. The live stream instantly erupted, and the bullet screen refreshed wildly. Amazing. You're so brave, host. Wow, doing this for 60,000. If you break it, you wouldn't be able to pay it back even if you went bankrupt. I feel like this Veneno has been defiled. But soon the live stream was flooded with carnivals. Beast King was also not one to back down, keeping his word, and 20 carnivals were sent directly. Thank you to the great Beast King for the 20 carnivals. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly looked at her phone, filled with gift effects, her face bursting with joy. Excuse me, miss, please get down, this car is mine. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped down from the front of the car. The visitors were Lin Shun and Jiang Shuowei. Wow, a good show is about to start. Both of them are so good looking. No wonder they can be together. Did you notice? That guy is dressed entirely in Givenchy. Isn't it normal for someone rich to wear Givenchy? I find it quite low-key. Look at that girl's bag. That bag is Hermes, priced over 400,000. Wow. Is that girl carrying a Mercedes? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu had lost the mood to pay attention to the messages in the live stream. Her face was slightly pale. If she had known, she would have been more decisive. After sitting down, she would have just run away after sending a gift. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught red-handed. I'm sorry, can I borrow your car for a photo? Lin Xiaoyu straightforwardly apologized. In situations like this, if you don't apologize, people can ruin you. Lin Shun didn't speak, just walked over to look at the car. Did you see the scratch? Lin Shun was somewhat speechless, wondering what kind of people these were. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and she hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, she saw a scratch on the front of the car. It wasn't particularly deep, but it was noticeable at first glance. Wow, this is a big deal. Now, because of 60,000, no, not even 60,000, the platform has to take a cut. Just for this few tens of thousands, I might have to compensate at least 100,000. You up there, be a bit bolder. A Bugatti worth over 10 million RMB abroad costs over 3 million RMB just to fix a scratch with another car. Although this scratch is small, it's still worth at least 100,000, right? Damn, did she just sit on a house? This female streamer is in trouble. The bullet comments were exploding at this moment. The number of viewers in the live stream had directly surpassed 100,000. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned deathly pale as she said with a hint of a sob, "I just sat down and I didn't bring anything metal." Jiang Shuowei walked up behind Lin Xiaoyu and took a look. The denim pants you're wearing have a metal button on. Jiang Shuowei didn't pity this woman. When others encountered them on the road, they would keep their distance, fearing any accidents. But she sat right on the front of the car. Wasn't this pure trouble? Lin Xiaoyu touched her backside and indeed felt the metal button. "I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I didn't mean to." Lin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back, her eyes red, and repeatedly bowing to apologize to Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chun. "If you did something wrong, you have to be punished. This isn't an accident. You should think about how to compensate." Lin Chun had no intention of letting this woman off easily. People like her needed to learn the seriousness of the situation. "How much do you think it might cost?" Lin Xiaoyu looked at the two with red-rimmed eyes. She tightened her grip on the phone stand. "I estimate it would be around 300,000 to 400,000, right?" Lin Chun thought for a moment and quoted a relatively low number. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt her world spinning, her head a little dizzy. Moments later, as if grasping at a lifeline, she cried out to the camera, "Beast King, I know you're still watching my live stream. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have done this. This compensation must come from you." Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei finally noticed that the woman in front of them was live streaming. Clearly someone in the live stream had tipped her to sit on the front of the car. She truly deserved it. "Beast King, haha, I'm telling you to pay up, big boss. You do whatever others tell you. Why don't you go eat SHD when they tell you to? When something goes wrong, you start looking for someone to take the blame. In situations like this, they don't have to bear any legal responsibility. Why should they help you pay? What a joke." Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages in the live stream and instantly broke down. Of course you all would say that since the incident didn't happen to you. Just as Lin Xiaoyu and the people in the live stream were arguing, Lin Chun finally became somewhat impatient. He still needed to rush to Tang Weiner's birthday party. "Miss, if you don't want to compensate, we can only call the police." Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, so she simply closed the live stream. Playing the fool was impossible. After all, she had just gone live like a law enforcement camera. "Big brother, beautiful lady, since you're so rich, can you let me off this time? I really don't have money for compensation, I beg you." Lin Xiaoyu cried bitterly, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing to Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei couldn't bear to watch. But Lin Chun was extremely displeased. "So you caused me a loss of hundreds of thousands, and you think an apology is enough just because I have money? Should I just stupidly cover the loss myself? You didn't accidentally cause this, you brought it upon yourself. How about this? You take out 300,000 and we'll call it even." Lin Chun thought for a moment. Seeing how sincere the woman was in admitting her mistake, he decided to reduce the compensation. Lin Xiaoyu kept bowing and apologizing. Lin Chun's expression instantly darkened. He then said nothing more and took out his phone to call the police. "Hello? Is this the police station?" Lin Xiaoyu became even more panicked upon hearing Lin Chun calling the police. It seemed this tactic wouldn't work. So she simply sat on the ground waiting for the police to arrive. Since it was a parking lot, there weren't many people around. Some people collecting or returning their cars saw the situation and didn't dare to linger. The police quickly arrived, understood the situation, and confirmed the facts before taking Lin Xiaoyu away. Due to the inability to tow the car, they had to let Lin Chun drive it to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, the police found a recording of Lin Xiaoyu's previous live stream. After watching the live stream replay, the police officers present, as well as Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei, fell silent. They didn't know how to comment. Then Lin Chun directly spent money to hire someone to assess the damages. The conclusion was it could not be fully repaired, with damages estimated around 50,000. "Alright, just compensate me 30,000 and we'll call it even." Lin Chun was already very impatient at this point. It was impossible for her to pay nothing. Lin Chun really didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly called Lu. "Hi, something happened here. Please help me handle it." Lin Chun briefly explained the situation. "Alright, mister. Lin, I will take care of this matter for you." After hanging up, Lin Chun cooperated with the police report and then left the police station with Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei checked the time. With this delay, it was already past 7. Just then Tang Weiner's call came in. "Shuowei, why haven't you and Lin Chun arrived yet? I've just run into a small issue. I'm already on my way. Why don't you all go ahead and start eating? Lin Chun and I will be there in a bit," Jiang Shuowei said apologetically into the phone. "No worries. We've only just entered the private dining room. You're my best friend. How could I possibly begin without you? Hurry up." Her friend's voice came urgently down the line, then cut off before Jiang Shuowei could respond. Shortly afterward, Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei drove directly to the mall to select a birthday gift for Tang Weiner. 40 minutes later, they stepped out of the car. Entering the Jinxiu restaurant, they made their way toward the address Tang Weiner had sent to Jiang Shuowei. As they arrived at the private dining room door, Lin Chun gently pushed it open, whereupon the cheerful chatter inside fell instantly silent, and every pair of eyes converged upon them like spotlights. "Oh, you're finally here." Tang Weiner sprang up and hurried over warmly, taking Jiang Zui's hand. "We've been waiting for you to begin the feast." "Sorry everyone. I was delayed by an unexpected matter," Jiang Shui said with an apologetic smile directed at the guests assembled in the room. "This is my boyfriend Lin Shun," she introduced. "Hello everyone," Lin Shun added, politely offering a warm. All eyes in the room locked onto Lin Shun. Smiling greetings followed swiftly from the guests, and Tang Weiner quickly ushered both Lin Shun and Jiang Shui to their seats. Come, don't stand there. Please sit down," Tang Weiner declared, her face radiant with delight. Once seated, Tang Weiner turned to the group with a bright smile and said, "Today is my birthday, and having so many dear friends gathered together truly fills me with joy. Let's raise our glasses first, to wish me a happy birthday." Everyone lifted their glasses in unison and cheered, "Happy birthday," to Tang Weiner. Conversation flowed easily as they ate, the atmosphere warm and relaxed. Then a young woman seated across the table asked Jiang Shui curiously, "Shui, who pursued whom? You or Lin Shun?" A tender, radiant smile bloomed across Jiang Zui's face as she replied, "I suppose I was the one who pursued him." At this, exclamations of astonishment rippled through the room. Even Jiang, the campus famously aloof queen of ice, actually chased someone. Jiang Zui's cheeks flushed faintly, yet she responded with graceful candor, "When one meets an exceptional man, initiative is only natural." Instantly, every young man in the room gazed at Lin Shun with undisguised envy. Lin Shun and Jiang Shui had recently become campus legends. Everyone knew the university's most admired beauty had fallen in love with a freshman. What made it even more astonishing was that this freshman was extraordinarily wealthy, driving a Lamborghini Veneno, a hypercar valued at over 100 million yuan. The women present envied Jiang Shui for landing such a handsome and affluent partner. The men envied Lin Shun for winning over the campus' most celebrated beauty within weeks of enrollment. Moments later, a crisp knock echoed at the door. A young man promptly rose to answer it. "That must be my cake. It's time to cut it," Tang Weiner announced cheerfully. The young man opened the door, and a waiter carefully wheeled in an exquisitely decorated birthday cake. Upon seeing it, Tang Weiner's eyes lit up with pure delight. "Wow, this cake is absolutely stunning." The lights dimmed, and everyone joined in singing a gentle, heartfelt birthday song. With eyes closed and surrounded by loving voices, Tang Weiner blew out the candles. Whoa! Applause and cheers erupted, filling the room with infectious excitement. "Weiner, this is my birthday gift for you. I hope you'll love it. And this is mine." Tang Weiner accepted each gift with laughter and gratitude, until only Lin Shun and Jiang Shui remained still, holding theirs back. Fortunately, after leaving the police station earlier, they'd returned to the mall to purchase a birthday gift. Otherwise, the moment would have been excruciatingly awkward. Jiang Shui handed Tang Weiner a beautifully wrapped cosmetic set. "Weiner, I spent ages choosing this set, so if you don't love it, watch out," Jiang Shui teased playfully. Tang Weiner took the package and immediately threw her arms around Jiang Shui in joyful embrace. "Shui, how incredibly kind you are. How did you know I'd adore this set? It's far too expensive. I couldn't bring myself to buy it even though it costs several thousand yuan." Her voice trembled with emotion and wonder. The cosmetic set had been purchased entirely with Jiang Zui's own money, no contribution from Lin Shun. Jiang Shui gently but firmly disentangled herself. "Do you really think I don't know you?" Meanwhile, Lin Shun produced his own gift. "Senior Sister Tang, am deeply grateful for your assistance, and this wristwatch serves both as my token of thanks and my birthday gift to you." Lin Shun said, his gaze sincere and unwavering. The watch Lin Shun gifted Tang Weiner was likewise worth several thousand yuan. Had originally intended to purchase one costing tens of thousands, but Jiang Shui had dissuaded him, reasoning that an overly extravagant gift might make Tang Weiner uncomfortable accepting it. After reflection, Lin Shun agreed with her logic and settled instead on an elegant lady's watch priced around 2,000 yuan. Tang Weiner hesitated, uncertain whether to accept it. She glanced instinctively toward Jiang Shui for reassurance, and only when she saw her friend nod did she accept the gift, her face breaking into a radiant, delighted smile. "Then many thanks, Brother Lin. Rest assured, we'll keep a close eye on Shui, especially now that you've entrusted her to me." Jiang Shui shot Tang Weiner a mock-stern glance. Dinner continued merrily. Several young men approached Lin Shun to toast and chat, but he politely declined drinks, citing his responsibility to drive. "Brother Lin, what does your family do? Even your car is a Ferrari." One young man, emboldened by a few drinks, all eyes turned toward them. "Hey, Wu-hao, what's with these questions? Don't stir up trouble," Tang Weiner interjected swiftly. She worried that offending Lin Shun would strain her friendship with Jiang Shui. Lin Shun simply shook his head with an easy smile. "It's nothing. I hold minor stakes in a few companies, that's all." A faint, modest smile touched his lips. "Brother Lin, After I graduate, could I possibly join your team? Wu Hao continued earnestly. I don't expect special treatment. Just a suitable position would be perfect. An awkward hush settled over the room. Tang Weiner's tone sharpened. Wu Hao, if you're going to act drunk, do it outside. Not here where you'll disturb Lin Shun. Jiang Zui's smile also faded, her expression growing cool and reserved. Though job market pressures were immense, graduates from elite universities like theirs rarely struggled to secure respectable employment. So why impose upon Lin Shun? As for his claim of needing no special treatment, it rang hollow. After only 1 or 2 brief encounters, how could anyone presume such familiarity? And once inside the company, who knew what advantages he might exploit under the guise of being Lin Shen's friend? Wu Hao might have realized that his previous words were inappropriate and hurriedly apologized to Lin Shen. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I had a bit to drink and my mind is a bit hazy. I let my mouth run away with me and said something I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing. Lin Shen casually replied with a dismissive tone. Seeing Lin Shen's expression seemed to show no signs of annoyance, the people around finally relaxed their tense minds. After everyone had their fill, they prepared to leave. Shuowei, are you going back to the dormitory tonight? Tang Weiner quietly approached Jiang Shuowei and asked softly. Jiang Zui's delicate face instantly flushed bright red. I probably won't go back to the dorm tonight. Oh, are you really planning to stay with Lin Shun? Tang Weiner couldn't help but exclaim, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shuowei swiftly covered her mouth. Do you want me to embarrass myself in front of the whole school? Why are you shouting so loudly? Jiang Shuowei said, anxious and slightly angry. Tang Weiner forcefully pushed Jiang Zui's hand away. You didn't even refute it. Shuowei, you've changed. Tang Weiner murmured softly, her expression filled with a hint of heartbreak. You who don't even have a boyfriend have the nerve to say that to me. Jiang Shuowei feigned indifference and replied casually. By this time they had already exited the Jin Xiu restaurant when suddenly a harsh voice echoed. Hey, isn't that Lin Shun and his school beauty girlfriend? Lin Shen's expression darkened instantly as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Weiner, and the others who had just eaten also turned their gazes toward the source of the harsh sound. From the tone, they could tell that the newcomer was up to no good. It was clearly a provocation. Lin Shun raised his eyebrows slightly, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be Lin Tianyou, the one who had mocked him during military training. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Dihao and a shareholder of Penguin? Why aren't you dining in some luxurious and high-end place like Dihao, but instead came to this inconspicuous little restaurant? Isn't this beneath your dignity? Huh? Lin Tianyou wore a mocking smile, his eyes filled with ill intent. Around him were several young men with brightly colored hair and various strange tattoos on their arms. What does it have to do with you? Lin Shun coldly retorted, instinctively stepping forward to shield Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner. It really doesn't have anything to do with me. After all, young Master Lin loves to boast so much that I wouldn't dare to interfere. But your bespectacled friend might be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's brows furrowed tightly. Bespectacled friend? Chen Xiao? But I must say I actually admire your friend, he's really tough. Last night, he lay on the ground clutching his stomach and still wouldn't apologize. If I hadn't been worried about making too much noise and making things difficult to settle, I would have definitely broken an arm of his. Lin Tianyou laughed mockingly, his expression utterly arrogant. Lin Shun felt a surge of anger rising from within. He knew exactly how the conflict between Lin Tianyou and Chen Xiao had arisen. It was all because of him, Lin Shun. And now Chen Xiao was being surrounded and beaten up for speaking up for him, and he had no idea. Jiang Shuowei noticed that something was off with Lin Shun. His tense body and the cold aura he exuded made her worry. She gently linked her arm with Lin Chen's. Lin Shun patted Jiang Zui's hand to reassure her, then quickly took out his phone and called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? As soon as the call connected, Lin Shun asked in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Boss, how did you know? I haven't even told Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei about this. Chen Xiao's voice carried a hint of humiliation. Anyone who had been beaten would find it hard to openly admit it in front of their friends. After receiving the answer, Lin Shen's anger was nearly uncontrollable, erupting like a volcano. Chen Xiao, are you talking to the boss? Ask the boss if he's coming back today. The voice of Xiao Wei came through loud and carefree. Chen Xiao ignored him. Boss, did you run into that kid Lin Tianyou? Did you? Chen Xiao asked anxiously, his voice filled with tension and worry. Don't worry, the boss will. Lin Shun grit his teeth as he finished that sentence as if it had been forced out between his clenched teeth, and without hesitation, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Chen Xiao listened to the busy tone and felt anxious, his heart racing. The boss ran into Lin Tianyou. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who were focused on their game. Sweat was already beading on Xiao Fei's forehead. So what if he ran into him? What's the big deal? They can't really fight, can they? A small deal, Xiao Fei casually replied, while keeping his eyes glued to the computer screen, seeming rather indifferent. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said actually I was hurt yesterday, because Lin Tianyu found a few thugs to block me when I was leaving the school. Then the boss just called me and asked if something happened to me last night, and it must be Lin Tianyu stirring up trouble and telling the boss. The boss said he would stand up for me. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. Hearing this, Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei could no longer sit still. What? Didn't you say you fell off a shared bike last night? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, full of shock and anger. Chen Xiao stammered, unable to speak, lowering his head. Damn Lin Tianyu for playing dirty. Xiao Fei was already too engrossed in the game to care. He took out his phone and made a call. Uncle Qin helped me find a first-year student at Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei said coldly. Hurry and call the boss to see where they are now. Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Chen Xiao hurriedly called Lin Shen again. At this moment Lin Shen had already looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu before him, he calmed down. What's your dad's name? Lin Shen asked coldly. My dad's name is Lin Xiangdong. What are you trying to use connections? Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Tianyu feigned a look of fear, then burst into laughter with the thugs beside him. The few boys who were friends of Tang Weiner were now keeping their distance, afraid of getting into trouble. Meanwhile, several girls remained by Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner's sides. Everyone, if you have any grievances, please take them elsewhere. Standing in front of our restaurant is indeed affected. At this moment, someone walked out of the Jinsho restaurant and spoke to the crowd. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. Lin Tianyu's face darkened, his eyes wide with anger as he scolded without mercy. The young men beside him joined in, cracking their knuckles, tilting their heads, and glaring with an arrogant demeanor that suggested they would pounce on him if he said another word. Their fierce gazes seemed to warn everyone not to provoke them lightly. The man, seeing this, grew a bit timid, his legs trembled involuntarily, his face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps back into the restaurant, no longer caring about the matter. Lin Shun was too lazy to continue wasting words with Lin Tianyu. Frowning, he took out his phone, preparing to call Dong Fong. However, he saw that Chen Xiao was incessantly trying to reach him. Lin Chen still chose to answer. Boss, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, filled with concern and urgency. I'm at the Jinxi Hotel, Lin Chen replied briefly. Boss, we're on our way. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. The boss is at the Jinxi Hotel, Chen Xiao said as he opened his phone's navigation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then let's not waste time, hurry up. I know the way, Xiao Fei said, darting out of the dormitory like an arrow. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly followed, and the three of them ran at full speed. After hanging up, Lin Chen directly called Dong Fong. Oh, so Lin, the young master, is preparing to use connections to deal with me. Lin Tianyu still wore that irritating expression, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. Chen, don't fight. Should we call the police? They will definitely arrest whoever hits your brother, Jiang Shuawei said with some concern, her eyes filled with worry as she tightly clutched Lin Chen's shirt. Don't worry, I won't fight. Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Zuwei's well-shaped nose and replied softly. Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? The attitude on the other end of the line was very respectful, laced with caution. Do you know Lin Xiangdong? Lin Chen's tone was very somber, desperately suppressing the anger within. Lin Xiangdong. I know him. He is the owner of Tianfu City Hero Network Technology Co. Ltd. He often dines at Dihao because of his acquaintance with Li Shangyu. Dong Fong quickly realized the coldness in Lin Chen's tone and hurriedly replied, not daring to show any signs of negligence. All right, I understand. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. A tech company. That should be easy to handle. What has Lin Xiangdong done to provoke this young master? Dong Fong listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the call, muttering in confusion, his brow furrowing as he fell into deep thought. Young Master Lin, are you done with your call? My phone is just waiting to ring. Lin Tianyu sneered as he saw Lin Shun hang up, his arrogant demeanor growing even more outrageous. Lin Shun ignored him and called Lu Shu instead. Shuawei, can we really handle this? I see this man is so arrogant he must feel untouchable. Tang Weiner, however, looked worried and quietly leaned towards Jiang Shuawei, asking with eyes full of unease and doubt, you can rest assured. Lin Shun is not as simple as you think. Jiang Shuawei appeared very confident. Seeing Jiang Shuawei so assured, Tang Weiner and the others felt much more at ease. Lu Shu raced the situation. Lin Shen explained the situation to Lu Shu and continued, you should know what I'm going to do. Lin Shen's tone was very calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. I understand, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Lin Shen coldly stared at Lin Tianyu. I hope you can still laugh later. Lin Shen's gaze pierced through Lin Tianyu like a sharp sword. Lin Tianyu felt a wave of panic rising in his heart, a hint of unease creeping in, yet he still forced himself to remain calm. What are you pretending for? Just because you drive a Ferrari, do you think you have an extraordinary background? Lin Tianyu shouted angrily. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner, along with several other girls, frowned in unison. Such uncouth boys are the most detestable. Jiang the campus belle along with a few other beauties don't follow this loser anymore. Come, I'll treat you to drinks. Noticing the disdain on the girls' faces, Lin Tianyu became even more interested, his lewd gaze roving. Who do you think you are? You dare to invite us for drinks? Tang Weiner did not hold back, hands on her hips, glaring at him. I like women with such a fiery temper. It's especially thrilling to conquer them. Lin Tianyu laughed instead of getting angry, his smile making one feel nauseated. Huh, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Tang Weiner spat, her face filled with disgust. It seems Lin Xiangdong has failed to educate you. Why do you speak and act like a lowlife? Lin Shen mocked Lin Tianyu, his eyes filled with contempt. I think you're asking for a beating. Lin Tianyu's face instantly darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Kid, watch your mouth. The several young men around him started shouting, raising their fists as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet Lin Tianyu stretched out his hand to hold them back. This place is crowded. Oh, let's wait for a better opportunity to deal with him. Lin Tianyu's expression was sinister as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shun. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have charged at him immediately. Young Master Lin, be careful when you leave the school in the future. We're going out to eat, so I won't be playing house with you. Lin Tianyu resumed his earlier smile, and after saying that headed towards the Jinsei Hotel. Lin Tianyu, where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly called out. Lin Tianyu turned to look, the smile on his face growing even wider. Oh, isn't this Chen Xiao? Looks like you're doing well. Those few hits yesterday must have been too light. Seeing you in military training today, you seem quite energetic. Lin Chen saw Chen Xiao and the others rushing over, and the chill on his face dissipated a little. Lin Tianyu, you took advantage of my absence to block my brother, didn't you? Xiao Fei clenched his fists upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time he had been so angry since arriving in Tianfu City. What if I am? He'll still beat you up. Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with jealousy. This guy was as annoying as Lin Shun. Very well. Xiao Fei smiled. This was the first time someone had dared to speak to him like this. Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked Jiang Shuawei, is this guy Lin Chen's roommate? Yes, he is a good buddy of Lin Chen's. Are you interested in him? Jiang Shuawei could tell that Tang Weiner's curiosity indicated that things were not simple. A woman who begins to be curious about a man is not far from falling in love. Stop talking nonsense. Tang Weiner shot a harsh glance at Jiang Shuawei, her eyes filled with reproach. The crowd around them grew larger, all eager to witness the commotion. At that moment, Lin Tianyu's phone rang unexpectedly. Quick, answer it. Let's see if it's your dad calling. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression even more eager than Lin Tianyu's. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Lin Tianyu felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety, as if a large hand was tightly gripping his heart. Mind your own business. Lin Tianyu retorted angrily, then took out his phone to check, and indeed, it was Lin Xiangdong calling. Hello, Dad, what do you want? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly softened. Who the hell have you offended? Why is everyone warning me to take care of my son? And the people behind this are all bigger than the last. Lin Xiangdong unleashed a barrage of curses on the other end of the line. Lin Tianyu suddenly felt unsteady, his legs going weak, as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. Who have I offended, Dad? Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Shen, cautiously speaking into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Just now Elder Qin specifically called me to tell me to keep an eye on you, and not to offend people you shouldn't. Then I got a call from someone at Penguin Company too. You better tell me, who have you offended? Lin Tianyu was drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. He looked at Lin Shun as if he were staring at a monster. Was he really a shareholder of Penguin? How is that possible? He's only a freshman. Who is Elder Qin? Our company has grown this big, do we still need to care about others' opinions? And Penguin Company, so what if it's large? In this society, can they really bring down our family? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and that brief pause made Lin Tianyu's heart race. I see you have a pig's brain that can't be saved. Are you the president of the beautiful nation? Not afraid of anything. I should just shoot you against the wall. Hurry up and apologize to whoever you offended. Otherwise you'll have to find your own money in the future. He hung up the phone immediately. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy signal on the phone, unable to speak for a long time, standing there like a wooden statue. What happened? Lin Tianyu, did you finish the call? Xiao Fei looked at the dazed Lin Tianyu with mockery, his expression full of schadenfreude. What did your dad say? Have you figured out what to do? Lin Shun added nonchalantly, his expression calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Lin Tianyu came to his senses, looking at Lin Shun, and Xiao Fei hesitating for a moment before his expression turned fierce. Don't think that just because you have some connections to threaten my dad'll give in. Let me tell you, do you think Lin Tianyu will apologize? No way. After saying that, Lin Tianyu ignored the socialite beside him and turned to leave. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Xiao Fei murmured as he watched Lin Tianyu walk away. How boring. I thought there would be a fight. Let's disperse, it's good that it didn't escalate. Seeing that there was no longer any commotion to watch, the crowd began to disperse. Only then did Xiao Fei and the others start talking to Lin Shun. Boss, with so many girls around, you didn't call me. Xiao Fei approached whispering. You can't handle them. Lin Shun replied with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eye. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her gaze flicking back and forth between the two. It's nothing, it's nothing. Sister-in-law, this matter can be considered resolved. Seeing so many people today, shall we go have a drink? Xiao Fei said with a smile, his face full of expectation. I think that's a good idea. I want to go too. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao quickly chimed in. What a joke. Even if we set aside Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuowei, just the three girls beside them are Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei and said, sure, I have no problem with that. Seeing that Tang Weiner agreed, Jiang Shuowei could only say, if Lin Shun goes, then I will go too. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Shun. Lin Shun helplessly said, I drove here. So what? Just call a designated driver, right? Xiao Fei hurriedly said, constantly signaling to Lin Shun with his eyes. Don't ruin my good thing. Do you think my car, if I call a designated driver, he would dare to drive it? Isn't it just a Ferrari? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. He had several supercars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis in his garage back home. Follow me. Lin Shun said helplessly, leading Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei, Chun Xiao, and a few girls curiously followed along. Do you think this car, would a designated driver dare to drive it? Lin Shun pointed at the Lamborghini Veneno and asked Xiao Fei. Wow. Boss, are you serious? This is a Lamborghini Veneno. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Shun in disbelief. Bingo. Lin Shun replied with a smile, nodding his head. Xiao Fei immediately circled around the Veneno, looking at it from left to right. Boss, what kind of car is the Veneno? How much does it cost? It looks so cool. Chun Xiao asked curiously, looking at the supercar in front of her. About 100 million, I guess. It's a Lamborghini supercar. Lin Shun casually replied. 100 million. This car costs 100 million. Chun Xiao was shocked, Xiao Wei was shocked, and Tang Weiner and the other three girls were also shocked. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Xiao Wei swallowed hard and asked again. Why would I lie to you about something worth 100 million? Lin Shun appeared completely indifferent. Wow. I want to touch it. Without hesitation, Chun Xiao ran over. I want to see too. Xiao Wei eagerly followed after. Shuowei, what exactly does Lin Shun do? Wasn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it turn into a Lamborghini Veneno? He drove the Ferrari a few days ago because this car hadn't arrived yet. After this car arrived, he gave me the Ferrari. Jiang Shuowei said with a smug smile. Wow. He just gave you a car worth 7 or 8 million. Tang Weiner exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Jiang Shuowei nodded with a smile. No wonder you were so eager. So Lin Shun is this rich? What nonsense are you talking about? What I like is him as a person. Jiang Shuowei shot Tang Weiner a glance, dissatisfied. Alright, I misspoke. Tang Weiner realized she had said something wrong and quickly apologized. After a while, the three lively ones returned. Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It's so unsightly. Xiao Fei looked very regretful. It's a small matter. Lin Shun smiled lightly. I don't care, we must go drinking today. Xiao Fei said with a determined look at Lin Shun, exuding an air that suggested a fight if he didn't agree. Lin Shun did not want to dampen the spirits of his brothers and Tang Weiner, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Alright, where shall we go? Lin Shun asked helplessly, his tone revealing a hint of compromise. Seeing Lin Shun's agreement, Xiao Fei's face instantly lit up with joy. Let's go to Tup. Wow, Fourth, you really have money. Looks like Fourth has blossomed in spring love. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao teased from the side, their words filled with playful mockery. The other three girls were also intrigued. Judging by the way this handsome guy spoke to Lin Tianyo, it was clear he had an impressive background. If they could win him over. Hurry up and go over. It's getting late. Tang Weiner urged, her tone tinged with urgency. Alright then, Shuowei, and I will go ahead. You all figure it out. Lin Shun said with a smile, then he and Jiang Shuowei got into the car. As the stylish scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked enviously at Jiang Shuowei and Lin Shun sitting inside. Virum, virum. The deep and powerful engine sound of the car roared, as if declaring its extraordinary nature. Boss, just head straight to Zone 0 when you arrive. Xiao Fei glanced at the car with slight envy, then shouted to Lin Shun inside. Lin Shun extended a hand out of the window, making an okay gesture, and then drove out of the parking lot. Tup is the top nightclub in Tianfu City, and since its opening, luxury cars have crowded the roads every night. It is said that the boss behind it has significant connections, and many rich second-generation heirs in Tianfu City enjoy indulging in life at Tup at night. At the entrance of the bar, many young people dressed in fashionable attire were posing in various ways for photos. Lin Shun even recognized a couple of familiar faces live streaming. They all looked similar, and he couldn't quite remember who they were. When the young people saw the car stop, they were all stunned. Those who can spend here are all wealthy, and they have some knowledge about luxury cars. What the hell? Just a few days ago I saw a video online saying that Shu Province University had a car like this, and now it's right in front of me. This big shot is not someone to be trifled with. After Lin Chun parked the car, he and Jiang Shuowei got out. Those women's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Chun. If it weren't for him holding Jiang Zuwei's hand, those women would probably have gone crazy trying to flirt with him. What a pity. If I could have a one-night stand with this handsome guy, I would be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Several young and beautiful girls watched the two walk into the bar, expressing some reluctance. As soon as Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei stepped into Tup, they could hear the deafening music inside. The walls were adorned with spades, and an air of opulence permeated the atmosphere as couples walked in groups along the way. The arrival of Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei attracted countless gazes. Besides leisure and entertainment, another reason people come to bars is to flirt with girls or guys. Those who are handsome or beautiful don't even need to spend money many are willing to spend on them. The hot and sexy beauties were twisting their bodies sensually on the dance floor, their graceful postures captivating everyone. Jiang Shuowei curiously watched this scene, as she had never been to such a place in her life. At that moment, she suddenly saw a woman in a booth only wearing underwear and a bra dancing in front of a man. The man smiled broadly, his hands exploring the woman's body while his friends cheered and egged him on. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed slightly as she turned her gaze elsewhere. Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei quickly found a booth in Zone 0. At that moment, the booth was already filled with various types of drinks. Beside them were two waiters and a man in a suit. As soon as the man saw Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei approaching the booth in Zone 0, he smiled ingratiatingly and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chun and Miss Jiang?" After Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei sat down, they nodded calmly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of Tup. You can call me Xiao Qian. Young Master Xiao asked me to take good care of you both, and you can find me for any requests, I will assist you anytime." Upon seeing Lin Chun nod, the man who called himself Xiao Qian smiled, even more respectfully addressing the two. "Okay, then I will trouble you, Manager Qian." "Not a trouble at all," Xiao Qian said with a smile, then skillfully opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei. Having been in the nightlife for so many years, Xiao Qian immediately recognized that Lin Chun was wearing a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million, while Jiang Shuowei's handbag was also a Hermes worth several $100,000. Moreover, he was someone who had been specifically instructed by young Master Xiao to provide excellent service. Not long after Xiao Fei and the others along with several women arrived, Xiao Qian immediately bent down and respectfully greeted Xiao Fei. "Young Master Xiao, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. Well done. Go arrange for 2 sets of Deshun Long to come over. I'm here to have fun with friends today, let's make it lively." Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "Okay, young Master Xiao, I'll arrange it right away." Xiao Qian's face showed a hint of joy at receiving Xiao Fei's praise. "Third, I feel like fourth's background is even more impressive than we imagined." Chen Xiao whispered to Xiao Wei. "Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Wei replied quietly. Tang Weiner and the other girls also looked surprised. "The Deshun Long at Tup. 1 set costs 2 Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without even blinking. The way they looked at Xiao Fei became even more fervent. "Shuowei, what kind of person is Lin Chen's roommate? He directly ordered 2 sets of Deshun Long. That's over 500,000. Tang Weiner quietly asked Jiang Shuowei. "What? Over 500,000? Jiang Shuowei was also taken aback. Young Master Xiao is so generous. The 3 girls complimented in a somewhat flattering tone. "What's the big deal? As long as everyone enjoys themselves," Xiao Fei said indifferently. Soon the bunny girls lined up to place the drinks on the table. The table was soon filled with 12 bottles of spades. "Thank you very much for the 2 sets of Deshun Long ordered by young Master Xiao at Zone 0. We wish young Master Xiao and his friends an enjoyable time at Tup." The DJ on stage expressed gratitude. "Oh." The crowd erupted in cheers, and many gazes turned towards the group at the Zone 0 booth. Soon a few bold girls approached the booth in Zone 0. One of them, dressed in a black short skirt, swayed her alluring hips and walked over with a charming gaze. "Hey, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, can we play together?" With that, she fixed her gaze directly on Xiao Fei and Lin Chun. Jiang Shuowei noticed the woman's attention and quickly took Lin Chun's hand. The alluring woman smiled slightly and turned to Xiao Fei. "Forget it, beautiful. We all know each other here," Xiao Fei said with a hint of regret. Had it not been for the unexpected encounter with Tang Weiner, he might have actually been willing to engage with this woman. In the end, she could only leave regretfully. Then a few more girls came over to chat, and were all turned down for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and glanced at Tang Weiner. Just as Xiao Fei was about to find a chance to talk to Tang Weiner, the 3 other women began to make advances toward him. One of the girls said in a sweet voice, "Xiao Xiao, your outfit is truly striking." As she spoke, she attempted to draw closer to Xiao Fei. Another girl was not to be outdone, handing Xiao Fei a glass of wine with sultry eyes. "Xiao Xiao, let me toast to you. Let's be friends." The third girl was even bolder, directly placing her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder, sweetly saying, Xiao Xiao, you must take good care of us sisters tonight. Xiao Fei was only thinking about Tang Weiner, and just politely responded to the three girls' advances. Thank you. Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuowei stared in disbelief at the three girls. These girls had a reasonably good relationship with Tang Weiner in class, and it was surprising to see this side of them. For some reason Tang Weiner felt a sense of inexplicable annoyance watching Xiao Fei surrounded by the three girls. Chen Xiao looked on with jealousy at Xiao Fei surrounded by the three girls. How despicable. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Chen Xiao muttered, feeling somewhat defeated. Being handsome indeed doesn't give one free rein, but if you add wealth to it, then it's different. Lin Chun said with a smile, then took a glass of wine and looked seriously at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you got into trouble because of helping me. I consider you a brother now. Hey boss, we're all brothers. Shouldn't brothers stand by each other? Chen Xiao also raised a glass to clink with Lin Chun, and the two drank it all down. Lin Chun felt a warmth in his heart. To make such a close friend right when he entered university was indeed lucky. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was getting increasingly annoyed by the three girls. If it weren't for the fact that these three girls were friends of Tang Weiner and his sister-in-law, he would have wanted to drive them away. Seeing Xiao Fei's indifference, the three girls exchanged glances and decided to intensify their efforts. The first girl gently tugged at Xiao Fei's shirt, pouting, "Xiao Xiao, just chat with us a little more." The second girl leaned closer to Xiao Fei's ear, speaking softly, "Xiao Xiao, you're so outstanding. I wonder if you have a girlfriend." The third girl raised her glass, insisting on clinking it with Xiao Fei's, while deliberately brushing her fingers lightly across the back of his hand. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, feeling impatient as he said, "Sorry ladies, I'm not in the mood right now." With that he kept glancing towards Tang Weiner. However, they did not give up, continuing to chatter around Xiao Fei. Tang Weiner was playing dice with Jiang Shuowei, but could always feel Xiao Fei's gaze lingering on her. At that moment Xiao Wei and Xin Xiao also noticed that Xiao Fei seemed to be interested in Tang Weiner, whispering to each other. "Look at Lao Si and that Tang Weiner. They clearly have feelings for each other, but are holding back," Xiao Wei said with a smile, shaking his head. Chen Xiao laughed along. "What if we create some opportunities for them?" The two exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Xiao deliberately said loudly, "Oh, this wine is a bit boring. Why don't we play a little game?" Everyone responded enthusiastically. "Then let's play a riddle game. Whoever guesses wrong must do a truth or dare," Xiao Wei suggested. In the first round Tang Weiner guessed wrong. "Haha, Tang Weiner, truth or dare?" Chen Xiao asked with a laugh. Tang Weiner hesitated for a moment before choosing truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, "Among the boys present, is there anyone who makes your heart flutter?" Tang Weiner's face turned red, and she unconsciously glanced at Xiao Fei, whispering, "I suppose there's one." Everyone began to cheer. "Who is it, Weiner? Tell us." Jiang Shuowei flashed a mischievous smile. "I don't know, you guess." Naturally Tang Weiner would not say it directly. However, Xiao Fei felt a rush of joy inside. The three girls, however, had somewhat ugly expressions. They had clearly felt Xiao Fei's impatience when trying to chat with him and noticed that he was secretly watching Tang Weiner's reactions. Though Tang Weiner was their friend, who wouldn't want to seize the chance when faced with such an outstanding man? But it seemed there was no hope now. After playing a few more rounds, Xiao Fei unfortunately also guessed wrong. "Xiao Fei, why don't you answer the question that was asked to Tang Xuejie earlier?" Lin Chun said deliberately. Xiao Fei glanced at Lin Chun with a hint of gratitude. "Good brother. Of course I do," he said, then peeked at Tang Weiner's reaction. Seeing Tang Weiner awkwardly tuck her hair behind her ear, he felt a surge of happiness again. He didn't know why, but he had a strong liking for her. After all, he was the young master of the imperial capital. He had seen countless women, yet it was the first time he felt this way about one. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the three girls felt bored since they could not engage Xiao Fei. One of the girls said, "Oh, we have something to do, so we'll leave first." "Weiner, Shuowei, you take your time. Wouldn't it be better to play a bit longer?" Tang Weiner said, trying to hide her joy. No, the three girls replied before getting up and leaving. Seeing the three girls leave, Xiao Fei felt his mood lighten significantly. He had been separated from Tang Weiner by three girls, but now that they were gone he moved directly next to her. The atmosphere in the booth did not grow cold after their departure. Instead it became more lively, due to the increasingly flirtatious tension between Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner. Gathering his courage, Xiao Fei poured a glass of wine for Tang Weiner, saying, "Beauty Tang, let's have a toast." Tang Weiner smiled and accepted the glass, gently clinking it with Xiao Fei's. At that moment the music suddenly became soothing and the light softened. Lin Chun and Jiang Shuowei exchanged glances and stood up in unison, saying, "We're going to the dance floor for a bit, you two take your time to chat." "I'm going to the restroom," Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao added. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner remained at the booth. They sat quietly, each hesitant to break the silence. Yet an indescribable feeling lingered in the air. Xiao Fei glanced at Tang Weiner and felt a twinge of nervousness. His gaze was firmly fixed on Tang Weiner's face. Her delicate features and slightly flushed cheeks stirred his heart. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk about with Tang Weiner, but his mind was blank. Tang Weiner felt equal. She could sense Xiao Fei's fervent gaze as she also held an inexplicable fondness for him, but was uncertain if it was merely a fleeting impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was a wealthy young man, making it difficult to ascertain his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. Tang Beauty, you mentioned earlier that you have a fondness for one of the guys present. May I ask who it is? Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stared intently at Tang Weiner. Her face flushed slightly, the blush blooming like a vibrant peach blossom. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Then which girl present earlier do you have a fondness for? Tang Weiner asked, unsure of how to respond. To her surprise, Xiao Fei answered without hesitation. It was you that I had feelings for. Tang Beauty, how about we connect on Xiao and get to know each other better? After speaking, Xiao Fei nervously watched Tang Weiner, fearful of her rejection. Even his palms began to sweat slightly. At that moment, Tang Weiner felt her face burning intensely. She touched her cheek and then took out her phone to scan the Xiao QR code. Here at me. And please don't call me Tang Beauty anymore, it feels odd. Just call me Weiner Jia since I'm older. Tang Weiner's voice was soft, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Xiao Fei felt a rush of joy and quickly added her as a friend, fearing she might change her mind. All right, Weiner Jia, I've added you. Please accept my request. Seeing the notification that his friend request had been accepted, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile broadly. By the way, you haven't answered my earlier question. I won't tell you, you have to guess. Tang Weiner smiled slightly, her smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, making Xiao Fei's heart flutter. At that moment, Xiao Fei was puzzled. He had seen many girls more beautiful than Tang Weiner, yet he felt utterly defenseless against her. Just then a young man dressed impeccably approached with a glass of wine, a broad smile on his face. Xiao, may I introduce myself? I am Dong Hao, the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of the Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao accompanied a friend to this venue, noticing the manager treating the man before him with such respect. Moreover, this man had ordered 2 sets of the Supreme Dragon. He felt inclined to make an acquaintance. Upon seeing the big screen thanking Xiao and noticing that only Xiao and a woman sat at the booth, he decided to introduce himself. Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner were engaged in conversation when Dong Hao interrupted, causing Xiao Fei to frown slightly, feeling displeased. Dihao Hotel? Isn't that the Boss Hotel? Xiao Fei raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Hao's, his gesture somewhat perfunctory, clearly unhappy with the interruption. Had it not been for Lin Shun, he would have asked him to leave. A flicker of joy crossed Dong Hao's face as he downed the drink in his glass. This must be your sister-in-law, right? She's truly beautiful. Dong Hao complimented, looking at Tang Weiner sitting beside Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei felt pleased upon hearing this and regarded Dong Hao with a more favorable gaze. No, we are just... Tang Weiner quickly waved her hand to clarify. You sit. Xiao Fei interrupted her, smiling at Dong Hao. Dong Hao promptly took a seat. So you are the son of the general manager of Dihao? Xiao Fei inquired. Yes, Dong Fong is my father. Dong Hao nodded. Why didn't you come over to greet me when my boss was here? You don't know my boss, do you? Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with a strange expression. Tang Weiner's curiosity was piqued. She knew Dihao Hotel was one of the most upscale hotels in Tianfu City, frequented by the elite. Xiao Fei mentioned that the owner of Dihao Hotel had just been at their table. Could it have been Lin Shun? At that moment, Dong Hao was somewhat confused. Xiao, may I ask who your boss is? My boss is Lin Shun. Dong Hao instantly became agitated. His father had recently mentioned a new young owner who had acquired all the shares of Dihao Hotel, likely an heir from a prominent family. Dong Hao had been looking for an opportunity to meet him, and today, by chance, he encountered a friend of Lin Dong. Yes. I haven't met Lin Xiao, so I didn't recognize him earlier. Dong Hao awkwardly explained. Alright, consider yourself lucky, sit here and enjoy for a while, my boss should be back shortly. Xiao Fei smiled, and then turned his attention back to Tang Weiner, not engaging further with Dong Hao. Tang Weiner was also surprised, realizing that the big boss of Dihao Hotel was actually her best friend's boyfriend. Does this mean she could often enjoy free meals in the future? Soon Lin Shun and the others returned. Seeing everyone back, Dong Hao nervously stood up. Noticing an unfamiliar young man at the booth, Chun Xiao curiously asked, Lao Si, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head, smiling as he replied, I don't know him, but he wants to get to know the boss. Lin Shun scrutinized the man with some curiosity. Oh, indeed, he didn't recognize him. Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao, the son of the general manager of Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao appeared quite humble. Oh, you are Dong Fang's son? Lin Shun asked with interest. Dong Hao immediately realized who Lin Shun was and quickly bowed. Hello, Lin Xiao. I am Dong Fang's son. Dong Hao's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. Lin Shun looked at this man with some admiration. Truly he was worthy of being Dong Fang's son, possessing a keen sense of timing. Both father and son were impressive individuals. Lin Shun nodded. Since you are Dong Fang's son, please take a seat. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Dong Hao humbly replied before sitting down. Ding. The system has issued a task. Recruit Dong Hao to work for me. The system has issued another task. Lin Shen couldn't help but look at Dong Hao with renewed interest. It must be something significant for the system to issue a task specifically for it. Dong Hao, what do you do? Young Master Lin, I'm currently developing games, Dong Hao hastily replied. At those words, Jiang Shuowei, Xiao Fei, and the others glanced at Lin Shen with mild surprise. Was he, Dong Hao, truly someone of talent? He hesitated, torn. All he wanted was to make games. He had come here to meet Xiao Fei precisely for that reason, to cultivate a rapport with this wealthy young heir, hoping he might one day invest in his game development venture. Noticing Dong Hao's hesitation, Lin Shen asked calmly, Dong Hao, have you heard of Longhu Game Co.? Yes, young Master Lin, I know Longhu Game well. It's a major domestic game developer behind numerous blockbuster titles. Titles like Heroes Return and Bubble Battle, for instance. Both are their creations. As Dong Hao spoke of games, his eyes shimmered with unmistakable passion. Lin Shen admired such a person, pragmatic, perceptive, and genuinely capable. Perhaps after all, even the system had assigned him a dedicated task for this very reason. If you join me, I'll place you directly at Longhu Game, with full autonomy over a project of your own design, Lin Shen said, gazing steadily at Dong Hao. Dong Hao froze. Could it be? Longhu Game belonged to this young Master Lin. A surge of exhilaration rushed through him. His entire body trembled. He had long dreamed of creating a AAA title rooted in the mythologies of Great Xia, a vision most dismissed as pure fantasy. Countless pitches had been rejected. Even his own brother Dong Fang opposed his pursuit of game development. With no other option, he'd resolved to found a modest studio and build step by step. Hence his eagerness to secure investment from affluent heirs like Xiao Fei. Yet now Lin Shen offered him not just entry into Longhu Game, but sole leadership over a project of his choosing. It felt utterly surreal. Young Master Lin, is this truly possible? Can I really lead my own project at Longhu Game? Dong Hao leapt to his feet, voice trembling with excitement. He did not doubt Lin Shen, not for a moment. A scion of such stature would never stoop to deceiving a man like himself. Lin Shen simply smiled and nodded. Done. From this day forward, I, Dong Hao, am under your command, young Master Lin. Without hesitation, Dong Hao gave a firm, decisive nod. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Longhu Game Co., Ltd., has been officially transferred to your name. Outwardly composed, Lin Shen inwardly exulted. Rest assured, what I promise I deliver, Lin Shen declared with a warm, confident smile directed at Dong Hao. Thank you, young Master Lin. I'll toast to you. Dong Hao poured himself a brimming glass and downed it in one swift motion. Xiao Fei stared at Lin Shen dumbfounded. Longhu Game is yours too. It is now. Lin Shen answered with a light chuckle. When did you acquire? How could I not know? Jiang Shuowei leaned close, whispering softly into Lin Shen's ear. Lin Shen swept her gently into his arms. Just now, he murmured the words against her ear. Around them, every guest discreetly averted their gaze, pretending not to see. Even Dong Hao quickly turned his head elsewhere. Jiang Shuowei felt the warmth of his breath tickling her ear. What are you doing, you rascal, eh? There are so many. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she wriggled free. Once released, she cleared her throat lightly, attempting albeit awkwardly to ease the tension. The others gradually resumed their conversation, seamlessly continuing as if nothing had occurred. Brother, you truly leave us speechless. Longhu Game commands immense prestige across the industry, and now it's yours. Xiao Fei mused aloud. So far we've learned you hold stakes in Penguin Holdings, own the Dihao Hotel Group, and now Longhu Game joins your portfolio. You even drive a Lamborghini Veneno, yet no Lin family in our circles possesses such staggering wealth. How is this possible? Lin Shen merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Young Master Lin, rest assured, I will not betray your trust. I shall devote myself entirely to crafting a game that astonishes the world. Dong Hao looked at Lin Shen with profound gratitude. Lin Shen nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Brother, let's drink. Tonight among us 5 men, at least 2 must fall. Xiao Wei raised his glass, gesturing for Lin Shen to join them. Lin Shen glanced toward Jiang Shuowei. Though she preferred he not drink excessively, she also knew these were his closest friends, and declined to interfere. With a resigned, gentle nod, she acquiesced. Only then did Lin Shen move to sit beside Xiao Wei and the others. Chen Xiao, who rarely drank, watched the boisterous celebration with growing unease, yet unwilling to dampen the festive spirit. He forced a thin smile and demurred. I'm afraid my tolerance is quite low. Might I take just a small sip? But Xiao Fei and the others would hear none of it. They teased and urged him on. Chen Xiao, tonight's too joyous to be a killjoy. Defeated Chen Xiao reluctantly took a sip. After several rounds, laughter and lively chatter filled the air. Yet Chen Xiao began to sway, his face flushing an unnatural crimson. He struggled to stay lucid, but the alcohol surged through him, clouding his thoughts. Damn it. Did you slip something into my drink? Why do I feel so dizzy? With that, he slumped onto the table, motionless. The group blinked in stunned silence, then burst into raucous laughter. Xiao Fei chuckled, so much for can't drink. He passed out after barely 2 glasses. Xiao Wei added with a grin, truly Chen Zhao's capacity is beyond abysmal. Lin Chun gazed at the unconscious Chen Xiao and shook his head, amused yet compassionate. Enough, he's done his part. Let's call it a night before things get excessive. The others readily agreed. Xiao Wei stay at my place tonight? Lin Chen asked softly. She blushed deeply and whispered a barely audible, Oh dear, Xiao Wei's off for some fun while I trudge back to campus alone. Tang Wanner teased playfully. Xiao Wei's blush deepened further. Sister Wanner, may I escort you back to campus? We attend the same university, Xiao Fei promptly offered. Tang Wanner hesitated. Looks like someone won't be returning alone after all. She's got a handsome escort. Jiang Xiao seized the chance to tease back. Tang Wanner shot her a mock glare, then meeting Xiao Fei's hopeful gaze quietly nodded. Well, no trouble at all. It's my honor to see you home, Sister Wanner. Xiao Fei beamed. He then summoned a sober front desk staff member to drive his car and ferry them safely back. Xiao Wei watched helplessly as Xiao Fei led Tang Wanner out of the club, then glanced down at Chen Xiao fast asleep on the lounge sofa. You're leaving, and what am I supposed to do, you idiot? Dong Hao, add me on WeChat so I can contact you later, Lin Chun said as he opened his friend's QR code. Dong Hao quickly scanned it and added him as a friend. Thank you, Lin Xiao. No need to be so polite, just enjoy the game. Lin Chen smiled lightly and turned to look at Xiao Wei. Lao Sing, call a car, I'll head out first, Lin Chen said, pulling Jiang Xiao out of the venue. How go Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao approached the car. Do I really have to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. What if I scratch or bump this car? That would be such a pity, Jiang Xiao said with some concern. Lin Chen was indifferent. It's fine to just drive however you like. Jiang Xiao had no choice but to take the driver's seat. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and cautiously started the car. The engine emitted a deep rumbling sound like a beast poised to pounce. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat looking relaxed as he watched Jiang Xiao. Don't be nervous, just treat it like a regular car. He comforted her. Jiang Xiao nodded slightly, but her palms were still sweating. She slowly pressed the accelerator and the car moved smoothly forward. With the car's movement, Jiang Zuwei's tension gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Pedestrians on the road cast envious glances, and a sense of pride surged within Jiang Xiao. She glanced at Lin Chen, noticing he was smiling at her. How is it? Are you not nervous anymore? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Xiao flashed a radiant smile. Much better, she replied. The car sped down the road, and Jiang Zuwei's driving skills became increasingly proficient. It was already past midnight, and the Yulan Holy Court Villa area was tranquil. Jiang Xiao drove the car, and slowly the rumble of the engine resonating clearly in the quiet night. As soon as the security guard at the entrance saw the car, he recognized it was Lin Chen returning and quickly raised the barrier. Jiang Xiao looked at Lin Chen nervously. Aiken, where should I park the car at this late hour? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Of course, you just drive it into the garage door will open automatically. Jiang Xiao nodded and then drove the car to the garage door. The cameras on either side recognized the license plate, and the garage door began to rise slowly. Wow, this is quite advanced, Jiang Xiao exclaimed with curiosity, then carefully drove the car into the garage. The sleek body of the car gleamed alluringly under the lights. Lin Chen took Jiang Zuwei's hand. Let's go inside the house. Okay, Jiang Zuwei's face flushed lightly as she nodded obediently. As they entered the villa, soft lighting enveloped the entire space like a thin veil, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. Upon entering the living room, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly landed on the wine cabinet nearby. His lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Jiang Xiao and said, How about we have a drink? Jiang Xiao lightly nodded with a blush on her cheeks. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and a few exquisite wine glasses. He slowly poured the red wine into the glasses, the deep red liquid shimmering alluringly under the light. Lin Chen handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Xiao. Their fingers brushed lightly, and in that instant it felt as if electricity coursed through them. They exchanged glances, raising their glasses to take a sip, the rich aroma of the wine spreading in their mouths. As the glasses of red wine were consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Lin Chen's gaze became more heated, and Jiang Zuwei's cheeks were tinted with a charming blush. Their bodies unconsciously drew closer, breaths intertwined. Just as they were about to lose themselves in the flirtatious atmosphere, Jiang Xiao, her face flushed, spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, Aiken, I want to take a shower first. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, but soon revealed a gentle smile. All right, I'll take you there. He then took Jiang Zuwei's hand, leading her into the bathroom in the bedroom. Once Jiang Xiao entered the bathroom, she realized she had not brought a change of clothes. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the bathroom door softly calling out, "Aiken, I don't have any clothes." Lin Shen paused slightly, then found one of his shirts and handed it to her. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Shen felt that his second brother was impatiently preparing to launch an attack. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuowei emerged wearing Lin Shen's shirt, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders. The oversized shirt accentuated her fair legs, making her look particularly alluring. Lin Shen's gaze was instantly captivated by her staring blankly at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei felt shy under his gaze, lowering her head slightly, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. "What's wrong, Aiken?" Lin Shen slowly approached Jiang Shuowei, gently lifting her chin, his eyes filled with affection. "Shuowei, you are truly beautiful." Lin Shen suddenly pulled Jiang Shuowei into his arms, and amidst her surprised exclamation, he swept her up in a princess carry and placed her on the bed. Jiang Shuowei fell onto the bed, her face flushed. Lin Shen positioned himself over her, their gazes locked. Lin Shen lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips. The kiss was passionate and deep, filled with desire and affection. Jiang Shuowei closed her eyes, responding to Lin Shen's kiss. Lin Shen's hand gently caressed her cheek, then slowly trailed down her neck, gliding over her collarbone. Jiang Shuowei trembled slightly, a strange and intense sensation surging within her. Lin Shen's kiss grew even more fervent, moving from Jiang Shuowei's lips to her earlobe, gently nibbling. Jiang Shuowei let out a soft moan, the sound acting like a fuse that instantly ignited the flames within Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen lifted his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips again, their tongues entwined, their breaths merging together. Lin Shen's body pressed down on Jiang Shuowei, and he could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuowei's breathing became increasingly rapid, and soon Lin Shen had stripped her bare. Her perfect figure was fully revealed to Lin Shen's eyes. A glimmer of astonishment and affection flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. He looked into Jiang Shuowei's eyes and softly said, "Shuowei, I love you." Jiang Shuowei's eyes shimmered with tears as she gently nodded, saying, "Aiken, I love you too. Please love me well." Lin Shen leaned close to Jiang Shuowei's ear, his heavy breaths brushing against her ear. "I will love you well, Shuowei." The moon in the sky seemed to shyly cover its eyes. At this moment, 1,000 words were omitted. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening the two who were still asleep. Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuowei, who was still lost in her dreams. A hint of fatigue and contentment adorned her face, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, resembling the wings of a butterfly. A surge of tenderness welled up in Lin Shen's heart as he gently kissed her forehead. Jiang Shuowei seemed to sense Lin Shen's movement and lazily awakened. As she opened her eyes and saw Lin Shen gazing at her tenderly, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Good morning," Jiang Shuowei said softly. "Morning," Lin Shen replied with a smile, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Shuowei leaned against Lin Shen's chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling completely safe. "Yesterday," Jiang Shuowei began hesitantly, her blush deepening. Lin Shen understood what she wanted to say and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Yesterday was wonderful. From now on we will be this happy together." Jiang Shuowei nodded, her eyes sparkling with happiness. They embraced for a while in bed before preparing to get up. "Ouch!" Jiang Shuowei frowned. "What's wrong, Shuowei?" Lin Shen asked with concern. With a flushed face, Jiang Shuowei bit her lip and softly said, "It hurts a bit." Lin Shen instantly understood her meaning, filled with guilt and concern. He tightly embraced Jiang Shuowei and gently said, "Baby, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Just rest well, and I'll go get you something to eat." Jiang Shuowei hurriedly shook her head and refused, saying, "Ah Chun, there's no need. I have to go back to school for class later. We can just eat out together." Lin Shen frowned slightly and said with some worry, "But don't you feel a lot of pain right now?" Jiang Shuowei smiled and said, "It's fine, I'll be better after a while." Lin Shen could not insist against Jiang Shuowei and had to give in. Jiang Shuowei leaned against the headboard, taking a moment to catch her breath. After a while, she felt a bit better and decided to get up and go out. Lin Shen watched Jiang Shuowei struggle to get up, his heart full of tenderness. He quickly supported her and said, "Shuowei, you really don't need to rush to school. Why don't you take a day off to rest?" Jiang Shuowei shook her head firmly and said, "No, there's a very important class today. I can't miss it." Seeing her resolute attitude, Lin Shen had no choice but to relent. Lin Shen watched Jiang Shuowei change clothes, the glimpse of her fair skin revealing itself like freshly fallen snow, pure and enticing. His heart suddenly raced, his gaze seemingly trapped and unable to move away. Instantly, the familiar restlessness within him began to stir once more. The Bodhi tree is originally not a tree. The bright mirror is also not a platform. Lin Shen hurriedly recited the scripture in his mind, repeatedly striving to suppress the urge that was almost overwhelming. He tightly closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and after a considerable time, finally managed to subdue the restlessness. After getting ready, Lin Shun drove the luxury car, slowly taking Jiang Shuawei out of Yulon Holy Court. Initially, Lin Shun intended to take Jiang Shuawei to the luxurious Dihao Hotel for breakfast. However, Jiang Shuawei was worried about being late, so they had to settle for some soy milk fried dough sticks and buns from a roadside vendor. Passers-by around were astonished by the scene. Driving a supercar, yet buying soy milk and fried dough sticks by the roadside was indeed a rare sight. Curious glances were cast their way, and some people even took out their phones to snap pictures. Just then Lin Shen's phone rang suddenly. Lin Shen was focused on driving and found it inconvenient to answer. "Shuawei, can you help me take it?" he said softly. Jiang Shuawei obediently took the phone from Lin Shen's pocket, and while retrieving it, she playfully pinched Lin Shen's sensitive area. This sudden little action made Lin Shen's body stiffen, nearly causing him to lose hold of the steering wheel. The voice of Lu Shu came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Lin, this is Lu Shu. Mr. Ma Teng is expected to arrive at Dihao Hotel around 10:30. Do you have time?" Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency, and upon realizing Lin Shen finally answered, she sighed in relief. After sending Lin Shen a message last night and receiving no reply, she was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. She had messaged Lin Shen early this morning, but again there was no response, as if he had vanished, akin to being in a bomb. Unable to hold back any longer, she made this call, and fortunately it went through. Lin Shen glanced at the time. It was just past 9. "Sure, no problem. What about Lu Hai?" Lu Shu quickly replied. "Lu Hai just got off the plane and should arrive at Dihao in a bit." "Alright, I was busy last night and didn't notice my phone. I will contact him shortly," Lin Shen casually remarked. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer." Lin Shen acknowledged with an and then had Jiang Shuawei hang up the phone. "Wow, Achin old Ma is coming to see you in person." Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Shen with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That's old Ma. Probably not many people in Daxia don't know about Little Ma and Old Ma, right? Their fame is as loud as thunder, legendary figures in the business world." "Yes, he wants me to sign a concerted action agreement." Lin Shen nodded and said, "What is a concerted action agreement?" Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes filled with eagerness to learn. "It means that regardless of how many shares you have once signed, the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands, and I will only enjoy the dividends." Lin Shen thought for a moment and explained in a simple and understandable way. Then why sign it?" Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, thinking it sounded like an unfair clause. She frowned, her face filled with confusion. "So, I won't sign the full concerted action agreement. At most, I will only sign a partial concerted action agreement." "That's right," Lin Shen calmly replied. Jiang Shuawei could roughly grasp the meaning from the name. "So you still have voting rights, but there are some situations where you need to listen to him." "Yes," Lin Shen confirmed. "Oh," Jiang Shuawei nodded, half understanding. "If it weren't for a class I must attend, I would love to see what the real old Ma is like." Jiang Shuawei murmured with a disappointed expression. "What class do you have to go to?" Lin Shen asked with curiosity. In his impression, weren't university classes meant to be skipped when they were electives and avoided when they were compulsory? "That teacher is my mom's close friend, and she definitely knows I've returned to school. If I don't go, it would be hard to explain," Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. Lin Shen realized why. Lin Shen prepared to drive into the school, but Jiang Shuawei stopped him. "I can go in by myself, don't you have things to do?" "I can go back alone," Jiang Shuawei said, smiling as she pecked Lin Shen on the cheek. Helpless, Lin Shen stepped out of the car, as well parked it by the roadside, and hurried after Jiang Shuawei, gently taking her hand. Classmates nearby watched, and many immediately began snapping photos. "Whoa, isn't that Jiang Shuawei, the campus beauty, and her wealthy boyfriend? Since when did they upgrade from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? This is that infamous Venom everyone's been buzzing about on campus. It's actually her boyfriend's car. That's insane. I'll walk you to class." Lin Shen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and spoke tenderly. "No need. You're already pressed for time. Go ahead." Though deeply pleased, Jiang Shuawei still didn't wish to delay Lin Shen's plans. "It's fine, I'm not late." Thus, hand in hand, Lin Shen led Jiang Shuawei into the school amid the rapt attention of their peers. Unable to resist Lin Shen's gentle insistence, Jiang Shuawei let him guide her forward. "Ah Chen, you're truly wonderful. But, do you even know where my classroom is?" Lin Shen paused mid-step, then with quiet self-awareness yielded and let Jiang Shuawei lead the way. He escorted her all the way to her classroom door. "Here we are, this is our classroom." Jiang Shuawei beamed sweetly. "Alright then, I'll head off now. I'll pick you up at noon for lunch." "Okay." Rising onto her tiptoes, Jiang Shuawei planted a soft kiss on Lin Shen's cheek before darting into the classroom. Just then his phone vibrated. A message from Lu Hai. "Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel." "Good. Just give your name at reception." Lin Shen sent the reply, then immediately dialed Dongfang. "Mr. Lin, you called for me. There's a man named Lu Hai downstairs. Please escort him to the Dihao conference room." As Lin Shen hurried toward the school gate, he spoke calmly into the phone. "Understood, Mr. Lin." After hanging up, Lin Shen walked for several minutes before finally exiting the school gates, driving the striking Venom away amid awed and envious gazes. Soon afterward, Lin Shen guided the eye-catching Lamborghini Venom smoothly into the parking lot of the Dihao Hotel. The hotel's grand lobby shimmered with opulence, towering crystal chandeliers casting brilliant light. Staff bowing respectfully as Lin Shen entered. Dong Fong was already awaiting him. Mr. Liu is waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Shen gave a faint, composed nod. Where is the contract I asked you to prepare? At once Dong Fong handed Lin Shen a document. Lin Shen skimmed it briefly, then strode toward the conference room, with Dong Fong following closely behind. When Lin Shen entered the conference room, Lu Hai was already seated inside. Dong Fong, ever perceptive, discreetly withdrew without entering. Lu Hai's heart pounded with nervous anticipation. He stood before a titan who held a 10% stake in Tencent, a fortune worth hundreds of billions of RMB. Spotting Lin Shen, Lu Hai sprang to his feet and bowed respectfully. Good day, Mr. Lin. No need for such formality. Please sit. Lu Hai waited until Lin Shen had taken his seat before settling into his own chair. Once both were seated, Lin Shen regarded him steadily. Lu Hai, I trust you've thoroughly prepared for our meeting today. Beyond your connection with Ms. Lu Shu, I selected you as my personal secretary precisely because of your proven capabilities. Lu Hai listened intently, his gaze unwavering, resolute, and earnest. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. I pledge my absolute dedication. I will not disappoint your expectations. Lin Shen nodded, satisfied. He then passed the contract to Lu Hai. Please review it. If everything is in order, sign at your convenience. Lu Hai accepted the document and read it carefully. The terms were clear, generous, and unmistakably reflective of Lin Shen's high regard. Upon finishing, Lu Hai looked up and said firmly, Mr. Lin, I have no questions regarding the contract. I am profoundly honored to join your team as your private secretary, and I vow to devote my full strength to advancing your vision and enterprise. Lin Shen smiled and nodded. Very well, then please sign. Once the contract was signed, Lin Shen rose and extended his hand. Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu. Lu Hai clasped his hand firmly, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for this extraordinary opportunity. I will serve with unwavering diligence. Shortly thereafter, Ma Teng arrived at the Dihao Hotel. Lin Shen personally descended to greet him, adjusting his suit jacket and walking with calm, measured strides toward the lobby. A trace of tension stirred within him. After all, Ma Teng was a legend in the business world, having single-handedly built an empire of staggering scale, a feat matched by few. Lin Shen and Lu Hai reached the lobby, just as Dong Fong, beaming warmly, welcomed Ma Teng and his entourage. Mr. Ma, greetings, I'm Lin Shen. Though mentally prepared, knowing Lin Shen was only a freshman, the sight of him still elicited genuine astonishment. So young, yet already a force in the corporate realm. Truly a prodigy whose accomplishments commanded admiration. Mr. Lin, long have I heard of your name. Today's meeting confirms what they say, true brilliance emerges early. Ma Teng extended his hand with a gracious smile. Lin Shen met it firmly and replied, You flatter me, Mr. Ma. You are the legend. I still have much to learn from you. The atmosphere among the group remained subdued. Only Ma Teng and Lin Shen exchanged easy, animated conversation as they made their way to the conference room, where the mood shifted instantly, charged with quiet significance. Once seated, Ma Teng opened the discussion. Mr. Lin, you know why I'm here, to discuss the joint action. Lin Shen nodded with a faint smile. Yes, I understand. While I won't sign a full joint action agreement, I'm open to a partial one. If your offer meets my expectations, I'll sign without hesitation. Ma Teng fell silent for a moment, conferring quietly with his advisors before turning back to Lin Shen. 50 billion RMB. Lin Shen found the figure genuinely satisfactory. Even entrusted with Tencent's leadership, he doubted he could surpass Ma Teng's mastery. His current role required little more than collecting dividends, yet securing additional value directly from Ma Teng was an exceptional advantage. Agreed. Lin Shen nodded, smiling. After thoughtful negotiation, both parties reached mutual consensus on the terms of the partial joint action agreement. After signing, Ma Teng studied Lin Shen with quiet admiration. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a rare and exceptional business partner. Lin Shen returned the smile. Mr. Ma, I likewise look forward to a collaboration that unlocks transformative opportunities for both of us. Given the hour, shall we share lunch here at the Dihao? Let's forget about this time. I still need to go to the headquarters of Penguin Tianfu City later. Ma Teng politely declined with a smile. That's really a pity. Lin Shen felt a bit regretful. He had originally wanted to invite Ma Teng for a meal, especially since Jiang Shuwei had also mentioned wanting to see him, but now it seemed impossible. There will be opportunities in the future, Director Lin. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Shen and Ma Teng shook hands, and then he saw him off from the Dihao Hotel. Director Lin, you are actually a major shareholder of Penguin Company. After Ma Teng left, Dong Fong said excitedly to Lin Shun. At that moment he finally believed what Lin Shun had told him earlier. Dihao may not be unable to venture out of Tianfu City in the future. Lin Shun merely smiled faintly. My girlfriend and I will be coming for dinner soon. Okay, Director Lin. Dong Fong nodded hurriedly. After Lin Shun left, he headed straight to Suzhou University. By the time Lin Shun arrived at the main entrance, Jiang Shuwei was already waiting for him, accompanied by Tang Weiner. Lin Shun stopped in front of the two. Senior Tang, do you want to join us for dinner? Lin Shun asked in confusion, as his car could only fit 2 people. With young Master Lin being so wealthy, how could I not take a chance to enjoy a meal? Tang Weiner replied with a smile. Oh, don't worry about me, Weiner, someone will come to pick me up later. Jiang Shuwei opened the car door and got in. Just then a blue Porsche 918 drove up and stopped behind Lin Shun's car. Then a familiar head poked out of the car window. Sister Weiner, hurry up and get in. Xiao Fei waved excitedly at Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei's car somewhat surprised. But then she thought, since Xiao Fei could spend tens of thousands on a drink, what's wrong with driving a supercar? So she directly walked to the passenger seat of Xiao Fei's car. Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving? Jiang Shuwei asked curiously, looking at Xiao Fei's car. Lin Shun took a careful look. Porsche 918, worth over 10 million, I believe, Lin Shun replied with, oh, it looks quite nice, but it's not as good looking as our car. Jiang Shuwei kissed Lin Shun on the cheek, smile. Lin Shun affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuwei's hair. Boss, let's go. I'm already hungry. Xiao Fei's voice came from behind. Lin Shun extended his middle finger out of the car window, and then the engine let out a deep and powerful roar as he drove off, with Xiao Fei following closely behind. The 2 supercars raced down the road one after the other, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, these 2 cars are so cool, a young man exclaimed excitedly. Only wealthy people can afford such luxury cars, someone beside him agreed. Listening to you is like being purified by Zhuangzhou. As they got closer to the Dihao Hotel, Lin Shun and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down. They parked steadily in the parking lot of the Dihao Hotel and then got out together. After parking, Lin Shun and Xiao Fei walked in with Jiang Shuwei and Tang Weiner. Dong Fong respectfully led the way and took them to the Tianzi No. 1 private room. Soon a waiter came in with the menu and politely handed it to Lin Shun. Lin Shun handed the menu to Jiang Shuwei with a smile and said, Shuwei, you can order. Jiang Shuwei took the menu and began to look at it seriously. Tang Weiner, sitting beside her, also leaned over curiously to take a look. When her eyes fell on the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. An Australian lobster costs as much as 5,000 yuan each, a top-grade Wagyu steak costs over 10,000 per serving, and the rare seafood sashimi platter had prices that were truly jaw-dropping. Tang Weiner couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that the lives of the rich were indeed different. After Jiang Shuwei ordered a few of her favorite dishes, she handed the menu back to Lin Shun. Lin Shun looked at the menu again, added a few signature dishes, and then handed it to the waiter. The waiter smiled and nodded, turning to inform the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Xiao Fei kept stealing glances at Tang Weiner and occasionally found topics to chat with her. Sister Weiner, have you been busy with your studies lately? Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Weiner was slightly taken aback, then replied, I've been quite busy, but it's fulfilling. Xiao Fei quickly continued, you should take care of yourself and not overdo it. If you have time, we can go out and have some fun together. Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei's sincere eyes, and a hint of joy surged in her heart. But her heart was filled with contradictions and hesitations. She knew Xiao Fei was wealthy and came from an excellent family background, while she was just from an ordinary family. The gap between them was so great that she couldn't help but doubt whether Xiao Fei's feelings for her were sincere. She remembered the stories she had heard about rich boys playing with feelings, and her heart couldn't help but worry. She feared that she was merely a plaything for Xiao Fei, and once the novelty wore off, she would be ruthlessly discarded. Moreover, she worried that she wouldn't be able to fit into Xiao Fei's social circle and adapt to his lifestyle. She secretly glanced at Xiao Fei, pondering to herself. Xiao Fei was indeed handsome and charming, and he was also gentle and considerate towards her. But could all of this really last? She was uncertain. She felt she should remain rational and not be swept away by fleeting emotions. At that moment, the waiter began bringing out the dishes one after another. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table, emanating enticing aromas. The vibrant red shell of the Australian lobster, the even marbling of the Wagyu steak, and the fresh colors of the seafood sashimi platter made everyone's mouth water. Seeing Tang Weiner's astonished expression, Xiao Fei smiled and said, Sister Weiner, give it a try. I knew the dishes here were indeed delicious when I came with the boss last time. Saying this, he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of lobster meat for Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner accepted it a bit shyly and took a small bite. The tender shrimp meat and rich flavor made her exclaim, it's really delicious. During the meal, Xiao Fei kept serving food to Tang Weiner, taking care of her taste. Lin Shun looked at Xiao Fei's actions and nodded inwardly. However, he still felt some concern about whether Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Weiner were serious given Xiao Fei's previous extravagant lifestyle. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Lin Chen quietly leaned over to Xiao Fei and asked seriously, "Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Weiner? Your previous lifestyle was so extravagant, don't just be playing around." Xiao Fei quickly responded, "Brother Lin, you can rest assured, I truly like Sister Weiner. I know my previous lifestyle might make people feel unreliable, but I will definitely change." Lin Chen nodded slightly after hearing Xiao Fei's words. "Good, I hope you can keep your word. Senior Tang and Xuewei are good friends. If your motives are not pure, I won't let you off the hook. Boss, you can rest assured. If I really pursue Sister Weiner, I will be wholeheartedly devoted to her." Xiao Fei replied very seriously. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuewei also quietly asked Tang Weiner, "Weiner, do you really have feelings for Xiao Fei?" Tang Weiner blushed and shyly nodded. "But I feel he is very wealthy, and I am somewhat unworthy of him. Also, I worry that he is just playing around with me, so I want to observe more." Jiang Xuewei held Tang Weiner's hand and comforted her. "Weiner, don't think like that. Feelings are not divided by wealth. As long as you truly like each other, you can definitely make it work. However, you should indeed observe more. I will have Lin Chen keep a close watch on Xiao Fei. I definitely want." Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei again. "Let's talk about it later." Due to the need to drive, they didn't drink, and after dinner Xiao Fei returned to school with Tang Weiner because of military training. "Chen, how is your discussion with old Ma going?" Jiang Xuewei asked curiously. "Not bad, we signed a joint action agreement." "Oh, where are we going later?" Lin Chen smiled and thought for a moment. He had been quite busy these past few days, and yesterday was the first night he spent at the villa, which turned out to have nothing in it. "Let's go buy some daily necessities for the villa later. After all, the Yulan Holy Court is only 1 or 2 kilometers from the school, and we won't be staying at the school anymore. Well, just live at the villa." Jiang Xuewei's face flushed upon hearing this. Living outside every day. Wouldn't that mean? Jiang Xuewei hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to live with Lin Chen, but she was considering Tang Weiner. There were 4 people in a dormitory, and one of them, Han Qiqi, hardly ever returned to the dorm. If she left, Tang Weiner would have to face Han Qiqi's disgusting face alone every day. Just thinking about it made her feel sorry for Tang Weiner. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei was a bit hesitant, Lin Chen asked, "What's wrong, Xuewei?" "It's nothing." Jiang Xuewei, fearing that Lin Chen might misunderstand, explained everything to him. Lin Chen suddenly realized this was indeed a problem. After all, they had such a good relationship and needed to consider the feelings of their best friend. "Then there's no rush on this matter, but we might need to stay at the villa regularly. Let's go buy some things this afternoon," Lin Chen said with a smile. "All right, Chen is the best." Jiang Xuewei, seeing that Lin Chen agreed and wasn't angry, happily hugged his arm. Lin Chen felt a pleasant pressure against his arm from Jiang Xuewei's ample figure when suddenly his phone rang. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Chen saw that it was his mother calling and hurriedly answered. "What can I call my son if there's nothing going on?" "Of course not, Mom," Lin Chen chuckled. "You tell me honestly, is that Ronto real estate company yours?" His mother's tone suddenly turned serious. "Mom, why do you ask that?" Lin Chen asked in confusion, suddenly recalling that he had dismissed Yuan Lu when he went to Ronto real estate before. "Did Yuan Lu tell you?" "Mom, please don't easily agree to anything from their family. It's better to not have relatives like this. Just tell me first, is that big company yours?" Lin mother asked. "It's not entirely mine, I hold shares in it. I guess I'm a major shareholder of Ronto real estate." "Is your virtual currency really worth that much? Enough to buy shares in such a big company?" Lin mother sounded quite shocked. "Haha, it is indeed quite profitable, but Mom, you mustn't tell anyone else," Lin Chen said with an awkward laugh. "All right," Lin mother responded meaningfully. "Mom, how did you find out about this?" Lin Chen knew it was probably Yuan Lu who said something. "Chen, tell me, did you fire your uncle?" Lin Chen was silent for a moment. "Yes, I fired him." "Sigh, they're all relatives, just let that matter pass. After all, you have a future now, so there's no need to take that matter to heart." Lin mother sighed. Yuan Lu had almost grown up under her care. Lin mother was 7 or 8 years older than Yuan Lu and had called her sister when she followed Lin mother around as a child. For some reason, after growing up, it was as if she had become a different person. Today she just came out for lunch when it turned out to be her Aunt Yuan Lu's mother who was spreading the news that her son had somehow become the big boss of Yuan Lu's company, and the first thing he did was fire Yuan Lu. This made all of Yuan Lu's hard work over the years go to waste. Those relatives didn't believe it, as they all knew very well what Lin Chen's family situation was. Lin Chen's uncle was very angry. Regardless of the truth of this matter, even if it's true, I don't think Xiao Chun did anything wrong. Have you forgotten how you treated my sister's family in the past? Thus the situation escalated. It was known that Yuan Lu's mother had posted a photo in the group showing Huang Wei taking Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei to the elevator. Finally, the relatives began to believe what Yuan Lu's mother said. However, surprisingly, instead of helping to condemn Lin Chen's family as they had imagined, they all wanted to please Lin's family. The awkward part was that aside from Lin Chen's uncle, no one had Lin Chen's contact information. Then those relatives began messaging Lin's mother. Mom, hey Race, what happened? After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Lin Chen felt somewhat incredulous. Is this really something relatives would do? Stirring up trouble and distorting the truth. They even tried to incite other relatives to criticize Lin Chen's family. Ugh, so disgusting. Mom, hey Race, what happened? After Lin Chen explained the matter to Lin's mother, her mood clearly dampened considerably. Mom, you consider them family, but how did they treat you? I know I just found it hard to accept for a moment. Lin mother sighed. Mom, don't be too sad, their family is just like that, no need to pay them any mind. They'll come back to see you in a few days. Lin Chen comforted softly. Alright, I almost forgot that pretty girl in the photo, they say she's your girlfriend. As Lin mother spoke, her mood improved significantly. Since it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuawei could naturally hear Lin mother's voice. Jiang Shuawei looked tense and expectant. Lin Chen patted her head. Yes, Mom, that's your future daughter. Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Zuwei's face immediately flushed red and her joy was impossible to conceal. Really? You're quite something. You've snagged such a beautiful girl. When will you bring her home for me and your dad to— Lin mother exclaimed, her previous bad mood disappearing entirely, her tone filled with surprise. Alright, Mom, will bring your future daughter-in-law back to see you in a few days. Then your dad and I will be waiting. If you come back alone that day, you'll sleep outside at night. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing his mother's words. Alright. By the way, Mom will transfer you another $1 million. Didn't Dad always want to buy a car? It's just right to buy a car. Also, the house must be equipped with air conditioning, but it's so hot in Suzhou during summer, we can't just rely on fans. Your son is now a big boss and has money. Don't think about saving money for me. Alright, my son has achieved success, and as his mother I deserve to enjoy some comfort. I really don't want to go to work anymore, though I've been working in Yuzhou since I was 16, and now I can finally take a break. Lin Chen listened to his mother's words, his eyes unknowingly reddening. His mind was filled with thoughts, wondering what he could rely on to change his fate, and that of his parents if it weren't for the system. Jiang Shuawei noticed Lin Chen's emotional shift and gently comforted him, softly grasping his arm. Mom, you and Dad won't have to work anymore. It's the perfect time for you to travel. Lin Chen continued talking with his mother for a long time before hanging up. It's fine, Ah Chen. After Lin Chen hung up, Jiang Shuawei immediately jumped into his arms. She kept patting Lin Chen's back, instantly dispelling the gloom in his heart. It's okay, Shuawei, I'm fine now. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Zuwei's fair and tender cheek, smiling as he spoke. His smile was as radiant as the sun, bringing an immense warmth. Let's go buy some daily necessities. Lin Chen suggested. Ah Chen, it seems we forgot something. Jiang Zuwei's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Lin Chen asked curiously as he noticed Jiang Zuwei's sudden seriousness. Did we not want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire. I can't believe we forgot. I wonder if my poor ragdoll is still there. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, quickly recalling the previous situation in his mind. Oh right. It seems we were interrupted by Wang Ziji's 2 brothers and couldn't buy it. Shall we go buy that cat first? Lin Chen inquired. Okay. Jiang Zuwei's eyes instantly crinkled with joy, her smile like a blooming flower, beautiful and enchanting. Soon Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei to Luan Street. The street was still bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. Lin Chen led Jiang Shuawei straight to Maichong Pet Store. After the last incident, the shopkeeper realized that Lin Chen was the new owner of the street, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He recalled his previous attitude of trying to negotiate prices, filled with regret. If Lin Chen had been a bit more assertive back then, given his status, he would have had every right to kick him out. Although the cat they argued over last time wasn't sold, the shopkeeper didn't dare to sell it. Even though several customers expressed interest in buying the cat, he refused, claiming it was a client's pet being temporary. Now seeing Lin Chen walk in with his girlfriend, the shopkeeper felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and he steeled himself to approach Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the tenant of this shop. You can call me Xiao Li. Lin Chen looked at him with a hint. You know me? Lin Chen asked, his tone filled with confusion. Yes, Wei Chao sent your photo around advising us to be careful not to offend you. The shopkeeper was quite honest, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had sent a message. Don't mention that I said anything. Lin Chen suddenly realized, but didn't care too much. Knowing what he looked like would help avoid many unnecessary troubles. Jiang Zuwei's gaze searched around the store and soon spotted the ragdoll cat they had seen before. Ah Chen, I see it. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed excitedly, pulling Lin Chen towards it. The ragdoll cat seemed to sense an innate connection with Jiang Shuawei, standing up from afar and reaching out its paw through the cage as if waving at her. Wow, this little princess is so cute. Jiang Shuawei stood in front of the ragdoll cat, unable to contain her joy. How do you know it's a princess? Lin Chen looked curiously at the cat in the cage, filled with doubt. Can you really tell just by its appearance whether it's a male or female? Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Shun as if he were foolish and then pointed to the sign on the cage. Lin Shun focused and saw that it indeed said it was a little princess. Bossly, I want this ragdoll cat. Let me pay by card, Lin Shun said to the pet store owner standing nearby. No need, this ragdoll cat is a gift from me to Boss Lin, no charge. The pet store owner quickly waved his hands, a flattering smile on his face. What it costs is what it costs. How can I not take your money? The pet store owner had no choice but to accept Lin Shun's money. Wanting to sell a favor. That's impossible. After finishing the deworming and bath for the little ragdoll, Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to hold it in her arms. Then Lin Shun followed Jiang Shuowei, who was lovingly cradling the little ragdoll, back to his car, carrying bags of cat food. Shuowei, you don't have classes this afternoon, do you? No, now we can go by daily necessities. Jiang Shuowei said playfully to the little ragdoll. Lin Shun nodded, starting the engine and driving towards the mall. Just as he got out of the car, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Shun? An older man's voice, sounding around 40 or 50, came from the other end. This is Lin Shun. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Xiangdong from Haojia Network Technology. The tone of the person on the other end was clearly ingratiating. Lin Shun's tone immediately turned cold. Oh, the father of Lin Tianyu. Jiang Shuowei noticed Lin Shun's expression suddenly chill and knew something was wrong, so she stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry my son offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. I've given him a good lesson. Do you have time tonight? Lin Shun replied sarcastically. Oh, I can't possibly accept the apology of the young master of Haojia Technology. That would be terrifying. I fear that the moment I step out of school, I might get beaten up by Lin's young master and his people. Mr. Lin, please give me this opportunity. Oh, I will make sure this boy sincerely apologizes to you and your friends. Lin Xiangdong hurriedly said upon hearing Lin Shun's words. Opportunity? Do you think you deserve a chance from me? Lin Shun said, immediately hanging up the phone. And how do you think a simple apology can resolve this matter? Are you dreaming? Shun Xiaobai getting a beating. If apologies worked, why would we need the police? Lin Shun had already made up his mind. He wouldn't be satisfied until Haojia Technology went bankrupt. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangdong on the other end of the line was furious, his face turning pale as he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. When I first ventured out, this kid wasn't even born yet. Damn it, showing me that kind of attitude. Lin Xiangdong scolded angrily. He then glanced at Lin Tianyu, who was kneeling before him, and his anger surged, kicking him down. Did I spend money for you to go to college just to cause trouble for me? It's not enough that you offended old Qin, but now you have to offend the major shareholder of Penguin Company as well. Don't you know our company is in the internet business? Old Qin was the pillar of the Qin family, which was involved in various industries in Tianfu City. Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground, but he quickly got up and continued kneeling, lowering his head filled with hatred. Why are you hitting a child? The child has already admitted his mistake. What more do you want? A tearful noblewoman wanted to help Lin Tianyu up, but was pushed away by him. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and said softly, Son, this incident isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Lin Shun kid for showing off. Who would have thought an 18-year-old freshman would be a shareholder of Penguin? The noblewoman who had been pushed away didn't show any anger and kept comforting Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong looked at his wife with a headache, who every time he tried to educate Lin Tianyu, she would come to stop him. This had also fostered Lin Tianyu's arrogant character. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and shouted, It's all because you have been so indulgent that he has become like this. This time he has caused such a huge disaster. If those two kids are determined to ruin us, our family's company will surely be destroyed. The noblewoman was intimidated by Lin Xiangdong's imposing demeanor, rendered speechless. Lin Tianyu remained kneeling on the ground, hatred still in his eyes. Lin Xiangdong looked at his stubborn son and overly protective wife, feeling a surge of helplessness. He recalled the hardships he faced when he first ventured into the world, relying on his courage and wisdom to navigate the business arena, finally achieving his current success. But now this ungrateful son had impulsively pushed the family business to the brink of ruin. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He then switched to another phone and made a call. Hello? Is this Chun Xiao from Suzhou University? I am Lin Xiangdong, the owner of Haojia Technology. No. 1 million. No. 5 million. As long as you can convince your friend to let Haojia Technology off the hook, I will give you 5 million. These kids are really good at showing attitude. I can't believe I, who have worked hard for half my life, can be brought down by two young brats. Lin Xiangdong was also getting angry, scolding. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, who had hung up the phone, wore a look of satisfaction. He glanced at the number he had blocked, feeling no pity whatsoever. He had no sympathy for Lin Tianyu and his family. Didn't the owner of a company know what kind of character his son? Since you don't want to manage this, then I, Lin Shun, will take care of it. Achin, we can't just let that family off lightly. Jiang Shuowei said angrily. She had witnessed Lin Tiany's ugly demeanor that day. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, Xuewei, Haojia technology won't last much longer. Ah Chun is truly amazing. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chun with sparkling eyes. What's so amazing? Lin Chun asked with a smile. Everything is amazing. Jiang Xuewei's cheeks flushed. As they walked into the mall, she held a small plush toy in one hand and pulled Lin Chen around to pick things. The mall was bustling with people. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Lu Shu. Director Lin Penguin Company has already pressured several partners of Haojia Technology, and many have terminated their cooperation with Haojia Technology due to the pressure. Should we continue? Lin Chen's lips slightly curved upwards, and without hesitation, he sent a message back to Lu Shu. Root them out completely. Ah Chun, come look at this cat climbing frame. I think it's pretty good. Jiang Xuewei pointed to a beautifully designed cat climbing frame not far away and said to Lin Chen. The two of them spent almost the entire afternoon in the mall picking out things, almost all of which were the most expensive. According to Lin Chen, there are villas worth over 100 million with cars worth over 100 million parked in the garage, but the furniture is only a few hundred or thousand, which wouldn't even allow guests to enter. They changed almost everything in the villa. The previous items were left by the last owner. Although they could still be used, Lin Chen felt uneasy about them. Those furniture and supplies, although undamaged, carried the aura of someone else, making him feel uncomfortable. He wanted a fresh start, a home belonging to him and Jiang Xuewei. Seeing that there were indeed too many items, Lin Chen called Lu Hai to help handle it. After signing the contract, Lu Hai rented a house in Tianfu City to stay there and help Lin Chen handle various company matters and some personal affairs. Upon receiving the call, Lu Hai immediately sprang into action. He quickly organized several large trucks and rushed to the mall at the fastest speed. Soon several large trucks arrived transporting the items. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei selected one truck at a time to Yulan Holy Court. The trucks were clean, the compartments spacious, and the drivers carefully transported the goods afraid of damaging. The efficiency was quite satisfactory to Lin Chen, and the cleanliness of these trucks made one feel pleasant. When the trucks arrived at the entrance of Yulan Holy Court, the scene startled the gatekeeper. The trucks lined up, imposing in presence. If Lin Chen hadn't come out to greet them and dispersed a few words, the gatekeeper probably wouldn't have dared to let these trucks in. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the gatekeeper, explaining the situation, and only then did the gatekeeper feel at ease to open the gate. After much effort, they finally cleared out most of the previous occupants' items and then settled all the things Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei had picked out throughout the afternoon. The workers busily moved around the rooms, placing every item just right according to Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei's instructions. Although Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei didn't physically move anything, only directing where things should go, they still felt a bit tired. Looking at their newly refreshed home, both felt a sense of achievement. I'm exhausted. Jiang Xuewei slumped on the sofa, and the plush toy beside her had already fallen asleep. Her face showed signs of fatigue, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Ah Chen, I'm hungry. I want to eat hot pot. Jiang Xuewei stood up, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Sure, it's been ages since I had hot pot. Lin Chen met Jiang Xuewei's expectant gaze with a warm smile and nodded in agreement. Oh yay, I love Ah Chen the most. Jiang Xuewei cheered, bouncing on the sofa with excitement. Then, noticing the little stuffed toy roused beside her, a look of mild distress crossed her face. The little plush stared at Jiang Xuewei with round, glossy eyes. What about the little plush? Jiang Xuewei crouched down, gently stroking its head, reluctant to leave. Why don't we put some cat food in her bowl and go out to eat? Lin Chen ventured. Okay. To his surprise, Jiang Xuewei agreed at once. Though she hated to part with the plush, the thought of delicious hot pot won out. She placed it on the cat tree. It lay there obediently, watching its owner's every move. The tiny figure looked exceptionally adorable. Jiang Xuewei added some cat food to the bowl, gently patted the plush's head, and said, "Little princess, be good at home. We'll be back soon." The plush seemed to understand and gave a soft chirp. Jiang Xuewei sprang up and, hopping happily, left the villa with Lin Chen. The plush watched its owner's departing figures, bewildered. This time the two did not take that dazzling, ostentatious car, nicknamed Poison. Instead, they drove a Ferrari SF90. Ah Chen, you have to follow my plan this time. Jiang Xuewei sat behind the wheel, her delight impossible to conceal. No problem. Xuewei, you've been here over 3 years. Surely you know which hot pot place is best. Lin Chen smiled at Jiang Xuewei. Of course. I know a hot pot place on Luan Street that's amazing. The decor is plain, but the flavor is... At the mention of food, Jiang Xuewei's eyes sparkled. Really? Then I must try it properly, Lin Chen said with a smile. Soon they arrived at Luan Street, parked in a lot, and left while the security guard watched nervously. The guard, who had been scrolling videos on his phone, put it away when he saw the luxury sports car. Night had fallen on Luan Street, which thronged with people, mostly university students. Lights flickered, and the place hummed with lively energy. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei were strikingly good-looking. Their arrival caused an absurd number of heads to turn. Oh my, That couple is unreal. Which school are they from? Surely not our college. Another boy asked curious. Why do all the handsome guys already have girlfriends? A girl lamented watching Lin Shun and Jiang Zuwei's intimacy with mingled envy and jealousy. Many cast admiring glances at the pair, but Lin Shun and Jiang Shuowei paid no mind. Excited Jiang Shuowei tugged Lin Shun forward, and they soon slipped into a narrow lane. Jiang Shuowei led Lin Shun to the entrance of a hot pot restaurant called Lu Depang Hot Pot. A waitress standing outside brightened at the sight of them and greeted them with a smile. Please come in, both of you. Inside, voices rose in a lively din. The small space was nearly full. Jiang Shuowei guided Lin Shun to a corner table. Would you like a single spicy pot or a divided inyang pot? The waitress asked. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Shun with a mischievous smile. Let's go with the spicy pot. Medium spicy. Jiang Shuowei said, without hesitation, her eyes alight with anticipation. Right away, the waitress replied, turning to prepare the ingredients. Achin, don't be fooled by the small place. The food is phenomenal. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed. Before long, the waitress brought over a steaming pot and an array of ingredients. The crimson broth simmered and released a rich aroma. Impatient Jiang Shuowei placed a plate of beef and fatty slices into the pot. Achin, try this beef. It's so tender. Jiang Shuowei picked up a slice of cooked beef and offered it to Lin. Lin Shun took a delicate bite. The succulent texture and spicy fragrance brightened his eyes. It really is quite good. Lin Shun praised it with a smile. Jiang Shuowei beamed as though the compliment were hers, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. See, I told you this place was great. As they ate with relish, the waitress suddenly set a large plate of tripe and beef on their table. Jiang Shuowei looked puzzled. Mister, are you sure? We didn't order those, Lin Shun said, looking up at the waitress. There was no mistake, you two. The owner sent these dishes as a gift, the waitress explained. A tall, thin man then approached from the side. Mister Lin, I never expected you would honor my humble shop with your presence. These dishes are a small token. Please don't refuse, the thin man said with a flattering smile. The tall, thin man looked ingratiating as he addressed Lin Shun. The waitress, taken aback by her boss' demeanor, quickly realized these young patrons must be of some importance. After placing the dishes, the owner stepped back. Lin Shun cast only a cursory glance at them. Thoughtful, he remarked, which made the man visibly delighted. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin and his girlfriend any longer, the man said, nodding as Lin Shun inclined his head and preparing to leave. At that moment, a rough voice rose from the neighboring table. Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? Then what did you give that table? Pork, maybe. The owner hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, sir. The beef was indeed out of stock. This was the last portion, and these two had reserved it in advance. In that case, may I offer you a plate of tripe? The owner offered. The drunk man snapped back loudly, what the hell? Do you think I'm pleased with tripe? Are you taking me for a fool? You gave their beef to those two even though they never ordered it. Who do you think you're fooling? The man, likely drunk, grew more belligerent. The owner's face fell. Jiang Shuowei, however, was sympathetic. She understood how hard it was to run a small. Boss, give that plate of beef to that table. It's fine, we've almost finished anyway, Jiang Shuowei said kindly to. Well, the owner hesitated, glancing at Lin Shun. It's all right. Send it to them, Lin Shun said calmly. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Lin. The owner cried, suddenly overjoyed. He found himself in a difficult position, afraid of offending Lin Shun if he crossed the rude customers, yet equally fearful the man might make a scene and damage his business. Look at how considerate she is. Thank you, little beauty. How about this, brother will treat you to a drink later. I guarantee to serve you comfortably. The man said, leering at Jiang Shuowei. The moment these words were spoken, the hot pot restaurant owner's face instantly turned pale. He quickly glanced at Lin Shun and Jiang Yuwei, and sure enough, their faces darkened instantly. Lin Shun's gaze turned icy, and an invisible pressure began to spread. Jiang Zuwei's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at the man. Rather than receiving gratitude for her kindness, the rugged man leered at her and said lewdly, look at how considerate she is. Thank you, little beauty. How about this, brother will treat you to a drink later. Jiang Shuowei barked, mind your language. The man, however, remained unrepentant and arrogantly replied, what? Little beauty, I'm complimenting you, don't be unappreciative. Lin Shun's gaze was cold as he said in a low voice, apologize. The man laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke. Apologize? Who do you think you are to ask me to apologize? You should apologize. These two are not ones you can provoke, the hot pot restaurant owner advised. However, the man's pride was wounded by the owner's words. I want to see how this little brat can make me apologize. With that, the man suddenly swung his fist and charged towards Lin Shun. His fist whooshed through the air and directly at Lin Shun's face. In the past, Lin Shun might have been hit, but now, thanks to the system's rewards enhancing his physique, his physical condition was incomparable to before. Lin Shun slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the fierce punch. The man missed and stumbled forward. Before the man could regain his balance, Lin Shun struck, swiftly grabbing his arm and twisting it hard. The man cried out in pain. Lin Shun then kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying back, crashing into a nearby table, causing the dishes on it to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. The surrounding diners, upon witnessing this, dared not stay any longer, fleeing without paying. A few of the man's friends rushed over angrily. A burly man swung his fist, aiming ferociously at Lin Shun. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and with a quick step he dodged, causing the man's fist to strike the air. Seizing the moment when the burly man was off balance, Lin Shen swiftly turned and kicked the side of the man's knee. The man buckled, nearly kneeling on the ground, struggling to maintain his balance with a pained expression. Another tall, skinny man rushed in from the side, wielding a beer bottle, and smashed it towards Lin Shen's head. Lin Shun tilted his head slightly, and the bottle whizzed past, creating a gust of wind. Lin Shen quickly raised his hand, grabbing the skinny man's wrist and squeezing tightly. The skinny man felt as if his wrist was caught in a vice, enduring unbearable pain as the beer bottle clattered to the ground, shattering. Lin Shun then yanked the skinny man towards him and forcefully kneed him in the abdomen. The skinny man doubled over in pain, groaning. At this moment, the man who had first instigated the fight regained his composure, his face twisted in anger as he picked up another bottle from the table and charged at Lin Shen once more. Lin Shen's eyes flashed with anger as he took a step forward, kicking the man's knee before he could strike. The man's knee buckled again, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lin Shen followed up with a punch to his face. The other friends witnessing this scene felt a bit intimidated, but could not just watch their friend get beaten, bracing themselves and charging in again. A plump man swung his fist, charging in aggressively. Lin Shun deftly dodged the punch, then grabbed the man's arm and hurled him against a nearby table. The table shattered under the impact, with the plump man lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Shuowei watched anxiously from the side, worried about Lin Shen's safety and feeling anger towards these people's actions. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to help at any moment. Lin Shen became more courageous in battle, his movements clean and powerful. His gaze was resolute and cold, like an invincible war god. The men gradually lost their ability to fight back under his onslaught. Seeing the situation turning against him, one of the men attempted to flee. Lin Shen would not let him escape easily. He rushed forward, grabbing the back of the man's collar and pulling him back. Then he punched the man's back, sending him crashing to the ground. At this point, the hot pot restaurant owner had turned pale in fright, shocked that things had escalated to this level. He wanted to intervene, but dared not approach, anxiously watching from the side. Lin Shen looked at the men lying on the ground and coldly said, "If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, it won't be so simple." Though the men were unwilling, they knew they were no match for Lin Shun and could only lie on the ground, not daring to. Lin Shun turned back to Jiang Shuowei, gently stroking her cheek. "It's okay, Shuowei." Jiang Shuowei then examined Lin Shen closely, relieved to see that he was indeed unharmed. "Boss, the card machine is here. I'll cover the losses for today." The owner trembled as he brought over the card machine. "Is 100,000 enough?" The owner nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's enough." After paying, Lin Shen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. "Shuowei, shall we go?" "Sure." Jiang Shuowei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. But just then, the man who had first insulted and attacked suddenly stood up, grabbing a beer bottle and smashing it towards Lin Shen's head. "Mr. Lin, be careful," the hot pot restaurant owner exclaimed. Jiang Shuowei was naturally walking behind Lin Shen, and upon hearing the owner's warning, she instinctively leaned back towards Lin Shen. With a loud bang, the beer bottle shattered against Jiang Shuowei's head, sending glass shards flying like snowflakes. Jiang Shuowei's body swayed slightly before collapsing limply. The moment Lin Shen heard the owner's warning, he instinctively leaned towards Jiang Shuowei, and just then he witnessed the scene before him, feeling as if his heart had stopped. "Shuowei." Lin Shen trembled as he carefully embraced Jiang Shuowei. Blood flowed profusely from Jiang Shuowei's head, the crimson liquid streaming down like a breaking dam, instantly staining her cheeks and silken hair. Jiang Shuowei's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as paper. "What are you staring at? Call 120 quickly." Lin Shen yelled at the store manager with reddened eyes. The hot pot restaurant owner was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Hearing Lin Shen's words, he trembled as he took out his phone to call 120. "Hello, this is..." The man who had smashed the wine bottle stood frozen, filled with regret and fear upon realizing the gravity of his actions. His hands hung limply at his sides, still clutching shattered pieces of the wine bottle. Those who had been moaning on the ground also sobered up at the sight and struggled to get up, ready to flee. At that moment, several police officers rushed in. "Everyone put your heads down. No one is allowed to run," the leading officer shouted. Those preparing to escape under the officer's stern orders had no choice but to crouch down, their faces filled with panic and unease. The leading officer glanced at Jiang Shuowei, who lay on the ground bleeding and unconscious, and at Lin Shen, who held her closely, then asked, "Has 120 been called?" Yes. The hot pot restaurant owner, trembling, stepped forward to say, "Who are you?" The leading officer furrowed his brow. Officer, I'm the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Hey Race, what happened? The owner recounted the events in detail. After listening to the owner's account, the police officer's expression grew more serious as he instructed his subordinates to keep the perpetrators under close watch, ensuring they couldn't escape or make any further dangerous moves. Then he approached Lin Chun and spoke softly. Sir, please don't worry, the ambulance will arrive shortly. We will handle this matter properly. Lin Chun glanced at the officer. I am Lin Chun, a shareholder of Penguin Company. I demand to call my personal secretary. The leading officer's expression changed dramatically as he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Penguin Company. It is a global business empire, and being a shareholder carries significant weight. However, does Penguin Company really have such young shareholders? All right, Mr. Lin, please don't worry, we will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. The officer's tone instantly became more respectful. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy. The faces of the perpetrators showed even clearer signs of fear upon hearing Lin Chun's identity. The man who smashed the wine bottle was filled with regret, lowering his head in despair, his heart filled with fear and unease. To say such things in front of the police, one must truly be out of their mind. Lin Chun tightly held Jiang Shuawei, his eyes filled with guilt and anxiety. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. Lu Hai, this is Lin Chun. Shuawei and I have encountered trouble at a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street. She is injured and unconscious. Notify the legal department of the company immediately and prepare to sue those responsible. Lin Chun's tone was icy. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hai on the other end immediately became tense. Understood, Mr. Lin, I will arrange it right away. Rest assured I will handle this matter properly. After hanging up, Lu Hai immediately took action, starting to contact Penguin Company's legal department. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation in the hot pot restaurant. They questioned the owner and other witnesses, gathering evidence from the scene. Oh dear officer, you don't know how scary it was just now? A group of people were beating up a young guy, but he managed to take them all down. It was like this, officer. That man harassed that girl, and a dispute broke out. As they were arguing, the drunk guy suddenly attacked. It was that guy with the wild beard. The police, upon hearing the accounts from the bystanders, looked quite grim. It was clearly evident that these men, having drunk a bit too much, were causing trouble by harassing the young man's girlfriend. When they couldn't win the argument, they resorted to violence, and one of them was knocked down by the young man. Then, taking advantage of others not paying attention, they sneak attacked with a wine bottle. The girl got hurt while trying to protect the young man, who claimed to be a shareholder of Penguin. How did I end up in such a melodramatic scene? Just then his phone rang. Xiaoyang, listen to me. The young man named Lin Chun is a shareholder of Penguin Company. You absolutely cannot. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, and Mr. Lin must be given a satisfactory resolution. The officer's expression changed in shock. What? He really is a shareholder of Penguin Company. After hanging up the phone, the officer approached Lin Chun again. I sincerely apologize, sir. We have gathered most of the details regarding this incident, and we will provide you with an explanation. Lin Chun said nothing as the ambulance had just arrived. Where's the injured? Over here. Lin Chun shouted excitedly. The medical staff rushed in with a stretcher. They quickly lifted Jiang Shuawei onto the stretcher, and Lin Chun followed closely beside her, unwilling to take his eyes off her. Seeing Jiang Zuwei's pale face and the blood on her head, his heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, in pain to the point where he could barely breathe. The police hurriedly helped maintain order at the scene, ensuring the ambulance could leave smoothly. After the ambulance departed, the officers looked at the drunken individuals in the hot pot restaurant with stern expressions. Take them away. The ambulance sped away, emitting a sharp siren. Lin Chun sat inside, tightly holding Jiang Zuwei's hand. The doctor briefly examined Jiang Zuwei's injury. What happened? Why is it so severe? The doctor looked at the injury on Jiang Zuwei's head, frowning as he asked the remorseful Lin Chun. My girlfriend got hit on the head by a wine bottle while trying to save me. Lin Chun's eyes were red, and he spoke with pain. The doctor sighed, choosing not to say more, and simply treated Jiang Zuwei's wound. They arrived at the hospital quickly, and after treating Jiang Zuwei's wound, she regained consciousness. Whoa, my head hurts so much. Upon waking and seeing Lin Chun by her side, feeling the pain in her head and the bandage wrapped around it, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Chun tightly held Jiang Zuwei's hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Shuawei, don't be afraid, I'm here. You're safe now. The doctor has treated your wound, and you'll be better soon. Lin Chun gently caressed Jiang Zuwei's cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lin Chun comforted Jiang Shuawei for quite a while before her emotions finally calmed down. He then proceeded to conduct various examinations, ultimately finding no major issues, just that she needed to rest well. After Lin Chun coaxed Jiang Shuawei to sleep on the hospital bed, he leaned against the bed and fell asleep beside her. The next morning, Jiang Shuawei woke up and looked at Lin Chun, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chun had just woken up as well, and saw Jiang Shuawei staring at him, so he asked with concern, "How are you? Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept quite soundly, but you must be uncomfortable sleeping like this, right?" Jiang Shuawei said with a pained expression. "I'm fine." Lin Chen shook his head. At that moment the doctor walked in to check on Jiang Shuawei's wound. "Actually, there's no need for hospitalization for this kind of injury. I just take care of it well at home and pay attention to it," the doctor said with a smile. "Really? Chen, should we go home then? I'm not very comfortable staying in the hospital." Jiang Shuawei's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Chen with hope. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the doctor. "What should we pay attention to at home? Just keep it dry, and remember to change the dressing every day?" Lin Chen nodded. "Then please help us with the discharge procedure." An hour later Jiang Shuawei got into Lin Chen's car with a pile of medicines and bandages. "Chen, those people from yesterday must be severely punished. I kindly offered them some beef, and what I got in return was a bottle on my head. Fortunately, I didn't need stitches, otherwise what would I do?" Jiang Shuawei said, her face filled with indignation and a hint of lingering fear. "Don't worry, Shuawei, none of them will escape." Lin Chen's words were filled with coldness. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly. Although she still felt some fear, she had even more trust in Lin Chen. "Chen, I believe in you. I just didn't expect that such a thing would happen while having hot pot." Lin Chen sighed, filled with guilt. "It's all my fault for not protecting you well. If I had been a bit more careful, you wouldn't have been hurt." Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head. "Chen, this isn't your fault. Those people got rowdy after drinking, and no one expected it would turn out like this." After returning home, Lin Chen carefully helped Jiang Shuawei sit on the sofa, then began organizing the medicines and bandages they had brought back from the hospital. "Shuawei, you rest for a bit. I'll go get you a glass of water," Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuawei watched Lin Chen's busy figure, her heart warming. "Chen, it's really nice to have you." "That's something I should say," Lin Chen said as he handed Jiang Shuawei a cup of warm water, feeling guilty about the bandage on her head. Meanwhile, Lu Hai was actively communicating and coordinating with the police and legal team. Lu Hai was still at the police station. "Officer Yang, our company takes this incident very seriously. We hope the police can clarify the truth as soon as possible and bring the perpetrators to justice," Lu Hai said sternly. "Mr. Lu, we are accelerating the investigation. The actions of those perpetrators are very heinous, and we will definitely handle them seriously. Currently, the case has been classified. Those people who caused trouble will be detained for 10 days while the one who injured Miss Jiang is charged with intentional injury. The specific outcome will depend on the court." Lin Chen requested several days off from school, again preparing to take care of Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei also took a week off since Jiang Min's friend was her teacher, and this matter naturally reached Jiang Min's family. "Oh dear, I'm fine. Just got a little hurt when I ran into some troublemakers while having hot pot with Chen. Oh, it's not serious." Jiang Shuawei was still explaining to Jiang Min on the phone. Lin Chen looked uneasy. Jiang Shuawei got hurt because of him, yet he was completely unscathed. Lin Chen organized his words, and then took Jiang Min's call. "Hello, Auntie, this is Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, please tell Auntie the truth. How serious is Shuawei's injury?" Shuawei has always been one to report good news rather than bad. "I'm just afraid if something serious happens, I'm sorry, Auntie. Shuawei was injured because she was saving me, but don't worry, her injury is not serious, she just needs to rest," Lin Chen explained with a guilty expression. "That's good to hear, Xiao Chen. Auntie doesn't blame you, but just shows how well you two get along. But Auntie still hopes you can take good care of Shuawei." Jiang Min's words stopped there. "Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely take good care of Shuawei and won't let her suffer any more harm," Lin Chen solemnly promised Jiang Min. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shuawei finally felt relieved. She was afraid Jiang Min would insist on coming to see her. If she saw her head all bandaged up, she would surely cry. In the following days, Lin Chen specifically hired a nanny to help take care of Jiang Shuawei, cleaning the house and cooking. The outcome for those troublemakers was also decided. The others were detained for 10 days, while the leader received an 18-month prison sentence. Although this result did not satisfy Lin Chen, it was already the best outcome after the legal department of Penguin Company and Lu Hai pressured the police. Jiang Shuawei's injuries had mostly healed. "Okay, we need to go back to class tomorrow. What about Lu Ma?" Jiang Shuawei asked Lin Chen with some concern as she looked at the middle-aged woman cleaning in the villa. Lu Ma was the nanny Lin Chen had hired before. Sometimes when Lin Chen wasn't home, Tang Weiner was in class and had no time to accompany her, so Jiang Shuawei would chat with Lu Ma to pass the time. After understanding, she learned that Lu Ma's husband had died in an accident at a construction site more than a decade ago, and the construction company kept shirking responsibility and refused to pay compensation, claiming he was just a subcontractor without a labor contract. Lu Ma's family took them to court, but it was of no use. They only received a few tens of thousands in human. This was already unfortunate enough. 2 years ago, her children also died in a car accident, leaving behind a 3-year-old granddaughter. Lu Ma didn't even have time to grieve and resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter, working multiple jobs a day. After learning this, Jiang Shuawei felt both admiration and pity. After discussing it with Lin Chen, she raised the daily wage to 500. How about this? When we go back to school, let's continue to have Luma help clean here, and we'll still give her 20,000 a month. How does that sound? Lin Shen pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Shuawei felt it was a good idea at once. That's great. This way Luma won't have to work so hard to find odd jobs, and 20,000 a month is enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Achin, you are really kind. Mrs. Liu, could you come here for a moment? Mrs. Liu, who had been cleaning, immediately set down her tools and hurried over. Mr. Lin, you called for me. Mrs. Liu appeared visibly flustered. No need to be nervous, Mrs. Liu. Hey, raced the situation Shuawei and I will return to school tomorrow, so this villa will be unoccupied, but it can't remain untended for long. Lin Shen paused briefly before continuing. So Shuawei and I discussed it. Would like to offer you 20,000 yuan per month. You'd simply come by regularly to clean the place. If either of us plans to stay here, he'll notify you in advance, and you'd just prepare meals. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu instantly brightened with excitement. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, I assure you you can rest easy. I'll keep this house spotless. Thank you so much. As she spoke, Mrs. Liu bowed deeply to them both. No. Jiang Shuawei started to intervene, but Lin Shen gently shook his head at her. It's quite all right, Mrs. Liu. You render your labor, I provide fair compensation. No gratitude is necessary. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Just then the villa's front door swung open. Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei stepped inside. Oh, Wanner, you've come to see me again. Jiang Shuawei lit up at the sight and rushed forward joyfully. Enough with the mushy stuff. Tang Wanner wrinkled her nose and gently pushed Jiang Shuawei away. Shuawei, you're recovering remarkably fast. Just 1 week, and you're nearly back to normal. Gazing at the nearly vanished wound on Jiang Shuawei's forehead, Tang Wanner's expression softened with quiet delight. Big brother, now that's the life. Military trainings over formal classes have begun days ago, and yet you still haven't set foot on campus. Xiao Fei said wistfully. Had his family not imposed strict oversight, he'd have done the same. Lin Shen furrowed his brow slightly. What are you babbling about? Xiao Fei grinned sheepishly. Big brother, I'm just envious. Look, Sister Shuawei got injured and you've stayed by her side without pause. What a romance to behold. Jiang Shuawei laughed. Xiao Fei, stopped teasing. If you're so envious, why don't you go ahead and win Tang Wanner over? A faint blush rose to Tang Wanner's cheeks, but she offered no protest. Xiao Fei groaned dramatically. I'd love to, Sister Shuawei, but Sister Wanner won't give me the chance. I've invited her out several times, yet she always declined. Today she only agreed because I told her I was coming to visit you too. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Shen exchanged a knowing glance, eyes crinkling with shared amusement. Tang Wanner's gaze darted evasively elsewhere. Lin Shen sighed softly, then turned to Mrs. Liu standing nearby. Mrs. Liu, please prepare a few extra dishes tonight. He addressed her calmly. Right away. Mrs. Liu nodded warmly with a smile. Thank you so much, Mrs. Liu. Tang Wanner chimed in promptly. Not at all, not at all. It's my pleasure. A gentle warmth swelled in Mrs. Liu's heart as she turned and headed briskly toward the kitchen. At that very moment, Lin Shen's phone rang. He picked it up. It was Wang Shijie calling. Brother Lin, haven't seen you in ages. What have you been up to lately? Lin Shen smiled faintly. Well, so you do remember to call me. My girlfriend sustained a minor injury, so I've been staying home to care for her. Your fiancé's hurt. How serious is it? She's nearly recovered. Enough. Get to the point. Wang Shijie chuckled on the other end. Brother Lin, remember that Tianfu City Supercar Enthusiast gathering I mentioned earlier? It kicks off tomorrow. I came specifically to ask if you're free. Wang Shijie explained. Only then did Lin Shen recall the event vaguely. Didn't you say it was happening in a few days? It's already been over 10 days. I assumed it was cancelled. The gathering was postponed due to special circumstances, and has only just been rescheduled for tomorrow. So, Brother Lin, will you join us? This opportunity is truly rare. Wang Shijie asked eagerly. Lin Shen glanced at Jiang Shuawei, hesitating. Jiang Shuawei sensed his uncertainty and smiled gently. I'll accompany you. I've been cooped up here too long and am itching to get out. Lin Shen nodded, then replied into the phone. Sure, no problem. Just contact me beforehand. Excellent. Wang Shijie hung up elated. Lin Shen pocketed his phone. Only for Xiao Fei to shift restlessly, he turned to Lin Shen and said, Big brother, the supercar gathering. I plan to attend too. In fact, that's partly why I came today, to persuade you to go with me. Yet you already knew about it. Lin Shen chuckled. I'm not entirely sure myself, but Wang Shijie says it should be quite impressive. Who's Wang Shijie? Xiao Fei asked, puzzled. Oh, he's a friend I met during orientation. Grandson of Wang Junlin, chairman of Sichuan Longjiu. Oh, quite the pedigree. Longjiu Group is a major enterprise. Xiao Fei sounded genuinely impressed. You're attending the gathering too. Then let's go together. I'll introduce you properly. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Wonder, would you like to join us as well? It'd be wonderful to have you along. Jiang Shuowei winked playfully at Xiao Fei, then turned to Tang Wanner with eager anticipation. Xiao Fei shot her a grateful look and discreetly raised a thumbs up behind his back. Come on, Sister Wanner. Let's go have some fun together, Xiao Fei added persuasively. Tang Wanner hesitated. Then, after a quiet moment, gave a reluctant nod. Just then Mrs. Liu emerged from the kitchen. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the meal is nearly ready. They gathered around the dining table savoring the delicious food while continuing their animated discussion about tomorrow's outing. Mrs. Liu's cooking was exquisite, aromatic, vibrant, and flawlessly seasoned, drawing unanimous praise. Mrs. Liu, your culinary artistry keeps improving, Jiang Shuowei complimented warmly. Mrs. Liu smiled modestly. So long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. After dinner, Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei rose to take their leave. Big brother, Sister Shuowei, we'll head back to campus now. Once Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner departed, Mrs. Liu cleared the table and returned home. The villa fell into serene stillness, leaving only Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen alone. Jiang Shuowei gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes tender and softly shy. She bit her lower lip, gently leaning in ever so slightly, her delicate fragrance drifting like mist. His gaze lingered on her exquisite face, warmth and devotion shimmering in his eyes. He drew her close, sweeping her effortlessly into his arms, and as she gasped in surprise, carried her upstairs. After laying her gently upon the bed, Lin Chen bent low and brushed a tender kiss across her forehead, his warm breath feathering against her skin. Shuowei, I've held back for far too long. Her cheeks flushed rosy pink, her dazed, dreamy eyes locked onto his. You rascal. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei rose at dawn, packed their belongings, and prepared to return to campus. Lin Chen gazed thoughtfully at the Ferrari parked in the garage. Shuowei, let's take the Ferrari. It's so convenient. But Jiang Shuowei gently shook her head and murmured, no, I hardly ever need it. And so the exquisitely expensive Ferrari remained idle in the garage, gathering dust. The two set off for campus. Gentle breezes brushing their faces, golden sunlight filtering through the canopy, dappling their figures with shifting light. Before long, they arrived at school. Lin Chen drove and dropped Jiang Shuowei off beneath her dormitory building. The roar of the engine drew the attention of nearby students. When they saw Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen alight from the car, their gazes instinctively turned toward them. Their eyes held admiration, awe, and a flicker of curiosity. Jiang Shuowei carried bulky luggage, a small rag doll perched lightly on her shoulder. Hey, can I head up now? Lin Chen watched her struggle, his heart tightening with concern. Shall I ask senior sister Tang to come down and help you carry these? Men aren't allowed inside the girls' dormitory. Otherwise, I'd carry everything up myself. Jiang Shuowei simply smiled. It's fine. I can manage. All right then. Remember to take your medicine. Absolutely don't forget. Lin Chen reminded her once more. Got it. I'm off now. With that, Jiang Shuowei rose onto her toes and gave Lin Chen's cheek a soft, fleeting kiss before turning and disappearing into the dormitory entrance. Lin Chen watched her figure vanish from sight, then returned to his car. He found a parking spot, gathered groceries and essentials, and made his way to room 515 of Building 6. When he entered the dormitory, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were still fast asleep. After setting his things down, Lin Chen checked his phone. It was already 1030 am. He shook his head wryly. These three truly could sleep. Chun Xiao stirred awake, rubbed his bleary eyes, and exclaimed in delight, Senior brother, you're back. Lin Chen retorted dryly, did you steal cattle last night? Still sleeping at 1030 am. Chun Xiao grinned sheepishly. We pulled an all-nighter playing ranked matches. At that moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up. Senior brother's back. Is senior sister all right now? Xiao Wei asked, full of concern. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. She's nearly recovered. By the way, senior brother, you should have seen how Lin Tianyou's been acting since that incident. Every time he spots any of us, he scurries off like a mouse fleeing a cat. Ha ha ha. Chun Xiao beamed with excitement. Exactly. Let him swagger. He's finally met his match. Xiao Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. May I speak with Mr. Lin Chen, Chairman Lin? A deferential male voice came through the line. Speaking. Lin Chen replied calmly. Chairman Lin, greetings. I am Fong Anping, General Manager of Long. You acquired Longhu Gaming some time ago. Would you consider visiting our headquarters soon to review operations and assign tasks? Lin Chen suddenly recalled he owned Longhu Gaming. Longhu Gaming's headquarters stood in Suzhou. As one of the top-tier gaming companies across Great Xia, its market capitalization soared to a staggering 32 billion renminbi. And yet the system had gifted him the entire company outright, an acquisition rivaling 10% of Tencent's equity. Lin Chen paused briefly, then turned to Xiao Wei and the others. Do we have classes tomorrow morning? The three shook their heads emphatically. None at all. Then I'll visit the company tomorrow morning, Lin Chen said. At that moment, Fong Anping froze, stunned into silence. Classes? Could he possibly still be a university student? Shock rippled through him. Huh. Lin Shen frowned slightly at the silence on the line. Understood, Chairman. Fong Omping snapped back to awareness and hurriedly added, I'll prepare everything meticulously and await your arrival tomorrow. After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others stared quietly at Lin Shen. Senior brother, you've owned Longhu Gaming for so long and haven't even visited once. Xiao Fei. Lin Shen tidied his things while replying coolly, Shuwei was injured these past few days. I've been tending to her and completely forgot. Senior brother, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, and you treat it so casually. Chen Xiao wore an expression of utter disbelief. Xiao Wei, however, remained unfazed. After all, to him several million or several billion were equally abstract figures. All he knew was that senior brother was immensely wealthy and extraordinarily capable. So what? Is a mere Longhu Gaming more important than my girlfriend? Lin Shen countered. His words left Chen Xiao speechless. Well, of course senior sister is more important. He stammered after a long pause. Then there you have it. Time passed swiftly. The clock struck noon, and the sun burned brighter, fiercer. Lin Shen prepared to head downstairs to meet Jiang Shuawei for lunch, only to find Xiao Fei trailing closely behind him. They neared the girls' dormitory entrance when Lin Shen turned around, only to see Xiao Fei still right behind him. What are you following me for? Lin Shen asked, exasperated. Who says I'm following you? I'm going to meet Sister Warner for lunch. Then why walk behind me instead of beside me, eh? I'm waiting for you to bend over. Get lost. Lin Shen laughed, shaking his head. The two stood beneath the dormitory entrance awaiting the girls, while female students nearby cast curious glances their way. Wow, those two guys are stunning. Aren't they the two freshmen on the campus heartthrob list? What? Freshmen already? No way. I'm claiming them first. Don't even dream of it. One drives a supercar, and is Jiang School Beauty's boyfriend, the other's pursuing Tang Tiger. Oh, what a pity. Still, maybe I stand a chance with the one chasing Tang Tiger. They're not officially together yet, and though Tang Tiger's a school beauty, I am the dormitory queen after all. Oh, spare me. Just then a Porsche pulled up, and out stepped Yu Yang. Spotting Lin Shen and Xiao Fei beneath the tree, he locked eyes with them immediately. Ever since losing their bet, and humiliatingly imitating a dog's bark, he'd nursed a deep grudge. Though no one else knew, the memory of that shame still burned hot upon his cheeks. That bastard dared play the fool to trap me last time. I'll make him pay dearly this round. With that thought, Yu Yang steered his car directly beside Lin Shen and Xiao Fei. Junior brother Lin, fancy meeting you again. Yu Yang flashed a forced smile. Xiao Fei glanced at him. Is this senior brother's friend? Lin Shen cast a cool, indifferent glance at Yu Yang, then ignored him entirely. Junior brother Lin, waiting for Jiang Shuawei. How odd not to arrive by car. Really? What kind of impression does that give? Didn't Lin Shuadi spend hundreds of thousands on luxury goods last time? Is it possible that he has run out of money and can't even afford a car now? The tone of Yu Yang was laced with obvious provocation, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Shen. As soon as Xiao Fei heard this, he immediately understood that this person was here to stir up trouble. He then directed his gaze at the Porsche Panamera. No way, no way. Is someone with a car worth over $1 million acting so arrogant now? Xiao Fei exclaimed in surprise, unafraid, as he stared directly at Yu Yang, his eyes filled with mockery. Yu Yang's expression darkened. Who do you think you are? However, when Lin Shen spoke up, Yu Yang's face became even gloomier. Senior, haven't you learned enough from barking like a dog last time? Do you want to bark a couple of times in front of me again? How about we bet again to see if my car is better than yours? Yu Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger within him. Don't get too cocky too soon. Last time it was my mistake to fall for your trick. You think you can trick me again? Oh, I didn't expect Senior you to actually have some brains this time. Lin Shen looked at Yu Yang in surprise, his tone filled with teasing. Yu Yang guessed that Lin Shen's family must be quite wealthy, perhaps driving a better car than his own. If he lost again, it would be too embarrassing, especially since they were at school. He didn't want to humiliate himself in front of everyone. At that moment, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner came down together, followed by Han Qiqi. Shuawei. Upon seeing Jiang Shuawei, Lin Shen's face immediately broke into a gentle smile. Xiao Fei also waved at Tang Weiner, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Shuawei was smiling, but as soon as she saw Yu Yang beside her, her expression soured. She and Tang Weiner quickly walked over to Lin Shen and Xiao Fei, with Jiang Shuawei wanting to pull Lin Shen away directly. Yu Yang saw Jiang Shuawei, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and walked towards Han Qiqi with a smile. Qiqi, what do you want to eat? Oh my. Han Qiqi, your boyfriend is Yu Yang. Don't you know he used to be Zhu Wei's loyal follower? Tang Weiner said, her face filled with shock. Hearing this, Han Qiqi was filled with confusion. She never expected that the rich guy she found was actually Jiang Zuwei's former loyal follower. Since Han Qiqi dumped Wang Haoren, she hadn't found another quality boyfriend, and in the end, she had to settle for Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart sank. He didn't expect Han Qiqi to know Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner, that was a bit harsh, wasn't it? A little concern makes me a loyal follower, Yu Yang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Aren't you just a dog? I remember Xu Wei told me you even barked like a dog in front of Lin Shun and her last time. Tang Weiner relentlessly continued her attack, making Yu Yang even more awkward. At this moment, Han Qiqi's expression also turned sour. She knew Tang Weiner was trying to undermine her. She wanted to refute, but didn't dare to ever since she didn't want to offend Zhang Xuewei. After all, Wang Haoren's brother was the young master of the Longzhou group. With such a status, even he called Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend Lin Ge, which means at least Lin Chen's status is comparable to Wang Shijie. However, Han Qiqi didn't want to give up on Yu Yang, who was her cash cow. After all, Yu Yang was quite willing to spend money on her, and she only needed to open her legs. Afraid that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, Han Qiqi had to forcibly pull Yu Yang back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang glared at Han Qiqi with anger. Han Qiqi was also getting angry at this point. I'm saving you. Do you know the background of Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend? Isn't he just a student with a little family money? How significant can he be? Yu Yang said disdainfully. In his view, he was merely someone whose family ran a company worth a few hundred million. Do you know the Longzhou Group? Han Qiqi asked. Of course I know about Longzhou Group, worth hundreds of billions. You can't be telling me that Lin Shun is the young master of Longzhou Group, right? Yu Yang's expression changed, and he hurriedly inquired, but he shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. He should have the surname Wang. How could he possibly have the surname Lin? He's definitely not the young master of Longzhou Group, but the young master of Longzhou Group calls him Lin Ge. Han Qiqi replied coolly. Since that incident, she felt scared as she didn't know where her courage came from to show a bad face in front of such a figure, and even dumped Wang Haoren. Fortunately, they didn't hold it against her as a girl. No way. How do you know this? Yu Yang looked shocked, and under his persistent questioning, Han Qiqi could only explain, I happened to find out about Wang Shijie, the young master of Longzhou Group, and then I bumped into him calling Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend Lin Ge. Of course, Han Qiqi couldn't directly say that she had been Wang Haoren's girlfriend not long ago. After all, in Yu Yang's eyes, she was still a pure girl. While the virginity was lost during high school gym class. Yu Yang was filled with shock, then gratefully looked at Han. Thank goodness you pulled me away just now, otherwise I might have brought my family down with my recklessness. Didn't you always want that bag worth over 40,000? Let's go. I'll take you to buy it right now. Han Qiqi's face instantly lit up. Really? I love you so much, babe. I really didn't expect these two rotten fish and shrimp to be in a relationship. Tang Weiner said disdainfully. Forget it, talking about this affects my mood. Oh, let's go eat. I haven't had the school's big plate chicken in a long time. Ew, I really want to eat it. As Zhang Xuewei said this, she pulled Tang Weiner forward. Lin Shun and Xiao Fei followed behind. Boss, has Weiner always been this fierce? Xiao Fei asked quietly. What? Are you scared? Lin Shun looked at Xiao Fei with a smile. How could that be? Don't you think this is really cool? This is the authentic style of a girl from Bashu, right? It's so reassuring. Xiao Fei quickly retorted. Lin Shun merely smiled without saying anything. He still preferred Jiang Zuwei's gentle demeanor. The four arrived at the school cafeteria, ordered big plate chicken and some other dishes. After eating, Lin Shun and Xiao Fei hurried back to class. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Ziji's message also came through. Lin Ge, the car club will start around 7. Oh, let's head over together then. Okay, I'll bring your sister-in-law along, who I have another friend attending as well, so we can go together. No problem. May I ask what car your friend is driving? Lin Ge. Porsche 918. Wow, that's amazing. A multi-million supercar. After the four finished their meal, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait at the school gate, we will arrive soon. Lin Shun then drove the Lamborghini Veneno with Jiang Xuewei in the front, while Xiao Fei drove the Porsche 918 with Tang Weiner in the back. The two supercars drove out of the school, one in front of the other, capturing the attention of many onlookers. At the school gate, a Lamborghini Gallardo had been waiting for some time. Its unique lines and dazzling color attracted the eyes of many passers-by. The sight of 3 cars parked side by side drew gasps of admiration from several students. Wow, are we seeing $1 million supercar, a $10 million supercar, and a $1 billion supercar all gathered here? Are there really this many rich kids at Shu Province University? I genuinely envy them. If only they were my brothers. The group got out of the cars. To everyone's surprise, Wang Shijie was accompanied by a beautiful woman who looked like a campus beauty. Wang Shijie greeted them with a wide smile. Lin Ge's sister-in-law. Shijie, this is my brother Xiao Fei, and that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Weiner. Lin Chen smiled as he introduced. This is Wang Shijie, the young master of the Longzhou Group. Hello Xiao Ge. Hello senior sister Tang. Wang Shijie greeted warmly. Wang Shijie certainly knew campus beauty Tang Weiner, although he had heard that she had a bit of a temper. Xiao Fei was somewhat surprised to hear about the Longzhou Group, as it was a massive corporation valued at nearly $1 trillion. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen looked at the woman beside Wang Shijia. Lin Ge, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu. She's studying dentistry and is a freshman this year. Wang Shijia quickly introduced her. Hello Lin Ge. Hello Sister Jiang. Hello Brother Xiao. Hello Senior Sister Tang. Zhu Zhu appeared a bit shy. Those who could call Wang Shijia their brother were certainly influential figures. After a brief introduction, the group made their way to a suburban villa arranged by the car club. Lin Chun and Jiang Xuewei were the first to get into the Lamborghini Veneno, while Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner quickly entered the Porsche 918. Wang Shijia took Zhu Zhu into the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started one after another, and the roar of their engines once again drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. When Lin Chun and the others arrived at the villa, they noticed a few guards at the entrance seemingly checking the value of the cars. When it was Lin Chen's group's turn, the guards were obviously startled. Wang Shijia was okay. Cars worth 4 to 5 million were quite common. However, Xiao Fei's car was different. It was in the 10 million range, not to mention Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. Then, under the awe-filled gazes of the guards, the group drove their cars into the villa. Inside the villa, the scenery was picturesque with lush trees and fragrant flowers. I must say this place was indeed filled with luxury cars worth over $1 million. Porsche 911, a Aston Martin Vantage, Ferrari, Roma, Maserati, and so on. Various luxury cars dazzled the eyes. After getting out of the cars, they attracted the attention of some people who hadn't entered the building yet. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? This car club has such high-quality members this time. And that Porsche 918 is also a 10 million level luxury car. A rich kid exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. I have to go meet them. Several rich kids immediately gathered around. Hey, let me introduce myself. My dad is. My mom is. My grandfather is. The group found it somewhat annoying. Though they were all just here to have fun, being stuck to them like flies became a bit bothersome. Excuse me, could you let us in? Although Lin Chun was quite impatient, he still asked calmly. The few people immediately fell silent, and the six entered the large dining hall together. By this time, quite a few people had gathered inside, creating a lively atmosphere. Since it was their first time attending the car club, they were full of curiosity about everything here. As they didn't know anyone, no one came over to talk. Those outside were also discouraged from bothering them after Lynch's. However, the group enjoyed the peace as they were all just there to have fun. Jiang Xuewei picked up a small piece of cake and put it in her bowl to taste. Her eyes immediately sparkled. She held a small piece of cake to Lin Chen's mouth. Aiken, you must try this. This matcha cake is so delicious. Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth to take a bite. It's indeed not bad. Lin Chen praised sincerely, his eyes filled with affection. See, I told you it was delicious. Jiang Xuewei wore a proud little expression like a child who had received praise. Tang Weiner stood by, staring in disbelief at the usually aloof Jiang Xuewei, filled with surprise. Wait, is there such a huge contrast? Xiao Fei also felt a bit restless watching Lin Chun and Jiang Xuewei's sweet interactions, filled with envy. He also picked up a small piece of cake and held it to Tang Weiner's mouth, showing what he thought was a charming smile, and said, Senior Sister Weiner, why don't you try it too? Tang Weiner, slightly flustered, picked up the bowl, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, just put it in the bowl. Xiao Fei kept his smile and placed the cake in Tang Weiner's bowl. Xuewei, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here for a moment, Lin Chen said gently. Okay, Jiang Xuewei obediently nodded. Boss, I'm going too, Xiao Fei quickly stated, then got up to walk with Lin Chun towards the restroom. Perfect, you girls can chat. I think I saw my cousin, so I'll go look for him, Wang Shijia said at this time. It's fine, go ahead. You can leave your girlfriend to us, Tang Weiner said with, then I'll trouble you sisters. Zhu Zhu, please wait for me here for a moment, Wang Shijia said before standing up and walking elsewhere. Junior sister Zhu Zhu, you are. The three girls quickly started chatting. At this moment, a few men suddenly walked. Ladies, may we become friends? The leading man's gaze unabashedly swept over the three girls, filled with desire. It was already September, and the late summer heat had yet to dissipate, making the weather very hot. Thus the three girls were dressed in shorts or skirts. Being scrutinized by this man made them feel a chill run down their spines, and a sense of disgust arose. No thank you. You can find other girls to befriend. We don't welcome you here, Tang Weiner said bluntly. Zhu Zhu, having never encountered such a situation, instinctively moved closer to Tang Weiner. However, the man was relentless. Don't be so cold, ladies. Have you heard of Rongtou Land? My father is the largest shareholder of Rongtou Land. Did you not hear me say no? We don't welcome you here. Hurry up and leave. Tang Weiner finally lost her temper, and this commotion caught the attention of Wang Shijia, who hurried over, feeling that something was wrong. They are all my friends. If you have something to say it to me, brother. Wang Shijia forcefully patted the shoulder of the man looked at Wang Shijia in pain. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? This commotion drew the attention of those around them, who began to gather. Who is this? So arrogant. He seems to be Chun Long, the son of the major shareholder of Rongtou Land. Rongtou Land is quite something. That's a real estate company worth over 150 billion. Wang Shijia isn't simple either. He's the young master of the Longzhou Group. The young master of the Longzhou Group. Now that's going to be interesting. Qianlong heard the discussions around him and started to hesitate. After all, their family was merely a major shareholder of Rongtou Land, while Wang Ziji's family controlled the entire Longzhou Group. It wasn't worth it to make enemies with someone of such status over a few women. Brother Long, how about we just let it go? A few friends nearby also started to back down. They couldn't afford to offend the Longzhou Group. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Weiner, and Zhu Zhu stood by their faces, showing worry. Jiang Shuowei softly said, "What should we do?" "They won't start fighting, will they, eh?" Tang Weiner said angrily. "This man is just an animal thinking with his lower half. Ooh, I can't stand people like him. A good beating would do him good." Zhu Zhu stepped forward, tightly grabbing Wang Ziji's arm, and whispered, "Shijia, don't argue with him." Wang Ziji's anger was also ignited by Qianlong's foul words. Who am I? I'm your father." As soon as this was said, the crowd burst into laughter. I never expected that. This is in. Qianlong, who was originally planning to let it go, couldn't hold back anymore, and grabbed a cup of drink from the side to smash it. "What are you doing? So lively." At that moment, a man in a black suit with a calm expression walked over. "Oh no, Qianyang is here." The onlookers immediately quieted down and made way for him. Qianlong, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, instantly lost his fire. "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. This kid just insulted me, and I couldn't hold back," Qianlong said as he put the cup back down. "Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my friend's girlfriend, and he clearly said to leave, but kept pestering. I only retaliated because he insulted me," Wang Shijia quickly explained. Qianyang looked at Qianlong. "Is that true?" Qianlong stammered and couldn't say a word. At that moment, Lin Chun and Xiao Fei returned from the restroom. They hurried over upon seeing the situation. "I thought you weren't coming today," Xiao Fei said with surprise. Qianyang turned to look at Xiao Fei, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "You little rascal, I searched for you everywhere and couldn't find you." Qianyang went over and hugged Xiao Fei, leaving everyone around stunned. The cousin of the young master of the Qin family, Wang Shijia, was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Guest's friend to have such a background. It was known that there was only one woman in the previous generation of the Qin family, and it was said that she married into a prominent family in the capital. Xiao Fei's identity was quite evident. "Who is this?" "This is my boss, Lin Chun." "Hello, I'm Lin Chun." Qianyang. After a brief introduction, Lin Chun and Xiao Fei turned to Jiang Shuowei and the others. "Cousin, what happened?" "What happened?" Xiao Fei asked curiously. "This Qianlong, the one who looks a bit sleazy, he was harassing other people's girlfriends and friends' girlfriends, and the two got into a quarrel." As soon as Qianyang said this, the expressions of Xiao Fei and Lin Chun changed immediately. Lin Chun hurried over. "Shuowei, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Shuowei tightly grasped Lin Chun's hand and shook her head. Xiao Fei also went over to comfort Tang Weiner for a few moments. Qianyang suddenly understood they were all friends of his cousin, and one of the girls might even be Xiao Fei. Qianyang's expression suddenly darkened. This car meeting was organized by him, and yet on his own turf his cousin's girlfriend had been harassed. With that thought, Qianyang's expression turned grim. The people around looked pityingly at Qianlong. "Young Master Qin, it has nothing to do with us. We haven't said a word." The people next to Qianlong hurriedly slipped away. Qianlong felt extremely regretful at this moment. Why was he so unlucky? He just happened to bump into his cousin's girlfriend. "Brother Qin, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't know they were your friends. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to offend them. Brother Qin, I'm willing to apologize or compensate. Do I need your little bit of money?" Qianyang shot him. Xiao Fei was also very angry. He had gone through so much trouble to invite Weiner out for fun, and now this happened. "Cousin, who is this guy? Let me see how powerful he is." "His father is the major shareholder of Rongtou Land," Qianyang said. It would indeed be difficult to deal with him, but it wasn't impossible. After all, Rongtou Land wasn't their family-owned. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task." Slapped Qianlong in the face. "Rewards 70% shares of Rongtou Land." Lin Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. The good system arrived just in time. "Why don't I remember having a son named Qianlong?" Lin Chun asked somewhat surprised. As soon as these words were spoken, it felt as if the air itself had solidified. Qianlong's face turned ashen, his eyes glaring at Lin Chun. "Brother Qin, isn't that a bit too much?" Qianlong looked at Qianyang. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I'm the largest shareholder of Rongtou Land, right? Why don't I remember having a son like you?" Lin Chun continued to speak with a smile. He didn't specifically target Qianlong. Previously, there was someone named Chun Yu who was the largest shareholder of Rongtou Land, with 27% of the shares. However, the system rewarded him with 30% of the shares, hence, he was now the largest shareholder. "You are the largest shareholder of Rongtou GD. Ask everyone here who doesn't know that my dad is the real largest shareholder of Rongtou GD. Kid, know your place when you boast." Watch your words. Chen Long glared at Lin Chun with a cold light in his eyes. Qin Yang was about to speak, but Xiao Fei stopped him. Cousin, my boss is not simple, we'll let him handle this himself. Qin Yang glanced at Lin Chun in surprise. Wang Shijie was clearly stunned by Lin Chun's words. Didn't Lin Chun say he was a shareholder of Penguin Company and the big boss of Dihao Hotel along with storefronts along a street? He never mentioned being a major shareholder of Ronto-Jidi. Lin Chun scoffed. Why don't you call your dad and ask? Let me warn you, don't call me. I genuinely don't remember having a son named Chun. Chen Long, seeing Lin Chun's confident demeanor and that he was a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, began to feel uncertain. Qin Gu, it's not that I'm causing trouble now. If it's confirmed that this person is deliberately insulting the Chen family, then I ask Qin Gu not to intervene. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. Of course he couldn't just let it go for his cousin's face, he had to make Chen Long suffer. Chen Long felt slightly relieved when Qin Yang said nothing and immediately took out his phone to call. Hello Dad, I've encountered a bit of trouble. He then recounted the situation to his father. Xiaolong, what is that person's name? His father's voice suddenly turned tense. Upon hearing this, Chen Long felt an ominous sensation rising in his heart. His father didn't get angry, but instead asked for the person's name. Could it be that his father was no longer the largest shareholder of Ronto-Jidi? Thinking of this, Chen Long felt a wave of panic. If he really offended Qin Yang and Wang Shijie along with the current true major shareholder of Ronto-Jidi, then he would be finished. Chen Long swallowed hard and looked at Lin Chun, who was smirking, and asked, What is your name? My surname is Lin, so I don't have a son named Chun. Lin Chun said lightly. At this point, Chen Long could no longer ignore Lin Chun's mockery and said into the phone, Dad, he says his surname is Lin, but he looks like a college student under 20. How could he be the major shareholder of Ronto-Jidi? Xiaolong quickly apologized to him. Recently, the company's shares were indeed acquired by a young man named Lin, who bought 30%. Someone capable of such a move must have a significant background. You absolutely cannot offend him. His father's voice was very urgent. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Long's face instantly turned pale. He never imagined that the young man in front of him, who was so much younger, was indeed the largest shareholder of Ronto-Jidi. Chen Long slowly put down his phone, feeling as if he could hardly stand. What have I done? I've offended so many powerful people in a row. Hello? Xiaolong. Did you hear what I said? Chen Long's father was still talking on the other end, but Chen Long had no time to listen. He was now fully focused on how to resolve this matter. The people around him saw Chen Long's expression and understood, looking at Lin Chun with awe. A mere youth is the largest shareholder of a company valued at hundreds of billions. One can imagine the background. When I was outside, I saw that he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. At this moment, those who had wanted to befriend Lin Chun could not help but say to those around them, What? Lamborghini Veneno. A Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million. Suddenly, everyone's gaze toward Lin Chun was filled with even more reverence. This was no longer a rich second generation on the same level as them. Qin Yang, hearing the surrounding conversations, looked at Lin Chun with a hint of approval in his eyes. However, just talking like this, wanting to be Xiao Fei's boss. How did it go? Am I your dad or not? Lin Chun, seeing Chen Long standing there without speaking, said impatiently. Yes, can you spare your son? Chen Long suddenly looked up, hope written on his face. He had already forgotten his pride. If this matter was not resolved today, once the Qin family, Wang family, and Lin Chun applied pressure together, the Qin family would be doomed. As soon as Chen Long said this, the entire place fell silent before bursting into laughter. What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? This arrogant brat actually called someone else dad to their face. No wonder he's the heir of the Qin family. He knows when to bend. What a relief. The three girls, along with Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei, all laughed. They knew Chen Long would back down, but they didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Even Qin Yang almost couldn't hold in his laughter. Lin Chun, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. I'm not your brother, I was just joking and mocking you. You even went as far as to call me dad. Don't say such things, I don't have a son that big. Don't let my girlfriend misunderstand. Lin Chun quickly replied, looking at Chen Long with disdain. Chen Long heard the surrounding laughter and was furious, but his face remained impassive, still wearing a flattering expression. Lin, dad, you have a great temperament. Just let me go this once and I promise to avoid you in the future. Ding. System task completed. Rewards 70% of Ronto-Jidi's shares. Lin Chun heard the system notification in his mind and could not help but reveal a smile. Seeing Lin Chun smile, Chen Long thought there was hope. Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang again. Chen Long, we're severing our father-son relationship. I've raised you this long, and I've transferred 2 million to you. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, Chen Fu. Without giving Chen Long any time to react, his father hung up the phone. Chen Long stood there in shock, not understanding what had just happened, why his father suddenly wanted to sever their father-son relationship. Then a text message came through. It was a notification that 2 million had been deposited. Chen Long suddenly looked up at Lin Chun. You can ask again and see if there are any other shareholders of Rongto besides me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding the meaning of Lin Chen's words. What the hell? Rongto announced that all shares have been acquired by a mysterious person, meaning Rongto is now a one-man show for that person. At this moment, one bystander trembled, looking at the content on their phone in disbelief. Everyone felt a sudden shock in their hearts and quickly took out their phones, anxiously searching for the official website of Rongto. Sure enough, that shocking news was right before their eyes, with only a minute passed since it was published. What the hell? How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Who exactly is this young master? He actually acquired the entire Rongto just because of a disagreement. The crowd was filled with confusion and shock. Young Master Lin is terrifyingly powerful. The people around instantly erupted into chaos. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Even Wang Shijie, Xiao Gutang Weiner, and even Zhang Xuewei looked at the expressionless Lin Chen in astonishment. What does it mean to be truly unfazed? Lin Chen's demeanor at this moment perfectly illustrated this phrase. However, it must be said he really knows how to put on a show. Qianlong was already on the verge of a breakdown. Impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be real. Qianlong kept muttering, slowly raising his head to look at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a blood-red hue. It's all because of you. Qianlong yelled, grabbing a knife from the table used for cutting steak, and charged at Lin Chen. Boss. The people around immediately reacted, panicking and backing away, while only Zhang Xuewei and Xiao Fei rushed forward without hesitation. Qianlong lunged at Lin Chen, thrusting the knife fiercely towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen looked at the now crazed Qianlong with disdain in his eyes. Too slow. He merely sidestepped gently and easily dodged Qianlong's strike. Then Lin Chen kicked fiercely, sending Qianlong crashing to the ground, the knife clattering away. Xiao Fei and the others rushed forward, pinning Qianlong firmly to the ground. A few quick-witted people nearby also hurried over to help hold Qianlong down. Zhang Xuewei ran over and hugged Lin Chen tightly. "Ah Chen, you scared me to death." The terror on Zhang Xuewei's face hadn't faded, and her voice carried a hint of sobbing. "I'm fine, Xuewei. You know my abilities, don't worry." Lin Chen comforted Zhang Xuewei while gently "Oh, let me go? I want to kill him." Qianlong roared, struggling constantly, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with endless hatred. Then someone pulled out some ropes from nowhere and quickly bound Qianlong's hands and feet. After comforting Zhang Xuewei, Lin Chen took out his phone and directly called the police. "Hello, police officer, there's someone trying to stab me with a knife, but I've subdued him now." After a moment, Lin Chen hung up and looked at Qianlong, who had started to calm down. "You unfilial son, how dare you stab your father? Don't you deserve to be treated to some free meals?" Lin Chen's words carried a hint of mockery. Qianlong said nothing, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. "Everyone, please do me a favor and stay a little longer. The police will come soon to take statements." Qianyang said loudly. Those who were originally planning to leave, thinking it was better to avoid trouble, had no choice but to stay. What a joke. Qianyang might not remember those who stayed, but he would certainly remember those who left. Because this place was full of rich second-generation heirs, and well, everyone knows that there are no surveillance cameras here, so statements became extremely important. "Thanks, young Master Qin," Lin Chen said gratefully. "No problem." Qianyang smiled and shook his head, looking at this college student who was the same age as his cousin, curious about his identity. Young Master Qin, young Master Lin, I have a video that captured the entire process of Qianlong attempting to commit murder with a knife," someone said weakly. Lin Chen's expression brightened. "Oh, bring it over for me to see." The person excitedly walked over and opened their phone, handing it to Lin Chen. Then Zhang Xuewei and the others gathered around to watch. The video indeed recorded everything that had just happened. "Why did you record this?" Qianyang suddenly asked. The others also looked at this person. The person immediately appeared flustered and began to explain. "Young Master Qin, I absolutely had no other intentions. I just wanted to capture Qianlong making a fool of himself. I swear." Qianyang narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinizing the flustered individual, and after a moment slowly said, "It better be just that. If I find out you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for being rude." The person quickly nodded, repeatedly, sweat beading on their forehead. "What's your name?" "This matter has indeed helped us out," Lin Chen asked. "Young Master Lin, I am Kai Kuan from Jiahe Wood Industry." The person looked very excited. As long as they could catch the eye of someone like young Master Lin, even a little bit of benefit would be enough to fill their stomach. Jiahe Wood Industry. "All right," Lin Chen said indifferently. Moments later, the sound of police sirens approached, growing louder. As several police officers entered the manor, they were left dumbfounded by the array of supercars. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves. But since they were already here, they could only muster the courage to walk in. The moment they entered, they noticed Qianlong bound hand and foot. "May I ask which gentleman called the police?" The leading officer had a very good attitude. Lin Chen stepped forward and nodded slightly, saying, "Officer, I called the police. This person tried to kill me with a knife, but we subdued him. Everyone here can vouch for that. And I also have a video." After saying this, Lin Chen handed his phone to the officer. The police then questioned those around, verified the truth of the matter, and after watching the video took Chen Long away. After the police took Chen Long away, the atmosphere in the manor gradually returned to calm. The crowd looked at Lin Chen with awe and curiosity. Qin Yang stepped forward and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "Young Master Lin, what happened today was truly eye-opening. I didn't expect you to have such skills and courage at such a young age." Lin Chen humbly replied, "You flatter me, young Master Qin." Qin Yang simply smiled, then looked around and said loudly, "I apologize for the unpleasant experience today at the car enthusiast meeting. Let's wrap it up here. Everyone can disperse now." As soon as Qin Yang said this, the crowd began to leave one after another. Lin Chen then took out his phone and called Lu Hai, briefly explaining the situation. He asked him to find the best lawyer, preferably someone who could charge Chen Long with attempted murder, to ensure he gets some free meals. "Thank you so much today," Cousin Xiao Fei said gratefully. "What's there to thank between cousins? How about taking your friends to my bar for some fun?" Qin Yang said with a cheer, "I think I'll pass." Tang Weiner said hesitantly, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Not allowed to drink. Why not? Are you feeling unwell after taking antibiotics?" Jiang Shuawei smiled knowingly. "Oh, it's not that. Just don't ask." Tang Weiner's face flushed, immediately showing a bit of annoyance. Afterward, Xiao Fei asked for the opinions of others. Jiang Shuawei also indicated she wouldn't go, saying she wanted to stay in the dorm to accompany Weiner. Since Jiang Shuawei wasn't going, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't go either. They couldn't just let the girls take a taxi back, right? Xiao Fei had no choice but to give up. "Cousin, let's do it next time. Next time I'll treat you to drinks." "It's fine. If you're not feeling well, you should take good care of her, all right?" Qin Yang said with a smile. However, Wang Shijie felt it was a missed opportunity. If he could connect with the Qin family through this, it would greatly benefit their Longzhou group. But seeing that others didn't have this thought, he refrained from saying much. He couldn't just boldly say he had time. After bidding farewell to Qin Yang, the group drove back to the school. All the way, Xiao Fei wanted to ask Tang Weiner what was wrong, but recalling that she didn't want to talk about it earlier, he dismissed the thought. Upon returning to the school, 3 sports cars parked in front of a dormitory building, an unusual sight that instantly attracted the attention of many. Students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with awe and envy. "Zhu, you're also in Building 8. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Zhu get out of the car. "Yes, I'm on the 4th floor, room 413, Zhu replied with a smile. "Shuawei and I are in Building 8, room 304. If you're bored, come find us to hang out." Before Tang Weiner finished speaking, her brow furrowed, clutching her stomach, her face suddenly turning pale. Seeing this, Jiang Shuawei and Zhu hurriedly helped Tang Weiner to a nearby chair. Xiao Fei, seeing this scene, was extremely anxious. "Sister Weiner, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" His voice trembled with worry. Tang Weiner held her stomach, her forehead buried in her legs, silent, with beads of sweat rolling down her brow. Zhu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Jiang Shuawei rolled her eyes at Xiao Fei. "Can't you tell what's wrong with Weiner?" "How was I supposed to know?" Xiao Fei was about to retort when he noticed Lin Chen and Wang Shijie exchanging glances. Xiao Fei froze for a moment, then realized that Tang Weiner must have gotten her period. "Oh no, why was I so slow to react?" Feeling a bit frustrated, Xiao Fei cursed himself inwardly. "I'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers," he said, rushing to the car. "No need." Tang Weiner struggled to lift her head, her hair matted to her face, with sweat, her voice weak yet firm. "I have some in my dorm." Xiao Fei paused, feeling a bit disheartened as he returned. "What should I do then?" he asked, feeling helpless and anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "It's fine, or I'll be okay in a few days," Tang Weiner said with difficulty, slowly getting up and heading upstairs. Jiang Shuawei and Zhu quickly assisted her, carefully taking one step at a time. Xiao Fei stood frozen, unable to understand why Tang Weiner reacted this way. His heart was filled with concern and worry for her. Jiang Shuawei turned back to wave at Lin Chen, who responded, and then patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder. "It's all right, Tang is probably just feeling unwell. Don't you know that girls can be more irritable when they have their period?" "Yes, Xiao Gu, I can tell Tang definitely has feelings for you." Wang Shijie chimed in, his eyes filled with cert. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up immediately. "I thought someone was tugging at my clothes. At the time I thought I should help the boss and didn't pay attention. Turns out it was Sister Weiner." Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face radiating joy. "Are you happy now?" Lin Chen asked, laughing at Xiao Fei. I'm thrilled. I need to hurry back to the dorm to call Sister Weiner. I'm off." "Shijie, next time I'll treat you to dinner," Xiao Fei said, turning to leave. However, just as Xiao Fei was about to leave, he was stopped by 2 girls. "Hey handsome, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? How about you check me out?" A woman dressed in black, tall, with a stunning figure and beautiful features, said alluringly. As she spoke, she tossed her hair back, her eyes filled with expectation. "I can be good for you too, big brother. A girl in a blue and white sailor suit with a pleated skirt chimed in smiling. Xiao Fei was already quite handsome with looks that could rival the school's heartthrobs, and driving a sports car worth over 10 million, he was naturally seen as a perfect guy by the girls. Seeing him having a disagreement with a girl who might be his girlfriend, they couldn't resist taking the opportunity. This chance must be seized. Lin Chun and Wang Shijia watched the commotion from behind, saying nothing. No thanks, I have a girlfriend, Xiao Fei politely declined, not hesitating for a moment. Having a girlfriend isn't a problem. I won't interfere with your life. The mature woman added, glancing down at Big Brother. I can also be your little sister. The sailor-suited girl looked at Xiao Fei, cutely, her eyes filled with longing. Xiao Fei was getting a bit impatient, thinking he still needed to call his senior sister in the dorm. No need. After saying that, he bypassed the two girls and got into the car, driving away under their resentful gazes. The two girls watched Xiao Fei leave, then turned their attention to Lin Chun and Wang Shijia. The two felt a chill, caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm. Lingo, I'm off too, Wang Shijia said. All right. After speaking, they didn't give the girls a chance to respond, and directly got into the car and left. Jiang Shuawei, standing by the window upstairs, saw this scene and happily went back into the dorm. What's so great about having some money? Why act all high and mighty? After the three had left, the mature woman dropped her act and spat out a quiet curse. Exactly. By the time Lin Chun parked the car and returned to the dormitory, Xiao Fei was already lying motionless on his bed, vacanted and utterly despondent. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao stood nearby, trying to comfort him. What happened? Lin Chun asked, surprised. How could Xiao Fei fall apart so quickly? Miss Tang. Oh. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei hesitated, reluctant to say more in front of Xiao Fei. Brother, do you really think Sister Weiner likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly spoke up. Lin Chun instantly understood. I can only say that anyone with eyes can see she clearly harbors feelings for you. Lin Chun spoke softly. Then why did Sister Weiner tell me not to contact her again? Xiao Fei's voice sank heavy with dejection. He had gone to extraordinary lengths to win Tang Weiner's heart, deleting every former girlfriend from his messaging app, initiating conversations with her daily. He even bought her lipstick, clothing, and handbags, though she had politely declined each gift. Perhaps she has reservations, Lin Chun mused. I think you should find a chance to talk with her openly. Lin Chun paused before speaking. Fourth brother, as a wealthy young master, why must you pursue someone so relentlessly? Wouldn't a life of opulence, freely choosing companions as one pleases, be far more alluring? You wouldn't understand. Xiao Fei uttered only those words. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. The three exchanged no further words. After washing up, Lin Chun climbed onto his bed and idly scrolled through his phone. Ever since acquiring Lu Hai, he had delegated most responsibilities to him, content to remain a hands-off overseer. Lin Chun opened his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei to inquire about the situation. Jiang Shuawei did not reply for a long while, so Lin Chun opened the Douyin app and began browsing videos, until he stumbled upon Zmoj's live stream. Back in high school, Lin Chun occasionally played Yongjia, mastering the legendary Great Buddha technique. Whatever stands in my way, soy milk and braised noodles. Zmoj, renowned as the strongest mercenary in Yongjia, was no stranger to Lin Chun. His halberd strikes alone were enough to send opponents fleeing in disarray. The moment Lin Chun entered the stream, Zmoj's singing filled the air. In an instant, the laws shatter. Who am I? My inner demon dances wildly. A single tear turns back halfway. At that moment, the comment feed erupted in a torrent of scrolling text. Absolutely stunning streamer. Zmoj lives up to his name. Original singer would weep. You won't even open the golden chest. How do you hold back? Whoa, this Hu Tao's got serious skills. Hu Tao's evasive maneuvers. Who is this player? Streamer, kill this Hu Tao right now. I'll send you a luxury car. Zmoj, are you even capable? Is the strongest mercenary being led around like a monkey? The comment feed boiled over. Lin Chun watched, a faint smile playing on his lips. He promptly sent a carnival. Thank you, Lingling loves lollipops, for the carnival gift. Huge thanks, senior. Klee immediately acknowledged it. Upon hearing the name, Lin Chun blinked in bewilderment. Wait, when did my Douyin username get changed? Could it be that little Zhou Ling used my phone to alter it? Just wait till I see her. I'll give her a proper scolding. He suddenly recalled that the girl's phone had been confiscated and she'd borrowed his to browse Douyin. Boss, your true boss need a dog. I barked the loudest. Sounds like you're volunteering to buy the boss a drink. But isn't the boss from Tianfu City? Gender male. Username Lingling loves lollipops. Zmoj, beware. This boss's intentions aren't pure. IP location confirmed. Tianfu City, indeed. Lin Chun stared at the comments, his face darkening. His teeth clenched in exasperation. That little rascal. Just wait till I get my hands on her. He swiftly changed his username to Chindong Leaguai. Zmoj, noticing the flurry of comments, grew cautious. At that very moment, Hu Tao reappeared, not even drawing her weapon, and delivered a bare-handed slap straight to Zmoj's face. Zmoj instantly lost his composure. After years of playing Yongjia, he'd never endured such humiliation. Streamer, take her down. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. The comment feed surged once more. Lin Chen chuckled quietly. Zmoj, if you eliminate this Hu Tao and then sing your signature song, I'll send you 33 carnivals, right now. The moment that comment appeared, the entire stream exploded. Whoa, this is a god-tier patron. Big brother, seriously, consider adopting a dog. 33 carnivals. That's over 100,000 yuan. I'll never fathom the world of the ultra-wealthy. Zmoj, did you see what our big brother just said? Hurry up and act. Shindong Leiguai. Wait, that profile, wasn't this the same patron who sent the carnival earlier? He changed his name. Zmoj squinted at the comment, then scrolled upward curiously. Does the boss truly mean it? Zmoj asked, voice trembling with excitement. 33 carnivals meant 70,000 yuan in his pocket. Naturally, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wasn't 10 carnivals trivial? He held 10 billion diamonds in reserve. Without hesitation, he sent 3 carnivals at once. Convinced yet? Convinced. Boss, you're magnanimous beyond measure. Zmoj exclaimed, then turned his gaze toward the screen, where Hu Tao still spammed emoticons, his eyes now glinting with cold resolve. Even Zmoj, the strongest mercenary, expended immense effort to finally defeat Hu Tao. As her avatar crumbled into a soul mound, triumph blazed in his eyes. Time to sing, Zmoj. Legendary. Get ready for a full-screen spectacle of dozens of carnivals. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He unleashed 10 carnivals in rapid succession. 20 more await after the song. Thank you, senior patron. I'll sing immediately. Zmoj eagerly launched his battle anthem. In an instant. This is surely Zmoj's most electrifying performance yet. Of course, I'd be electrified too under those circumstances. Absolutely phenomenal, streamer. You're ready for stardom. Once the song ended, Lin Chen instantly dispatched 20 more carnivals. The screen shimmered with dazzling effects for minutes. Comments vanished beneath the radiant cascade. Just then, Jiang Shuowei's voice call notification popped up. Lin Chen exited the stream instantly. Thank you, senior patron Shindong Leiguai. Zmoj hadn't finished speaking when the system alert flashed. Shindong Leiguai has left the stream. Now that's a capricious patron. Zmoj couldn't help but remark aloud in the stream. In my next life I want to be rich. Whoa. It's over. Patron's gone. I'll never become his dog. Go private message him. Zmoj pondered briefly, then tapped follow on Lin Chen's profile. Senior patron, thank you for your generous support. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of everything unfolding in the stream. Chen, I was keeping Wayner company just now. I didn't mean to ignore you. It's nothing, Shuowei. What's wrong with Senior Tang? Have you received any news? Lin Chen quickly asked. Jiang Zuowei's voice suddenly lowered significantly. Then sounds of rustling as she got out of bed came from the other end of the phone. After a moment, Jiang Shuowei spoke again, but her voice was very low. H&M in the bathroom right now? I just asked, and Wayner said she feels she and Xiao Fei are not suitable for each other, and that Xiao Fei should find someone who likes him. Lin Chen fell silent upon hearing this. Shouldn't it be the other way around? He could tell that Tang Wayner seemed to have feelings for Xiao Fei. H&M, I might know a little bit, but I can't guarantee it's accurate. Jiang Shuowei continued. It's okay, Shuowei, just say whatever you want. Lin Chen immediately became interested. For the happiness of his brother, he was quite invested. From what I understand, Wayner's family situation is actually a bit difficult. Her father made a lot of money a few years ago, but ended up cheating, and her mother filed for divorce. During the division of assets, they discovered that her father had already transferred a large portion of his wealth to someone else's name. Then her mother only received a few $100,000 and a house. I believe a significant part of Wayner's concerns stem from this situation. Jiang Shuowei said slowly. Lin Chen's expression was complex. He usually saw Tang Wayner as lively and outgoing, and he never imagined she had gone through such experiences. H-Shun, if you tell Xiao Fei, make sure he pays attention and doesn't let Wayner know that I leaked this. Jiang, got it, don't worry. Lin Chen smiled. H-Shun, I miss you. Jiang Zuowei's voice suddenly turned coy. Just as Lin Chen was about to ask, he heard Tang Wayner's voice from the other end of the phone. Are you on the phone with Lin Chen? Yes, Wayner, you actually eavesdropped on our call. Humph. I'm not interested. The other end fell silent for a moment. Phew, I almost got discovered by Wayner. If she had found out, I would have been in big trouble. Jiang Shuowei said with some lingering fear. It's getting late, H&M, I'm going to sleep now. I have an early class tomorrow, she said while returning to bed. Good night, Shuowei. Good night, H&M, tell your stuffed toy to say good night too. Lin Chen listened to the meowing sounds from the other end of the phone, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was sitting on the bed deep in thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao were looking at him with strange expressions. What are you looking at me for? Did I not wash my face clean with the face wash? Lin Chen touched his face and asked curiously. Good night, Shuowei. Good night, H-Chen. Lin Chen's expression darkened. You guys have sharp ears. Boss, with that volume, I bet only wearing headphones could keep us from hearing it. Feeling a bit awkward, he directly ignored the two. Xiao Fei, you heard what your sister-in-law just said, right? Lin Shen looked at Xiao Fei. I heard it. Please thank my sister-in-law for me. Xiao Fei will never give up easily. Xiao Fei raised his head and looked at Lin Shen with determination. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Fei's current state. After asking about the progress of his hairstyle, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Shen got up at 7:30. While brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei also came out. Puffed. Lin Shen finished brushing his teeth and looked at Xiao Fei, who was squeezing toothpaste with confusion. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Wasn't sister-in-law saying there's an early class? I figured if you were up, you must be having breakfast with sister-in-law and the others, so Weiner would definitely be there. Lin Shen chuckled. You're quite smart, but I can't guarantee that Senior Tang will be there. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Fei with an expression of disbelief. Don't worry. They are in the same class, though I don't believe they won't have breakfast together. After freshening up, Lin Shen and Xiao Fei headed out together. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the two bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks and sat in the cafeteria waiting. Lin Shen took out his phone to message Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, I'm in the first cafeteria. You can see me as soon as you walk in. Okay, thanks for your trouble, Shen. After a short while, two tall beauties walked into the cafeteria. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. They're here. Xiao Fei immediately turned nervous and sure enough saw Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuawei. Tang Weiner clearly noticed Xiao Fei as well. Her footsteps paused for a moment, but she was still pulled over by Jiang Shuawei. Have you two been waiting long? Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Not long, come sit down quickly, Lin Shen replied. Good morning, sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then looked at Tang Weiner, his tone slightly tense. Good morning, Weiner. Tang Weiner seemed a bit uncomfortable, softly replied with an and then sat down without speaking further. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Lin Shen hurriedly tried to ease things. Let's have breakfast, it will get cold soon. Shuawei, I need to go check out Long Lake games later, so you might have to eat by yourself at noon. Lin Shen explained gently while eating breakfast. All right, work is the most important. He'll have lunch with Weiner. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei occasionally stole glances at Tang Weiner, wanting to find a chance to talk, but not knowing how to start. Finally, Xiao Fei mustered up the courage to say, Sister Weiner, can we find a time to talk properly? As soon as he said this, both Jiang Shuawei and Lin Shen immediately turned their attention to him. Tang Weiner glanced at him and said blandly, No need, I don't have much time recently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's face showed a tinge of bitterness. Then let's talk when you have time. Tang Weiner did not respond further and continued eating her breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner went to class, while Xiao Fei returned to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was driving to Long Lake Games. At this moment, in the conference room of Long Lake Games, Director Lin might come over at any time today, so you all must be prepared. You absolutely cannot offend the new boss, understand? This person has acquired the entire Long Lake Games in one go. If anyone offends him, they should be ready to leave. Fong Amping looked at everyone in the conference room with a serious expression. Immediately, everyone became tense. Although they had already known about this news yesterday, they still felt everyone must be in high spirits and welcome Director Lin with a good attitude to leave a great impression on him, Fong Amping emphasized again. At this time, Lin Shen had already parked his car at the foot of Long Lake Games. After parking, Lin Shen looked at the building in front of him and the surrounding environment, feeling quite satisfied. Just as Lin Shen was about to enter the building, he saw a Mercedes-Benz business car pull up at the entrance, from which two foreigners got out accompanied by several Desya people. Take me to see your general, Lin. If this deal doesn't go smoothly, I will hand over the Desya agency rights to another company. One tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner arrogantly spoke in broken Chinese to the nearby person from the Great Xia. If Dragon Lake cannot offer a good price for the agency rights this time, then you cannot blame us. The nearby Great Xia man wore a forced smile, nearly bending over to the ground, and replied, Mr. James, our general manager, and is already waiting for you upstairs. He will discuss a suitable price with you. Then they brushed past Lin Shen and swaggered into the building. Lin Shen watched their retreating figures lost in thought and quickly followed them. It seems Dragon Lake Games wants to acquire the agency rights for some foreign game. Lin Shen pondered silently. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? A burly security guard approached and blocked Lin Shen's path. Lin Shen ignored the guard and quickly called Fong Amping. Sir, are you hearing me? The guard, seeing that Lin Shen was ignoring him, became a bit irritated and raised his voice. Wait a moment, I'm on the phone with Fong Amping. Don't worry, I won't go in, Lin Shen replied calmly, his gaze still fixed on the entrance of the building. The guard seemed to be getting angrier, as Lin Shen's disregard for him had already made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Shen, arms crossed, seemingly worried that Lin Shen would slip in. Mr. Lin, have you arrived? I will come down to meet you right away. As soon as the call connected, Fong Amping's respectful voice came through. am already downstairs at the company. Please hurry down. Lin Shen spoke in a very calm tone, as if everything was within his expectations. Mr. Lin, you have already arrived. Good, good. I will come down right away. Fong Amping's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Seeing this, the guard thought to himself, this doesn't seem like an act. He immediately put on a smile and cautiously said, Sir, how about waiting on that sofa over there? The guard was somewhat uncertain in his heart, and naturally did not dare to let Lin Shen in directly. Lin Shen glanced at the neatly arranged sofas in the lobby and replied, No need, it shouldn't take long. After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurriedly walked out of the elevator and quickly made their way to the lobby. The guard's heart sank at the sight. Oh no, this young man really knows Mr. Fong. No, wait. Why are there so many leaders? He had heard that the new big boss would come to the company today. Could it be that this young man? The guard looked at Lin Shen in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Fong Amping also hurried over with a group of upper management. Upon seeing Lin Shen, his face instantly broke into a warm smile as he extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fong Amping. Welcome to Dragon Lake for the inspection. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Others chimed in as well. Lin Shen nodded lightly and shook Fong Amping's hand gently. Can I go in now? Lin Shen asked the guard, his gaze showing no sign of reproach. Yes, yes. The guard stammered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice trembling. Fong Amping immediately understood what had happened and looked at the guard with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But you were still quite diligent. Keep up the good work. Lin Shen chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. The guard immediately sighed in relief. With this remark, he felt that at least he wouldn't have any issues keeping his job. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely keep working hard. The guard bowed repeatedly in gratitude filled with appreciation. Fong Amping's expression finally improved somewhat. Fortunately, Mr. Lin isn't angry. Shall we go upstairs to talk? Lin Shen smiled faintly at Fong Amping, as if the earlier incident had never happened. Of course, Mr. Lin. This way, please. Take care, Mr. Lin. Mr. Fong, take care. All leaders take care. The guard called out behind them, his voice booming yet respectful. Once Lin Shen and the others had walked far away, the guard couldn't help but murmur, the new Mr. Lin is truly approachable. In the elevator, Lin Shen remembered those foreign gentlemen from earlier, so he asked, Mr. Fong, I just saw a few foreigners come to our company. It seems they are here to discuss cooperation. Fong Amping immediately understood what Lin Shen was referring to and hurriedly explained, Yes, Mr. Lin, they are representatives from the British company Holy Grail Games here to discuss the agency rights for a game in the Great Xia. Oh, from Holy Grail Games. Which game are they discussing? Lin Shen couldn't help but show some interest. He had heard of this game company, as the online game that was quite popular abroad was made by them. Just then the elevator doors opened and Lin Shen stepped out first. Fong Amping and the others hurriedly followed. Mr. Fong, just show me. The others can go back to work. The work is important. Lin Shen said with a smile, glancing at the people behind him. Okay, then I won't keep Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. The company executives quickly dispersed. Aren't we supposed to discuss cooperation? Where are those foreign gentlemen? Lin Shen asked in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed. Fong Amping felt a bit awkward and replied, Well, because you arrived, we let them wait in the reception room for a bit. No problem, let's go take a look together. Lin Shen smiled, nonchalantly gesturing for Fong Amping to lead the way. Fong Amping then brought Lin Shen to the door of the reception room. As they got close to the reception room, they heard the dissatisfied voices of the foreigners inside. We actually have to wait for you to come in person. This is simply too rude. This is truly too disrespectful. It seems that Dragon Lake Games does not sincerely wish to acquire the agency rights for Angel's Wings in the Great Xia. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, General Manager Fong will be here shortly. Please wait patiently for a moment. Lin Shen and Fong Amping then pushed the door and entered directly. General Manager Fong, you finally arrived. The man in the reception room looked as if he had seen a savior and then noticed Lin Shen standing beside him. Who is this? Manager Liu, you have worked hard. This is our new boss at Dragon Lake, Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, this is Manager Liu. Manager Liu looked at Lin Shen with surprise on his face. Wow, so young. Isn't the Great Xia a land of etiquette? I am very dissatisfied with your hospitality at Dragon Lake Games. Many companies have come to discuss the agency rights for Angel's Wings in the Great Xia, and we chose to prioritize Dragon Lake Games, yet upon arriving at your company, you did not attend to us immediately. Fong Amping was momentarily speechless. Hadn't only a few minutes passed, yet the man spoke as though he'd been kept waiting for over an hour. Mr. James Longhu Games holds profound sincerity regarding the mainland China distribution rights for Angel's Wing. Please remain patient. Angel's Wing has garnered tremendous acclaim overseas. Securing its distribution rights in Daxiao would yield extraordinary profits for Longhu Games. Lin Shun gazed upon the two arrogant foreign delegates with quiet disdain. A chime rang in his mind. Ding. System quest activated. Renounce Angel's Wings distribution rights in China. Reward design and production blueprint for Black. Note: Black Myth Wukong is a triply title from a parallel world, entirely rooted in Daxia's mythological heritage, and achieved global sales supremacy upon release. Lin Shen's heart leapt at the system's announcement. Wasn't this precisely what Dong Hao had long dreamed of accomplishing? At present, nearly every globally viral game originates abroad. Daxia has yet to produce a single internationally acclaimed title, except for King's Pesticide. Lin Shen spoke up without hesitation. If Sanctum Games maintains such an attitude, I see no further need for collaboration between Longhu and Sanctum. Fong Anping and Director Lu stared at Lin Shen stunned. Director Fong, who is this person? Does he truly speak for Longhu Games? James sneered dismissively, assuming the youth was merely Fong Anping's son speaking out of turn. They just said, he's the CEO of Longhu Games, Tom interjected quietly. James's face paled instantly. Lin Shen watched him with a faint, enigmatic smile. You may leave Longhu Games now. Our partnership ends here. Lin Shen issued his dismissal outright. What a... James shot upright from his seat, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. How could you so recklessly discard such an exceptional opportunity? James glared fiercely at Lin Shen. With Angel's Wings distribution rights, Longhu Games would earn no less than several $100 million US dollars in the Daxiao region alone. Surely a young man like you grasps the magnitude of this. Lin Shen remained unruffled and replied calmly, apologies, Mr. James. Your condescending demeanor renders cooperation untenable for Longhu Games. As I am both youthful and the sole proprietor of this company, I must ask you to depart. Tom panicked and hastily interjected, Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. We arrived with utmost sincerity. Lin Shen let out a cold laugh. Sincerity? Is shouting at Longhu Games general manager your definition of sincerity during negotiations? Is this what you call sincerity? A flicker of gratitude passed through Fong Anping's and Director Lu's eyes. James, after all, was Sanctum Games' lead negotiator. His rudeness had been evident from the outset, but they'd endured it solely for the sake of securing Angel's Wings distribution rights in Daxia. James clenched his teeth. Sir, bear in mind, besides Longhu Games, numerous other firms are vying for our distribution rights. Lin Shen crossed his arms. Then by all means pursue them. Longhu Games declines collaboration, final and absolute. James turned ashen, utterly speechless. Tom's eyes darted sideways. He quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Mr. Lin, perhaps our earlier conduct was indeed inappropriate. We welcome renegotiation. Fong Anping nearly intervened. After all, projected revenue exceeded tens of billions in RMB. With their stance, softened cooperation seemed viable. Yet he paused. As a businessman, profit mattered most. But Lin Shen was the CEO. To overstep would betray presumption. He silently abandoned the notion. Unnecessary, Mr. James. Mr. Tom, you may take your leave. To honor Longhu Games' hospitality, your return airfare will be covered by us. James and Tom exchanged a glance, frustration and resentment burning in their eyes. You'll regret this. James spat bitterly before turning on his heel. Director Lu, please escort them out, Lin Shen commanded coolly. Under Lu's guidance, the two departed Longhu Games in utter humiliation. Ding. Quest completed. The design and production blueprint for Black Myth Wukong has been saved to a USB drive placed inside your trousers pocket. Lin Shen immediately felt weight shift in his pocket. Reaching in, he retrieved the USB drive, exactly as promised. Chairman Lin, Angel's Wing enjoys genuine international success. Forfeiting its distribution rights may incur substantial losses for the company, Fong Anping ventured cautiously. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Director Fong, Angel's Wing's distribution rights are trivial, easily discarded. I hold something far greater in hand. Fong Anping's eyes flickered with curiosity. Chairman Lin, might I ask, what superior title do you refer to? Lin Shen offered only a serene, knowing smile. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, James and Tom had already exited Longhu Games headquarters. James nervously dialed Sanctum Games CEO. James, did you secure the rights? What share of profits did Longhu agree to? A man's voice resonated from the other end. Sir, Longhu Games refused collaboration with Sanctum Games outright. They relinquished Angel's Wings distribution rights in Daxia and expelled both Tom and me from their building. James reported respectfully. What transpired? Didn't Longhu pursue these rights relentlessly? How could they abruptly withdraw? The voice carried unmistakable bewilderment. Sir, Longhu appointed an exceptionally young CEO. Before I even spoke, he ordered us to leave. James then embellished the entire incident with dramatic exaggeration. If Longhu refuses, we'll seek another partner. I refuse to believe Angel's Wings rights won't. The line went dead with a sharp exhale. Phew, crisis averted. Now we simply need to secure distribution rights with another firm. James sighed in relief, turning to Tom. Tom visibly relaxed. If the CEO learns this collapse stems from us, we're finished. Indeed. Both men shuddered involuntarily, casting one last furious glance toward Longhu Tower before heading nearby to book a hotel and begin contacting alternative partners. No content.